On the grand platform of Jonglong City 4th High School's main square, Principal Sun Youngjun stood with an imposing demeanor, his gaze sweeping across the students and teachers below. A master of martial arts and an immensely powerful figure, his voice resounded across the square. The 667th Awakening Ceremony of Jonglong City 4th High School officially begins. As his words fell, massive formations at the four corners of the square ignited with a radiant glow, and the atmosphere instantly quieted. A thick, blood-red mist emerged from the formations, enveloping the entire square. The crimson aura was naturally drawn to the bodies of the young individuals present, forming countless blood clusters that rapidly transformed into swirling vortices of crimson, visibly signifying the absorption of power within them. Simultaneously, another mysterious energy descended from above, a tranquil yet powerful force that blanketed the crowd. Bai Yang felt a distinct transformation in his body, and two words echoed in his mind: "I've made it!" The blood-red mist symbolized pure blood power, while the second energy bestowed by Blue Star served as the core of awakening. According to the supreme principles, every 18-year-old on Blue Star had the right to undergo awakening. However, with a mere 30% success rate, the vast majority would never have the chance to become professionals. Within Bai Yang's body, the two energies fused continuously, changing his flesh in unusual ways, imbuing it with a data-like structure. Moments later, the awakening process was complete. Looking around, he observed faces of both joy and despair. However, under the control of the formation, no one dared to act rashly. Bai Yang carefully examined his personal stats. Bai Yang, ordinary life form. Level 1, 18-year-old male, pure human race. Health, 100/100. Mana, 100/100. Stamina, 100/100. Balanced physique with stable mental awareness and reflexes. Innate ability, 3 in 1, granting 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. He quickly studied the details of his ability. The potential to enhance attributes using a primary and 2 auxiliary focuses. When closely aligned, it significantly improved quality. When divergent, it emphasized distinct traits. The process carried risks of failure and consumed 10% of health, mana, and stamina each time. This was an exceedingly rare and powerful mysterious talent, far surpassing ordinary physical category abilities. At that moment, the sudden sound of applause disrupted the scene, and the atmosphere grew tense. Principal Sun Youngjun's gaze became sharp as he swept his eyes over the students who had failed their awakening. Those who failed the awakening, leave immediately. Assemble here tomorrow morning to report for duty with the Jonglong City Recruit Corps. As the command rang out, 700 to 800 individuals immediately knelt respectfully and exited, their identities and fates now worlds apart from those who succeeded. The gap between them far exceeded the differences in academic scores typical of past entrance exams. Once the unsuccessful departed and the power of the suppressive formation subsided, the remaining 300 or so awakened individuals let out subdued cheers. The principal's expression softened noticeably. Those with healing talents stepped forward. 3 students raised their hands below and ascended the platform to stand behind Principal Sunday. He seemed rather satisfied. These healers would undoubtedly become pivotal resources in the future. Awakening talents varied. The majority, about 80%, fell into the physical category, which aligned with the mainstream roles taught at the school. The second most common, elemental talents, including gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, shadow, holy light, and spatial elements, comprised about 18%. Rarer were the soul-related talents, accounting for about 1%, encompassing abilities such as soul insight, possession, summoning spirits, and spiritual servitude. And the rarest of all were the mysterious talents, such as extraordinary luck, blessings of fertility, financial prosperity, prophecy, curses, and abilities like Bai Yang's 3 in 1. Across these 4 categories, healing abilities could emerge. Physical types had healing via vital energy, elemental types could heal with light, wood, or water, soul types had restorative soul powers, and mysterious types possessed miracles like resurrection. Healing roles were invaluable across all worlds, especially crucial in early-stage perilous scenarios, ensuring these 3 healers would receive special grooming. Principal Sun Youngjun declared loudly, according to the regulations of Blue Star's Supreme Council, each of you will receive a skill book to begin your journey as a professional. However, the number of unbound skill books is limited, and they may not perfectly align with your talents. Additionally, the skills within the books vary, ranging from powerful to weak. The best starting skill books are summoning-based. Summoning a tiger or a bull is formidable. Slightly less desirable are those summoning boars or wolves. At the very bottom, some only summon geese or rabbits. Everyone dreams of obtaining the strongest skill book, but that's impossible. Today, you'll experience firsthand the cruelty of destiny. Here, we'll number and arrange all skill books. You'll draw lots to determine which book you receive. The entire process will be recorded by the cameras around the square, ensuring complete transparency and subsequently submitted to official authorities. This year, there are 313 total awakened individuals. The number is known to the Supreme Council, and there are exactly 313 skill books prepared. Of these, 30 are summoning-type skill books. Additionally, the Jianglong City Administration has provided 100 extra special skill books. Iron Body Technique. If the skill book you draw is unsatisfactory, you may exchange it for Iron Body Technique. Some of you may also have connections or access to superior skills through your family and can choose to forfeit your drawing opportunity. The teachers quickly finished categorizing and arranging the skill books from the box. A transparent container was placed at the front, filled with identical small balls. The principal announced once more, "Line up and draw lots." The balls have numbers which correspond to the skill books you will receive. If you're not satisfied, you can exchange it for iron cloth armor, but the skill books must be learned on the spot. They cannot be taken away, and you cannot forfeit the draw to leave with anything. Bai Yong hurriedly joined the line, drawing ninth in order. The first to go was the class monitor Zhao Zuohai. He picked skill book number 66, and as he began studying it, he chuckled softly to himself. Clearly, he was quite pleased with his draw. One person went after another, and it was soon Bai Yang's turn. He reached into the box and drew a ball. The teacher opened it to reveal the number 168. Although the number seemed auspicious, the corresponding skill book was Summon Rooster, Common. The skill description read, "Consumes a small amount of skill points to summon a rooster for combat." The summoned rooster was clearly unimpressive, but since it was one of only 30 summoning books available, Bai Yong had no choice but to accept it. Giving it up would mean forfeiting the opportunity to obtain a skill book this time around, so Bai Yong promptly learned the skill. Iron cloth armor was a specialty of Jianglong City and could be acquired in dungeons. Its defensive boost was minor, but it was easy to obtain, whereas summoning skill books were incredibly rare. Getting his hands on one now was actually fairly fortunate. Bai Yong exhausted his small remaining reserve of skill points. The skill book transformed into a flash of light that shot into his mind space, merging with his skill points to form a rooster-shaped runic body. The skill's full details manifested. Summon Rooster. Common. Attributes. Consumes 10 mana to summon a standard rooster of your level for combat. Casting time. 10 seconds. Cooldown. 60 seconds. Cannot summon multiple instances. Note 1. Summoned creatures are condensed from mana and natural energy, have no obvious weaknesses, and dissipate when their health is depleted. Note 2. Energy is continually consumed during the summoning. The creature disappears when energy is fully expended. It wasn't convenient to test the skill on the spot, so Bai Yong could only accompany his new power and walk over to the beckoning class monitor, Zhao Zuohai. Upon seeing Bai Yong, Zhao smiled and asked, "Old Bai, how's your skill?" "Pretty badass." Bai Yong gave a bitter smile. Summoning skill, a rooster. Zhao Zuohai froze for a moment, his face showing a mix of awkwardness before he couldn't help but chuckle. A rooster? That's a bit underwhelming, but hey, it's still better than summoning a goose, a rabbit, or a green turtle. The roosters at my place can be straight up ferocious when they get angry. Patting Bai Yong on the shoulder, he said encouragingly, "I started out with a rhino summoning skill, and even the principal said it's top tier. When you join my squad, I'll make sure we help anyone who didn't pick well survive through the first battle." Bai Yong felt a warmth in his heart. The class monitor's boldness and camaraderie hadn't changed one bit. Once everyone had selected their skills, the teachers collected the remaining books. Bai Yong glanced longingly at the remaining skill books, itching to try his hand. Given his unique ability to combine elements, he wanted to put it to good use. But he suppressed his urge. This world was complicated. Things like soul stealing and talent extortion were not uncommon. As an orphan, he couldn't afford to draw attention to himself, lest he be marked for special cultivation. Principal Sun Yongjun surveyed the students before issuing an order. "Follow your homeroom teacher. Tomorrow morning, the rest will head to the rookie training camp, but you will head to the disaster zone outside the city for your first battle. Refuse, and bear the consequences." The classroom erupted with a unified response. The principal, accompanied by 3 students with healing abilities, left. They wouldn't have to risk going to the battlefield. Homeroom teacher Li Xiangdong assembled the awakened of Class 5, Grade 12. Out of the 60 students in the class, 20 had awakened abilities, average results. Follow me back to the classroom. I'll explain the details, he said succinctly. The group quickly followed him. Standing before his students, Li Xiangdong sighed and said, "Don't be nervous. The monster's levels will match your own. You have armor, weapons, 3 years of grinding, and multiple simulations under your belts. You can survive this first fight." Class monitor Zhao Zuohai grinned. "Relax, teacher. We're all eager to kill monsters and level up. No one's afraid. My skill is summoning a rhino. Anyone willing to share their skill can speak up. If it's weak, you can team up with me to push through the first round." He then directed the students to clear the desks and chairs, creating an open space. With a low, rumbling growl, Zhao activated his skill. A magical circle about 4 or 5 meters in diameter glowed on the ground. After a few seconds, a massive gray rhino appeared, standing nearly 2 meters tall at the shoulder and stretching 4 meters in length. Li Xiangdong nodded approvingly. That rhino is indeed impressive. Everyone's innate abilities are different, and the teachers can't micromanage this. Decide your teams among yourselves. My suggestion: don't form teams blindly. Without considering innate talents and skills, going solo might actually be safer. As for your free attribute points, don't be afraid of making mistakes. Prioritize strength and physique for better survival in this first battle. The classroom instantly buzzed with excitement. "Brother Hai, take me with you. My skill is heavy slash. If your rhino can't finish a monster, I'll hack it to pieces," someone eagerly said, the atmosphere both tense and thrilling. "I'll handle the finishing blows," another classmate interjected. "Brother Hai, I drew the weakest summoning skill, a green turtle. I swapped it for ironcloth armor right away. Please, let me join your team," another, visibly anxious, pleaded. "Are you out of your mind? Just 30 summoning skill books, and you're already giving up? If I could draw a summoning skill book, I'd be thrilled, but luck wasn't on my side," someone complained bitterly. "The green turtle charges into battle and a monster might hit it a couple of times. But what's the point of Iron Shirt's measly defense? You can get that for 10,000 bucks at the shop. It's practically worthless as a skill," another mocked. "I don't want to learn anything related to a green turtle. I don't want to spend my life being called Green Turtle or just Green. Do you all think I don't know myself?" Another person said firmly. "Brother Hai, my cousin just arrived today. His combat ability isn't great, but I drew the wild dog summoning skill. Can you bring us along?" Someone pleaded. "Brother Hai, my cousin just left after losing blood for several days. My strength's been affected too. Please help me out," more people called out. As the class representative, Zhao Zuohai had always been generous and well-liked by everyone, getting along with both the boys and the girls. He smiled and said, "No problem. It's just 20 or so people. Why not form one big group and clear the dungeon together?" A few of the boys exchanged glances. One of them spoke up. "Brother Hai, the few of us plan to form a small party instead. We won't be joining you this time." Zhao Zuohai was momentarily stunned but quickly nodded. "All right, no hard feelings. But if you're in my party, you'd have to follow my orders without question. That's the first rule." He dismissed the summoned rhinoceros at his side while the classmates with summoning skills began to summon their creatures. Bai Yang didn't want to lag behind and immediately started summoning his rooster. Mana surged in Bai Yang's spiritual sea as the rune of a rooster appeared, glowing faintly. Gradually, a summoning circle a meter in diameter, glowing faint red, materialized beneath him. 10 seconds later, a fully formed rooster stood in front of him. "Whoa, is that a chicken?" someone exclaimed. "It looks pretty good. At least its appearance is top-notch. Seriously, old Bai's rooster looks like a work of art." "See? Bai Yang made the practical choice. What's a green turtle compared to this? No matter how green it is, it's just a summoned creature. You guys completely wasted that opportunity. Old Bai, quick, check its stats." Bai Yang concentrated, sensing the stats of the half-meter-tall rooster that now stood proudly before him. Rooster. Normal. Level. 1 HP. 50. Full. Energy. 100. Full. Growth rate. Strength 1, Constitution 1. Overall strength score. 2, Strength 2, Constitution 2. Physical attack. 5. Attack speed 0 to 2 attacks/second. Movement speed 0 to 3 meters/second. Innate trait. Abundant Yang energy. Skills, none. Bai Yang was mildly surprised. He hadn't expected such an average skill to grant a decent innate trait.
Abundant yang energy.
Attribute 1. Deals 20% additional suppression damage to targets like evil spirits, ghosts, dark entities, and undead, effectively bypassing defense. Attribute 2. Increases recovery rate of all states by 20%, significantly extending the summoned creature's duration. This trait meant that the rooster wasn't just highly effective against specific enemies but also offered impressive endurance, an exceptionally rare capability. Although everyone's bodies were now data-driven, they didn't possess special skills capable of instantly viewing another's detailed stats. At best, they could only make rough estimates. Soon, the entire class of 20 finished dividing into groups. To everyone's surprise, Zhao Zuohai's group ended up with only 5 members, leaving him slightly taken aback. He turned to Bai Yong. "Old Bai, your rooster is barely stronger than a green turtle. It's not even as good as a wild dog. Are you sure you don't want to team up with me?" Bai Yong shook his head firmly. "Thanks, class rep, but I've made up my mind. Solo runs only involve facing one monster at a time. It'll be fine." Not just Bai Yong, but 7 or 8 other students also opted to go solo. The homeroom teacher, Li Xiangdong, spoke up in a stern tone. "Since you've finished forming your groups, come get your phones. They'll help you stay in touch while navigating the city." Everyone quickly received their new phones, added each other as friends, and made sure to add the teacher as well. Li Xiangdong, being considerate, chose not to create a group chat, keeping the organizational structure loose. Clapping his hands, Li Xiangdong's expression grew serious. "All right, time to collect your weapons and armor. Let me clarify. This truck contains your starting equipment. You can't take extra. Arrows can be taken by the bag, but for other items, you're limited to one of each type, with a maximum of 5 items." At his words, the entire class stood up with a clamor, following Li Xiangdong to the armory. The extensive selection of weapons left the students animated as they eagerly began choosing their gear. Bai Yong selected a round shield, a 1-meter-long sword, a chainmail vest, a fully enclosed helmet, and a triple-shot hand crossbow. He also grabbed a bag containing 30 crossbow bolts. With such a setup, there wasn't much that could threaten him when facing a monster alone, so long as he didn't make a foolish mistake. Once the entire class had finished selecting their equipment, Li Xiangdong gave a satisfied nod. Everyone had chosen gear that suited their individual needs. "Next is your free activity time," Li Xiangdong said sternly. "Let me remind you, as professional fighters, your status is above ordinary people. Many women might want to cling to you for a better life. But before your first battle tomorrow, do not mess around. You're not strong enough yet, and you can't afford to exhaust yourself. If your energy is drained too much and your reactions slow, you know the consequences of dying in a dungeon. Think carefully about the difference between one night and countless nights." The classmates nodded in agreement. Li Xiangdong waved his hand, and the crowd dispersed. Bai Yong was the last to leave, walking up to the head teacher. "Mr. Li, I have something to ask you," Bai Yong said. Li Xiangdong paused, surprised. "Bai Yong, what is it? You're not going to make things difficult for me, right?" Bai Yong got straight to the point. "I want to borrow some money." Li Xiangdong froze. "Borrow money? What do you need it for? The school provides meals and accommodation, and you've just received your weapons and gear. What else could you need to buy?" Bai Yong lowered his voice. "It's urgent. Please help me, Mr. Li. I'll pay you back with interest." Li Xiangdong was silent for a moment before waving dismissively. "No need for interest. How much do you need?" Bai Yong stated a number. 131,000. Li Xiangdong frowned slightly, and Bai Yong initially worried he had asked for too much. Suddenly, his phone chimed with a notification. "Professional fighter Li Xiangdong transferred you 131,000. Your account balance is now 131,000. For professional fighters, once you obtain a phone, registering automatically opens a bank account." Bai Yong thanked him earnestly and quickly left the school. He didn't waste any time and headed straight to a general store. "Boss, do you have any summoning-type skill books for sale?" Bai Yong asked. The store owner's face turned pale. "Young man, you've got the wrong place. Summoning skill books are restricted items. A legitimate store like ours would never have them." "Are you sure?"
Bai Yang preset.
The owner swore. "No matter what you're planning, not a single one is for sale here." Bai Yong was helpless. Summoning skill books were indeed rare and highly valuable for fighters in the early stages, especially summoning beasts like tigers or lions, which were far stronger than most beginners. He had no choice but to change his request. "In that case, I'll buy 3 Iron Shirt skill books and 8 of these hand crossbows." The store owner calculated. Iron Shirt skill books are 10,000 each, and small hand crossbows are 3,000 each. That's a total of 54,000. The phone beeped once, and the payment was successful. With 3 iron shirt skill books tucked into his jacket and a bag of 9-hand crossbows on his back, Bai Yang walked out. Next, he found a real estate agency, paid a 4,000 deposit and 1 month's rent in advance, and rented a single room for 1,000 per month. Inside the quiet apartment, he laid out all his newly purchased items. First, Bai Yang gripped an iron shirt skill book in each hand. Activating his innate talent, he consumed 10% of his life, mana, and stamina as a surge of powerful energy coursed into his body. He felt the energy lock onto the iron shirt books in his hands and the summon rooster skill rune in his mind. With a sigh of relief, Bai Yang was reassured. He still had a 3rd iron shirt book, so if the fusion attempt failed, he could try again by combining 3 books. As expected, a message appeared on the system interface. Special situation detected. Summon rooster is the primary skill. Similarity 11%. Combining will enhance its characteristics. Success rate 7%. Proceed with 3-way fusion. Without hesitation, Bai Yang commanded, "Start the fusion." The skill books in his hands dissolved into light, rapidly merging into his mind and fusing with the summon rooster skill. A minute later, a system notification appeared. 3-way fusion successful. Summon rooster has acquired the iron shirt characteristic and is now summon iron rooster. Excited, Bai Yang checked the details of the newly enhanced skill. Though it remained categorized as a common skill, its functionality had been significantly improved. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yang shouted, "Summon iron rooster." Energy surged through him. After 10 seconds, an iron rooster materialized in the room before him. Its size remained unchanged, but its feathers were now more vibrant, radiating a metallic sheen with a subtle multicolored glow. Iron rooster. Common. Level 1. HP 60. Energy 100. Strength 1. Constitution 1. Physical attack 6. Max attack speed 2 strikes/second. Max movement speed 3 meters/second. Innate ability abundance of yang energy. Special trait gains +1 physical defense per level gained. No skills. Compared to the earlier rooster, the iron rooster now had 20% more health and attack power. Its unique defensive trait, inherited from the iron shirt skill, meant it would grow increasingly durable as it leveled up. With 1 iron shirt skill book still unused in his possession, Bai Yang contained his excitement. Tomorrow's battle was critical, but for now, there was time to prepare further. He tipped the 9-hand crossbows out onto the desk and examined their attributes. Rapid-fire crossbow. Common. Condition 100% intact. Physical attack 5. Range 20 meters. Accuracy +1. Arrows 0/3. Bai Yang controlled the 3-in-1 of all things, and the system alerted him that the similarity exceeded 99%. It prompted him to confirm the primary, secondary components and upgrade direction. He shouted without hesitation, "Primary, secondary, secondary, enhanced quality, 3-in-1. The system confirmed his input, and his hand crossbow was upgraded to superior quality. Rapid-fire crossbow, superior. Physical attack, 10. Range, 50 meters. Accuracy, +2. The appearance didn't change much, but the texture improved significantly. Its attack power doubled, its bolts could pierce a small shield with 10 defense, and its range and accuracy saw a substantial increase. Bai Yang repeated the 3-in-1 process twice more, eventually obtaining 3 superior-grade rapid-fire crossbows. His eyes gleamed as he stared at them. When he attempted another 3-in-1, Bai Yang sensed that further upgrades would only increase the weapon size, making it harder to handle. Recalling that the school-recommended crossbows were better suited for close-range combat, he decided to focus solely on improving their quality. Rapid-fire crossbow, exceptional. Physical attack, 18. Range, 100 meters. Accuracy, +3. With an attack power of 18, the bolts dealt cumulative damage of 21. A single bolt could penetrate a small shield, chainmail, and still pass through an enemy, showcasing its incredible power. Though its shape had not changed much, the finish now exuded an air of luxury. Bai Yang ran his hand over the crossbow, his thoughts growing complex. In his 3 years of high school, he and his classmates devoted half their time to technical training and the other half to honing their combat skills. No one dared to slack off. In terms of marksmanship, he could hit any target within 10 meters with 100% accuracy and maintain a 90% hit rate within 20 meters. With this exceptional crossbow, however, He could achieve over 80% accuracy for stationary targets up to 50 meters away. After performing 4 consecutive 3-in-1s, Bai Yong had expended 40% of his health, stamina, and mana. His face grew pale. Nevertheless, it wasn't a significant problem. He regenerated 1 point of health and mana per minute and would fully recover within 10 minutes, enough time to attempt another 3-in-1. Steadying himself, Bai Yong clutched his exceptional-grade rapid-fire crossbow and prepared for tomorrow's battle. As an orphan, Bai Yong lived in Jianglong City, where his meals and accommodations were provided for free. He never had to spend his own money, but he also had no pocket money. When he needed funds, he simply messaged his homeroom teacher, Li Xiangyang. "Teacher, are you asleep?" Bai Yong sent the message. Li Xiangyang, seeing the text, frowned in confusion. "Bai Yong, it's just midday. Why would I be asleep?" Bai Yong quickly cut him off. "Enough nonsense. You've got your first battle tomorrow. Not a single mishap can happen." He followed up by saying he wanted to borrow money, to which Li Xiangyang was stunned. "I just lent you over 130,000 earlier. Why are you asking again? What do you even need all this money for? I really can't figure you out."
Bai Yang felt somehow helpless.
Without an official professional status, he wasn't eligible to earn money for himself by venturing into calamity zones or dungeons. He couldn't sell the newly upgraded equipment either. It was a long-term investment. Thus, his only option was to continue borrowing money from his teacher. He pulled out his trump card. "Teacher, lend me 100,000 more. If I can't pay you back within a month, I'll marry your daughter." Officially registered, Li Xiangyang, who had just finished the tea brought to him by his least attractive daughter, suddenly perked up. "You're not joking, are you? I have evidence in this chat. No lies."
Bai Yang replied confidently.
Li Xiangyang chuckled, half-shouting. "Then you'll have to marry 3 wives and 4 concubines. 7 spots in total. 100,000 per spot. Deal." Bai Yong was direct. "Bet it all. 3 wives, 4 concubines, 7 spots total. I'll borrow 569,000 in total." Adding the previous 131,000. Li Xiangyang nearly jumped with excitement. "All right, a real man plays it big." Once the funds were transferred to his account, Bai Yong walked out of the apartment with his head held high, carrying a significant sum of cash. In the primordial realm, men played the central role in combat, and male casualties were extremely high, leading to a severe gender imbalance. Social classes were divided into upper class, commoners, and lower class. Only upper-class individuals who became certified professionals had the qualifications to marry. If Bai Yong could pass tomorrow's first battle, he would officially belong to the upper class. Unawakened classmates became commoners, serving a mandatory 3-year enlistment. Those in the lower class had no right to marry or reproduce. Furthermore, individuals who lost their identity status would have their wives and concubines automatically divorced and allowed to remarry. Marriage regulations were strict. Upper-class individuals were required to marry 3 wives and 4 concubines to qualify for promotions to non-combat work. Li Xiangyang himself had adhered to this rule. Meanwhile, commoners were allowed 1 wife and 2 concubines, and lower-class individuals were prohibited from marrying altogether. Thus, Bai Yang's promise to marry 3 wives and 4 concubines carried significant value, at least on paper. At this moment, Bai Yong walked into another general store. "I want to buy the small crossbow with the highest firing capacity." The clerk, trained not to pry, first showed him a crossbow with a magazine capacity of 10 bolts. "Will this suffice?" Bai Yong shook his head. "Too small. The more, the better, and don't limit the magazine size." The clerk nodded, quickly checking the inventory before bringing out a crossbow with an oversized magazine from the back storage room. This crossbow was an old experimental model capable of firing 100 bolts consecutively. However, the magazine was disproportionately large, and the crossbow itself lacked power, rendering the 100-bolt capacity seemingly pointless. Bai Yong ran his hand over it, finding its peculiar design somewhat fascinating. Drum-type rapid-fire crossbow. Common. Integrity. 100%. Strength. 5. Arrows. 0/100. Physical attack. 5. Range. 20 meters.
Bonus, akurasi 1.
Other than accommodating 100 arrows, its performance is fairly average. Bai Yong inquired about the price. "How much?" The clerk raised 1 finger. 10,000. "This is the last one." The price was clearly marked. Bai Yong didn't waste words and immediately said he wanted it. He then requested 71 regular rapid-fire crossbows, 8 identical chainmail armors, 8 sharp blades, 8 small round shields, and 8 helmets. "How much for all these?" The clerk broke into a wide grin, clearly excited for the sizable order. Regular rapid-fire crossbows are 3,000 each, chainmail 4,000 per piece, blades 2,000, small shields 2,000, helmets 2,500. Adding that earlier crossbow, it comes to 307,000 in total. Bayang frowned slightly. The clerk quickly pointed to the price list on the wall. Dear customer, our prices are all clearly stated. For purchases over 300,000, we offer a 5% discount, and for over 600,000, a 10% discount. Bayang nodded. I'll also take 33 iron shirt skill books. That would put the total above 600,000. With the 10% discount, that's 573,300, right? The clerk nodded in confirmation. Bayang continued, then I'll add 6 more skill books, pushing the total comfortably over 600,000. Could you throw in 1,000 arrows for me? The clerk said immediately, of course, even if the store won't provide them, I'll cover it from my commission for you personally. Beep, transaction completed. His account balance was now down to a mere 5,700. The large store moved swiftly. The cart was filled to the brim with equipment and quickly dispatched. On the way back, Bayang made a quick stop at the butcher's shop and bought 10 pounds of spiced beef. Returning to his rented room, the rich aroma of beef filled the air as Bayang emptied all the gear onto the floor. Weapons and armor piled up, filling the small space. His gaze turned to the 39 iron shirt skill books before him. Merge them into one, he commanded. The system responded. Special condition, invoking Iron Rooster as the core. Similarity, 15%. Can only enhance additional traits. Success rate, about 11%. Proceed with the merge. The similarity had improved from 11% to 15%, likely because of the shared keyword, iron. Without hesitation, Bayang said, merge them. Merge failed. Auxiliary items have been consumed. Bayang roared in frustration. 2,000 gold coins gone? He tried repeatedly, each attempt consuming 10% of his health, mana, and stamina. Being only level 1, he could activate the ability once every 10 minutes, and each attempt ended in failure time and time again. After hours of effort, enduring 12 failures and 4 successes, he finally managed to enhance the Iron Rooster's traits. Physical defense plus 5 per level. On his 17th attempt, the system prompt was different. Special condition, invoking Iron Rooster. Similarity, 51%. Size or quality enhancement now available. Proceed with the merge. Now that the similarity exceeded half, Bayang initially intended to improve its quality. But then, upon a moment's consideration, he opted to increase its size instead. Merge to enhance size. Success. Summon Iron Rooster has evolved into Summon Large Iron Rooster. With a resounding crow, an enormous rooster about a meter tall materialized before him. Bayang couldn't help but laugh. It looked unbelievably majestic. He pressed on. Merge to enhance quality. Success. Summon Large Iron Rooster upgraded to fine-grade quality. A burst of radiant light emanated, and the gigantic rooster became even more formidable. Its height leapt from 1 meter to a towering 1.5 meters. It stood with its head held high, radiating an intimidating aura. Iron Rooster. Elite, enlarged form. Level 1. Health, 300/300. Energy, 200/200. Growth, Strength 2, Constitution 2. Overall Strength, 4, Strength 4, Constitution 4. Physical Attack, 15. Attack Speed, 0 to 3 times per second. Movement Speed, 0 to 8 meters per second. Innate Abilities, Ample Yang Energy, Size Alteration. Traits, Physical Defense plus 10 per level. Skills, none. Still at just level 1, its stats were astonishing. With a physical attack of 15 points, it could easily overwhelm weaker enemies with a single peck. Strapped with a small round shield, the Iron Rooster had a high probability of instantly taking out similarly leveled regular monsters if it struck their weak points. Its physical defense also increased by 10 points per level, making it astoundingly durable. This time, Bayang discovered a new innate ability, Size Alteration. Upon careful observation, he realized the Iron Rooster could adjust its body size between 0.5 and 1.5 times its current scale, with no loss or change to its stats. Shrink. With a single command, the Iron Rooster compressed itself to about 70 to 80 centimeters in height, yet its health and attack power remained unchanged. Grow. The rooster instantly expanded to over 2 meters tall, exuding an imposing aura. This newfound skill greatly boosted Bayang's confidence. with only one iron shirt skill book remaining and its common quality incompatible with the now fine-grade rooster. Bai Yang shifted focus to enhancing other equipment. The small round shield was upgraded to exceptional, granting plus 30 defense. The chainmail was also upgraded to exceptional, adding plus 20 defense. The helmet reached exceptional quality, boosting its defense to plus 25. The sharp blade was refined to exceptional as well, granting plus 20 attack power. At 7 in the morning, the alarm clock rang. Bai Yang glanced at the drum-style rapid-fire crossbow in his hand. This time, he had used 81 ordinary crossbows and gone through 40 rounds of fusions to finally craft a perfect-grade crossbow. Drum-style rapid-fire crossbow. Perfect, ultimate state. 100% integrity, 100% strength, 100 arrows loaded, 100/100. Physical attack, 100. Shooting range, 800 meters. Bonus, precision plus 10, shooting stability plus 5. The ultimate perfect quality, surpassing standard perfection, symbolized that the materials used had reached their peak and could not be further enhanced. The added precision and shooting stability meant Bai Yang could easily achieve pinpoint accuracy within 100 meters. The 800-meter range was extraordinary, but what it truly tested was Bai Yang's eyesight. As for the arrows, they could only be synthesized one by one. Bai Yang had managed to synthesize only 3 refined-grade arrows as backups. The entire night had been spent in intermittent rest and synthesis efforts, leaving his vitality, mana, and stamina at only half capacity. His state was abysmal, yet he firmly believed the boost in strength was worth the price. After gearing up, Bai Yang fully grasped the ferocity of his all-things triple fusion innate ability. It was already unbelievable, and if exposed, he was certain that even the Supreme Council would break their own rules just to recruit him. As for how they would recruit him, Bai Yang shuddered at the thought, but he dared not provoke them. Having eaten his fill, he headed toward the school gate to gather. The homeroom teacher had sent out a notification the previous night. At 7:20, Bai Yang boarded a bus marked Class 5, Senior Year and found a seat. "Damn, old Bai, what happened to your face? You look like crap," one classmate exclaimed. "We didn't see you come back to the dorm last night. Did something happen?" Another asked. "Looking like this, honestly, only going crazy with indulgence could leave you so drained." A third teased. Bai Yang's mouth twitched. There was no way he could explain his current condition. So instead, he closed his mouth and eyes, relying on passive recovery to tide him through. He was confident he could restore himself fully before reaching the catastrophe zone. When their homeroom teacher, Li Xiangdong, got on the bus and saw Bai Yang lying there pale-faced with his eyes closed, he erupted in fury, shouting, "Bai Yang, have you lost your mind? I specifically told all of you not to mess around last night, and yet, oh, so the money you borrowed yesterday was for this reason? No wonder you didn't say anything. Damn it." Li Xiangdong swore in his anger, nearly losing control. Bai Yang opened his eyes and calmly said, "Mr. Li, it's not what you think." But Li Xiangdong yelled back, "Not what I think. I've married 3 wives and 4 concubines, and even I wouldn't." He cut himself off, silenced by Bai Yang pointing directly at his face. The gesture indicated that Bai Yang knew exactly why Li was so sensitive about this issue. "Mr. Li," Bai Yang countered icily, "I know I'm not a world-class pretty boy, but my looks are definitely above average. Honestly, if I wanted a woman, why would I need to spend money?" Li Xiangdong's heart sank. Appearance had always been a sore point for him. Though he was surrounded by his fair share of beauties, his severe lack of physical charm had resulted in all 17 of his daughters being too unattractive to marry. Choosing not to argue further with Bai Yang, Li Xiangdong turned to regard the rest of the students. His voice dropped as he issued a serious reminder. "Everyone, listen up. We'll be heading to the catastrophe zone outside the city soon. For your first battle, do not be greedy. Choose the area with the fewest monsters and focus on staying alive." The students nodded earnestly. The strange bus, drawn by steeds, carried the 20 students of Class 5, Senior Year, toward the outskirts of the catastrophe zone. The catastrophe zone was a battlefield born of interdimensional invasion, where the forces of both realms collided, leaving life scarcely able to persist. First appearing 600 years ago, it had nearly brought the end of the blue planet, pushing humanity to the brink of extinction. Yet, the blue planet survived its darkest hour. Humanity became both the shield and sword in the struggle for survival. The enemy forces grew stronger, but so too did the blue planet, expanding its territory tenfold through continuous combat. Now, Jianglong City, a metropolis in the realm known as the Earth Origin World, was home to over 100 million people. The odds of awakening innate abilities and becoming a professional combatant were about 30%, but the mortality rate was high, leaving only a few million active practitioners alive. Li Xiangdong gestured for Bai Yang to come closer. Bai Yang, I know you didn't go partying or lose yourself. I can tell because there's no lingering scent. But you do look exhausted. Were you worrying too much? A female classmate sneered. Bai Yang, are you scared? The first battle is just a formality. Nobody's scared of it. Li Xiangdong's expression turned stern. After awakening, you must fight at least once to demonstrate your capabilities. That's the rule. But this isn't a death sentence. As long as you don't act recklessly, you won't die. However, if you retreat cowardly, the consequences will be severe. If you're demoted to civilian status, you'll lose your freedom and be forced into breeding programs with women to produce offspring. It's a fate worse than death. Bai Yang quickly shook his head. Mr. Li, you misunderstand. I was just too excited last night, which is why I'm not in the best shape now. Everyone fell silent. The bus picked up speed, soon reaching the city's edge. Once they crossed the invisible yet tangible barrier, the air grew turbulent. It wasn't just Bai Yang's class. Jianglong City's 1,235 high schools were simultaneously conducting their awakening ceremonies. A dense convoy of vehicles surged forward, all heading toward the catastrophe zone. However, the space surrounding the city was vast enough to prevent congestion. Before long, Bai Yang glanced into the distance, his gaze falling upon the ominous border where the two realms converged. The murky, ash-colored aura twisted and churned, simultaneously devouring and fusing together. The sight was both haunting and oppressive. Li Xiangdong's voice rang out. We've entered the calamity zone. Everyone, be cautious yet brave when entering the instance. Don't be timid. As long as you don't fear, nothing will happen. Wrap it up quickly, no delays. We'll wait for your safe return. Bai Yang focused his mind as his unique flesh and blood composure sensed the data interface. Diabolic blood ghoul catacombs. Monster levels, 110. Number of monsters, 100. Party size, 100. Bai Yang stepped off the vehicle and checked his equipment. The summoned creature, the Iron Rooster, was already in the summoning space. Instantly deployable, no waiting. He was fully armed with a metal helmet, chainmail, a small shield, and a razor-sharp blade. Most crucially, the drum-type rapid-fire crossbow was prepared for immediate use, packing immense power. His health was completely restored, though his mental state was slightly drained. Fortunately, his unique flesh structure ensured this wouldn't impact his combat performance. He focused, synchronizing with the breath-converging region. Entering Diabolic Blood Ghoul Catacombs. System notification. You currently lack the Blood Ghoul Realm Aura mark and can only enter the standard difficulty of the Diabolic Blood Ghoul Catacombs. Please select the number of monsters. Player selection. 1 monster. Conditions confirmed. Commencing creation of a standard-level independent real instance space. Instance space successfully created. Enter now. The player firmly responded. Enter. In an instant, a mighty force enveloped Bai Yang, propelling him upward before plunging him into the merging zone of black and gray opposing forces. The scene before him suddenly shifted. Bai Yang found himself standing on a hill about 10 meters high. System prompt. The Blood Ghoul Realm Aura has now marked you. Current marking intensity. Faint, 1%. System continuation. According to level parity rules, the entered monster is a level 1 common Blood Ghoul. The system further reminded. You will be continuously affected by the Blood Ghoul Realm's aura while inside the instance. Remaining time, 35 minutes, 59 seconds. At the same time, the energy of the Earth Origin Realm is weakening the Blood Ghoul monsters in this space. Their power will diminish over time. Special warning. Be sure to leave before the countdown ends, or you will die, or worse, transform into a monster. The real instance space wasn't particularly large, roughly 300 meters in diameter and 100 meters in height. Directly ahead was a barren field, and on the horizon, a black hole about 3 meters in diameter was partially concealed in the ground. Bai Yang summoned the Iron Rooster, which grasped the command and swiftly flitted down from the hill. A deep, greedy growl echoed from the pit on the opposite side. Moments later, a blood-red, hairless creature covered in ferocious claws crawled out of the hole. It was around 1.8 meters tall, with a ghoul-like head and a beastly, feral body. Its grotesque appearance was utterly revolting. The system displayed the monster's details. Blood Ghoul, common, level 1. Health, 15180. Physical attack, 46. Special abilities, Bloodthirsty, regain health by consuming the target's flesh, Iron skin, skin as tough as iron. During 3 years of high school, Bai Yong had studied countless materials on blood ghouls. A normal level 1 blood ghoul was slightly stronger than an average human, but relying solely on claws and teeth, it could hardly overpower poorly trained individuals. But Bai Yong was different. He not only had weapons but also the combat proficiency honed through years of training. He raised the drum-type rapid-fire crossbow in his hand, a masterpiece, feeling the precision bonus, +10, and stability boost, +5, lock firmly onto the target. The blood ghoul roared. Roar, intruder, prepare to die. The language it bellowed was synchronized into words Bai Yong could comprehend thanks to the Earth Origin Realm's translation power within the real instance space. Bai Yong wasn't intimidated. His 3 years of study had taught him that such declarations were monster-like instinctual defenses. Otherworldly creatures often mistook Earth Origin invaders as threats to their homeland. In reality, it was the Earth Origin realm that was under siege. The arrow shot out, whizzing through the air, and reached the blood ghoul's head in a split second. Thud! The arrow pierced straight through its skull. The blood ghoul collapsed to the ground, convulsing, its life force draining rapidly. It was powerless to retaliate but hadn't completely perished yet. The fight wasn't over. 10 seconds passed, and the blood ghoul ceased all movement. The system declared, combat complete, Bai Yong victorious. Proceeding to settlement. A potent force enveloped the blood ghoul's remains, breaking them down before Bai Yang's eyes. Shortly after, a blood-red crystal, roughly the size of a pigeon egg, materialized and floated gently to Bai Yang's side. System notification. You have acquired a blood crystal and gained 1 point of special flesh law body upgrade experience. A warm energy flowed gently into Bai Yang's body, instantly washing away his exhaustion and tension. His status panel displayed, level 1, 1/100th. Defeating 100 monsters would level him up to level 2. Initially, Bai Yong had intended to rely on his ability to instantly kill monsters for easy victories. This, however, marked his first foray into authentic combat, beginning with the lowest level monster. The system prompts. The aura of the blood corpse realm has intensified its mark on you. Current level, bland 2%. The battle has concluded. Do you wish to leave the real instance? Bai Yong gripped the blood crystal before him as the panel displayed. Blood crystal. Grade. Level 1 ordinary. Blood energy. 68 points. This blood crystal contained 68 points of blood energy. When dissolved in water, it could transform 680 liters of clean water into nutrient liquid. This nutrient liquid could be directly consumed, used as liquid food, or even used to irrigate crops, accelerating their growth and greatly improving yield and nutritional value. It was the key to enabling the Earth Origin realm to sustain a population of over 1 billion people within a 50-kilometer radius. Although Zhonglong City wasn't large, its population density was unimaginable. Without the continuous supply of blood crystals, feeding such a massive population would be impossible. A blood crystal with 68 points of blood energy had a market value of 6,800 credits. This battle had taken only 1 minute to annihilate the monster and extract its blood crystal using the powers of the Earth Origin realm. Bai Yong still had about 35 minutes left before the aura of the blood corpse realm's corrosion would expire. I'm not leaving. I'll keep fighting, Bai Yong declared resolutely. Real instance rule. If you continue to fight, a minimum of 2 monsters of equivalent level will appear simultaneously. Bring on 2 level 1 monsters, Bai Yong commanded. Soon enough, a distinct shriek unique to the blood corpse realm rang out as 2 blood corpses emerged from the dark cavern. With a single arrow, one of the blood corpses was instantly killed. Bai Yong did not fire a second shot, but instead shouted, Iron Rooster maximize. Take it down. The Iron Rooster immediately transformed, becoming a gigantic chicken roughly 2 meters tall. It charged toward the other blood corpse, which was still sprinting toward them. The two clashed, and the giant chicken took a fierce peck at the blood corpse's head. Despite the blood corpse retaliating with bites and claw strikes, the Iron Rooster remained unscathed. The blood corpse's head now bore a gaping, bloody hole where it had been struck, leaving the creature thoroughly dead and motionless. The blood corpse's attacks had failed to penetrate the Iron Rooster's defense. As a summon combining magic and energy, the Iron Rooster could not be fatally injured. It would only start to bleed. Summoning skills were rare and could only be acquired during awakening. Bai Yang's current mental attribute was 10, allowing him to control the Iron Rooster within a range of 100 meters. He had yet to allocate his free attribute points, all into mental attributes.
Bai Yang decided.
With mental attributes increased to 20, the control range doubled to 200 meters. The results were calculated. Bai Yang obtained 2 blood crystals and 2 experience points, and the mark of the blood corpse aura rose to bland 3%. Don't stop. Give me 10 blood corpses. The shrieking began anew as 10 blood corpses crawled out of a small cavern 300 meters away. With unwavering composure, Bai Yang pulled his bowstring and fired arrows. Precision +10, stability +5, and each arrow struck down a blood corpse. The 10 creatures were eliminated, yielding 10 blood crystals and 10 experience points, while the mark rose to bland 5%. The system awarded Bai Yang a tied iron shirt skill book. Unlike the one he'd previously bought, this one was bound to him, could not be traded, and could only be used by Bai Yang. If he had already learned the iron shirt skill, this bound book would be unusable and could instead be handed to the professional hall in exchange for points. These points were non-tradable but essential for purchasing rare items. Non-bound skill books, which had a roughly 50% drop rate, could not be exchanged for points but could either be used personally or sold. Key skills could not be learned repeatedly, and repeated skill books in a professional's possession could only be traded for points. Typically, non-bound skill books were sold to shops to ensure their circulation. Blood crystals, on the other hand, could not only be converted into points but also served as a currency for trade between professionals. During the grind, eliminating monsters in groups of 10 was the most efficient method for minimal aura mark escalation. A 1 versus 10 fight almost always dropped an iron shirt skill book, and the time spent disassembling 10 corpses was similar to that of a single one in the Earth Origin realm. For this reason, Bai Yang continued killing in batches of 10 blood corpses. Deploying and killing 10 blood corpses, then dissecting their remains, took around 90 seconds per round. By the 5th round, after just under 12 minutes, Bai Yang decided to halt. He packed 53 blood crystals, each about the size of a pigeon egg, into a pre-prepared pouch, tucked 5 bound iron shirt skill books into his pocket, and chose to exit the real instant space. A force enveloped him, and as he looked around, he found himself at the edge of the calamity zone. Standing on the roof of a bus, Li Xiangdong spotted Bai Yang's appearance and finally let out a sigh of relief. Bai Yang, what the hell took you so long to get out? Bai Yang swiftly boarded the bus. Though Li Xiangdong's curses sounded harsh, they carried no malice. A quick glance around confirmed that every member of the class of 20 that had arrived was still intact. No one had been lost. Congratulations, everyone, on passing your first battle. You are now officially professionals, Li Xiangdong explained as he climbed into the bus. It started up and headed toward Jianglong City. As they passed through the boundary, an instant system message appeared for each person. Professional Bai Yang, congratulations on becoming an official professional. Your participation will ensure humanity's glory shines across all realms. Everyone received identical congratulatory messages, signifying their status as official members of humanity's professional ranks. Another notification quickly followed. The aura of the Earth Origin realm is cleansing the Blood Corpse realm aura lingering on you. Estimated time required, 5 hours and 33 minutes. This is to clear the Blood Corpse realm aura, not marking. Even after the aura is cleared, entering the dungeons created by the Earth Origin realm and Blood Corpse realm will still maintain your marking levels. The bus drove through Jianglong City, and the sights along the way left Bai Yang astonished, his eyes practically glowing with amazement. On both sides of the road, the sidewalks were filled with women in excellent condition. When they arrived at the gates of 4th High School, the scenes became even more crowded, with a dense mass of people gathering. This year, every individual who successfully awakened and passed their first trial as a professional was a newly turned young adult. Due to the strict rules of the academy, most of them had retained their purity. Now, these newly ascended citizens held the right to choose partners. Each of them could select 3 wives and 4 concubines, with a maximum of 7 partners. This explained the vast number of women of varying ages and appearances waiting along the way. Li Xiangdong laughed as he urged his students, "Don't rush. Let's go back to the classroom first. I have a few things to say to you all. After that, you can do whatever you want." The group cheered in response, following Li Xiangdong toward the classroom. As they walked, Li Xiangdong sent out a message on his communicator. "Wives, don't complain about the hassle. Bring all the unmarried daughters and widows to the school ahead of time. Are they there yet?" He quickly received a stream of replies, confirming everything was ready. Once inside the classroom, Li Xiangdong looked at the energized new professional students before him, his face full of satisfaction. "Students, from this day on, you'll begin your journey as professionals, stepping onto a broad road of opportunities that will let you witness the wonders of countless realms. The Supreme Council has rules. After awakening, no one is allowed to probe into your talents. If someone asks, report it immediately. Once the council confirms the matter, they will deal a heavy blow to the offending forces. While talents can't be questioned, striving for improvement in strength is essential if you want to achieve greatness. Once you assess your actual capabilities, you can then apply to the appropriate schools accordingly. Martial schools are divided into 3 grades: 3rd grade martial schools, 2nd grade martial academies, and 1st grade war academies. You've already studied the foundational knowledge on this. In Jianglong City, there's only one 3rd grade martial school. The requirement to enter is to level up to level 5 within a month and defeat the level 5 elite puppet. If you manage that, you're qualified for enrollment. I, as your teacher, am a proud graduate of the Guanglong Martial School, he said, his tone betraying a faint trace of pride. Abruptly, Li Xiangdong's expression changed to one of indignant fervor. Don't look down on 3rd grade martial schools. Back then, I too had aspirations of entering a 2nd grade martial academy, but reality was harsh. More than half the people can't even pass the 3rd grade martial school entrance tests. Failing the exams for the 3rd grade martial school means the only path for you is to join the recruit barracks, alongside those 40 students who didn't awaken, and train as reserve officers. Or, you could give up entirely and resign yourself to complacency. Li Xiangdong sighed deeply before adding, find a harem of wives and contribute to the propagation of humanity, if nothing else. Finishing his statement, he waved his hand and shifted his tone. The rest is up to you. Your teacher won't and can't control you anymore. The male students in the classroom all stood up simultaneously, Bai Yang included. Li Xiangdong chuckled with satisfaction. Don't rush. I know exactly what you're all thinking. I have 17 unmarried adult daughters and 7 widowed women without children. They're all lined up in the hallway. If any of you fancy one, just take her away. They have their identification cards with them, so you can get married immediately. The hallway, typically used as a training area during class breaks, was particularly spacious. At this moment, 31 women stood neatly in a row, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Class monitor Zhao Zuohai pounded his chest and declared, Teacher, don't worry. The good fortune won't go to outsiders. Whoever I marry, it'll be one of your daughters. Before his words fully settled, he shouted to his classmates, Brothers, charge! A group of boys bolted out of the classroom, their enthusiasm creating an uproar. Bai Yang, however, remained reserved. He figured that since the homeroom teacher wasn't particularly attractive, his daughters likely weren't exceptional lookers either. Suddenly, a loud scream from a woman outside broke the commotion. Ah, husband, where are you? Something's gone wrong. Li Xiangdong laughed uneasily. Women always blow things out of proportion. What could possibly have happened? However, the smile on his face noticeably stiffened. He walked toward the door reluctantly, patting Bai Yang on the shoulder as he passed. Why are you so calm? The two stepped out of the classroom, only to see chaos unfolding before them. Li Xiangdong froze, then roared furiously, Wang Dong, stop! The one you're carrying is my first wife. Are you blind? Can't you even tell the old from the young? Wang Dong retorted loudly, Li Hai, stay out of this. That's my concubine, not your daughter. Li Xiangdong pointed at a young girl in the middle of the chaos. That shy one in the middle is my daughter. The rest of them are all my wives. His furious outburst prompted the release of several women who had been picked up. Noticing they had mistaken concubines for potential brides, the boys sheepishly drifted away. Li Xiangdong quickly counted heads. His daughters were all accounted for, but there were only 6 women in total. He frowned, puzzled. Where's my youngest wife? A pale, smooth-skinned woman who had been put down a moment earlier shrieked in terror. Ayun was taken by the first boy who dashed out. Li Xiangdong darted to the end of the hallway and looked down the stairs, where he spotted Zhao Zuohai carrying a woman as he descended. Li Xiangdong bellowed, Zhao Zuohai, put her down. Immediately afterward, he leaped down from the 3rd floor, landing heavily. Zhao Zuohai released his grip, and the woman fell to the ground. Bai Yang watched this farce unfold and found it unsurprising that his classmates might have misunderstood. The class advisor's concubines were each stunning to behold, unlike his young daughter, whose appearance was plain, inheriting her father's ordinary features. After seeing the daughter, Bai Yang resolved to repay that 700,000 loan quickly. Otherwise, marrying 7 wives for 100,000 each would drive him insane under the pressure. After becoming an official professional, everything changed. No one cared what he did. Carrying a bag containing 53 blood crystals, he squeezed past the crowd of enthusiastic girls to reach a shop accessible only to professionals. Bai Yang poured out the blood crystals. "I want to buy a storage item that can hold a cubic meter." The shop assistant quickly brought out a few options, and Bai Yang selected a men's storage bracelet. After paying 51 blood crystals worth 3,000 blood energy points, the transaction was completed. Infusing his mental energy into the bracelet, he left behind an imprint, finalizing its binding to himself. This was the most basic storage item. It could be bound with a simple authentication process. However, if someone else took it, they could forcibly overwrite Bai Yang's imprint using considerable mental energy, thereby claiming the bracelet. Bai Yang lightly activated the bracelet's pattern, creating a spatial entrance. Once it fully opened, it revealed a fairly large storage space. Within the circular area, 30 centimeters in diameter, Bai Yang quickly stored his blades, a drum-loaded repeating crossbow, and a quiver of arrows into the storage bracelet, immediately feeling much lighter. He boarded the city shuttle heading toward a disaster zone, ready to re-enter a dungeon. This time, he planned to use the full allotted time for the dungeon. Monsters frequently appeared, each time 10 blood corpses. Bai Yang killed them as quickly as he could, collecting blood crystals and skill books one after the other into his storage bracelet while steadily accumulating experience. 10 minutes passed. The system notified him that he had leveled up to level 2, earning 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Finally, the 100 experience points he had stockpiled burst forth into these rewards. Each level up granted 1 skill point to learn a new skill, but it couldn't be used arbitrarily. Each level allowed him to learn 1 fleshy body type skill and 1 soul type skill. Bai Yang had previously learned the soul type spell Summon Rooster and the passive fleshy body skill Iron Shirt. He pulled out a bound Iron Shirt skill book and learned it immediately. A flash of light signaled the learning process was complete. Iron Shirt, level 1, physical defense +2, with a slight resistance to pain, blunt force trauma, and piercing damage. At first, the defense boost was minor and not very useful, but Bai Yang activated his 3-in-1 fusion talent. The system prompted him that he could enhance the quality of Iron Shirt, and he made the decision without hesitation. 2 Iron Shirt skill books melted into light and fused into his body, upgrading the skill to excellent quality. Defense doubled to +4 with an additional increase in physique. After taking stock, he found 1 unbound skill book and 6 bound ones in hand. Bai Yang then fused 2 more excellent quality bound books. Using the 3-in-1 ability again, he further elevated the skill's effectiveness, increasing defense scaling to +3 per level, though the quality didn't improve further this time. After reaching level 2, the blood corpses also leveled up to 2, offering more lucrative rewards with each kill. The blood crystals turned a richer shade, each containing over 100 blood energy points. While they still provided only 1 experience point per kill, leveling up to 3 would be as simple as killing 100 blood corpses. Just as Bai Yang was finishing up, the system issued a warning. The aura of the blood corpse realm is seriously encroaching. Remaining dungeon time, 3 minutes. Please exit immediately. Bai Yang quickly loosed 1 last arrow, ending the current wave of monsters. The system processed the results, and Bai Yang leveled up to 3, earning another 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. He left the dungeon without delay, returning to the outskirts of the disaster zone city. This time, his haul far surpassed previous trips. Altogether, he cleared 15 rounds, with 10 blood corpses in each round, and 10 of those rounds consisted of level 2 monsters. Among the 152 blood crystals he collected, 100 were high-level ones, each of significant value, amounting to over 2 million when converted into money. The path to wealth had just begun. Making money was, in fact, simple. So long as you were willing to fight and take risks, success was within reach. Bai Yang passed through the barrier and returned to Zhonglong City. The system informed him that the aura of the Earth Origin Realm had begun cleansing the blood corpse aura on him, a process that would take approximately 16 hours and 22 minutes. In the real-world dungeon, his time had been limited, and he had only managed to use the 3-in-1 fusion a few times before becoming too drained to continue. But back in the city, he could recover at leisure. He headed straight for a large comprehensive store. Pouring out a pile of blood crystals onto the counter, he saw the shop assistant's face immediately flush with excitement. Paying with blood crystals was far more thrilling for the staff than using money. Bai Yang calmly issued his order. Count them. Buy as many Iron Shirt skill books as you can. The store clerks busied themselves with testing the blood energy contained in the blood crystals using specialized equipment. They weren't professionals and couldn't assess the attributes of the crystals just by looking. Soon enough, they calculated that the 150 blood crystals contained a total of 16,353 units of blood energy, equivalent to over 1.63 million cash. However, the actual value of the crystals was far higher. Bai Yong proceeded with his negotiation. An iron cloth skill book is marked at 10,000 per copy. Spending 600,000 gives a 10% discount, and spending 1 million gives a 15% discount. For 1.63 million, can I get a better deal? Before the clerk could calculate, the manager walked over. Sir, these blood crystals are valuable. How about this? We value them at 8,000 per skill book and offer you a 20% discount for the whole deal. Bai Yong readily agreed. The transaction was swift, and he acquired 205 iron cloth skill books. Adding the 6 he already owned, his total came to 211 books. Carrying a tub of purified water, he sped back to his rental apartment. Once inside, Bai Yong tossed a blood crystal into a 10-liter container of purified water. The crystal dissolved immediately, turning the water blood red and exuding a sweet, enticing aroma. Taking a big gulp, he felt a warm surge spread from his stomach throughout his body. The sensation was indescribable, like returning to the womb. The blood crystals could rapidly replenish health, mana, and stamina, a key reason why professionals coveted them. They could double as both sustenance and a universal recovery elixir. A single crystal contained 55 units of blood energy and, in theory, could be used to create 550 liters of standard nutrient solution. Concentrated into just 10 liters of water, its energy became exceptionally potent. From that point onward, Bai Yong almost entirely sustained himself on blood crystal water. Apart from occasional waste excretion, he didn't need any other food. Even the legendary Celestial Maiden lifestyle devoid of bodily waste no longer seemed like mere fantasy. Next, Bai Yong still had 20 free attribute points left unallocated. He understood that the corrosive aura of foreign realms in instances could continually erode a professional's body and soul. If unchecked, it would either lead to death or transformation into a monster. To resist such erosion, one's body and soul both needed to be strong. Hence, the optimal allocation strategy was balanced development. He resolved to distribute the 20 points evenly among strength, constitution, agility, perception, and reaction. The attribute changes manifested immediately. Bai Yong, level 3 age, 18 pure human race. Health, 155/155 lifespan, approximate 100 years. Mana, 200/200 stamina, 170/170. Strength, 14 constitution, 17 agility, 14 physical attack, 14 spirit, 20 perception, 14 reaction, 14 magical attack, 20 physical defense, 14 5+9 magical defense, 6 innate ability unity of all things. Skills: summon giant iron rooster good, iron cloth good. Free points 0 skill points 1. Compared to his feeble state at level 1, Bai Yong had grown significantly stronger with a much extended lifespan. The physical defense granted by the Iron Cloth skill enabled him to handle level 1 and level 2 blood zombies with ease. Even critical areas such as his eyes and, well, private parts had adequate protection, making them hard to breach. Bai Yong was ready to face more dangerous challenges. However, the Iron Cloth skill still had its shortcomings. It mainly fortified areas covered by flesh and skin, such as arms, thighs, neck, and face. His health points saw only modest growth, increasing from 100 at level 1 to 155 at level 3, as health was an all-encompassing attribute influenced by various factors. The system notified him that the Blood Corpse realm's aura inside his body was gradually being cleared by the original energy of the Earth realm. It estimated a total of 13 hours and 15 minutes to fully purify. The attribute upgrades had slightly sped up the cleansing process. Lying on his bed, Bai Yong glanced at the 211 Iron Cloth skill books scattered around him. While waiting for his state to recover, he passed the time by playing on his phone. His classmates constantly invited him to hang out, as everyone wanted to unwind after their first real action. Bai Yong was neither a saint nor devoid of desires. He also longed to marry several wives, but a lingering debt of 700,000 owed to his mentor stood in the way. Until that debt was cleared, the qualifications for multiple spouses remained off-limits. Seeking women now, unless for casual interaction, stirred an overwhelming sense of responsibility that made him hesitate. Besides, he upheld his promise to his mentor firmly. In this ordered world of supernaturals, reputation and commitments were of utmost importance. Losing face meant losing future opportunities. Bai Yong understood clearly what needed to be done. First, he would use all 211 Iron Cloth skill books, then start farming instances the next day to earn money. His objective: repay the 700,000 debt while leveling up at least twice. While boosting his attributes had increased skill consumption by 10%, his recovery speed had also improved. Combined with the high concentration blood crystal water he consumed, Bai Yong could regain enough strength every 6 to 7 minutes to summon the power of the unity of all things. After 2 uses, the Iron Cloth skill leveled up. Each level now granted +4 to physical defense and +2 to base constitution. Once it advanced to an exceptional grade skill, each new level provided +8 to physical defense, +4 to base constitution, and +2 to base strength. This round consumed a total of 12 skill books, leaving 199 remaining. This is the 13th of 37 sections from your text. I've processed it accurately based on its structure, formatting, and layout. Here's the translation. He continuously synthesized Iron Cloth of outstanding quality, further enhancing its grade. Upon reaching outstanding, every use of the triple synthesis increased physical defense by 1 point, 2 upgrades to base physique increased it by 1, and 4 upgrades to base strength added another point. After 8 successive uses, consuming a total of 144 Iron Cloth skill books, the Iron Cloth upgraded to perfect quality. Iron Cloth, perfect. Physical defense, +30 per level, currently +90. Base physique, +15 per level, currently +45. Base strength, +7 per level, currently +21. Moderate resistance to pain, blunt force trauma, and piercing damage. During the gold and iron digestion phase, there is a chance to transform into a steel body. The attribute boost was significant, with pain resistance and damage tolerance reaching a moderate level. What Bai Yong cared about most, however, was the last point, the potential for a steel body. Iron Cloth was a passive defense skill, primarily reinforcing the skin and superficial flesh, providing limited protection. Steel Body, however, was completely different. It offered comprehensive defense from the inside out, including extraordinary resistance in the eyes and internal organs. The difference was night and day. Bai Yong glanced at the small round shield and blade beside him without rushing to consume them. The perfect grade Iron Cloth could still be upgraded, and he planned to develop steadily first. Removing his clothes, he stood in front of the mirror and examined his skin closely. At the normal quality, his skin had a slight blackish tint. At excellent quality, it was darker. But upon reaching outstanding quality, it returned to a normal tone. Now, at perfect quality, his skin appeared soft, fair, and rosy, vibrant with life. Who would have thought that this fair, tender skin of mine has such astonishing defense?
Bai Yang talked cheerfully.
With skin tough enough to fend off sharp swords, I might actually have a shot. After getting dressed, he sat back on his bed, holding 55 basic Iron Cloth skill books in his hands. To fully upgrade perfect grade Iron Cloth, 162 basic skill books were required. He clearly didn't have enough. However, the penny pincher skill in his possession was of excellent quality and could be upgraded using only 2 basic skills at a time. He didn't plan to enhance its grade, merely to increase its size. After using it twice, the system prompted that the maximum size for an excellent grade elite level penny pincher could only be doubled. Bai Yong silently calculated his next steps, planning to proceed steadily and use his remaining resources to continue strengthening his capabilities. After 3 upgrades, Bai Yong finally advanced the skill to outstanding. He still had 25 Iron Cloth skill books left, while completing an outstanding grade triple synthesis required 18. He decided to use these skill books to complete the triple synthesis, securing the special ability of size manipulation. This time, the summon creature synthesized was Iron Rooster, level 3, with health and energy of 1500 and 500, respectively. The Iron Rooster had high strength and physique, with an overall defensive capability of 15 points. When combined with the +20 physical defense per level bonus, its total physical defense reached a staggering 60 points. This allowed the Iron Rooster to easily counter Blood Corpse monsters of the same level, rendering it nearly invincible. Currently, only 7 basic Iron Cloth skill books remained, insufficient for further enhancement. For now, the outstanding grade triple synthesis project was on hold, though the perfect grade Iron Cloth had already significantly boosted Bai Yang's sense of security. Bai Yang himself was now also incredibly formidable. Though only at level 3, his physique was exceptionally robust, with physical defense hitting 109 points, making him nearly impervious to blades and weapons. Even if he lay on the ground and let blood corpses bite him, they wouldn't stand a chance. The sole downside was that his lifespan had been reduced by 30 years, leaving him with only 70. This was due to the perfect grade Iron Cloth enhancing numerous attributes, which caused imbalance between his body and soul. While his vitality had increased, his lifespan had shortened. However, if he could later adjust his soul attributes, the lifespan issue would be resolved. Lying on the bed, Yang could feel the surging power within his body, yet it all seemed dreamlike to him. Eventually, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, his phone buzzed. It was a message from his class monitor, Zhao Zuohai. The monitor reported that all 20 awakened students in their class had successfully survived their first battle and were now formally recognized as professionals. Meanwhile, the 40 unawakened students were assigned to the recruit training camp and would begin official military service the following day. That day's gathering would be the class's last reunion. Yang quickly washed up, dressed, grabbed his phone, and left his rented apartment. Jianglong City maintained good public order, strictly prohibiting fights and brawls. Yang headed straight to the hotel location sent by the class monitor. Yang attended Jianglong City's 4th high school, one of the 1,155 ordinary public high schools in the city. Most of the students came from impoverished families, and many were orphans. In Yang's 3rd-year Class 5, there were a total of 60 students, including 45 orphans and 13 from single-parent households. Only the class monitor, Zhao Zuohai, and one other girl had both parents. Such family structures were quite common in the Earth origin world. Here is the complete translation as requested. Let me know if there is anything more you require. In the Earth origin realm, there exists a strict population reproduction plan. Each woman is required to give birth to at least 5 children within 30 years. Otherwise, they would be demoted to lower-class citizens, forced to take on the most grueling and exhausting jobs. Due to the high mortality rate among men, many women become widowed before meeting the childbirth quota. These women can remarry and often send their underage offspring to orphanages. Yang grew up in an orphanage, never knowing who his parents were. The supreme principle guaranteed that everyone had the opportunity for awakening, offering those born in the lower classes a chance to ascend. Yet, this was still a superhuman world, where absolute fairness could never truly exist. Once powerful professionals emerged, they inevitably started forming families or factions. Children born into noble families had a significant advantage. They didn't need to rely on public resources for development. With the backing of their family influence, they could easily surpass ordinary people right from the start. When Yang and his peers awakened, their summoning skills were entirely dependent on a lottery draw, leaving only a slim chance of obtaining good skills. However, children from prominent families received high-quality skill books directly, some of which were even perfectly aligned with their innate talents. As for equipment, there was no comparison. Families would custom design high-tier, low-grade gear for their offspring. Ordinary people striving to match these noble heirs would usually require extraordinary talent, which happened to be Yang's case. At the entrance of a large restaurant, class monitor Zhao Zuohai welcomed his classmates. Upon seeing Yang, he called out, "Old Bai, where have you been all day? Picking out wives and concubines?" Yang shook his head. "No, I didn't sleep well last night. I just woke up from a nap." Zhao leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Today's gathering is about more than just the reunion. Also, there are 40 classmates in our class who haven't awakened yet. 23 of them are girls, better than even the class advisor's daughters. If any catch your eye, you know what to do."
Yang replied earnestly, "Shen Haitang is mine."
"No one else better try anything." Zhao patted him on the shoulder. "Everyone knows that. Nobody's foolish enough to try stealing her away. Go on. The 40 unawakened classmates are already inside. Your girls there too." With that, Yang strode into the restaurant and headed up to the 2nd floor. The private dining room door was open, and hushed conversations filled the room. The moment Yang entered, all eyes turned to him. Yesterday, everyone had been equals, but after awakening, people had now been divided into 2 separate worlds. Yang nodded briefly and walked toward a girl who looked both nervous and expectant. They shook hands, and her face immediately lit up with a smile. This girl was Shen Haitang. She had grown up with Yang in the orphanage, had been his classmate from elementary school through high school, and they shared a deep bond, though their relationship had never crossed the line. Shen Haitang wasn't a stunning beauty, but she was far superior to their class advisor Li Xiangdong's daughters. In fact, her appearance was nearly on par with that of Li Xiangdong's wife, far more suited to Yang's preferences. Shen Haitang tightened her grip on his hand and sighed, "I thought I'd awaken yesterday, but it didn't happen." Yang replied, "Not awakening doesn't mean you can't grow stronger. The boot camp teaches all kinds of martial arts. If you train seriously, you can still become a powerhouse. The principal always says at every meeting that he's a living example of a late bloomer who turned the tables." She nodded. "Starting tomorrow, we officially enlist for 3 years. Unless we get eliminated, we won't be able to leave, so meeting up might not be so easy." Yang shook his head. "It won't be that hard. Once I advance to a 2nd-tier hero, I can form my own squad and call you out to join me. Shin Haitang smiled. It's not that simple. Second-tier hero is equivalent to martial artist's second-tier Jade Marrow realm. That's on the level of a school principal, not something you can just decide to achieve. She reminded him, I believe you'll succeed, but every step has to be cautious and steady. Bayong had no way to reply to this. With his unique talent, reaching that level would be a simple task, as long as he didn't destroy his own potential foolishly. The banquet began. Having spent 3 years as classmates with no major conflicts, they all shared decent relationships. The school's militarized management had effectively prevented bullying. Zhao Zuohai fulfilled his earlier promise, footing the bill for the meal, proving himself to still be a reliable class monitor. For most of the classmates, this was their first time drinking as adults. Bayong took a sip of the liquor. It burned, but carried little energy compared to the high-concentration blood crystal water he mixed for himself. As the alcohol took effect, the 40 unawakened classmates finally began to loosen up. Li Erheo started crying. Why didn't I awaken? I've imagined countless times that I'd become famous across the world, and now it's all gone. Wang Dong drained his glass of liquor in one gulp as the atmosphere grew more intense. As they drank the strong liquor, tension and frustration crept into the mood. Someone grumbled, I might have awakened, but awakening isn't necessarily a good thing. Starting tomorrow, you all have to serve 3 years in the boot camp, struggling desperately to grow stronger. Meanwhile, we have to keep fighting monsters from other worlds. Sure, it looks glorious, but we're constantly facing death and crushing pressure. Li Erheo retorted, Don't look down on those of us who didn't awaken. Maybe our martial talent surpasses yours, and we won't necessarily lag behind the professionals in the end. Someone chimed in, Exactly. Aren't some of the strongest humans, like the iron-blooded warlord who's speaker of the Supreme Council, people with no innate talents? They still became legendary figures. The room erupted into a lively debate. During this, Shun Haitang, who was sitting next to Bayong, held his hand and gently stroked a few times to signal him. Understanding her gesture, Bayong raised his glass and drank it down, using the opportunity to excuse himself. Amidst the teasing remarks of their classmates, he took Shun Haitang's hand and led her out. As they left, Shun Haitang asked, Ayong, are you still staying in the school dorms? Bayong said, I rented a single room nearby. Shun Haitang smiled and replied, That's great. I'll help you tidy it up. Bayong understood her intentions but still reminded her, Since you've joined the recruits training camp, you're not allowed to get pregnant during the 3 years of training. Shun Haitang, after sipping half a glass of wine, blushed even more. She leaned close to his ear and whispered something that left Bayong utterly shocked. Where did you learn all this? He questioned. Shun Haitang teased. What goes on in your boys' dormitory is child's play compared to the girls' dormitory. When dawn broke, Shun Haitang had already left. Bayong stared at the ceiling and chuckled. The residual aura of the blood corpse realm within him from yesterday had been entirely cleansed by the powers of the earth element realm. He still held a blood crystal in his hand, initially intended for Shun Haitang, but she had said that the recruits' training camp would provide sufficient blood crystal water for their training. Bayong jumped up. Aside from feeling a slight weakness in his divine energy, his body was in peak condition. In the earth element realm, the path of advancement for professionals and martial artists began with third-tier martial schools, then progressed to second-tier martial academies and ultimately the top-tier war academies. Third-tier martial schools were spread across various cities, each with its own admission requirements. The Jianglong City Martial School required individuals to reach level 5 within a month of awakening and defeat a level 5 elite puppet to gain admission. For someone like Shun Haitang, she could begin formal martial arts studies within her first year of service at the recruit camp and simultaneously gain entry into a martial school. Unfortunately, skill books could only be used by professionals. Otherwise, Bayong would have gifted her an iron cloth skill book last night. After boarding a public bus, Bayong once again arrived at the calamity zone outside the city. This time, he only brought a metal helmet to protect his vulnerable eyes and ears, discarding his now useless round shield and chainmail. Armed with the confidence of his perfected iron cloth technique and the toughness of the Iron Rooster boss, he decided to try a new combat strategy. The system prompted, the Blood Corpse Realm aura mark is at a mild 53%. You must face no fewer than 5 monsters. Please choose a quantity and confirm entry into a normal level real instance. Yesterday's monster hunting had raised his Blood Corpse Realm aura to 53%. Without hesitation, Bayong selected to face 100 monsters. His body was once again pulled into a dungeon by the Earth Element Realm's power. The system continued. Entering monsters are level 3. The real instance features the Blood Corpse Realm aura. You have 66 minutes of survival time. The Blood Corpse Realm aura will continuously erode you, but the Earth Element Realm aura will weaken the monster's strength. With his improved abilities, Bai Yang's resistance to the Blood Corpse Realm aura had increased from 36 minutes to 67 minutes. Suddenly, an oversized iron rooster appeared, towering at a height of 2 meters. Enlarged to maximum size, the rooster immediately swelled to 3 times its size, reaching an imposing 6 meters tall, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Bai Yang's eyes lit up. His entire body erupted with power as he leaped onto the rooster's back. Grasping its feathers tightly, the iron rooster straightened up and began to stride forward with heavy steps. The fierce wind howled in his face. Bai Yang quickly commanded the rooster to raise its head to shield against the gusts. Wait, the speed is definitely over 20 meters per second, he analyzed swiftly. The iron rooster's usual speed ranged from 0 to 20 meters per second, but this time, it crossed more than 100 meters of the dungeon in merely 2 or 3 seconds. Bai Yang quickly realized the underlying principle. While its attributes and health haven't changed after enlarging, its larger body covers greater ground in each step, naturally boosting its speed. Satisfied with his understanding, Bai Yang let out a roar. A massive wave of blood corpses surged out from a narrow 3-meter diameter pit, their cries echoing endlessly. Bai Yang promptly issued orders. Mega Rooster, stand 10 meters away from the hole. Peck them one by one and don't let them get close. The gigantic rooster, standing 6 meters tall with a head as large as a water tank, snapped down with its massive beak, instantly severing a blood corpse in half with each peck. Bai Yang, standing atop the rooster's back, continuously fired his crossbow in ultimate mode. In just 30 seconds, all 100 level 3 blood corpses were decimated. 1/3 of them had been pecked into 2. Battle complete. Victory achieved. Preparing results. The Earth Element Realm's power enveloped the corpses. Within a minute, the bodies were refined into 100 blood crystals and 10 ordinary iron cloth skill books, with an additional strength infusion into Bai Yang. Experience full. Level increased to 4. Awarded 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. The Blood Corpse Realm increases its mark on you to a mild 61%. After slaying 100 monsters in one go, his mark had jumped by 8%. While replenishing his bolts, Bai Yang stored away the blood crystals, taking 2 minutes to completely reload. After spending 3.5 minutes on the previous wave, he prepared for the next round. The next wave introduced level 4 blood corpses, which were still effortlessly slaughtered. The mark increased again by 11%, bringing it to a mild 72%. He continued hunting, rising to level 6, bringing the mark to 85%. Through relentless effort, he finally reached level 7, and the mild mark advanced to 100%. The Blood Corpse Realm mark evolved. Current level, noticeable 1%. Keep going. Another 100 monsters, Bai Yang declared. Rules reminder. For every 100 monsters, there will be 1 elite unit. If you fight 99, there's a 1% chance of encountering an elite. It's recommended to stop at 99 to avoid an elite. Bai Yang chuckled. I insist on fighting 100. The difficulty has increased to hard. Dual realm power has been enhanced, and the dungeon space has expanded. Dungeon upgraded. Blood corpses began to appear. Bai Yang glanced around. The dungeon space had expanded from a mere 3 meters in diameter to nearly a kilometer. While this gave more room for both sides to reposition, monsters typically charged aggressively. A larger space clearly benefited professionals, allowing for long-range strikes. For Bai Yang, the expansion wasn't particularly helpful, but with the pit's width increasing from 3 meters to 6 meters, more monsters could rush out simultaneously. The level 7 Iron Rooster's attributes had significantly improved, yet it still pecked down level 7 blood corpses in a single strike. Roar! A furious roar echoed as a massive blood corpse, towering at 2.5 meters, appeared. Normal level 7 blood corpses were usually no taller than 1.8 meters. This was undoubtedly the elite monster. Bai Yang aimed an arrow straight at its brow, but the bolt only drove in a third of the way. He sighed as he looked at his ordinary material crossbow. A weapon without tears can no longer deliver a one-shot kill against a level 7 elite. He fired another bolt at the elite blood corpse's eye. This time, though the arrow didn't fully embed itself, it managed to knock the creature down. The battle ended, and Bai Yang emerged victorious, proceeding to calculate his rewards. 2 minutes later, the monster corpses had been fully dismantled. The elite blood corpse's disintegration was noticeably slower. 100 blood crystals and a skill book appeared before Bai Yong, alongside an influx of potent energy surging into his body. System notification. Bai Yang's experience has reached maximum. Level up to level 8. You have gained 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. The Blood Corpse Realm's mark on you has increased, and its attention on you has reached 70%. Bai Yong wasn't surprised. He had encountered similar situations before. The experience gained from elite monsters of the same level wasn't significantly different, though the rewards this time were clearly more substantial. He picked up one of the glowing red blood crystals. Compared to the others, this one was markedly distinct. The system displayed it as a level 7 superior blood crystal, containing only 71 points of blood energy. Though its energy value was lower than an ordinary level 7 blood crystal, a superior crystal's energy was vastly more valuable than ordinary blood energy, greatly enhancing physical recovery. In monetary terms, Bai Yong could make 700,000 from this single blood crystal, enough to clear the debt he owed his homeroom teacher. Next, Bai Yong picked up the skill book, Iron Body, Superior. Learning it would grant a superior quality iron body skill. +2 physical defense and +1 physique per level, far surpassing ordinary skills. Most notably, the skill book was not bound and could be sold. The price of an ordinary iron body skill book was around 10,000, but a superior one was almost unheard of in the market, making it priceless. Bai Yong had no intention of selling it for now, so he carefully stored the book. He understood that even though it had taken only 2 arrows to kill the level 7 elite blood corpse, the monster was far from weak. Bai Yang's carefully crafted rapid-fire crossbow boasted an attack power of 100 points. Paired with standard arrows with piercing and sharpness attributes, it was a level of firepower that most couldn't replicate. Shooting through an elite blood corpse's head with a single shot wasn't an easy feat. What truly shocked Bai Yong was how the Blood Corpse Realm's mark on him had skyrocketed from 1% to 70%. He had just reached level 8 and had only been fighting for 22 minutes, with 44 minutes remaining. The system issued a warning, advising him to carefully consider whether to continue. Every 100 monsters killed would now include 70 elites. Bai Yong didn't hesitate. He shouted, "Battle!" The relentless howls of monsters echoed from the 6-meter-wide pit. With skills like Precision +10 and Steady Aim +5, Bai Yong stood atop the back of a supersized iron chicken, methodically taking down elite blood corpses within a 10-meter radius, one by one. 5 minutes later, a mountain of blood crystals had piled up. Most of them were superior quality, along with 37 superior iron body skill books. Bai Yong earned 100 points of level 8 experience, leveled up to level 9, and gained another 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. System notification. The Blood Corpse Realm's mark on Bai Yong has escalated to hatred, 100%. Previously, killing regular blood corpses only increased their attention by around 3%, but wiping out a wave of elite monsters had maxed out the mark instantly. Bai Yong smirked coldly. The Blood Corpse Realm was clearly throwing caution to the wind. Killing 70 level 8 elite blood corpses had yielded him 37 superior iron body skill books and rewards far beyond what normal monsters could offer. He knew the Blood Corpse Realm's counterattack would only become fiercer from here, so he needed to prepare for even more intense battles. Having just finished an exhausting but highly rewarding fight, Bai Yong realized his haul from this single round exceeded the sum of dozens of prior attempts. In the earlier round, there was only 1 elite blood corpse, while this time, a few elites alongside a horde of regular blood corpses had earned him 1 superior iron body skill book, significantly boosting his strength. Overwhelmed with excitement, Bai Yong shouted, "Onward to battle! Bring me another 100 monsters!" The overwhelming, turbulent energy emanating from the pit seemed to roar with rage, though it remained confined, unable to break free from the surface layer, as if it were bound in a frenzied fury. The system notification appeared. You have been marked as a hatred target by the Blood Corpse Realm. They can dispatch leader-level monsters into the field. Do you wish to start the battle? Bai Yong calmed himself, fully understanding that hatred represented the most advanced enemy. Acting rashly was pointless. He called off the battle, saying, "Give me a moment." Then, he took out 38 skill books of superior quality iron cloth shirts and began synthesizing them. Using a 2-in-1 and 3-in-1 method, he refined 6 skill books of exceptional quality for iron cloth shirt. Each synthesis of 2 books directly enhanced his summoned Iron Rooster skill. After 9 successive 3-in-1s, he was left with only 10% of his blood energy. Seeing his condition, Bai Yong tossed in an excellent quality blood crystal. The water infused with blood crystals in the barrel instantly surged with a high concentration of energy that violently poured into his body, quickly restoring his condition. Within a few minutes, he replenished a full 10% of his health and mana. He then resumed the 3-in-1 process. After 6 more rounds, the Iron Rooster summoning skill was elevated to perfect quality. The 6-meter-tall colossal rooster transformed into something even bigger, about 8 meters tall and exuding the majestic air of a Lord-level monster. Iron Rooster Lord Form, Enlarged State, Level 9, HP 5500, Physical Attack 185, and exceptionally strong physical defense. With its innate abilities Abundant Yang Qi and Size Alteration, Bai Yang finally felt at ease. After fully restoring his health and with 30 minutes still remaining, he announced, "Let's begin the battle." Inside the cavern, the atmosphere began to shift tumultuously. The Blood Corpse realm started mobilizing its forces, but their total number would not exceed 100, and the strongest among them would not surpass leader-level strength. Suddenly, a giant blood corpse over 3 meters tall charged madly into the fray. The giant rooster lowered its head, pecking the leader-level blood corpse. In just 2 successive strikes, it slaughtered the enemy. The other blood corpses were utterly shocked, unable to predict that this rooster could be so ferocious. The red-eyed blood corpses roared in outrage as they rushed forward. One charged headfirst into the rooster's beak while another circled around toward Bai Yang on the rooster's back. Bai Yang fired multiple extreme crossbow arrows in rapid succession. The arrows shattered through the blood corpse's defenses but disintegrated after piercing through. One blood corpse leapt at him, claws extended. The giant rooster flapped its wings sharply, smacking the attacker down. Its massive talons stomped heavily, pinning the enemy in place. Lowering its head, it swiftly pecked down another leader-level blood corpse rushing toward its doom. The blood corpse caught beneath the talons cursed incessantly, but as the iron claws lifted, its head was brutally smashed. 10 meters away, darkness churned menacingly in the depths of the cavern, an overwhelming anger surging wildly. Yet, that force was utterly incapable of breaking through this area. The Blood Corpse realm's marker upgraded, driving Bai Yang's critical hit rate to 100%. Suddenly, the Blood Corpse realm issued an invitation for unrestricted combat. However, the Jiuyuan realm rejected it on his behalf. Bai Yang snorted with helpless exasperation. "Thanks. I wholeheartedly agree with the rejection." The battle ended, and he emerged victorious, entering the rewards settlement phase. This time, the process of dismantling the blood crystals was unusually slow, taking a full 10 minutes. Finally, he obtained 3 fist-sized blood crystals and 3 skill books. His level jumped to 9, but the system warned him that he could no longer gain experience until he underwent his first life metamorphosis and reached stage 1. 3 threads of experiential energy entered his body, only to dissipate instantly. Annoyed, Bai Yang muttered, "All that experience gone? Can't it be exchanged for something else?" No response came. He reached out and grasped one of the oversized blood crystals. This was a level 9 exceptional grade blood crystal containing 90 blood energy points. Such crystals were exceedingly rare, and just 3 of them were immensely valuable. In addition, there was an exceptional grade iron cloth shirt skill book. Only one had dropped during this battle, indicating the high level of the monsters he had defeated. Looking at the time, he saw that 19 minutes remained before the dungeon closed. For Bai Yang, an exceptional grade iron cloth shirt wasn't particularly significant, as he could synthesize a pile of them anytime. However, the exceptional grade blood crystals were of immense value. Whether sold off or self-used, they were incredibly useful. He expressed his desire to continue battling 100 level 9 leader-level blood corpses. Suddenly, the cavern began trembling violently, as though flames were about to erupt. The powerful energy of the Jiuyuan realm intervened, suppressing the eruption. But the Blood Corpse realm rejected Bai Yang's request and once again issued an invitation for unrestricted combat, which was again declined by the Jiuyuan realm. Bai Yang decided to leave the instance and safely returned to the fringes of the Calamity Zone. Gazing at the interwoven gray and black aura of the 2 realms, he sensed a murderous intent seething to break through and strike him down. This was the telltale sign of a world invasion. Yet, the Jiuyuan realm had steadily upheld its defenses over the years, never allowing the invading forces to breach through. The raging aura of the Blood Corpse realm ultimately amounted to nothing more than impotent fury. He turned and headed toward the city. Today marked the 3rd day of his awakening. Though the dungeon battle had lasted less than an hour, he had successfully reached level 9. While not particularly astonishing, it was still quite remarkable. The Jiuyuan realm had 3 tiers of martial arts schools. Every city had at least one Tier 3 institution. Larger cities even boasted over a dozen. There were only 108 Tier 2 academies nationwide, their numbers strictly controlled, no increases allowed, only reductions. Strong Tier 3 schools could challenge Tier 2 academies, and if successful, they would replace one of the lower-ranked Tier 2 slots. The bottom 30 Tier 2 academies required new recruits to complete their first life metamorphosis, and it had to be perfect, all within 1 month of awakening. As for the first-class war academies, there are currently only 5 in the Dun realm. They were established by powerhouses of the 7th realm, specializing in training war talents for world-class wars against other realms. These 5 first-class academies represent the 5 strongest figures in the Dun realm: the Mountain God Taiyue, the Thunderstorm Monarch, the Forest Sovereign, the Tide Sage, and the Iron-Blooded War God. They are also the 5 counselors of the Dun realm's highest council. The Iron-Blooded War God serves as the council's chairman and is the only one among them who has publicly revealed his power system, a 7th realm martial god. The other 4 follow the path of professional cultivators, while the Iron-Blooded War God was not born with awakened talents but achieved his strength through personal cultivation. This shows that failing to awaken one's career talent doesn't mean there is no hope. Greater effort can still lead to success. Having leveled up to level 9 in just a few days while boasting substantial strength, Bai Yang was confident about his chances of being admitted to a second-tier martial academy, ranked in the top 10. He started contemplating whether he might have a chance of enrolling in one of the 5 elite top-tier war academies. Their entry requirements were exceedingly high. If one didn't meet their conditions, no matter how outstanding one was, entry remained an unattainable goal. Moreover, these 5 academies did not recruit students directly. They selected exceptional talents from 3rd-tier martial schools and the 108 second-tier martial academies. Martial academies and military units only required you to meet the criteria to enroll, allowing anyone eligible to gain entrance. Bai Yang still hadn't fully understood his 3-in-1 talent, whether it was physical or spiritual in nature. The iron body armor technique was a physical skill, which he had already mastered to perfection. Summoning a rooster, regarded as magic, belonged to the spiritual category, which he had also perfected. He figured that if he learned elemental skills, he could likely achieve perfection with ease as well. Overall, this 3-in-1 was practically a divine, omnipotent skill. As Bai Yang entertained these thoughts, he made his way to the largest professional store in Jianglong City. His recent ventures had been highly rewarding: 530 ordinary blood crystals, 71 excellent blood crystals, and 3 outstanding blood crystals. The quality of these was impressive, with ordinary crystals starting at rank 3, excellent ones at rank 8, and outstanding crystals at rank 9. With clear purpose, he entered this enormous multi-purpose store. When he approached the counter, he was momentarily stunned. Around 15 or 16 female shop assistants, each with fair skin and enchanting beauty, exuding maturity and grace. Bai Yang pulled out about a dozen ordinary blood crystals and selected a female shop assistant in her early 30s who caught his eye, signaling that he sought a private room for discussion. This female assistant, able to work outside, was likely either married or widowed. Unmarried orphans, if they completed 3 years of military training and military service, generally joined the reserves afterward and weren't permitted to work to earn money. Bai Yang remembered that Li Xiangdong, the class teacher, had 17 adult unmarried daughters, and they could only stay home, farming a few acres of land and doing house chores. Li Xiangdong was a ranked professional, but Jianglong City's population of over 100 million meant limited space. Owning a large house was virtually impossible, even with money. If daughters didn't marry, the family couldn't accommodate everyone. Inside the private room, a pile of crimson, crystalline blood sat on the table as Bai Yang instructed the female assistant to calculate the total blood energy. Using a detector, she rigorously checked multiple times before determining the totals. The ordinary blood energy amounted to 121,936 points, approximately equivalent to over 12.19 million in currency. Yet, for professionals, this kind of money wasn't particularly significant, as numerous life necessities had restrictions and weren't freely purchasable no matter how much money one had. The female assistant's eyes glistened, not from greed over the blood crystals, but because she was overwhelmed with emotion. Striving to present her best demeanor, she waited patiently for the young professional to speak. Bai Yang, however, didn't feel pleased. This was a multi-million-level transaction, and he expected at least a 20% discount. With such a discount, he could acquire 1,524 ordinary iron body armor skill books. Currently, with both his skills at perfected levels, using the 3-in-1 ability once required 2 perfected level iron body armor skill books. For ordinary books, the calculation came out to needing 54. With 1,524 books in hand, he could complete 28 3-in-1 operations at the perfected level, more than enough. However, Bai Yang was troubled. He had only recently awakened his talent, and buying such a large quantity of ordinary skill books would inevitably arouse suspicion. Purchasing 1,524 iron body armor skill books, in particular, seemed far too conspicuous. Even without anyone monitoring him, he thought it wise to move forward modestly. The idea of opening a store emerged as a viable plan. Buying these ordinary skill books, then reselling them to other cities to earn a modest profit seemed both reasonable and safe. Let's not forget, Bai Yong had just started utilizing his 3-in-1 ability, which could merge not only skill books but also weapon materials. Opening a comprehensive store seemed like the best choice. Selecting reliable staff was equally crucial. His visit to the largest store in the city was precisely for the purpose of recruiting talent. He focused on the female assistant, thinking to himself, "You're perfect for the job." When Bai Yong asked if her husband was still alive, the female assistant immediately smiled and replied, "My husband passed away 6 years ago." Bai Yong was briefly taken aback. 6 years ago? How old are you? I'm 27 this year, she answered. Bai Yong then asked her to share her story. With a soft and gentle tone, the assistant recounted, 9 years ago, I didn't awaken a talent and subsequently entered basic training for 3 years. My aptitude wasn't good, so I didn't manage to master any martial techniques. After retiring, I joined a social event where a first-rank bronze skin iron bones martial artist took an interest in me and became my official husband. He worked at a security company. After registering our marriage, he went off on a mission, and soon after, news came that he had died in battle. Because I was married in name, I was allowed to work. Fortunately, I found this job and have been working here for 6 years. Bai Yong focused on the key point and asked, "So, after you got married, you didn't have any children?" The female clerk blushed and nodded. "No, I've never even been touched by a man. I'm still a maiden." Bai Yong sighed. In this extraordinary world, although widows were encouraged to remarry and strict notions of chastity didn't exist, there was still something that felt a bit unusual about it. He looked at her with suspicion. "You're attractive, with a nice figure. How has no one taken an interest in you after 6 years?" "Why?" The female clerk explained nervously. "I have high standards. I only want to marry a practitioner or a ranked warrior, and they must accept me as a concubine, but I haven't found a suitable match. But, if you're willing, I just want to register with you as a nominal attachment without claiming any official status." She looked up at Bai Yong, her gaze filled with both tension and expectation. Bai Yong stared at her. "Just a moment ago, you were insisting on concubine status, and now you're saying you don't want any recognition? Are you getting desperate?" The female clerk nodded quickly and said, "Female clerks here can't be over 30 years old. If you are, you'll be fired, and it's hard to find another decent job after that. I've met a lot of people and feel confident that you wouldn't mistreat me." Bai Yong asked, "How much are you earning now?" She answered hurriedly, "The base salary is 1,500. With full attendance and bonuses, it's about 2,000. The store provides lunch, and dorm rent is 300 a month." Bai Yong nodded. "After deducting accommodation, you take home about 1,700 a month." He offered, "I'm planning to open a general store. I'll pay you 3,000 a month, covering 2 meals a day, and you can even live in the store. How about that?" The female clerk enthusiastically nodded but then shook her head. "I don't want money. I just want to stay with you and would do anything for you." Bai Yong put away the blood crystals, stood up, and said, "Go handle your resignation paperwork. I'll wait for you at the door, and then we'll head to the Zhonglong city office." Excited, the female clerk ran off. 10 minutes later, she approached Bai Yong with a backpack, her face brimming with happiness. The two got a cab and headed to the Zhonglong city office. Practitioners had special access, allowing them to avoid long queues. Bai Yong took her to register. According to the Supreme Council's regulations, practitioners, unless under special circumstances, were required to take at least 3 wives and 4 concubines, a total of 7 official spouses. Otherwise, they were required to compensate by adding additional relationships. However, women could be added through nominal attachment registration without granting them formal status. Practitioners under 30 were exempt from this rule, but if they hadn't reached the second-tier hero rank by 30, they would be required to meet the marriage quota within 1 year. Once the registration was complete, Bai Yong saw her name was Lu Susu. She had completely severed ties with her ex-husband. So long as Bai Yong lived, she belonged to him. If Bai Yong died, she would still be considered his unless she registered with someone else. On-site, Bai Yong also applied to open a general store and was immediately granted a license. Next, all they needed was a storefront or to purchase a ready-made property to officially start the business. He wasn't particular about the location, only wanting to use the store to gather supplies. With her 6 years of experience working in the largest general store in the city, Lu Susu took Bai Yang on a swift search and found a spacious 3-floor shop in a relatively remote but roomy location. Each floor had approximately 100 square meters of usable space with no shared areas, and the rent was $30,000 a month, equivalent to the price of an ordinary level 5 blood crystal. Following a material list Lu Susu drafted, Bai Yang began placing orders on his phone. Counters, shelves, and other equipment arrived swiftly. By evening, the general store was nearly set up, lacking only the stock to open for business. Initially somewhat anxious, Lu Susu had shown her impressive abilities through the busywork, organizing every detail efficiently and with remarkable precision. The store's second floor was designated as the inventory storage room, with shelves neatly arranged. The third floor, originally designed as employee dormitories, bore resemblance to the living arrangements of her previous workplace. Bai Yang promptly placed orders for beds, bedding, and other necessities, then contacted the rental agency of his previously occupied single apartment to terminate the agreement. The agency was surprisingly accommodating, refunding him 3,800 yuan, leaving Bai Yang having only spent 200 yuan for 2 days of rent. That night, with stock not yet arrived, Bai Yang instructed Lu Susu to lock up the shop's first-floor doors before he headed straight up to the third floor. Lu Susu, her cheeks flushed, followed closely behind. The third floor had been renovated into a master bedroom, reception area, and bathroom, with a rational layout. Bai Yang sat on the spacious sofa, while Lu Susu stood about a meter away, her hands crossed over her abdomen, head slightly bowed. Lu Susu wasn't just pleasing to the eye. Her figure also matched Bai Yang's aesthetics. More importantly, she had demonstrated her fortitude by enduring 3 years of trainee service in this world's military camp, a testament to her exceptional qualities. In this world, anyone who failed the awakening process was required to serve 3 years in the training camp. Over 80% of them would be eliminated, left as struggling civilians with barely any job prospects. Fortunately, Jianglong City distributed basic supplies annually, enabling these individuals to scrape by. Marriage had become their sole path to a better life. As long as one got married, they'd be allocated a house and land. The crops nourished by blood crystal nutrient fluids could sustain an entire family. Bai Yang broke the silence, speaking up, "Lu Susu, nominally, you are now connected to me. From now on, I need someone absolutely reliable." Lu Susu was momentarily stunned, but her eyes immediately lit up. A shy yet gentle smile, both mature and enticing, spread across her face. "Husband." Bai Yang replied coldly, "Call me boss." The woman obediently agreed, "Yes, boss. I'll go freshen up." While she went to the bathroom, Bai Yang opened his attribute panel. Today, he had jumped directly from level 3 to level 9, gaining 60 free attribute points. He did not hesitate and immediately allocated the points to agility, spirit, perception, and reaction, significantly enhancing his physical capabilities. Bai Yang, level 9, awaiting advancement, 18 years old, pure human race. HP, 580/580. Mana, 320/320. Stamina, 1490/1490. His strength and physique had greatly increased. Physical attack power reached 77, spirit and perception both 30, and physical defense as high as 320. Bai Yang possessed the trinity of all things, innate talent, along with the impressive skill, Iron Body. Perfect. The skill, Iron Body, significantly boosted physical defense and stamina, improved pain tolerance, and increased resistance to blunt and piercing damage, making Bai Yang exceedingly difficult to defeat in battle. Bai Yang's body was being powerfully enhanced. He knew the journey ahead would be more perilous, and such unparalleled strength was essential. With Lu Susu by his side, he had already started contemplating how to resolve matters swiftly, expand his shop's operations, and maintain absolute control over their relationship. He would not allow anyone to threaten what he now had. Bai Yang felt a surge of immense power flooding his heart, his vitality soaring. Earlier, the practice of the perfect Iron Body had caused attribute imbalances that left him with only 50 years of life expectancy when he reached level 9. However, after redistributing the 60 free attribute points, the imbalance was significantly corrected, and his lifespan instantly rose to 120 years. Based on his acquired knowledge, a professional's 6 major attributes being balanced meant their vitality and actual lifespan would align. At this moment, Bai Yang's balanced attributes provided 580 vitality, meaning his theoretical lifespan could reach 580 years. As he continued to minimize attribute imbalances, his lifespan would increase dramatically. With a physique stat of 149, he was in a perpetually energy-efficient, self-sustaining state. His spirit score of 32 and perception score of 30 heightened his sensitivity to his surroundings. After drinking several gulps of high-quality blood crystal water, his body replenished its internal reserves continuously. Bai Yong steadied his breathing and waited. Before long, Lu Susu emerged from the bathroom, her expression shy yet resolute. "Boss, from the moment you first laid eyes on me, I was ready," she said. "From now on, I am entirely yours, the most reliable support by your side." Bai Yong took a deep breath. Initially, he'd simply wanted to find someone with experience to help manage his shop, but now the scenario had veered off course. However, the woman's sincerity seemed genuine. With his 32 points in spirit and 30 points in perception, he could sense Lu Susu's determination and honesty. Older women are like gold bricks. I might as well test the quality of this one, he thought to himself. I can only hope you weren't lying about being pure. Morning arrived. Bai Yong settled back into his seat on the sofa, feeling that everything was in perfect order. The blood zombie realm's corruption had long since been eradicated, and his 100% kill guarantee mark on blood zombies remained intact. Uncertain whether he could continue farming blood crystals and skill books today, Lu Susu's role was now exceedingly critical. "Susu, you'll take charge of this barrel of premium-grade blood crystal water. You need to strengthen yourself quickly. Otherwise, you'll have a hard time keeping up," Bai Yong instructed. Lu Susu nodded gently, a mix of warmth and respect in her gesture. Bai Yong continued, "Last night, during our casual chat, you mentioned that the general price range for regular iron body skill books at a comprehensive shop is between 5,500 and 5,800. She nodded again and replied, "Yes, boss. In my past dealings with stores and various factions, the standard price for a regular skill book is 10,000. Typically, they sell at an 80% or 90% discount, with the purchase price roughly set at 5,000 due to non-bound skill books being ineligible for conversion to points at the professionals' hall. Some fringe factions even set up stalls in disaster zones outside the city to buy them at slightly higher prices. Professionals who obtain skill books through grinding sometimes prefer to sell them this way, and the stall owners pick them up for an additional markup of 100 or 2. Some are taken to other cities for resale, while others are sold to shops within the city at a further markup." Bai Yong slapped his thigh, clearly satisfied. "Susu, you know your stuff." He then asked, "If I were to bulk purchase regular iron body skill books, would it draw attention?" Lu Susu replied softly, "Boss, you don't need to worry. In Jianglong City, professionals grind blood zombies every day. The production volume of iron body skill books is both large and stable. Some factions that resell to other areas often handle transactions involving tens of thousands of copies at once. Acquiring skill books under the guise of a business won't attract any particular notice, as these books flow freely in the trade market." Bai Yong nodded. "All right, next, hire some shop assistants. The store needs to be fully operational. At the same time, purchase an unlimited quantity of these basic iron cloth technique skill books. Pile them all on the 3rd floor." Lu Susu nodded repeatedly but was a bit concerned. "Boss, purchasing an unlimited quantity could strain our funds. Should we set a specific limit? Buying too much of an unpopular skill book and letting it pile up isn't ideal." Her rationality far surpassed Bai Yang's. Bai Yong smiled. "I'll leave all the basic blood crystals with you. Use them to buy the skill books." Bai Yong calmly instructed, "Susu, start by purchasing 1,000 skill books today. I'll decide the amount going forward based on the situation." Lu Susu gently responded, "Understood, boss. I'll recruit 2 female shop assistants with stable housing today to manage daily sales and keep the store clean. I'll focus on meeting your needs and handling the 3rd floor." Bai Yong nodded. "Good. Organize it as you see fit. Also, the store doesn't have a name yet. Do you have any suggestions, Susu?" Lu Susu thought for a moment and said, "Boss, your name has the character Yang, and this is Jianglong City, which has the character Long. How about combining them and calling the store Yanglong Trading Firm?" Bai Yong pondered for a while. "I grew up in Jianglong City. This place is home to me, but Yang shouldn't come before Long. Why not call it Longyang Trading Firm instead?" Lu Susu's eyes lit up, and she looked at him with admiration. "Boss, you're so wise. Longyang Trading Firm is absolutely perfect." Bai Yong nodded. "This is your task now. Quickly get the signboard made." An hour later, Bai Yong left the shop and headed straight toward the disaster zone outside the city. Jianglong City was on the borderline of the Blood Corpse world's invasion of the Diuan realm. This area had encountered only one alien dungeon instance. Bai Yong entered the dungeon but exited almost immediately, his face showing clear irritation. Just 10 seconds later, He couldn't engage in proper combat as the Blood Corps world refused his challenge, demanding an unrestricted level battle instead. An unrestricted level battle would allow opponents of any strength class, even 100 high-ranking opponents at once. Bai Yang flatly refused such an unreasonable demand. As a result, the Diwen realm automatically denied the challenge without Bai Yang's explicit agreement. Fortunately, Bai Yang was now at level 9 and could avoid this trouble. Otherwise, he'd have to expose his identity and seek official approval just to enter a different dungeon to level up. He took a sip of the excellent-grade blood crystal water Lu Susu had prepared for him in the morning. Just a small sip infused him with immense energy. This blood crystal water was made by dissolving one excellent-grade blood crystal into individual bottles, totaling 100 bottles. Bai Yang slowly made his way to the recruit barracks, intending to deliver a batch of blood crystal water to Shen Haitang. However, the strict management at the barracks prevented him from visiting or handing over items, leaving Bai Yang no choice but to abandon his plan and leave disappointed. Returning to the shop, he decided to use the current resources to further enhance 2 of his skills. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Li Xiangdong stared at his many unmarried daughters at home, feeling increasingly irritable. He prayed silently. If only Bai Yang's talent were mediocre and he struggled to pay off his debts, then my daughters might finally find a match. Unable to contain himself, he messaged Bai Yang. How's it going lately? Leveled up to 2 yet. When Bai Yang received the message, he swiftly contacted Lu Susu. Before long, 710,000 funds were transferred over. Holding his phone, Li Xiangdong's expression grew heavy. Bai Yang, I'm not pressuring you about the debt. I'm genuinely concerned about you. I'll send you some money. Bai Yang replied, Old man, don't meddle. I have enough. May your daughters get married soon. Li Xiangdong was at a loss for words and had no choice but to let it go. With the funding in place, Bai Yang quickened his pace, returning to the shop. Lu Susu exceeded expectations. When Bai Yang arrived on the 3rd floor, he saw a neatly arranged pile of 1,000 basic iron cloth technique skill books. He instructed Lu Susu not to enter the 3rd floor freely and began to focus on his 3-in-1 fusion. Using continual fusion, combined with the boost of excellent-grade blood crystal water, Bai Yang completed 1 fusion every 5 minutes. Time flew by and day turned into night, then night into day. After nearly 40 hours and close to 500 fusions, Bai Yang finally refined 38 perfect-grade iron cloth technique skill books. During this period, he took intermittent rests but maintained excellent mental condition throughout. While he honed his techniques, he also prepared for the next step of improvement. A hidden and surging cultivation process was gradually reaching its peak. Bai Yang discovered that with each upgrade of the iron cloth technique, the basic strength bonus increased from +7 per level to +8. After 8 successive upgrades, both the basic strength and the basic physique boosts reached +15 per level, balancing perfectly. At this point, the 3rd attribute of the iron cloth technique, swallowing gold and biting iron, advanced into a substantial chance of transforming into iron body, showing a significant qualitative improvement. On the 9th enhancement, the bonuses to basic strength and basic physique each increased by 1 more point. Based on the 38 perfect-grade iron cloth technique skill books used as auxiliary materials, Bai Yang calculated that he could achieve up to 19 enhancements. By the 19th enhancement, the per-level bonuses to basic strength and physique had skyrocketed to +26. Bai Yang sensed a looming boundary, as if there were a specific limit to this path. This was a grueling wait of 2 days and nights before Lu Susu was finally called to the 3rd floor for the first time. She was obedient and sensible. Bai Yang asked her, Susu, how much does an excellent-grade iron shirt skill book cost these days? Lu Susu, gentle yet tinged with a trace of concern, replied, Boss, the excellent-grade iron shirt can only be obtained by killing elite-level blood corpses, and the drop rate is far from guaranteed. Because it enhances physique attributes significantly, it's highly sought after. It almost never appears on the market, and when it does, it gets snatched up immediately. The price would be no less than 1 million per book. Bai Yang was taken aback. 1 million per book? Ordinary iron shirt books cost over 160 for 1 million total. The price difference is insane. Lu Susu quickly explained, the ordinary iron shirt is too weak compared to the excellent grade version. Those who've learned the ordinary skill would immediately replace it if they came across an excellent grade skill book. This skill is also very popular in other cities, so it's never available in regular shops. Bai Yang decided to act. He took out 10 excellent grade iron shirt skill books. Susu, sell these for me, then use the profits to buy as many ordinary iron shirt skill books as you can. If the money runs short, let me know. Lu Susu went off to handle the business, while Bai Yong lay on the sofa waiting for the ordinary Iron Shirt skill books to be delivered. As piles of books were placed in front of him batch by batch, he continued combining them into upgraded versions. At a certain point, Bai Yong sensed that the Iron Shirt skill was approaching its limit. Iron Shirt. Perfect. Ultimate. Physical defense. Plus 30 per level. Currently plus 270. Basic physique. Plus 30 per level. Currently plus 270. Basic strength. Plus 30 per level. Currently plus 270. Significantly enhances resistance to pain, blunt force, and piercing damage. Consuming metallic substances will lead to an inevitable transformation into a steel body. The substantial increases in physique and strength caused Bai Yang's health points to soar to 1150, but his lifespan suddenly dropped from 120 years to 70 years. Further upgrades using perfect-grade skill books would yield only marginal improvements. On the coffee table sat over 10 iron bowls filled with tiny metal pellets, each the size of a green bean, custom-ordered by Bai Yong through Lu Susu from a materials store. He picked up an iron pellet and popped it into his mouth. Once the metal entered his stomach, Bai Yong felt a surge of warmth rapidly spreading through his body. He experimented with various metals, gold, silver, copper, iron, all of which he could digest and absorb. Higher quality, refined metals, however, were harder to process and thus discarded. Bai Yong meticulously adjusted the quantities he consumed, optimizing his intake based on his body's absorption and reactions. The metal particles didn't directly enter his bloodstream, but instead underwent a process where their metallic essence was extracted, leaving the remaining residue to be expelled. Meanwhile, Lu Susu successfully exchanged a single excellent-grade iron shirt for 200 ordinary iron shirt books, helping Bai Yong amass a large stockpile of basic skill books. Bai Yong continued synthesizing using the 3-in-1 method. During one synthesis, the upgraded Iron Shirt skill gained a new attribute of +1 to both basic strength and basic physique per level, which delighted him. He surmised that this latest upgrade might be nearing the skill's ultimate form. This synthesis took even longer, 4 days and nights in total, and finally the Iron Shirt skill reached its peak. Iron Rooster. Lord, amplified, ultimate state. Physical defense. +30 per level. Basic strength. +30 per level. Basic physique. +30 per level. Bai Yong didn't stop there. He continued using the 3-in-1 method, this time focusing on enhancing body size. Ultimately, the Iron Shirt skill mutated, allowing for size adjustments ranging from 0.5x to 5x. By the end, he still had 2 perfect-grade Iron Shirt skill books in hand, ready to push even further. With 1 skill book in each hand, he declared, "Combine everything, enhance." A radiant glow surged into his mental sea, merging with the rune for summoning the Iron Rooster. Seconds felt like eternity, but finally, the upgrade was complete. The system notified him, "Combination and enhancement complete. Your Summon Iron Rooster skill has advanced to King level and been renamed Summon Steel Combat Chicken." Bai Yong quickly examined the new skill. Summon Steel Combat Chicken, King. Consumes 100 mana points, summoning a King-level Steel Combat Chicken of the same level as the caster. Lasts 30 seconds with a cooldown of 600 seconds. Cannot be summoned concurrently. The summoned creature, composed of mana and elemental energy, is invulnerable to any specific weakness, vanishing only when its health or energy is depleted. Bai Yong considered the 100 mana consumption reasonable, noting that the extended activation and cooldown durations matched the cost of higher power. In this world, the stronger the skill, the heftier the price to wield it. Abruptly, a 3-meter-tall King-level Steel Combat Chicken materialized before him, resplendent and awe-inspiring. Bai Yong reached out to touch it, and the summoned creature activated its size-altering ability, shrinking down to 1.5 meters to allow him to pat its head. The skill's attributes displayed: level 9 with over 53,000 HP, high strength and constitution. Its physical attack power reaches 2665, with exceptionally fast attack and movement speeds. Its innate abilities include abundance of yang energy, size adjustment, and aggressive nature. Specifically worth noting is its physical defense increase of +50 per level. At level 9, that sums up to 450 points of defense, coupled with an overall strength of 533 points. This brings the Steel Battle Chicken's physical defense close to 1,000 points, making it nearly invincible. The strength of this Steel Battle Chicken far exceeds expectations. Its summoning skill essentially becomes a bug in the Yuan Tian realm. As summoned beings are hard to kill outright, they can only be slowly worn down through HP or energy depletion. The abundance of yang energy grants it double damage against undead, specters, and other dark-aligned enemies, while also doubling its recovery speed in all states, ensuring its ability to sustain combat over long durations. The size adjustment ability allows the battle chicken to change its size freely between 0.5 to 5 times its original scale, with no change in stats. Starting off at a base height of 3 meters, its maximum expanded size reaches 15 meters, creating a scene of overwhelming intimidation. Its aggressive nature is another innate ability, increasing its attack power by 30% during combat. This boosts its physical attack to a staggering 3464, making its strikes incredibly deadly, enough to instantly kill an average Tier 2 martial artist. After the upgrade was complete, Yang continued refining the Iron Shirt skill book while consuming metallic mung beans non-stop. 3 days later, he felt a noticeable transformation in his body. Devouring the metallic mung beans in large mouthfuls, he braced himself for the next challenge. All of a sudden, Yang's body began to change. He felt as though his body was turning into metal, yet his movements remained flexible and supple. After continuously ingesting metallic mung beans for 7 days and nights, the ultimate form of a perfect-grade Iron Shirt finally evolved into the Steel Body. The attribute panel displayed Steel Body, King Tier, physical defense bonus of 450, with 450 added to both base constitution and strength. Significantly reduces pain and impact, while minimizing piercing or blunt force damage. Damage is dispersed across the entire body, drastically reducing actual harm. Provides temporary resistance to fire and ice, though it increases vulnerability to lightning attacks. At this moment, Yang was a level 9 quasi-advanced ordinary life form, 18 years old, with pure human lineage. His vitality stood at 1,750, mana at 320, and stamina at 4,640. His strength and constitution were far beyond that of ordinary people, yet his lifespan was limited to about 50 years, his only dissatisfaction. With reasonable allocation of vitality, he could have lived several centuries or even millennia. The enhancement provided by the Steel Body clarified Yang's future path for acquiring new skills. After advancing further, he planned to learn a skill that heightened physical agility, along with another that enhanced mental capabilities, perception, and reaction speed. If soul-based skills proved too difficult to find, he intended to delve into summoning abilities, preferably summoning creatures capable of long-range attacks, as well as flight and underwater navigation. His current physical condition felt like a collection of intricately meshed alloy gears but lacking lubricating oil, tense and constrained. Nearby, he had access to several perfect-grade Iron Shirt skill books. Even though he had merged them into the Steel Body, it was not yet the King-tier version of the Iron Shirt, but rather a perfect-grade level with enhanced power. Yang was in no rush. Ordinary Iron Shirt skill books were produced in vast quantities in Jianglong City. Over the past month, the dangerous zones outside the city were restricted to newly awakened professionals for dungeon farming. Among the 1,235 high schools in Jianglong City, over 300,000 students successfully awakened this year. Collectively, they produced over 100,000 skill books daily. However, within a month, dungeon farming would be limited to 3 attempts per month, aiming to decelerate the slaughter within the Blood Corpse realm. As Yang contemplated his future plans, Lu Susu suddenly rushed in to receive instructions, blood pouring from her nose and mouth, unable to even produce a sound as she almost lost her life. Yang quickly saved her with an exceptional grade blood crystal potion, which stabilized her injuries. He then summoned a female clerk to take care of Lu Susu. Afterward, Yang stepped onto a scale designed to measure up to 200 kilograms. The scale shattered immediately under his weight. Switching to a sturdier scale with a 500 kilogram limit, it finally remained intact. The needle settled at 335 kilograms. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, Yang, who previously weighed merely 80 kilograms, now surpassed his original weight by more than fourfold. This massive weight explained why Lu Susu had been injured almost fatally just from being near him. Once he confirmed Lu Susu was out of immediate danger, Yang left behind some exceptional grade blood crystal water for the clerk and departed. Counting from the day Yang awakened, nearly 10 days had passed. With no immediate means to further enhance his strength, he began preparing to apply for admission to a suitable second-tier martial academy. Lower-ranked second-tier martial academies required new students to complete their first perfect-grade life metamorphosis within a month, while top-tier martial academies demanded even higher-level life transformations. Second-tier martial academies were the main hubs for cultivating elite combatants. Those who gained admission were universally recognized as geniuses. Upon graduation, the weakest among them could secure teaching positions at third-tier martial schools. Yang's homeroom teacher, Li Xiangdong of Senior Class 5, graduated from the Guanglong Martial School. After years of military service, he met the criteria to return to teaching. His rank far exceeded that of ordinary third-tier martial school instructors. The transformation of life is a necessary process of strengthening for practitioners and martial artists in the Earth origin realm. Only by completing this transformation can one ascend to higher ranks. The transformation is divided into 7 levels: ordinary, elite, exceptional, perfect, dominator, overlord, and exalted. The higher the level, the greater the enhancement achieved. There are 2 ways to undergo this transformation. The first is the ancient and grueling method of pushing one's physical limits through martial arts. The second, now more widely adopted, is the supreme trial. The supreme trial is the standard way of advancement in the Earth origin realm. Anyone who meets the requirements can enter the supreme towers located in various cities to participate in the trial. At this moment, Bai Yang arrived at the center of Jianglong City, the Supreme Tower. This colossal 8-story structure was primarily built from white jade stone and adorned with edges of gold and silver lines. With a diameter exceeding 100 meters, no other structures existed within a 500-meter radius. As long as one could approach this range, they were eligible to apply for the Supreme Trial. Ensuring his energy, physical, and mental states were at their peak, Bai Yang stepped barehanded into the coverage zone of the Supreme Tower's energy field. He carried no weapons, as ordinary non-ranked weapons were already meaningless to him. His barehanded attack power was 464 points, while the perfect great hand crossbow he used before only possessed 100 points of physical attack. Defense was even less comparable. Regular shields provided a mere 100 or so points of defense, a far cry from the steel body defense he now possessed. High-quality weapons were unattainable for him, all thanks to the outrageous attributes of his iron-fighting chicken. "I want to apply for the Supreme Trial," he murmured. The system prompted, "Initiating detection. Current level, level 9. No Supreme Trial experience. Conditions met. 1 free trial available. Would you like to begin?" Bai Yang did not hesitate. "Begin!" A surge of powerful energy enveloped him, carrying him into the Supreme Tower. Feeling as though he had merged with this energy, he entered the core of the colossal tower. Independent trial space constructed. "You may begin the Supreme Trial." He found himself standing on a circular platform with a diameter of approximately 1 kilometer. The ground was composed of cyan-colored stone blocks, with a central area of white jade 10 meters in diameter. The air was rich with energy, permeating everything. This was the negative first floor of the Supreme Tower, designed specifically to provide energy for trial participants. Here, martial artists could push their limits in training and complete the initial transformation into the copper skin iron bone realm. Meanwhile, practitioners needed only to stay here for 1 hour to automatically achieve the first stage elite-level life transformation. Though a basic enhancement, it was an essential step on the path to becoming powerful. Bai Yang walked straight into the white jade circle, shouting, "Begin the Supreme Trial." Conditions met. Constructing trial space for the first floor. You carry a 100% hatred mark from the Blood Corpse realm. As per the rules, monsters from the Blood Corpse realm will be prioritized. First floor trial space constructed. Transitioning. No Blood Corpse realm energy corruption detected in this space. A seamless sensation of traversal washed over him, and Bai Yang suddenly found himself in a desolate wilderness of dark brown and reddish-brown soil and rocks. Blood Corpse realm responds to the request, deploying 10 level 9 ordinary blood corpses. The corners of Bai Yang's mouth curled up slightly. He had learned some basic information about advancing within the Supreme Tower during high school. Typically, advancement trials involved one-on-one combat. The Earth origin realm would not permit intruders to engage in one-on-many battles. It simply wasn't logical. However, because of the 100% hatred mark the Blood Corpse realm had placed on him, for every 10% hatred, it could deploy 1 additional monster up to a maximum of 10. Such multi-monster trials were not uncommon. If Bai Yang refused, the Blood Corpse realm might withdraw, initiate trials with another foreign realm, or continue this monster deployment approach. Nonetheless, whether he slayed 1 or 10 monsters, the rewards remained the same. For Bai Yang, defeating more monsters was advantageous. "I accept. Begin the battle." Bai Yang agreed without hesitation. 10 level 9 ordinary blood corpses were deployed, and his iron-fighting chicken was immediately summoned, growing to a towering 6 meters in height. Bai Yang securely stood on the chicken's back as it leapt toward the monsters. The blood corpses were quickly pecked and torn apart. First floor trial complete. Allocating free attribute points. Announced the system. Bai Yang received 10 free attribute points and was given the option to either continue the trial or proceed with the life transformation. Naturally, he chose to continue. Shortly after, the Earth Origin Realm and the Blood Corpse Realm began enhancing the spatial energy. The Blood Corpse Realm requested to deploy 10 level 9 elite blood corpses. Bai Yang readily agreed. The battle raged fiercely in the arena. After ultimate victory, he earned 20 additional free attribute points, bringing his total to 30. Unsatisfied, Bai Yang resolved to keep pushing forward. After a while, the system issued a new prompt. The Blood Corpse Realm is now willing to deploy only 2 Lord-level blood corpses, with their strength forcibly suppressed to level 9. Lord-level monsters possessed extraordinary innate talents and perfect quality. Even if their level was suppressed, they were still formidable. Bai Yang felt a tinge of disappointment. He had witnessed various disastrous events caused by talent exposure during awakening in the past. As a result, awakenings were now conducted collectively to avoid exposing talents. The Earth Origin Realm also intervened to stabilize the energy, preventing leaks. I agree. Continue the battle, he declared without hesitation. The steel battle chicken leaped into the air, expanding to a height of 15 meters. It fiercely pecked at the 2 Lord-level blood corpses, effortlessly dispatching the suppressed powerful enemies. The Diyuan realm had long been experienced in this. Once Lord-level beings were suppressed to lower levels, their combat effectiveness dropped significantly, yet they could not be underestimated. Bai Yang knew this was merely the beginning. Greater challenges awaited ahead. This second-tier lord was suppressed below level 9, and its combat power was noticeably inferior to that of a normal level 9 lord. When high-level combatants are forcibly compressed, their abilities and experience become harder to employ, leading to a decline in strength instead. From Bai Yang's perspective, the 2 high-level blood corpses sent by the Blood Corpse realm, weakened to such a state, were nothing more than a snack delivered to his table. The system notified him that the 4th-level trial had been cleared. Bai Yang achieved a perfect rank and earned 40 freely distributable attribute points, with the option to either challenge the 5th-level King Tier trial or proceed directly with a life evolution. The system even suggested he continue the challenge, claiming that he could easily defeat an ordinary level 9 King Tier monster. This time, the Supreme Tower broke from its usual procedural approach, actively encouraging Bai Yang to press on, appearing unusually considerate. Bai Yang did not hesitate, patting his chest confidently. Continue the fight. At the same time, the Diyuan realm and Blood Corpse realm joined forces to bolster the spatial energy. The Blood Corpse realm began dispatching King-tier combatants. They no longer sought Bai Yang's consent, signifying that the opposition had sent only one monster. Facing the King-tier steel battle chicken, this challenge was particularly grave. However, with the system's unwavering confidence, Bai Yang felt no fear. Suddenly, a rumbling growl erupted from the Diyuan realm. It was a super blood corpse, towering 10 meters tall with a body bathed in crimson. Its eyes were filled with pain and wrath. It roared, proclaiming that its strength had been reduced to less than a tenth of its original power, harboring a deep bitterness within. Bai Yang had already retreated to a safe distance. He piloted the 15-meter-high steel battle chicken, unfurling its wings and lunging fiercely. The two collided violently, and the super blood corpse struggled desperately to break past the steel battle chicken's defenses, only to be intercepted every time. On the contrary, it was struck with several massive wounds, bleeding profusely. Forced into a corner, the super blood corpse adopted a defensive stance, one arm protecting its head while the other claw slashed wildly. It gave everything it had in an attempt to gain an advantage, showcasing an endless array of combat techniques. Yet, it quickly realized this approach only spelled more trouble. Painfully and furiously, it came to terms with the fact that, despite having only a tenth of its original strength, it was left with no choice but to engage head-on. Each time it was struck by the massive chicken, it suffered severe damage. Its own attacks, though sparking fiercely against the steel battle chicken, couldn't even dislodge a single feather. The steel battle chicken's health bar only dropped slightly. What energy it consumed was quickly replenished when exposed to vibrant yang energy, effectively restoring its vitality almost instantly. Enraged, the blood corpse let out a furious roar. "Human demon, you fight without honor. You're no true warrior." Then, in despair, it pleaded, "Human, I admit defeat. Please spare me." Bai Yang sneered coldly. The so-called King of Death still dares to call itself a king? Chicken, finish it off. The steel battle chicken charged forward, targeting its opponent's eyes. In the nick of time, an overwhelming energy surged forth, freezing both the steel battle chicken and the super blood corpse in place.
Bai Yang remained unharmed.
The system declared that Bai Yang had won the King Tier trial. The exceptional blood corpse had surrendered, and the battle was forcibly terminated. The blood corpse was transported back to the blood corpse territory occupied by the Diyuan realm, where it would serve as breeding stock to improve the bloodline quality of its kin. As a reward, Bai Yang received 100 freely distributable attribute points. Furthermore, the Blood Corpse realm upgraded its classification of him to Nemesis of the Blood Corpse clan. Bai Yang stared, stunned. This kind of knowledge wasn't taught in high school. The blood corpses he had encountered before displayed a hint of intelligence, and the higher up they were, the more cunning they became. Yet, without exception, they deemed him evil. But the king-tier blood corpse just now had directly referred to him as a human, and even questioned when the slaughter would cease. Piecing together the information from the Diuan realm, he realized it was true that the Diuan realm had occupied territories within the blood corpse realm. That king-tier blood corpse had already been relegated to a role as a stud. Gradually, the picture became clearer. The blood corpse realm's hatred for him ran far deeper than he had initially imagined. The situation was growing increasingly complex and severe. Bai Yang's understanding suddenly sharpened. Could it be that the blood corpse realm's invasion failed and now the Diuan realm is counterattacking? Is the blood corpse realm currently in dire straits? A thrill of delight stirred within him. At this moment, Bai Yang had already completed the king-tier trial, accumulating a total of 200 freely distributable attribute points, 10 plus, 20 plus, 30 plus, 40 plus, 100. He knew that if he chose life evolution now, once he ascended to the rank of first-tier elite, he could easily gain admission to most second-tier martial academies or even enjoy considerable privileges. Just as he was about to make his move, a new system notification popped up. You have defeated a king-tier blood corpse, enraging a dominator-tier existence from the blood corpse realm. This dominator has now issued a challenge to you. Our side is analyzing. Please wait. Bai Yang obediently stood still, quietly awaiting the verdict. Meanwhile, in the endless void, two auras intertwined. One was the gray power of the Earth Origin realm, and the other was the blood-red force of the Blood Corpse realm. Suddenly, a streak of sword light cracked through the air, flying in from behind the gray aura and swiftly piercing into the entanglement. When the sword light retracted, a magnificently handsome man with sharp brows and a heroic demeanor appeared. His gaze was sharp and piercing as he let out a cold snort. Old wretch, trying to bully the younger generation of the human race? A furious roar echoed, though it wasn't the cry of a blood corpse in pain. Instead, it was a soul-like vibration of a voice that came through. A human sixth tier, my only son, the hope of the blood corpse realm, was killed by you all. I will have my revenge. The man laughed lightly. Both realms monitor the fight together. All battles are fair. Your son was inferior in skill and deserved to die. If you want revenge, take one strike from me. If you survive, I'll allow you to duel the younger humans. The voice fell silent, clearly hesitant. The handsome man sneered and turned away, tossing a mocking comment as he left. A blood corpse realm sixth tier who doesn't even dare to take one sword strike from me. Your realm deserves its decline. As he vanished, a sigh was carried on the wind. Forget it. Even this insignificant sixth-tier blood corpse of mine shall let you see the strength of the human race's rising stars. In an instant, a gush of blood energy surged as an imposing sixth-tier blood corpse mutant, 30 meters tall, emerged from the void. It then began to swell rapidly, transforming into a horrifying behemoth 10,000 meters high. Fight! The man's voice rang out sharply, and the sword light expanded to span thousands of meters, slicing decisively toward the monstrous figure. The sword light abruptly condensed to just a few meters long and spoke. Not bad. You actually withstood my strike. In that case, I'll honor my promise. Go ahead, try to kill the younger generation of the human race. The sword light disappeared in an instant, leaving behind the monstrous figure, covered in cracks and collapsed on the ground. Its surface was riddled with wounds, yet no blood flowed as it silently watched the fading sword light. After what seemed an eternity, another sigh broke the silence. To think we're both sixth tier, yet the gap between us is so vast. Could this human have the potential to step into seventh tier? That single strike should have killed me, yet it spared my life. It seems I've become their new bargaining chip. The sixth-tier blood corpse's heart filled with frustration and sorrow, but it forcibly regulated its emotions and began to negotiate strategically. On the other side, Bai Yang received the latest system notice. In the event of combat with a blood corpse realm overlord-level entity, their strength will be suppressed to level 9, and they will be unable to violate the rules of fairness. If you hide within a summoned entity beforehand, there's a significant chance you can wear them down, though risks of failure or death still exist. Would you like to initiate the overlord-level trial now? Bai Yang froze, not expecting the system to already have a countermeasure prepared. He thought to himself, If the risks were so high, perhaps it would be better to marry 365 women and contribute to the human race's flourishing as much as possible instead. Chicken, lower your head, he commanded coldly. The 15-meter-tall iron war chicken obediently lowered its head and opened its beak. Bai Yong slid into its mouth and continued down its throat, using this as his place of concealment for the upcoming battle. Inside the iron war chicken, its interior was an empty, hollow space with no organs, as it was purely a summoned creature formed by magical power and energy. Bai Yong inspected the hollow cavity and found it sufficient for his needs. He was ready. Begin the battle. The combined powers of the Earth Origin Realm and Blood Corpse Realm strengthened the energy in the area. The Blood Corpse Realm soon dispatched an aged Overlord-tier entity into the fray. Boom! A 6-tier Blood Corpse from the realm appeared, immediately locking its eyes on the Iron War chicken in the distance. Though its strength had been significantly diminished due to the suppression from both realms, it still exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance. Smirking, it drawled, "Summoned creatures of the human race truly live up to their reputation. It seems you indeed have the qualifications to rise in power." The elder made no delays, promptly adjusting to the gap in strength from the suppression. Its 10-meter-tall iron legs strode forward, claws slicing through the air relentlessly. The entity initiated the offensive first. From within the chicken, Bai Yong couldn't see the outside world. Instead, he could only give orders to the Iron War chicken as it battled. Cluck! Cluck! The sound of a violent collision rang out as the Iron War chicken took a heavy kick and was sent flying. Upon landing, its health points dropped sharply by over 3,000. And this was just a casual strike from the opponent after it had barely adapted to its suppressed state. Bai Yong grew anxious. The situation was far less favorable than he'd anticipated. Chicken, dodge at full speed. The Iron War chicken nimbly rolled upright, spread its wings, and darted forward in a sprint. The 6-tier Blood Corpse didn't pursue immediately, instead furrowing its brows, analyzing the power behind its earlier kick. Soon, renewed fighting spirit burned in its eyes as it muttered, "My son perished to this power. This summoned creature even restrains my kind, rendering my weakened 6-tier body incapable of resistance. If that's the case, then I'll die here. Let's see if you wear out first, or if I fall first." With that, it launched itself fully at the Iron War chicken. The Iron War chicken, standing only 15 meters tall, lacked any speed advantage and was soon caught and brought to the ground. One massive claw pinned its leg, another pressed down on its head, and the giant maw opened wide, biting down ferociously. Inside its hollow belly, Bai Yong felt the drastic fall in health points. His mount had been trapped and was unable to move. "Chicken, shrink to just enough to hold me," he ordered. Bai Yong curled up into a ball, taking up the smallest possible space. The blood fiend of the 6th tier of the Blood Corpse realm struck with its claws but missed. Before it could attack again, the steel battle chicken flapped its wings frantically and jumped into the air, escaping the ground. The seasoned veteran of the Blood Corpse realm rose quickly to pursue, his body riddled with wounds that were as numerous as they were distressing, his blood staining his already darkened skin. His divinity completely suppressed, unable to cast any spells, his power limited. Yet his singular goal was to kill this young human prodigy, even if it meant a fight to the death. Bai Yong immediately commanded, "Chicken, flap your wings with all your strength and fly." The steel battle chicken, boasting 533 points of strength, unleashed a wild flurry of wing beats. Its towering 5-meter frame truly began to lift off the ground. Energy consumption accelerated, but it managed to sustain flight temporarily. The 6th-tier Blood Fiend watched in shock. Its abilities severely suppressed, its injuries worsening, it couldn't ascend to chase after them. Its many wounds tore open further, and its life force drained rapidly. Giving up pursuit was impossible, and relying on attrition was not an option. The steel battle chicken flew for what felt like an eternity, remaining airborne without being struck down. Finally, it leaped but barely reached half a meter high before its enormous frame crashed to the ground and collapsed, utterly spent. A system notification appeared. "Blood Corpse Realm has marked you as the highest-level enemy, nemesis of the world. You have achieved victory in the domination trial. You now face a choice. 1. Disassemble the enemy's corpse to extract rare resources. 2. Gain 200 free attribute points." Inside the steel battle chicken, Bai Yong stood, his body still tense from the thrilling and harrowing battle he had just endured. He had yet to fully see the monster's true form. Resolving to investigate the corpse before making his decision, he crawled out through the chicken's mouth. However, as he finally leapt down, he froze in embarrassment. He had crawled out the wrong direction and landed far from where he had intended to go. Collecting himself, he turned to see the fallen body of the massive creature a few meters away, its colossal size making him tighten his muscles instinctively. Shock swept through his mind. Did I really just fight a monster this enormous? This victory feels surreal. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yang acknowledged how fortunate he had been. If he had known in advance what type of monster he'd be facing, he might not have had the courage to try. While the steel battle chicken was powerful, it was only of king-tier strength. The 200 free attribute points seemed invaluable, but the resources extracted from this monster's corpse were potentially even rarer. Without hesitation, Bai Yang chose to disassemble the monster's corpse. A system notification indicated that the process would take 1 hour to complete. Though the time felt long, the lack of corrosive blood mist from the blood corpse realm in this area gave him some relief. Sitting down on the ground, he allowed himself a moment of rest. Just then, a fresh and melodic male voice broke the silence, startling him. Interested in learning about a more advanced trial? Bai Yang turned sharply, stunned to see a figure slowly emerge from the shadows. At the sight of the man, only one thought dominated Bai Yang's mind. How can someone be so handsome? The man smirked faintly, teasing, "Not bad, kid. With a bit more refinement, perhaps you'll catch up to half my level of charm." Bai Yang was taken aback, realizing that this strikingly handsome man could seemingly read his thoughts. In truth, the man gleaned everything from Bai Yang's facial expressions and gaze. After briefly glancing at the monstrous corpse being disassembled, the man nodded in approval. Smart choice. My hidden sword aura was there, and it indeed went unnoticed. Bai Yang suddenly understood. It was only thanks to this man's covert assistance that he had been able to defeat the monstrous overlord. Utterly humbled, he bowed deeply in gratitude. The man waved dismissively. No need for thanks. Back in the day, I too was helped by my seniors. I just happened to step in this time. Then, the man adopted a more serious tone. I'm not here to receive your thanks. I have something to ask you. Bai Yang instantly grew alert, standing with respectful vigilance. The handsome man chuckled softly. Relax. I'm not interested in your secrets. Every prodigy has their unique quirks. Stop acting like you're always about to be hunted. He then explained that whenever anyone cleared either a king tier or domination tier trial, the information was reported to the 108 branch academies of the second rank. A protocol humanity had developed to cultivate its gifted. However, due to the ever-present enemies threatening the dimensional Earth realm, news of such talents had to be carefully shrouded. You're allowed to decide which level of trial clearance to publicly declare, the man explained. Your choice. Announce your victory as king tier or domination tier. Bai Yang hastily responded, I'd like to declare it as a king tier victory. The man nodded approvingly. Understood. I'll report it to the council. Only we will know the truth about your actual achievement, as long as you keep your lips sealed. As he spoke, his figure began to grow faint, like mist dissolving into the wind. On a sudden impulse, Bai Yang asked urgently, May I have the honor of your name, senior? The handsome man's voice lingered in the air, even as his image faded completely. You aren't qualified to know, but since you've made a good impression, I'll tell you. The name's Fu Chang'e. Before long, the information was dispatched across vast distances. Bai Yang from Jianglong City had outstandingly cleared a king-tier advancement trial. Teams of staff rapidly distributed the notification, and all 108 branch academies of the second rank received news of his exploits. Reactions varied. Most of the lower-ranked academies sent recruitment agents to Jianglong City, hoping to take advantage of the situation and secure a hidden gem. In contrast, the top 30 ranked academies convened emergency meetings, promptly revising their enrollment standards. At the same time, information about Bai Yang was rapidly being gathered. As a matter of fact, Bai Yang's background was quite simple, an orphan raised in an orphanage with a stable performance record. He had just awakened as a new professional and was a pure human from the Diuan realm. There was one more crucial piece of information. Bai Yang had registered a bond of residence with Lu Susu in Jianglong City. As soon as this news was revealed, enrollment conditions were immediately altered. Finally, the 30-meter-tall giant beast's corpse was completely dissected. A unique energy, a fusion of red and gold, floated toward Bai Yang. The system notification appeared. Monster corpse refinement complete. Strength artifact acquired. Blood gold power. Bai Yang felt a deep, intense desire for this energy resonating from within his own body, especially in connection to his steel body. The Diuan realm would not be wrong. His instincts told him this energy was vital. When he reached out to touch it, the energy flowed into his body instantly. Steel body is integrating with blood gold power. End of entry trial. Beginning the infusion of power for life transformation. Suddenly, Bai Yang realized he had returned to the lowest level of the Supreme Tower. A strong and warm transcendent force enveloped his entire body. Each of his cells seemed to celebrate as the integration process happened rapidly. The energy first concentrated on the junction of his steel body and the blood gold power. Moments later, the system provided an update. Integration of steel body and blood gold power complete. New ability acquired. Dominator level skill. Indestructible Vajra. Before Bai Yang could check the skill's properties, the powerful force began to act on his body and soul, surging yet gentle. In his sea of consciousness, the rune sphere that allowed him to summon the steel combat chicken began to deeply fuse with his spiritual essence. Physically, the indestructible Vajra skill was slowly becoming a part of his innermost self. This was all part of life transformation, the process of making skills innate. When a skill became innate, it fused entirely with one's being, making it nearly impossible for external forces to disrupt. Once completed, both the body and soul would undergo further enhancement. Bai Yang's very first skill, summoning the steel combat chicken, was the first to undergo this innateness transformation process. The system prompted, "The skill Summon Steel Combat Chicken has successfully fused with your being. You can now choose one out of 3 talents to become a secondary innate ability. Please make your selection." When the Steel Combat Chicken is summoned, it receives 100% of your strength and physique bonuses. Bai Yang quickly analyzed the 3 talents: Yang Qi Infusion, Size Alteration, and Combative Nature. Yang Qi Infusion granted added bonuses against evil presences and a 100% increase in recovery rate. It paired well with his commonly used Universal Triune skill. Size Alteration was practical in battle, allowing the Steel Combat Chicken to grow larger for suppressing foes or shrink down to dodge attacks. Combative Nature boosted attack power by 30% and had a hidden feature that made combat feel smoother and more instinctive. After a quick assessment, Bai Yang decisively chose Yang Qi Infusion. Upon selection, an energy surged from his sea of consciousness and merged deeply within him. The system notified, "You have acquired the secondary innate ability, Yang Qi Infusion." Bai Yang checked the properties and confirmed the effect was identical to when the talent existed on the Steel Combat Chicken. From this point onward, as long as the Steel Combat Chicken was summoned, it would receive the full strength and physique enhancements from Bai Yang, rendering its combat power formidable. The life transformation continued with the Dominator level skill, Indestructible Vajra, undergoing deeper integration. As Bai Yang's body absorbed the dense, intense energy, he felt his flesh growing increasingly resilient, as though nothing in the world could destroy him. The sense of clumsiness in his body rapidly dissipated. The transformation of his physical form had finally concluded. Indestructible Vajra skill integration complete. First life transformation complete. You have reached level 10 and advanced to first tier elite. Vitality, mana, and stamina increased to 20 each. Attack level increased to 2. Life ranking upgraded to elite level. As an elite class life form, each level up grants 20 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Out of habit, Bai Yang quickly checked the detailed attributes of his Indestructible Vajra skill. Indestructible Vajra, innate form. Rank: Dominator, blood gold power integration at 10%. Physical defense, plus 100 per level, currently plus 1000. Physique, strength, and agility, plus 100 per level, currently plus 1000 each. Significantly increases resistance to pain, blunt force, and piercing damage. Distributes damage across the entire body, reducing overall impact. Temporary resistance to fire and frost. However, lightning damage increases. Compared to the king-level steel body, Bai Yang noticed that the biggest difference with Indestructible Vajra was that not only did its base attributes double, but it also provided a dramatic boost to agility. This enhancement in agility was what eliminated his earlier sense of sluggishness, bringing his physical capabilities into perfect balance with no apparent shortcomings. The 10% integration rate of the blood gold power came from the corpse of a powerful Dominator-level entity. Bai Yang understood that, for now, as a first-tier elite life form, his current strength could only accommodate this amount. However, with future advancements in his abilities, both the integration rate and attribute bonuses would continue to soar. Baoyang's physical attributes skyrocketed, but he knew he was lacking in soul attributes. He glanced at his remaining lifespan. Shockingly, only a short 10 years. This was due to his physical attributes being nearly 20 times higher than his soul attributes, resulting in a dramatic imbalance. Without hesitation, he allocated all 200 of his free attribute points to the 3 soul attributes. Plus 66 to spirit, plus 67 to perception, and plus 67 to reflexes. After the adjustments, Baoyang could clearly feel he had undergone a profound transformation. Baoyang Elite Being. Level 10. Age 18. Pure Human. Vitality 5556/5556. Remaining lifespan approximately 60 years. Mana 1960/1960. Stamina 20280/20280. Physical attributes: Strength 14 plus 1000, Constitution 14 plus 1000, Agility 30 plus 1000, Physical attack power 2028. Soul attributes: Spirit 98, Perception 97, Reflexes 97, Magical attack power 196. Physical defense 1171, Magical defense 32. Innate talent, triunification of all things.
Subinata talent, overflowing yang energy.
Skills: Summon Iron Battle Chicken, King, Transmutation State, Innate Form, Indestructible, Overlord, Innate Form. Free attribute points 0, skill points 8. Although there was still a 10-fold gap between his physical and soul attributes, the enhancement of his soul attributes caused his lifespan to surge from 10 years to 60 years, temporarily alleviating the crisis of impending death. If he continued to enhance his soul attributes, his lifespan could potentially exceed 1,000, or even several thousand years, a feat not exaggerated in this extraordinary era. Baoyang's current combat capabilities were utterly terrifying. Physical attack power 2028. One punch could smash steel into fragments. Physical defense 1171. Ordinary weapons couldn't harm him even slightly. Agility 1030. A body perfect and flawless. Under the enhancement of his overlord level innate talent, indestructible, he had surpassed the limits of ordinary people. The only restriction on him now was the development of his soul attributes. Life evolution complete. Initiating transmission. The surrounding environment shifted abruptly, and in an instant, Baoyang found himself back in the Grand Plaza outside the high tower in Jianglong City. All around him, countless eyes were locked onto him. In the inner circle stood 10 individuals radiating immense auras of power, while another close to 100 people crowded around to watch. A group of powerful men and women had gathered together. These individuals hailed from the 108 second-tier martial academies, all here for the same purpose, to recruit Baoyang. Previously, a prominent figure named Fu Chang'e had declared that Baoyang's information would be shared with the Council of Directors. Clearly, the council had further disseminated the information to many elite recruiters from second-tier academies. The crowd stood in a circle. The 10 individuals in the inner circle were evidently the representatives of the top 10 second-tier academies. The academies were Eightfold Destruction and Demon Suppression, Unshakable Rock, 10,000 Swords Assembly, Indestructible Vajra, Five Thunders Righteous Path, Heavenly Artisans Creation, Supreme Dominion, Myriad Poison Abyss, Mechanical Ascension, and Myriad Arts Convergence. These academies stood on equal footing, with no explicit ranking among them. In theory, lower-ranked academies could challenge and replace those in the top 10, though none had succeeded thus far. The crowd's gaze fell on Baoyang, not solely scrutinizing him personally, but also probing his capability. After a few seconds, 7 of the 10 representatives in the inner circle shook their heads and left, leaving only 3 still fixated on Baoyang. The first to speak was a towering giant of a man, 3 meters tall with bulging muscles. He smiled and said, "Baoyang, your physical body far surpasses your soul. Clearly, your innate talent leans heavily toward physical mastery. Our academy, Unshakable Rock, specializes exactly in developing physical strength. Would you be willing to join us?" Immediately after, a lean but intimidatingly fierce young man pulled off his shirt, revealing sinewy muscles. "Our Indestructible Vajra Academy focuses exclusively on the power of the pure physical body. You lack elemental abilities, which makes you perfectly suited for us." The giant scoffed dismissively. "Elemental powers are hardly significant. You could learn an elemental spell if that was all you wanted. But focusing on a single strength has its limitations as well." He paused briefly, his expression turning earnest. "Let me offer you a sincere rundown of what we at Unshakable Rock have to offer. 1. 3 personal guidance sessions with a 5th-rank King-tier Elder, guaranteed follow-ups. 2. Direct award of this year's Freshman Top 10 resource package. If you're skilled enough, you could even compete for the Freshman First Chair. 3. A 1,000 square meter villa, and a 300 square meter commercial property in Rock City, permanently yours. 4. 31st rank bronze-skin ironbone maidens and 10 second rank jade essence fighters from alternate realms, fully equipped to either serve or fight at your command. What do you think? Baoyang's eyes lit up. The offer was incredibly tempting. The first benefit alone, personal tutelage from a 5th rank king-tier elder, was a godsend for someone who had just stepped into 1st rank elitehood. More importantly, if the elder took a particular interest in him, they might even take him under their wing, becoming a powerful supporter for him in the future. The resource package offered in the second benefit, although specifics were unclear, was undoubtedly of immense value since it was ranked even above the villa and commercial property. The villa and commercial property in Rock City, mentioned in the third benefit, far eclipsed the value of anything Baoyang could attain in the small city of Jianglong. And lastly, the 30 bronze-skin ironbone maidens and 10 jade essence fighters from another world were an irresistible add-on. Not only could they serve him, but they were fully capable combatants. Whatever Baoyang desired, be it utilizing or eliminating them, he had total freedom. At this moment, someone nearby calmly reminded them of the 2 supreme principles of the Diyuan realm. The first supreme principle stipulates that everyone in the Diyuan realm, upon reaching the age of 18, must awaken their abilities. Hindering this process is punishable by death. The second supreme principle prohibits anyone from seizing or enslaving the indigenous human race. Violators will face severe punishment. Although the second rule may appear less strict, it actually carries a far stronger deterrent. These 2 principles serve as the foundational laws safeguarding the local population of the Diyuan realm. The textbooks once mentioned an example. A highly talented professional struggled through many challenges to ascend to the 6th tier, the deity ascension realm, ultimately becoming a member of the Supreme Council. If Baoyang could earn the favor of someone of such prominence, it was not impossible for him to follow a similar path. The choice Baoyang made when faced with the recruitment efforts of powerful martial academies would directly determine his future. One of the top figures in the Diyuan realm, a 6th-tier powerhouse, was born into an illustrious family yet carried a deep-seated blood feud. Back then, he had a mortal enmity with a scion of a prestigious family. Once he rose to the 6th tier, he wielded his influence to force the family scion and their relatives to explore intelligence in a newly discovered alien world. In the end, he enslaved all of them in that world, torturing them relentlessly in an act of vengeance. But this form of exploitation crossed the line of the second supreme principle. Even in alien worlds, enslaving one's compatriots remained illegal. The supreme speaker, the iron-blooded martial deity, personally intervened, splitting off an avatar to pursue this man for 10 years across hundreds of alien worlds. Eventually, they captured the 6th-tier powerhouse and brought him back to the Diyuan realm. He faced a severe trial. His powers were completely sealed, and he was required to contribute a millennia's worth of energy to the reproduction of the Diyuan realm's human race. This was because once professionals and martial artists advanced to the 3rd-tier transcendent realm, their descendants would automatically inherit superior talents. The 6th-tier powerhouse's exploitation enraged the supreme principles. The Supreme Council issued a warning. Those who violated these principles would be pursued by fate itself, with nowhere to hide. When Baoyang and his classmates had learned of this case, they couldn't understand why such a powerful 6th-tier individual would take such a risk. In truth, there were many lawful ways to resolve grievances, and any decision to cross the line likely had hidden motives. In the Diyuan realm, hiring others was permissible, but enslaving them was entirely forbidden. After the 3-meter-tall giant finished listing 4 conditions, a lean man finally spoke. Baoyang, all the conditions offered by the Unyielding Stone Academy can be matched by our Undying Vajra Academy. The first 3 are identical, but I'll raise the stakes for the 4th. We'll provide 2 second-tier Jade Marrow Realm maids from alien worlds, plus 10 second-tier Jade Marrow Realm battle slaves. Or we can replace them with 1 third-tier Golden Body Realm battle slave. This proposal immediately prompted the 3-meter-tall giant to groan in frustration. A 3rd-tier Golden Body Realm battle slave? Do you even have the authority to make that decision? The lean man nodded coolly. Astonished by my word, the giant grew agitated, exclaiming, Baoyang, I'll amend my 4th condition, 31st-tier Copperskin, Ironbone Realm maids, plus 2 second-tier Jade Marrow Realm maids. How does that sound? Baoyang frowned, feeling as though he was being treated like a lecher. Finally, the woman who had remained silent this entire time spoke. Her voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Baoyang, guidance from a 5th-tier master might not be suitable for you. Their level is too high. I am from the Myriad Blades Pavilion Academy, which specializes in transforming all kinds of power into sharp killing intent. Our focus on slaughter is unparalleled. Our academy's admission standards are entirely impartial. Strength is the sole measure of merit. Young people are prone to impulsiveness. It's not wrong to pursue women, but indulging in lust will ultimately limit your accomplishments. I'll make you an offer. If you join us, I'll sever your lustful desires with one strike of my blade. How about it? Bai Yang shuddered as the woman turned and left, disappearing soon after. The atmosphere instantly grew tense, and the cold, oppressive aura lifted, causing everyone around to exhale in relief. The 3-meter-tall giant laughed heartily, his tone straightforward. If you cut away desire, you lose your humanity. Every top powerhouse has desires of some sort. Bai Yang, let's go. The lean man stepped forward and added, at the Undying Vajra Academy, our main focus is the indestructibility of both the physical body and the soul. Your soul is currently too weak. This year, we've allocated soul-strengthening techniques to the top 10 newcomers. Although the 10 great martial academies didn't officially rank one another, there were unspoken hierarchies. The academy Bai Yang most wanted to join was the Eternal Law Academy. Its city, the City of Eternal Law, was actively engaged in battles with 12 alien worlds, making it a place of great allure. Unfortunately, the academy's recruitment officer had evaluated his potential and left without saying a word. Unless he revealed his hidden talents, 7 of the other academies wouldn't accept him, either. Bai Yang fell into silence. Deep down, Bai Yang had already made up his mind. Both the Unyielding Stone Academy and the Undying Vajra Academy emphasized physical enhancement, but he wasn't interested in becoming a giant with a massive build. Resolutely, he strode toward the lean man and said, I'm willing to join the Undying Vajra Academy. The lean man grinned widely. All right, follow me. I'll help you handle the enrollment procedures today. The towering 3-meter giant sighed regretfully as he turned to leave. Around him, the hundreds of others standing in the perimeter began dispersing as well. Walking side by side, the man started to introduce himself. My name is Li Lingfeng, a third-tier extraordinary. I studied at the Unyielding King Kong Academy before officially graduating. Now I've stayed on to assist with recruitment. Bai Yang nodded in gratitude. Thank you, senior, for helping me get in. Li Lingfeng chuckled. We're from the same academy. No need to be so formal. Your results from the King's trial were truly outstanding. It's no wonder nearly every second-tier academy wanted to recruit you. Perfectly normal. But it's just as natural for academies that specialize in incompatible training disciplines to let you go without a fuss. He paused for a moment, and a complex expression shadowed his face. However, it's a bit unusual for the Wanjian Lai Chao Academy, which clearly focuses on sharp and lethal combat prowess, to have tried poaching you. Bai Yang's heart tightened. He suddenly thought back to that day in the Supreme Tower when he encountered that incredibly handsome man. That person must hold a high position within the Wanjian Lai Chao Academy, possibly very influential, he thought. Back then, the man had shown a slight interest in him, but didn't reveal his true intentions or try to recruit him overtly. It was as if he were waiting for something. Bai Yang shook his head. I'm not sure. That woman by his side seems strong though, right? Li Lingfeng nodded. Among the 108 second-tier academies competing to recruit today, 98 have second-tier extraordinary leaders. The top 10 institutes had 9 with third-tier professionals, but only she was a fourth-tier, a saint-level professional. Without hesitation, Bai Yang's heart solidified his resolve. While the top 10 academies in stature shared similar levels of prestige, the Unyielding King Kong Academy offered extra initial rewards and opportunities to earn more resources through sheer capability. In contrast, the Wanjian Lai Chao Academy lacked initial support, and Bai Yang neither had a talent for swordsmanship nor an interest in pursuing it. That place wasn't a good fit for him. With that, Li Lingfeng guided him through the teleportation relay zone. All around them, people came and went in a perpetual flow, amid an unending ripple of teleportation waves. Stepping into the teleportation matrix, an intense force field enveloped Bai Yang. His energy felt stifled, effectively disabling all his abilities, including summoning his iron battle rooster. The teleport array activated, and Bai Yang sped forward rapidly before landing not long after. Li Lingfeng remarked, We can't linger in the teleportation areas. Follow me. Soon, they arrived at a convertible sports car. With a wave of his hand, Li Lingfeng started the engine. The vehicle roared as it sped out of the teleportation area. While technology functioned effectively inside cities protected by barriers, it became nearly useless in the outer zones tainted by otherworldly energies. Before long, they approached an immense stone gate, towering 100 meters high and spanning several hundred meters wide. For radiant golden words were inscribed upon it. Unyielding King Kong. Li Lingfeng gestured grandly. The academy is very close to the teleportation zone. Students and teachers often use teleportation. Come, let's get your admissions processed and claim your rewards. With a loud roar, the car hurtled through the unsecured gates. After a brief interval, Bai Yang successfully completed his enrollment at the registration desk. Li Lingfeng exhaled deeply, as though relieved. All right, now come with me to collect your rewards. They entered a nearby room where two female staff members were already waiting. One of them held a tray, upon which some items were neatly arranged. Li Lingfeng handed a storage bracelet to Bai Yang, saying, I noticed you were already using a similar model back in Jianglong City, so I had this one specially prepared for you in advance. If you want another design, just let me know. Bai Yang hurriedly shook his hands in refusal. No need. This bracelet is great. Just what I want. Li Lingfeng smiled. This bracelet is part of the resource package awarded to all top 10 rank students in the freshman generation. Additionally, it includes a skill book, which the academy is arranging to deliver to you tonight. Other resources are also being prepared. He had Bai Yang bind the bracelet to himself, then led him to claim rewards like villas and shop ownerships. In another room, a holographic projection of a map illuminated the space. Densely packed blue light dots spread across it. Pointing to the map, Li Lingfeng explained, These are villas owned by our academy, scattered across the city of Unyielding. Those near the academy and teleport zones have already been selected. These remaining options are available. Bai Yang, venturing out of Jianglong City for the first time, knew nothing of the Unyielding City. Helpless, he asked for guidance. Senior, could you introduce me to this place? Chuckling, Li Lingfeng launched into his explanation. The Unyielding City is a large metropolis, encased by a barrier with a 330-kilometer diameter, which continues to expand. The innermost 30 kilometers houses the teleport zones and central array control hub. This is considered the governance zone, which is also where we operate. He continued, to the north lies the Unyielding King Kong Academy, divided into the teaching zone and the battle squadron camp. The teaching zone is marked in yellow on this map. It will be your main area of activity moving forward. Upon reaching the second tier as either a hero or Jade Corps Extraordinary, you could establish a squadron of your own. We'll designate a zone for your squad members to live and train, but note that all housing lacks permanent ownership. Bai Yang nodded, understanding how things worked. He recalled Shun Haitang, still stationed at the newcomer camp in Jianglong City. Once she reached the second-tier hero level, she could be recruited into his squadron. Li Lingfeng pointed westward. That area is where most common folk live. Essential factories are also located there. The Unyielding King Kong City boasts a population exceeding 1 billion and is still growing. Bai Yang made a mental calculation. Jianglong City, with its 50-kilometer diameter, was far more densely populated. Though the Unyielding King Kong City covered a vast expanse, it felt like much land, fewer people. He pointed directly southward. To the south is the military garrison and the military family residential area. Our martial academy collaborates with the military to resist invasions from otherworldly realms. Li Lingfeng added, the Immortal City is currently facing a dual invasion from the ancient demon realm and the serpent demon realm. Bai Yang was surprised. This city is so vast, and yet only two otherworldly realms have been attacking it? Li Lingfeng sighed, a hint of helplessness in his gaze. Rumor has it that a third otherworldly realm might be introduced soon. That would cause big trouble. Bai Yang turned and asked, what about the East? Li Lingfeng reflected. The Supreme Council drew up rules to narrow the disparity between people, but the essence of strength and weakness remains unchanged. The eastern side is the noble district, home to strong warriors and their families. Most of our academy villas are located in the north and east. I'd recommend you choose one that's more inwardly placed over there. Bai Yang carefully scrutinized the map and pointed to a villa labeled 005173. This one. Li Lingfeng nodded, and a staff member nearby quickly operated the system. Before long, Bai Yang's phone pinged with a notification. The villa was officially registered under his name. Li Lingfeng added, as for a shop, pick one on the north or east side closer to the villa. It may be smaller, but its value will be higher. Bai Yang promptly selected a shop near the villa, and the staff member assisted in registering it properly. With that, Bai Yang had fulfilled the second and third requirements for enrollment. Li Lingfeng led him out of the registration hall, about to say more. The atmosphere was tense yet tinged with anticipation. Once you're officially enrolled, the Martial Academy will reward you with 2 Grade 2 Jade Marrow female attendants, 10 Grade 2 Jade Marrow otherworldly battle slaves, or 1 Grade 3 adamantine battle slave, Li Lingfeng said as he walked, addressing Bai Yang. Come, Let's go pick your slaves. Bai Yang followed him, unable to hold back his question. Senior, what exactly are otherworldly slaves? Li Lingfeng sighed. You grew up in an orphanage. I did too. Even though our backgrounds are righteous, it's hard for us to gather intel compared to those with influence. The Supreme Council prohibits humans of the Source Earth realm from enslaving one another, but they strongly advocate for the enslavement of otherworldly lifeforms. Training newcomers at the Immortal Martial Academy is just the starting point. The truly formidable students form independent forces which together constitute a massive conglomerate. Among otherworldly lifeforms, there are many intelligent species. Killing them outright is wasteful. Enslaving their intelligent life for generations after annexing their worlds has become the mainstream approach. Right now, we're dealing with the Ancient Demon Realm and Serpent Demon Realm. Their intelligent races, the Ancient Demons and Serpent Demons, are formidable close combat fighters, and we've enslaved many of them. The attendants you're choosing today are hybrid creations developed by our Life Research Institute, primarily human genes supplemented with serpent demon genes. As he said this, Li Lingfeng stopped and turned his gaze piercingly toward Bai Yang, who had fallen slightly behind, his expression peculiar. Bai Yang felt a chill run across his skin. Goosebumps prickled over him as he asked softly, Senior, what do you mean? Li Lingfeng lowered his voice. Beyond female attendants, there are also male attendants, handsome slaves. Their genetic makeup is primarily human, supplemented with ancient demon genes. They're muscular and male. If you're interested, you could select one. Bai Yang immediately shook his head. Senior, don't get the wrong idea. I already have women back in Jianglong City, and I'm completely normal. Li Lingfeng didn't respond directly but instead shifted the topic. You've opened a shop called Longyang Trading Company. Nice name. It has depth. Bai Yang hurried to explain. The Yang is from my name, and the Long refers to Jianglong City, where I grew up. Together, they form the name. At this, Li Lingfeng relaxed. Good, just as long as that's the case. Let me circle back. Both female and handsome attendants mostly derive from human genetics, while battle slaves are the opposite. Their genetic composition leans heavily toward ancient demon or serpent demon traits, with human genes as a supplement. They're incredibly strong in combat and are suited for frontline roles as fighters or cannon fodder. Before long, the two reached a massive palace, the Battle Slave Hall. Li Lingfeng presented his identification, while Bai Yang withdrew the jade token he'd received upon admission. Once verified, they were granted entry without issue. They descended a sprawling spiral stone staircase for a full 10 minutes. Deep underground, the space was brightly lit. Though the depth was unknown, the corridors were illuminated with steady, glowing light. After passing through 2 additional identity verifications, Li Lingfeng brought Bai Yang to an isolated area. Bai Yang instinctively swallowed a gulp. Standing before them were 10 exceptionally beautiful women, but they were noticeably distinct from ordinary women. Elongated necks, slender yet muscular waists, and slightly parted lips revealing long crimson tongues. These were the female attendants, primarily human genetics merged with serpent demon genes. Bai Yang could perceive the intense vitality radiating from their bodies. Each of them was a Grade 2 Jade Marrow martial artist. By comparison, his high school principal had only reached Grade 2 Jade Marrow. However, Bai Yang quickly realized that despite their rank, these attendants' physical strength didn't even compare to his own as a newly initiated Grade 1 elite. The gap was glaringly obvious. Li Lingfeng chuckled. If not for you passing the trials of the exceptional level sovereign test, it would have been impossible to take Grade 2 attendance as a Grade 1 novice. These female attendants were cultivated by the Life Research Institute and trained for years at the Academy's Otherworldly Slave Training Center. Each one is worth a fortune. This chapter is the 33rd out of 37. I will carefully translate it while keeping the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall layout intact. You can only choose 2 beautiful maidservants or alternatively, 1 combat servant at the 3rd tier Vajra realm. If you give up the 3rd tier servant, you can take all 10 beautiful maidservants with you. Bai Yang quickly shook his head. Senior, don't tempt me. I'll make my choice right now. He focused on the 10 snake demon maidservants before him, their eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. Soon, Bai Yang picked 2 who not only matched his aesthetic preferences but piqued his interest the most. Li Lingfeng waved his hand, and a staff member approached carrying a tray. On the tray lay 2 scrolls faintly glowing with a soft white light. Li Lingfeng pointed at the scrolls and explained, "These are life scrolls. You imprint them with your spiritual energy and life force, and they will recognize you as their master. You must regularly reinforce the imprint. If it fades, they might lose control. In theory, they won't act out, But to be safe, always stay vigilant. Bai Yang nodded, picking up the two scrolls. He concentrated and left his marks on them. Like binding a storage artifact, he etched his energy into the pre-existing grooves on the scrolls. Not long after, the two snake demon maidservants were successfully enslaved. Li Lingfeng continued leading him forward. Shortly after, they arrived at a large chamber divided into two sections. To the left sat a grotesque creature, 3 meters tall, entirely hairless. Its skin was an interwoven pattern of bronze and black with a faint yellow sheen. Humanoid in shape, it had 4 arms, each hand boasting 4 clawed fingers, and feet with 4 claw-tipped toes. In the right room was a massive python, 1/2 meter in diameter and nearly 10 meters long. Unlike common snakes, its body was densely covered in cyan scales. Bai Yang frowned and asked Li Lingfeng, "Senior, what's the situation with these 2 third-tier creatures?" Li Lingfeng sighed as he explained, "Both of these have been cultivated as combat servants for years, with human genes integrated into their development. Although the human traits have become less noticeable as their strength increased, you can still discern them in their eyes. The human genes caused a slight decline in their raw strength but significantly enhanced their intelligence, making them formidable overall. Their intelligence is also why they can be enslaved. The one on the left is a demonic titan servant, exceptional strength, high defense and good offense, a versatile close combat fighter. The serpent on the right, not only possessing strong defense and power, can also transition seamlessly between land and water, functioning underwater without issue for short periods. If they fought in open terrain, the demonic titan would have over an 80% chance of victory. In dense forests or underwater, however, the serpent's odds would rise significantly. Which one to pick depends on how you plan to use them. However, let me tell you something. This cyan-scaled python carries exceptionally noble bloodlines, whereas the demonic titan race lacks such a distinction." Bai Yang pondered for a moment before responding hesitantly, "Senior, I choose the python. How do I enslave it?"
Li Lingfeng shuklat.
"It's simple. Once you've decided, a slave collar will be brought to you immediately." Surely enough, a staff member soon arrived, delivering a golden collar and a cyan pouch. Li Lingfeng pointed at the collar and explained, "This is a tool specifically designed to subdue highly aggressive combat servants. You bind it to yourself and then use it on the python." Bai Yang took the collar and quickly completed the binding and refinement process. "Release it." The collar instantly dissolved into countless golden symbols, most of which darted toward the cyan-scaled python in the right room. The python immediately coiled its body, its forked tongue flickering as it sensed the danger. It thrashed and wriggled desperately, trying to evade the golden symbols. Yet, as if they had a will of their own, the symbols pursued relentlessly. No matter how the python struggled, the symbols eventually formed 2 interlocking golden rings around its head and neck, 7 inches below its jaw. The cyan-scaled python gradually stopped resisting, clearly subdued. The atmosphere settled. The 2 golden rings slowly merged into its body, while a golden band appeared on Bai Yang's wrist. Li Lingfeng explained, "The slave ring on your wrist is crucial. With it, the cyan-scaled python will never harm you. Through this ring, you can issue commands directly, and should it dare to disobey, you can make its life worse than death with just a single thought." Feeling the power emanating from the slave ring, Bai Yang immediately understood that Li Lingfeng wasn't exaggerating in the slightest. "Senior, what if I lose the slave ring?" Bai Yang asked. Li Lingfeng's tone turned meaningful. "If you lose it, you'll need to tread carefully. A combat servant only recognizes the slave ring. Without it, nothing can be guaranteed." Bai Yang nodded. "Understood. Store it," Li Lingfeng commanded. Bai Yang infused the cyan pouch with his power, which caused it to open wide. Under Bai Yang's command, the cyan-scaled python obediently slithered inside. The cyan pouch was a specialized storage artifact capable of containing enslaved servants. Even the 2 snake demon maidservants behind Bai Yang could be stored inside. But Bai Yang wasn't foolish. Though he could order the cyan-scaled python not to harm them, forcing them to share a confined space with the python would terrify them sooner or later. With that, all conditions were fulfilled, except for the 3 uses of guaranteed advice from a 5th-tier king-level expert and the promised resource package. And thus concludes this translated portion, maintaining the integrity of the original text. The 2 quickly left the palace of battle slaves. Li Lingfeng instructed, "Bai Yang, that woman from before, the one who mentioned the 10,000 blades to the throne, wasn't wrong. You only have 3 opportunities to be guided by a king-tier mentor, so use them wisely. Especially since you've just entered the 1st tier, it would be a waste to use one now. And about the issue of desire that she brought up, you need to face it head-on. Suppressing desire isn't the solution, but excessive indulgence will ruin your future. There's a reason she offered to help you sever that desire. Bai Yang replied respectfully and earnestly, "Please elaborate." Li Lingfeng continued, "Each year, disciples from major factions rely on their talents and divine weapons to pass the king-tier trials. But those are just standard evaluations. You're alone with no backing, breaking through to the superior grade solely on your innate talent and strength, not relying on divine weapons, speaks volumes." The 108 second-tier martial academies mobilized all their recruitment officers to Jianglong City because of that trial. They wouldn't do that for an ordinary trial. And yet, you received all kinds of privileges. But here's the thing, you took 10 days to fully awaken and transform, while others typically manage it in 2. Can you honestly say that woman didn't delay you significantly? Without waiting for Bai Yang to respond, Li Lingfeng patted him on the shoulder. "Don't waste your talent. Become powerful as soon as possible. Perhaps one day, I'll be able to boast about the fact that you're the one who made it into the Undying Vajra Academy." Bai Yang nodded resolutely, his expression serious. "Senior, I won't let you down." Li Lingfeng chuckled. "It's not about letting me down. It's about not wasting your own talent. All right, I've sent a message to the enrollment office. The villa you chose will soon have skill books and resource packs delivered to it. Someone will contact you to confirm the inventory when it's time." With that, he gave Bai Yang's shoulder one last pat before vanishing in a flash. Bai Yang turned to the 2 serpent-maid companions standing behind him. "Follow me." He quickly navigated towards the villa using his phone's map. Half an hour later, he arrived at his new residence, a luxurious 3-story standalone villa, complete with a spacious surrounding garden. Before entering, Bai Yang verified his identity through facial and fingerprint recognition on his phone. The 2 serpent-maid companions also passed the identity verification process. Once inside, Bai Yang roamed through the villa, inside and out, gradually coming to understand just how extravagant the place was. The 3-story building stood about 6 meters tall per floor. Each single level spanned nearly 300 square meters without any shared space or deductions. The surrounding garden stretched over 800 square meters. Such attention and investment in geniuses within the Earth origin world were staggering. Despite only having reached the very first tier, Bai Yang had already been gifted such a grand property in the massive metropolis of the Immortal City. In comparison, his high school homeroom teacher, Li Xiangdong, though also a first-tier professional with years of combat service, had only been allocated an 80-square-meter high-rise residence with a 20-square-meter farming plot upon retirement. Bai Yang's villa couldn't even be compared to such conditions. It was a world apart. Leading the 2 serpent-maid companions, Bai Yang wandered through the garden, which clearly showed signs of meticulous care. Tucked into the edges of the garden were 10 neat 10-square-meter planting plots. By watering the plots sufficiently and using low-concentration blood crystal nutrient liquids, one could grow staple crops like rice and wheat to maturity in a single month. These plots were remarkably productive. Just 10 square meters could sustain 12 adults for a year. The government also allowed regular citizens to send their children to orphanages for collective care, ensuring no one starved. For a higher quality of life, however, people either needed to have more children for bonuses or work jobs to earn extra income. At that moment, a 3-tier gold body realm serpent warrior slave was released. The 2 serpent-maid companions flanking Bai Yang immediately began trembling all over. Though they shared serpent genes, their species were inherently different. Bai Yang used the golden ring on his hand to issue a command. "Your entire body is covered in emerald scales. From now on, your name will be Shaoqing. You're allowed to move freely in the garden, but without permission, you're not to leave it or enter the house." In sharp hissing tones, Shaoqing responded clearly under the control of the golden ring, obeying his orders. Bai Yang then led the 2 trembling second-tier Jade Marrow Realm serpent-maid companions into the villa for a closer look. The villa, constructed of heavy stone, was impressively durable. The first floor, spanning 300 square meters, was divided into a 200-square-meter guest hall and a 100-square-meter wine and tasting area. The furniture and appliances were of the highest quality. Notably, there was no kitchen, as those who had stepped into the tiers generally subsisted on high-concentration blood crystal water and rarely ate miscellaneously. The second floor, also 300 square meters in size, was arranged as a library and study. It was the third floor that truly astonished Bai Yang. The entire level was a massive bedroom. One side featured a colossal bed that could easily accommodate more than 10 people. The center had a lounge area with sofas, while the other side housed an oversized bathing pool. The villa also included a basement that had originally been designed as a dedicated training area, but it was currently empty. After familiarizing himself with the villa's layout, Bai Yang returned to the first floor to sit down. The two serpent-maid companions approached him, kneeling elegantly. Bai Yang was startled. Though they were only second-tier Jade Marrow realm beings, their posture and demeanor seemed unusually humble. He asked, "Why are you kneeling?" The slightly older serpent maid replied softly, "Master, according to our training, unless under extraordinary circumstances, our posture and gaze must remain lower than that of the master." Bai Yang observed the two women behaving submissively. His interest piqued. He decided to have them display their unique traits. "I saw your tongues in the battle servant hall. Let's have a look," he requested. Both answered in unison, opening their mouths slowly and extending their crimson tongues. Their tongues were slim and pointed like a snake's. Though not forked, they were far longer than those of ordinary humans, reaching an astonishing 30 centimeters. Bai Yang was so shocked he nearly called for them to stop. The tongues moved with an effortless flexibility, as if it was innate to them. Bai Yang took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. "Stop, stop. It's still daytime and we're in the city. Don't show too much," he warned while continuing to inquire about their abilities. The younger, slightly more inexperienced snake demon servant softly spoke. "Master, our necks are long and flexible, entirely boneless. Would you like to give it a squeeze?" Bai Yang hesitated. "Do you have any other special traits?" The two women suggested that he first address them by their identifiers. "The more experienced one is Qing Yi, and the younger one is Qing Se," they said in unison with sincere gratitude. Bai Yang, whose soul perception reached an impressive level of nearly 100 points, could sense their genuine appreciation. He extended a hand, helping them stand before allowing them to resume their kneeling positions. Qing Yi then lifted her garment at the waist slightly. Her robe shifted slightly upward, revealing her fair and evenly toned waist. Softly, she said, "Master, our waistlines are exceptionally strong and durable, honed through long-term training to maintain endurance without fatigue." Bai Yang drew in a sharp breath at this revelation. Immediately, he pulled out his phone and, within moments, placed an order for a high-precision weight scale. Just yesterday, Lu Susu had nearly suffered a nosebleed upon discovering her weight exceeded expectations. Now that Bai Yang himself had achieved an indestructible body, he speculated whether his weight might similarly soar. "Master, allow me to massage your legs," Qing Se offered. "All right," Bai Yang replied. Both snake demon servants kneeled closer, delicately commencing a light massage on Bai Yang's legs. Elsewhere, within an ethereal realm where forces of power converged, a stern-faced man opened his eyes. Gazing at the radiance of a sword light before him, he remarked, "Handsome sword immortal, why have you come here in person? Surely, we are not well acquainted." The sword light coalesced, forming the figure of Fu Chang'e, who swiftly transmitted a message to the man. The man furrowed his brows. "Understood. If that genius has joined the Undying Diamond Martial Institute, of course, I must prepare a gift. I am stationed here to guard this realm and cannot leave. Handsome sword immortal, I must trouble you to deliver this for me," he added while pointing a finger towards his brow. A beam of light emerged, materializing into a skill book. Fu Chang'e smiled as he accepted it. "Elder Jean Bummy, I remember seeing you from afar before I advanced to the 6th rank 20 years ago. Now, it appears that your diamond body and undying soul haven't progressed much recently. Could I perhaps assist by giving them a little push?" Jean Bummy stood abruptly. "I knew it. You wouldn't come personally just to deliver a skill book. Turns out you want to spar. Fine. Let's see if your reputation as the invincible handsome sword immortal, who rose to prominence within merely 10 years of reaching the 6th rank, holds true." Golden light burst forth, manifesting as a massive golden giant standing 10,000 meters tall. Fu Chang'e dissolved into swordlight, his form surging until it reached several thousand meters in size. As their powers clashed, the sound of blades colliding echoed throughout the void. After what seemed like an eternity, the two warriors reigned in their energy. Jean Bummy sighed, "Your swordlight is unparalleled in sharpness. If we were to fight to the death, I would lose to you." Fu Ching laughed artily. "You're too modest, Dean. I initially thought your diamond body and undying soul had stagnated for years, but I was wrong. With both in the process of fully merging, your advancement to the 7th rank is just a matter of time. You have found your path, whereas I remain lost, left with no option but to persistently train and endure." Their battle had significantly altered their relationship, as mutual respect flourished between these powerful figures. Jean Bummy asked, "Do you truly value Bai Yang so highly?" Fu Chang'e nodded. He's an orphan with no backing, yet he passed the king-level entry trial unscathed. Such talent is extraordinary. He has the potential to dominate, perhaps even ascend to supremacy in the future. His physical being is incredibly strong, but he has certain shortcomings. Fortunately, I've already helped him master the power of blood gold to complement his physical deficiencies. However, his soul remains relatively weak. That's why your undying soul suits him perfectly, which is why I sought you out. I must admit, I hadn't anticipated how straightforward you would be, immediately handing over the skill book without any hesitation or questions. Jean Bummy laughed heartily. To be frank, Bayong reminds me of myself when I was younger. Had it not been for martial god's intervention to vanquish the ancient demon, I wouldn't be where I am today. Helping a talented junior is an honor.
Fu Cheng nodded in agreement.
With this done, I'll be taking my leave. Not long after, the sound of a doorbell rang. Bayong rose, instructing the snake demon servants to familiarize themselves with the house while he went to answer the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a young woman holding a sealed box adorned with unusual sealing marks that resembled a hiltless sharp sword. The woman respectfully said, "Mr. Bayong, I'm a clerical staff member from the Martial Institute. Here is your skill book along with some supplies. Please present your identity jade token for verification." Bayong retrieved his token, touching it against the box. Instantly, the seals dissolved into light and vanished. He took hold of the box and asked, "Where are the other supplies?" The woman raised her wrist adorned with a bracelet. "There are quite a few items. Should I hand them over here?" Bayong turned around, preparing to lead the way. The green snake demon suddenly raised its head and hissed. The woman tensed up, and the atmosphere instantly grew taut. Entering the first-floor hall of the villa, the woman, under Bayang's guidance, began unloading the supplies, 3 large crates. She didn't leave immediately but instead handed over a list. "Mr. Bayong, this is the inventory list. As per the rules, it's best to verify everything on the spot." Bayong nodded. The woman opened the first crate, revealing a densely packed collection of fist-sized blood crystals. There are a total of 100 of them. All are first tier with energy values between 80 and 90. The 2 snake demon maids swiftly verified the count and quality, confirming it to be correct. Bayong had no objections. The woman then proceeded to open the second crate, which contained 10 palm-sized jade tablets. These are teleportation license tablets. Each allows for 1 free teleportation, covering any open area in the Diuan realm. Per your privileges, you'll receive 10 of these tablets every month. Bayong nodded, thinking to himself about the high value of such items, as a standard teleportation would cost at least 10,000 blood energy points. Ordinary people couldn't afford even 1 teleportation in their lifetime. The woman opened the third crate, inside of which lay only a single jade tablet. "This is a token. Possessing this will allow you to select an entire set of first-tier equipment from the weaponry department of the Martial Academy. If you have specific requirements, they can also customize it for you." Bayong nodded again. After activating the storage bracelet he had just bonded with, he saw that its internal space surprisingly had a diameter of 100 meters, vastly larger than the 1-meter space bracelet he had initially purchased, by a factor of 1,000,000 times. He quickly stored the 3 crates away but couldn't figure out why such large crates were used to house something as small as the jade tablets. The woman hadn't left yet, so Bayong spoke up, "The items are in order. You can report back now." The woman paused briefly, then hurriedly clarified, "Mr. Bai, my name is Lu Qingqing. I work in the administrative department of the Martial Academy, and from now on, I'll serve as your secretary, handling errands and minor tasks to help you stay focused." Bayang's expression shifted slightly. The name sounded eerily similar to Lu Susu. Lu Qingqing, noticing his reaction, became nervous. "Mr. Bai, if you're not satisfied, I can be replaced with another secretary." Bayong waved his hand dismissively. "You're fine." Relieved, Lu Qingqing quickly promised, "Don't worry, sir. I won't let you down." Bayong bluntly remarked, "Calling me Mr. Bai feels weird." Lu Qingqing explained, "Addressing a new Martial Academy student like you as a peer feels disrespectful. Calling you Lord or Senior would feel out of place. What do you suggest?"
Bayang chuklet.
"Since you're my secretary, just call me Boss." Lu Qingqing was momentarily startled before nodding affirmatively. "Understood, boss." Bayong motioned toward the sofa. "Have a seat. I just arrived in Immortal City, and there's a lot I don't understand." Lu Qingqing respectfully sat down, maintaining a straight posture and an air of deference. Bayong asked, "I've encountered several people from the Martial Academy, and they've all been unusually courteous to me as a new student. Why is that? Lu Qingqing's voice was crisp as she replied, Boss, the Martial Academy of the Undying Diamond Realm oversees several subsidiary units. The Foundational Teaching Academy where you'll enroll is central to the Combat Division. Other departments such as the Life Research Division, the Secretary Office, the Interdimensional Resources Development Unit, the Servant Training Center, and the Weaponry Department all exist to service the Combat Division. Those of us in these roles are subordinate to the Combat Division, so showing respect to you is a basic courtesy.
Bai Yang nodded.
Lu Qingqing produced her smartphone, and the two exchanged contact details. She then sent him a message. Boss, the Martial Academy has issued the new student orientation notice. You'll attend classes in the teaching department tomorrow. The freshman cohort is split into a champion class and a regular class. The champion class has 15 students, all of whom passed the king level trial. The regular class has 885 students, composed of those who achieved perfect level trial results. Bai Yang reviewed the notice, which matched exactly what Lu Qingqing had described. Secretary, are these the only two classes in the Martial Academy? Lu Qingqing nodded. Yes, boss. The Martial Academy's resource distribution was unique and distinct from other academies. As Lu Qingqing explained, according to the rules, the total resource allocation for both the champion and regular classes was equal. However, with the champion class having only 15 students compared to the 885 in the regular class, the disparity in per capita resources was astonishing. This prioritization of top talent for resource investment was an age-old practice. Bai Yang questioned Lu Qingqing about whether, after classes began, regular class students could challenge champion class students, with victors replacing the defeated. Lu Qingqing immediately denied this, explaining that while sparring between the two groups was permitted, a loss wouldn't result in a champion class student being demoted. The boss had the right to decline challenges. However, exceptional regular class students could still earn the opportunity to elevate to the champion class. Bai Yang found this arrangement reasonable, noting that champion class students were meant to enjoy greater resources. Lu Qingqing added that some champion class students might not purely excel in combat prowess, but instead possess specialized skills like support abilities. The Martial Academy tailored their training accordingly. Bai Yang acknowledged this understanding and set a schedule to attend his first class in the teaching department at 8 a.m. the next day. Lu Qingqing gracefully excused herself, but not before delivering a set of weighing scales. Bai Yang closed the courtyard door and stepped onto the weighing scale. The display showed 620 kilograms. Back when he had a body of steel, he weighed only 330 kilograms, nearly half of what he did now. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. Was he so heavy now that he could only stay on the lower levels? He glanced at the two serpent yokai maids standing beside him. Both were at the second tier of the Jade Essence realm. Bai Yang gestured for them to test their strength. Looping an arm around the neck of the one in green, he motioned for her to pick him up. Despite her surprise, she obediently scooped Bai Yang up in a princess carry. Bai Yang marveled at the power of someone in the second-tier Jade Essence realm. Suddenly, Bai Yang slapped his own forehead, startling both women. He made a quick gesture, commanding them to turn around. From a small chest, he pulled out a skill book radiating black and gold light. Unyielding Soul, a skill of sovereign quality. Without hesitation, Bai Yang expended one skill point. The skill book transformed into light and merged into his body, manifesting in his sea of consciousness as a humanoid shadow, identical to himself. The Unyielding Soul skill granted a plus 100 boost each to his mental strength, perception, and reaction, and came with the potent energy of soul immortality. This force, known as Undying Aura, filled his sea of consciousness warm, steadfast, and significantly enhancing his resistance to soul attacks. Bai Yang felt his soul's defenses surge drastically. Satisfied, he turned to review his stats on the data interface. Level 10, Bloodline, Pure Human.
HP 6056, Mana 3960, Stamina 20280.
Physical Strength, plus 1000, Constitution, plus 1000, Agility, plus 1000, Physical Attack Power, 2028. Soul Attributes, Mental Strength, Perception and Reaction significantly elevated. Magic Attack Power, 396. Physical and magical defense both substantially increased. His innate and secondary talents provided powerful support. His skill arsenal now included Summon Steel Combat Chicken and Indestructible Diamond Body. Bai Yang took a deep breath, sensing his strength had ascended to an entirely new level. Confidence surged as he looked forward to future challenges. Attributes, 0, Skill Points, 7. Bai Bai Yong had improved his mental strength, perception, and reaction by 100 points each. His vitality, however, had only increased by a few hundred. On the brighter side, his lifespan had leapt from 60 years to 300 years. He felt noticeably sharper, his soul clearer and more refined, and the sense of lag in both body and soul had markedly diminished. For now, he had no sovereign-tier skill book for iron skin, so he couldn't fuse multiple copies to achieve a stronger constitution. Instead, Bai Yong prepared to move on and execute his next plan. He said to the two snake demon maids, "Qingyi, Qingsa, you can turn around now." The two of them turned around gracefully, their postures enchanting. Bai Yong stood up and walked forward, his voice steady. "Come on, let's go to the third floor. You said before that you studied at the servant training center for many years, but it was only simulation, you never truly put it into practice. Today I'll let you practice, and I'll also verify whether your bodies are truly untouched." At 7 o'clock in the morning, the alarm went off and Bai Yong turned it off. Qingyi and Qingsa had wanted to help him get up, but he stopped them. "Don't disturb me today. I left you some top-grade blood crystal water, recover on your own." There was no shyness on their faces. Instead, with guilt, they said in a low voice, "Master, it's all because we're too weak. We've troubled you and kept you from fully enjoying yourself." Bai Yong smiled with his eyes closed and took a deep breath. "Even though I didn't get enough, it was already wonderful." After saying that, he got up and left. The snake demon bloodline and their special way of feeding made the experience complicated, shocking, and indescribable. So memorable it lingered long after. Bai Yong came to the garden and, with a thought, issued an order through the golden bracelet on his wrist. The cyan snake demon glided lightly over to him. He pressed on the cyan snake demon's body. It felt like ordinary flesh and blood, and he couldn't inspect it the way he could with his attributes. As a third-tier golden body realm snake demon, its physique was certainly somewhat inferior to his 1014 points. "Shaoqing, when we head out in a bit, I'll stand on your head. Go in the direction I tell you." "Hiss, master!" the cyan snake demon responded. Bai Yong leapt onto the snake's head. The cyan snake demon was about 10 meters long, and as it glided smoothly forward, a cold wind blew over Bai Yang's head. Yet he could barely feel any bumps at all. After leaving the house and traveling some distance, Bai Yong rode the cyan snake demon on his way. Yesterday, when he entered Immortal City, he had seen many unusual ways of traveling. Riding a snake demon was hardly strange. It was just that his cyan snake demon was rare. Along the way, ordinary people lowered their heads and walked when they saw all kinds of exotic beasts, and the gap between people was especially obvious in a large city. The cyan snake demon was fast, and before long they arrived at the Vajra Immortal Martial Academy. The jade token on Bai Yang's body reacted with the enormous gate, and he rode the cyan snake demon inside without issue. Secretary Lu Qingqing had already sent the exact location, and Bai Yong reached it shortly after. When Lu Qingqing saw him using the cyan snake demon as a mount, her face was filled with panic and confusion. "Boss, the cyan snake demon is of noble bloodline in the snake demon race. Riding it like this will stir up hidden resentment in it. The gold ring can control it and prevent backlash, but it's still not ideal." Bai Yong jumped down from the snake's head and said coldly, "Am I supposed to coddle a war servant?" "Secretary Qingqing, lead the way." Lu Qingqing quickly turned around and led the way, saying as they walked, "Boss, the combat mentor for the king class was confirmed yesterday, and the information was sent to the secretariat this morning." Bai Yong asked, "How is this mentor? Anything we should watch out for?" Lu Qingqing nodded. "The mentor is called Shun Qingfeng, a third-tier transcendent Yidra. He only returned from the ancient demon realm a few days ago after a campaign there. He now needs to purge the aura of the ancient demon realm, so he's been assigned as the combat mentor for the king class. Shin Qingfeng was also in the king class before, and he doesn't care about the results of the entry trial. If you keep a low profile on the first day, there shouldn't be any problem. Nothing else in particular needs to be guarded against." Bai Yong smiled. "All right, I've always been well behaved. I won't cause you any trouble." Lu Qingqing was wearing a neat uniform, her steps light and brisk. Though she was a clerical staff member, her strength was at the first-tier copper skin and iron bones realm. Before long, Bai Yong saw a group of people along with their battle servants, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. There were 15 people in this new student class. Bai Yong had arrived 40 minutes early, yet he somehow ended up being the last one there. "Holy crap! A third-tier azure snake demon. So cool!" someone exclaimed. "Bro, you don't look like you've got backing. Could this third-tier azure snake demon be an enrollment reward from the Martial Academy?" "Quit being sour. Look over there, one of them has a third-tier ancient demon. That's the really impressive one. Our brother's got a third-tier azure snake demon too, so his results are obviously pretty good. Everyone greeted Bai Yong very warmly. Some admired him, some envied him, but no one came looking for trouble. Bai Yong felt a little disappointed. He had read plenty of novels, and in them, whenever the protagonist showed up, some second-generation rich kid would always provoke him, only to be slapped back in the face. But this time, aside from that isolated female classmate, who merely glanced at him, no one was hostile. He swept his gaze around, and in the end, he looked a few seconds longer at the female classmate standing at the outer edge. This height, over 2 meters. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and her eyes are blue too. So distinctive. In the ordinary human race of the Earth origin realm, most men were 1.7 to 1.9 meters tall, while women were generally 1.6 to 1.8 meters. Not only did this girl have blonde hair and blue eyes, her height was enormous. When Bai Yong faced her, his face probably only reached her collarbone. Lu Qingqing stood behind Bai Yong, while each of the other 14 people had a staff member in a secretary uniform beside them. At that moment, a tall, sturdy male classmate walked over. "Bro, are you selling your azure snake demon?" Bai Yong looked at him suspiciously, vaguely sensing that he was about to be provoked. "If I say it's not for sale?" The man froze for a moment, then asked, "If you're not selling it, then you're not selling it. Why do I feel like you want to hit me?" Bai Yong gave a wry smile. "You misunderstood. I was asking how much the green snake demon is worth on the market." The other man frowned. "My name is Sun Byuk. The value of this green snake demon can't be measured in blood crystals. It's all barter. A normal third-tier snake demon can be exchanged for 100 ordinary items, and a rare green snake demon is probably worth that much." Bai Yong was surprised. "Is it really that valuable? 1 for 100. Sun Byuk lowered his voice. "Your reaction's pretty ordinary. Looks like you don't have much background. Being able to get such a rare green snake demon means you must have caught the eye of some big shot at the martial academy."
Bai Yang nodded.
"Thanks. My name is Bai Yong. Please look after me in the future." Sun Byuk smiled helplessly. "Bro, forget it. We'll just look after each other." He reminded him again. "Quite a few of us arrived a few days ago. Everyone's pretty easy to get along with. Just don't provoke that ugly one over there." Bai Yong was stunned. The woman had only glanced at him. Aside from her especially unusual hair and eye color, her looks and figure were actually quite beautiful. She was so tall that most people couldn't accept her aura. She was more like a monster. In a world where black hair and black eyes were the norm, blonde hair and blue eyes seemed like an outlier. Back in ancient times, she might have been mistaken for a demon. Bai Yong didn't ask any further. Sun Byuk looked a little confused. "Bro, you don't want to know why you can't mess with her?" "Why?" Sun Byuk gave a sinister smile. "Her temper is explosive." Before he could finish, there was a thud as something heavy hit the ground. Bai Yong glanced sideways and saw a lean man, though he exuded a powerful aura, slowly walking over. Clearly, he had deliberately made the noise to draw attention. Everyone's expressions instantly turned serious. Sun Byuk was so frightened he shut his mouth, muttering softly, "She has a bad temper. I just looked at her a few extra times and almost got hit by her. Unreal. She's so ugly and still won't let people look at her." The combat instructor Shin Qingfeng strode closer, observing everyone's expressions. The 2-meter-tall man and the classmates beside him seemed to be staring at him. Yet they were whispering to each other. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Combat instructor Shin Qingfeng wore a faint, meaningful smile as he stopped to size everyone up. "Not bad, not bad. I've always thought geniuses are prone to arrogance, and when arrogance goes too far, it becomes trouble." He pointed at 2 people in the crowd. "That tall one, and you, this pretty boy, come up."
Bai Yang cursed inwardly.
Ever since Shen Qingfeng appeared, he hadn't said a word, keeping his eyes fixed on the other man. Yet he still got called out, completely dragged down by Sun Byuk, whom he had just met beside him. Lu Qingqing and Sun Byuk's secretary were so nervous they didn't dare make a sound. A staff member hurried over and handed him a roster with photos. Shin Qingfeng glanced at it briefly, closed it, and tossed it back to the staff member. Then he clenched his hands, producing a crisp crack. "Sun Byuk, Bai Yong, step forward." Sun Byuk forced a smile and stepped forward. "Instructor, I was the one who talked too much. It has nothing to do with Bai Yong." Shin Qingfeng snorted coldly. "One hand can't clap without the other. Bai Yong, I've asked you to come forward twice already. Why aren't you moving?" Bai Yong flashed forward a step and said respectfully, "Instructor, your presence is extraordinary. I come from a small place and haven't seen much of the world, so your bearing is a bit overwhelming. Shen Qingfeng froze for a moment, feeling as if he had been punched by 2 lumps of cotton. How boring. Not a troublemaker, huh? Step back. Bai Yong and Sun Byuk obediently retreated, and the secretaries breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Qingfeng continued, You've all learned the Vajrabadi, right? Everyone nodded. Bai Yong was a little confused. Since he hadn't actually learned the Vajrabadi, he had learned Immortal Soul instead. Clearly, the instructor didn't know that. Shen Qingfeng said, The Vajrabadi is a signature skill of our martial academy. It grants strong defense and tremendous strength, and can withstand water and fire. You've just entered the first-tier elite rank. By passing a king-level trial, you can gain 1 or 200 attribute points. We practitioners' flesh and blood are digitized, which allows you to adapt to newly gained power. Whether you can bring it fully into play is another matter. Today, on the first day of school, we'll do one thing first. Determine this year's top freshman, second place, and last place. In other words, the top scholar, second scholar, and third scholar rankings. The top gets triple resources, the second gets double, and the last gets 1 share. The rankings will be re-evaluated every month. Sun Byuk raised his hand, and Shen Qingfeng nodded. He asked, Instructor, do we have to fight each other to determine the rankings? Shen Qingfeng glared at him. Fight your head. Are you going to use your head to compare with the third-tier Azure Serpent Demon beside Bai Yong? Sun Byuk glanced at the huge Azure Serpent Demon behind Bai Yong, then at his own 2 second-tier Ancient Demons, and realized there was no way he could win. He continued asking, Can we not use battle servants? Shen Qingfeng swept his gaze around with a cold smile. You're right, but no. If other people have powerful battle servants, why shouldn't they use them? Some of you even forced your way through king-level trials relying on lower-tier divine weapons from the powers backing you. Bai Yong looked at the mentor and thought to himself that this person really was different, down-to-earth and reasonable. Shen Qingfeng pointed to the nearby area. That's the Martial Academy's exclusive Battle Instance Teleportation Array, already connected to the Ancient Demon Realm. Next, you'll enter the real instance. Within 10 minutes, kill as many first-tier Ancient Demons as possible. 1 kill counts as 1 point. Everyone was stunned, then raised their hands one after another to understood. Shen Qingfeng waved his hand. The real instance has suppression. The power of the third-tier Azure Snake Demon and the third-tier Ancient Demon Servant is limited to the peak of the first tier. That's already favoring you. Begin. He pressed the timer. Bai Yong was the first to charge out, his speed far exceeding everyone else's. Damn. You guys are too fast. Sun Byuk, while dealing with 2 second-tier Ancient Demon Servants, noticed that the other 14 had already rushed out, and Bai Yong had vanished in an instant. Bai Yong even skipped the third-tier Azure Snake Demon. Damn impressive. Unfortunately, Bai Yong had already disappeared beyond the teleportation array. Entered the Ancient Demon Slaughter Field. Identity confirmed. Generating independent instance. Bai Yong entered a real instance space, the Ancient Demon Slaughter Field. This place was like a massive coliseum 500 meters in diameter, with entrances distributed at both ends. The system prompt said that the monsters entering this time were all first tier. Every minute, 10 first-tier Ancient Demons would be teleported in. If Bai Yong felt he couldn't hold out, he only needed to shout, I'm trash, and the system would forcibly take him out. There were less than 10 minutes left in this battle. Barely a few seconds after it started, Bai Yong had already run over 100 meters and was the first to enter the instance. The third-tier Azure Snake Demon knew its strength would be suppressed to first tier, so it simply had no intention of joining the fun. At this moment, a king-level steel battle chicken appeared, obeying Bai Yang's command and transforming into a 10-meter-tall giant rooster. This steel battle chicken had over 160,000 HP. Its strength and physique attributes had both been doubled by Bai Yang's buffs. Its attack power had broken through 10,000, and its defense exceeded 2,000 as well. With thick HP and high attack, it was immediately ordered to block the monster exit. Peck one dead every time you see one. The steel battle chicken rushed to the gate at once, and the 10 ancient demons that had just appeared were pecked to death instantly. Every minute, 10 first-tier ancient demons entered in succession, but all were instantly killed by this supergiant rooster. By the 9th minute, the final wave of monsters had also been wiped out, and the system announced the battle ended early, with Bai Yong achieving a complete victory. Rewards appeared: 100 first-tier excellent quality blood crystals and 10 strong body skill books. His experience bar instantly filled up. Bai Yong leveled up to a new level and gained attribute points and skill points. For system professionals, leveling up was all about continuously killing monsters, simple and straightforward. In the past, Monsters had been rampant everywhere and could be farmed endlessly. But after strict restrictions were imposed, the professionals of Jianglong City could only farm instances 3 times a month. Monster numbers had plummeted, no longer enough to satisfy the demands of the millions of players. After Bai Yang put the steel battle chicken and all the loot into his storage bracelet, he returned to the martial academy. Just as he steadied himself, he saw the ugly monster Sun Byuk had mentioned approaching. Bai Yang gave a slight nod in greeting, and the woman's gaze flickered with complicated emotions as their eyes met. The atmosphere became strange. Bai Yang looked toward the secretary's side, only to see that the remaining 13 classmates had already been waiting for quite a while. Clearly, none of them had even passed the simple 10-round ancient demon trial. That meant they all had to endure the humiliating label of, "I'm a noob," their faces full of awkwardness and shame. Only the blonde, blue-eyed woman had held on until the end. Even so, the battle armor on her body was covered in claw marks, obviously having fought quite hard. Shen Qingfeng beckoned Bai Yang over, and Bai Yang hurried forward. "Mentor." Shen Qingfeng nodded, his tone satisfied. "Your facial structure is only average at best, not what I'd call handsome, but you've got a strong masculine aura. You need to be careful. Someone like you easily attracts women, monsters, and even perverts." Before Bai Yang could react, he went on with a sigh. "You came from an orphan background, cleared the outstanding level king rank entry trial, didn't bring any Azure Snake demon servants, charged into the ancient demon slaughter arena in ordinary clothes, and wiped out 10 waves of first-tier ancient demons in 10 minutes without tearing your clothes at all. You really do have some skills. Last night I drank with Li Lingfeng, and he praised you several times." Bai Yang asked curiously, "Mentor, do you know Senior Li Lingfeng?" Shen Qingfeng rolled his eyes. "What kind of question is that? Old Li and I are both in the 3rd tier at the Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy. Of course we know each other." He let out a sigh, his tone carrying a hint of frustration. "I'm saying, with strength like yours, why didn't you show off? If you had, you'd obviously crush everyone else, and I could have helped you take first place for this month's freshman. You missed a perfectly good chance for nothing." Bai Yang hesitated. "Mentor, should I try showing off now?" Shen Qingfeng kicked at him, and Bai Yang instinctively dodged, avoiding the blow. Impressive. That kick was casual, but a normal first tier wouldn't have been able to dodge it. "Don't go showing off recklessly. Get back in line now. This is a formal evaluation. Messing around will cost you points." Bai Yang returned to the line in frustration. Shen Qingfeng waved over a staff member in the distance, and the man immediately ran off. Before long, a bald, burly man strode over. "Fengzi, seeing you personally taking new students through the tutorial, I honestly can't believe it." Shen Qingfeng laughed heartily. "We'll drink together tonight. Let's handle business first." He turned to the 15 students. "Let me introduce you all. This is Zhou Yu, a 3rd-tier Golden Body Realm warrior from the Indestructible Legion. Professionals rely on talent and skills. Warriors rely on flesh and blood and martial techniques, and their combat strength is naturally stronger. Aside from training your skills, you also need to keep up with martial techniques. This evaluation will be conducted by Mentor Zhou Yu. You'll go all out using every means at your disposal. Even your battle servants may be deployed to fight Mentor Zhou Yu in actual combat. Scores will be based on performance, and combined with the results from the ancient demon slaughter arena just now to determine the final ranking. The top 3 will be decided as this month's first, second, and last place. Starting from the lowest score, Sun Byuk with 34 points, dead last, you go first. The 2-meter-tall Sun Byuk did not blush, but stepped forward and saluted. "Mentor, please give me your guidance." Zhou Yu nodded. "You may use a war servant, but I guarantee I won't beat you to death. As for whether your war servant lives or dies, that has nothing to do with me." Sun Byuk encouraged himself in a low voice and stepped forward alone without bringing a war servant. Boom! He was kicked flying dozens of meters and crashed heavily to the ground. Shen Qingfeng coldly announced, "Sun Byuk scores 0 in this round, with a total of 34 points over 2 rounds, locking in last place." Sun Byuk lay on the ground for a second, then forced himself to get up. Shen Qingfeng continued, "Xie Jiaqiang, with 36 points, step up." Xie Jiaqiang also got 0 points in an instant, locking in second to last place. Then Hu Gaolai, Lei Tianxing, and the others went up one by one, and their scores were announced in turn. Bai Yang took the opportunity to get to know these classmates from the king class. In the end, only the blonde, blue-eyed woman and Bai Yang remained on the field. Shen Qingfeng said loudly, "First round score 96, second place, Wenren Fuguang, step up." Bai Yang watched her go on stage and learned that this woman's surname was Wenren Fuguang, a rare compound surname. Wenren Fuguang respectfully bowed to Mentor Zhou Yu. Mentor, my third-tier Golden Body Realm ancient demon war servant will fight alongside me. Zhou Yu nodded. As it should be. You will show everyone why, at the same tier, ancient demons can only be our war servants. The third-tier ancient demon behind Wenren Fuguang roared, its massive 5 to 6 meter frame suddenly charging forward. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal collision rang out sharply as Mentor Zhou Yu made his first direct move. Bai Yang watched with fascination, while some of the surrounding students turned deathly pale from the shock. The most miserable was Sun Byuk, whose ears were bleeding. Mentor Shin Qingfeng checked the students' conditions, paying special attention to Sun Byuk, but did not intervene. With a low shout, Zhou Yu's aura suddenly surged wildly. Although he stood only 1.9 meters tall, he still showed no fear in front of the nearly 6-meter-tall third-tier ancient demon, and their exchanged blows were exceptionally fierce. And as he fought, he spoke. Supreme Council Chair, our martial god forebears pioneered the martial Dao, gathering cultivation systems from multiple realms and passing them on to the human race of the Diuan realm. The path of a martial artist is completely different from that of a professional. Every step of strength is earned through sweat and blood. For example, a first-tier martial artist refines their bones internally and trains their flesh externally, becoming a copper skin, iron bones cultivator. A second-tier one changes marrow and blood, reaching the jade marrow realm. A third-tier golden body cultivator has a physique as hard as adamantine, unified inside and out, with no weak points whatsoever. Look at this ancient demon. Also third-tier, it seems powerful, yet its body is full of weak points. Its cultivation has gone down the wrong path. As soon as the words fell, the massive third-tier ancient demon crashed to the ground. Though no wound could be seen, blood gushed from all 7 apertures. Zhou Yu nodded at Wenren Fuguang, and the latter immediately raised his sharp blade and charged. With 2 crisp clangs, Wenren Fuguang's blade snapped instantly. He hurriedly retreated. Mentor's divine might. This student admits defeat. Zhou Yu said calmly, among the 14 of you, your martial skills are the best. You've clearly put in real effort. But you're a professional, so you should prioritize developing your talents and skills. Don't put the cart before the horse. Wenren Fuguang cupped his fists respectfully. Thank you for your guidance, Mentor. Zhou Yu pointed at the fallen ancient demon. I helped it hammer out its weak points. It's smart enough to strengthen them in a targeted way. Also, although you're ugly, we are transcendents, so don't mind the gossip. Once you become strong, who would dare call you ugly? Bai Yang stared in stunned silence. It was one thing for Sun Byuk to insult Wenren Fuguang's looks, but for Zhou Yu to say it so directly was truly shocking. Wenren Fuguang is really ugly? Was I seeing things? Wenren Fuguang bowed again. Thank you for your comfort, Mentor. I'm used to it. Such gossip won't affect me. Me. Everyone's gaze turned sharply toward Bai Yang. Even Sun Byuk, who was flushed with shame. Shin Qingfeng called out loudly, Bai Yang, go on. I'd like to see how you kill 10 waves of ancient demons and still walk away unscathed. Bai Yang had originally planned to summon the steel battle chicken, but in the next moment he suddenly saw the light. He stepped forward and said to Zhou Yu with unwavering eyes, please show mercy, Mentor. Boom! Bai Yang struck first, a punch with only 30% of his strength, swift as thunder. Relying on 1,014 points of strength, physique and agility, along with nearly 200 points each in spirit, perception and reaction, the blow was astonishingly fast. Pa! Zhou Yu's eyes lit up. His right hand shot out quickly and firmly caught Bai Yang's fist. Fist and palm collided violently, the momentum no less impressive than Zhou Yu's earlier battle with the ancient demon. An unusual shock surged through Zhou Yu's hand, and he was shocked to discover that this newcomer, who had just entered the first tier, possessed a body far stronger than expected. He gradually came to understand that Bai Yang was one of the top geniuses in the Diamond Indestructible Martial Academy, one of the 10 major martial academies, and one of the few top geniuses in the King class, carrying extremely high expectations. The pride brought by this kind of strength is innate. Although he appeared proper on the surface, his arrogance was naturally hard to hide. It was necessary to appropriately strike a blow to the genius's self-esteem on the first day. However, the force had to be controlled. Sun Byuk had clearly been beaten too harshly, and later he would still need a little morale boost. Zhou Yu thought of a method, used by Yang to indirectly encourage Sun Byuk. Only to see Zhou Yu kick out, and Bai Yang was directly sent flying, landing even farther than Sun Byuk. This clearly wasn't because Sun Byuk was weak. Even Bai Yang couldn't withstand this move. When Bai Yang landed, his eyes were shining brightly. Although he crashed down hard, he did not lose his balance. He felt that he had won. The rank of his diamond indestructible innate form skill was Overlord, but the fusion degree of blood gold power was only 10%, because his strength was limited. After being kicked by Zhou Yu, the number didn't change, but he felt that there was a decimal point after that 10%, and his condition had improved. Being beaten could actually increase his strength. For Bai Yang, this was simply an unexpected surprise. He quickly got back up, not even bothering to brush off the dust on his body, and threw a punch as he charged toward Zhou Yu. "Instructor, kick me harder. I can take it." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu got goosebumps all over. Bai Yang's expression left him baffled. That look of joy was nothing like how someone should react to being beaten. Zhou Yu kicked out again, and Bai Yang was sent flying once more. Bai Yang got up and charged at him again and again. "Instructor, harder. Don't hit the face. Don't hit the face. Put in a little more force." Bai Yang was sent flying hundreds of times, yet still did not fall. Instead, he kept getting back up and smashing toward him. The expressions of the classmates, the secretary, and the ancient demon war attendants present gradually changed. At first, Zhou Yu thought Bai Yang was just stubbornly enduring it, trying to attract his and Shen Qingfeng's attention. But later he discovered that Bai Yang was definitely not a masochist. Bai Yang could actually gain benefits by taking a beating. Zhou Yu understood and hurriedly called for a stop. He leaped away immediately. After all, he was a student. They couldn't really go all out on him. Shen Qingfeng laughed loudly. "Impressive. A first-tier warrior can actually withstand so many casual strikes from third-tier warriors. If word got out, it'd humiliate a bunch of third-tier warriors. Don't get me wrong. I mean those trash-tier third-tier warriors." Zhou Yu snorted coldly, turned and left without another word. Shen Qingfeng clapped and announced the results. Bai Yang was elected first, Wenren Fuguang second, and Xiong Jinhai last. Everyone applauded to celebrate. Shen Qingfeng looked at Bai Yang with a strange expression. "Are you sure you don't want to change clothes? Aren't you afraid of getting chilled by the wind? Don't forget there are still 3 girls here." Lin Tingxue, Yi Mujuan, and Wenren Fuguang were the only 3 girls in the king class. Wenren Fuguang didn't pay much attention to Bai Yang, but Lin Tingxue and Yi Mujuan were both staring at him, each with a different look in their eyes. As the wind blew, Bai Yang lowered his head, his face grim. He was wearing the ordinary casual clothes issued in high school, and after being kicked and thrown more than 100 times just now, they were already in tatters, reduced to only a few strips of cloth. Even worse, he hadn't brought any spare clothes, and his storage bracelet only contained blood crystals and jade tokens. Suddenly, a coat was thrown over, and Sun Byuk shouted, "I just bought this. You can wear it." Bai Yang quickly put it on. The coat was so big it could cover his entire body. Sun Byuk was 2 meters tall. Shen Qingfeng laughed and announced loudly, "That's it for today. Secretaries, take the recording back to the office, then help them collect their resource packs." "Dismissed." After speaking, Shen Qingfeng strode away. Lu Qingqing looked at Bai Yang with eyes full of admiration and ran over to him. "Boss, I'll go help you collect." This month's resources were in hand. As the chief, Bai Yang could receive 3 times the usual share. After saying that, Secretary Lu Qingqing reminded him that there was nothing else to do today and he could look around freely. If he wanted to customize a first-tier piece of equipment, he should go to the Weapon Academy to find someone. She would come find him after collecting the resources. Bai Yang nodded in agreement and said he would return to the villa in a bit. When Lu Qingqing arrived, she could just ring the doorbell and put the resources in the living room. Hearing that the chief was a freshman, which was both an honor and a chance to earn a bonus, she happily ran off with the other secretaries. Just now, Instructor Zhou Yu had kicked him over 100 times, but had controlled the force so Bai Yang wasn't injured. His fusion with the blood gold power had only increased by 0.01%. The progress wasn't much, but at least he had found the direction and knew how to improve. The classmates greeted one another and dispersed. As the chief, Bai Yang was highly recognized, and his phone gained a huge number of new friends. Even when Ren Fuguang and Instructor Shen Qingfeng had been added, he noticed that when Ren Fuguang's nod toward him carried a complex, hard-to-read look, not like emotions between a man and a woman, but more like puzzlement over an issue. At that moment, Sun Byuk walked over, having completely turned things around from the embarrassment of being last place. "Brother, the ordinary class has 925 people in class right now. Wanna go take a look?" Bai Yang corrected him. "Isn't it 885 people?" Sun Byuk explained that they were still recruiting, with the final deadline a month later, but classes had already started, and those who came late would suffer the loss. "In our king class, there are 3 girls, 1 ugly one and 2 that aren't easy to handle. But in the ordinary class there are over 100 girls. We're geniuses in their eyes. Just wave a hand and we can ask them out for a stroll. Yang shook his head. The ones in the ordinary class have only just entered first tier as well. They're young and inexperienced and may not necessarily respect us who just joined the king class. I don't have time to coax girls. Sun Byuk was shocked. Holy crap. Chief brother. You're so direct. And you're absolutely right. We can't waste time dating those green little girls. We need to find someone more mature. Come. I'll take you to a place my dad has been to and let you try it out. Yang was stunned. Aren't you afraid of being picked over by places your dad has used? Sun Byuk was instantly dumbfounded, his brain short-circuiting. After saying goodbye, Yang rode the Azure Snake Demon away. Now, besides continuing to collect iron cloth skill manuals in Jianglong City, he also had to expand his channels for obtaining skill manuals, which required more manpower and more shops. As for the Undying City side, he had never once bothered with the reward shop there. The Azure Snake Demon had seemed much more obedient these past few days, with better execution. Before long, they arrived at his shop, a 6-story building, each floor about 300 square meters. Due to the compensation he received for the remote location, Yang was very satisfied. This would be his second, Longyang Trading Company. After that, he placed an order on the spot at a large clothing store, buying 100 sets of clothes in various styles, including coats, pants, underwear, socks, and shoes. After paying, the tailor at the store got busy, and he left his address, asking them to prepare everything and deliver it directly. After taking care of the clothes, Yang went home. At home, the 2 snake demon maids at the 2nd-tier Jade Marrow realm had already come downstairs. Thanks to the superb-grade blood crystal water, they had recovered fairly well, but their movements were still stiff. Yang knew the reason. The blood crystal water he gave them wasn't first tier, so its effect was limited. Seeing him return, the 2 beautiful snake demon maids felt ashamed and a little afraid, and hurried over to greet him. Yang waved a hand. I'm going to the basement to train. No one may enter without permission. If there's anything, call me upstairs. After the resources are delivered by Lu Qingqing, you 2 check them over. There's no need to disturb me. The 2 of them nodded repeatedly. Yang stepped into the underground training chamber, his mind heavy. This time, there were 2 major matters that urgently needed handling. Yang held about 200 first-tier excellent blood crystals, each the size of an egg, and picked out 3 to begin the fusion. Blood crystal. Grade, first-tier excellent. Blood energy, 88 points. He silently chanted, everything 3 in 1. 3 in 1 successful. Obtained a first-tier superior quality blood crystal. A new blood crystal appeared in his hand. Its size remained unchanged, but its grade had risen from excellent to superior. Its blood energy dropped to 35 points. The higher the quality, the lower the blood energy content.
Yang continued fusing.
After 9 rounds, he had consumed a total of 90% of his vitality, stamina, and mana. Yet 9 first-tier superior quality blood crystals now lay before him. He looked at the 3rd-tier Azure Snake Demon he had released earlier and ordered, Shaoqing, attack me. The Azure Snake Demon hissed, Master, Shaoqing dares not attack, and cannot attack its master. Yang stared at the control gold ring on his wrist and instantly understood why. Suddenly, a 3-meter-tall steel battle chicken appeared, radiating a valiant aura. The moment the Azure Snake Demon saw it, it immediately curled into a ball and trembled uncontrollably. A 3rd-tier Golden Body Realm Azure Snake Demon being scared into such a state by a mere 1st-tier Steel Battle Chicken was truly unexpected. But the Steel Battle Chicken had Yang's physique enhancement and 3 innate talents, and roosters naturally counter snakes and insects, so its performance was reasonable enough. Yang removed the control gold ring and put it into his storage bracelet. Freed from restraint, the Snake Demon still did not dare resist, only trembling incessantly. This Snake Demon is too useless, Yang thought. Shaoqing, can you understand what I'm saying? Hiss hiss. The Azure Snake Demon replied. I can understand, but I can't speak. Yang smiled. Good, your snake speech is simple enough for me to understand. He ordered. I want you to help me cultivate. After the green Snake Demon agreed, it flicked him lightly with its tail. Yang stood completely still. Use more force. The tail lashed out again and again, and Yang was driven back repeatedly by the blows. The fusion of blood crystal power finally began to rise slowly. While being lashed, Yang drank first-tier excellent blood crystal water, rapidly restoring all his conditions. Each time he recovered a little, he would perform 1 round of blood crystal triple fusion. At last, he fused a perfect first-tier blood crystal. Blood crystal. Grade, First tier perfect. Blood energy, 21 points. 3 first-tier superior blood crystals would always fuse into one excellent one, but after the first fusion into an excellent grade, only the second round of triple fusion could raise it to perfect. In total, it took 15 first-tier superior blood crystals to produce one perfect blood crystal. Bai Yang had tried fusing higher-tier ones, but the effect was poor, and the blood crystal water dissolved from perfect blood crystals was too powerful for him to absorb at the moment. With the help of Yang Qi and the power of perfect blood crystal water, Bai Yang could use all things triple fusion once every 10 minutes, far slower than before. Slow recovery had become the bottleneck. At that moment, light footsteps came from downstairs, and Lu Qingqing arrived with that month's supplies. Bai Yang was still being whipped all over by the green snake demon and had no intention of going upstairs. Lu Qingqing directly handed the monthly supplies to the 2 snake demon maids, Qingyi and Qingse. As the 2 of them counted the goods with stiff movements, Lu Qingqing had a rough idea of what was going on. She was the special secretary the Martial Academy had assigned to Bai Yang, and her duties were far more than just delivering things. She was in charge of both the big and small matters of Bai Yang's life, and could even help him solve difficult problems. At times, their relationship was even closer than that of a couple. She asked the 2 in a gentle voice, "You're taking care of your master. Do you need me to arrange for maids to help with cleaning and other chores?" Qingyi and Qingse shook their heads. Qingyi said, "Secretary Qing, we can handle the cleaning ourselves. It's just that we're only at the second-tier Jade Marrow realm, so we can't take better care of our master. If Secretary Qing can help, both we and our master will be much more at ease." The atmosphere was subtle. The relationships around Bai Yang were becoming more and more complicated, and the seeds of conflict hidden beneath the surface were becoming increasingly obvious. Lu Qingqing froze for a moment, and her face immediately went pale. Dense slapping sounds came from downstairs. At first she had been somewhat puzzled, but now, after hearing Qingyi say that, her whole body instantly tensed up. "Is the boss downstairs?" she asked softly. Qingyi nodded. "Master is diligently cultivating. If Secretary Qing has anything urgent, you can call Master up." Lu Qingqing said in surprise. "The boss is practicing by himself?" Qingyi explained. "The master is practicing with the green snake demon. If Secretary Qing has something important, you can call the master upstairs." Lu Qingqing's face went deathly pale, and she hurriedly shook her head. She absolutely could not call the boss upstairs. In the practice room downstairs, Bai Yang frowned tightly. The high-intensity beating over this period had actually overdrawn his green snake demon stamina. This third-tier golden body realm green snake demon had large patches of scales on its tail cracked and fallen off, looking like the one being abused instead. Bai Yang gritted his teeth in anger. An hour of effort had only increased his blood gold fusion by 0.1%, so slowly it was maddening. Although this tiny improvement had raised his indestructible Vajra innate attribute a bit, the progress was simply too slow. Suddenly, he looked down at the iron battle chicken beside him and thought, "My chicken, as a summoned beast, won't get tired before its stamina and energy are exhausted. Its attack methods are pecking with its beak, claws, and wing strikes." Bai Yang shouted, "Hit me with your wing! Cluck!" With a loud boom, the iron battle chicken's wings slapped hard against Bai Yang, blasting him straight into the air. He swallowed a mouthful of blood through gritted teeth and landed heavily on the ground, shaken all over. By then, the iron battle chicken was already level 11, and under Bai Yang's buffs, its attack power exceeded 11,000 points. Summoned beasts had no intelligence, so they attacked with no restraint and no sense of holding back. That strike nearly crippled him, and Bai Yang's HP instantly dropped to just 1%. Once he recovered, Bai Yang made up his mind that he would never let the chicken be his sparring partner again. He stared at the exhausted green snake demon covered in wounds, and his anger flared. "Trash! A dignified third-tier golden body, and you can't even let me have my fill." As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked the green snake demon hard, threw on his coat, and walked upstairs with a sullen face. He had thought of an urgent matter and planned to have Lu Qingqing help him handle it. When Lu Qingqing heard the angry shout, her whole body tensed and trembled again, and her face grew even paler. Bai Yang's footsteps echoed in the corridor. His face was ashen, and anger and dissatisfaction were written all over it. Lu Qingqing hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to look any longer. She saw the already frightening third-tier green snake demon slither past nearby, and the broken scales on its tail made her whole body tremble, as if they were accusing something terrifying. Bai Yang noticed Lu Qingqing's abnormal reaction and felt puzzled. Is she this afraid of the green snake demon because I didn't put on the control golden ring? So she's worried it'll go berserk and swallow her? However, he hadn't taken out the control golden ring, and this little green snake demon was now much more obedient than when it wore the ring. He called out to her, "Secretary Qing?" Lu Qingqing snapped back to her senses and took several deep breaths before barely calming her trembling. "Boss, I really can't. I can't handle it." Bai Yang frowned. "What can't you handle?" She said, "Boss, I won't leak your secret. Not even the secretarial office knows. But I really can't take it. I need you to go run an errand for me. I'm going right now." As soon as Lu Qingqing finished speaking, Bai Yang grabbed the 12 teleportation jade tokens. The matter was urgent and complicated. Bai Yang took 100 first-tier premium blood crystals from his storage bag. Then, after some hesitation, he also took out another 70 non-tier premium blood crystals and put them out as well. He said, "Take 2 teleportation jade tokens with you for round trips. Take these things to Longyang shop in Jianglong City and find the proprietress Lu Susu. Give them to her and she'll know what to do." Lu Qingqing nodded repeatedly, quickly put away the supplies, and hurried off. She looked flustered, as if afraid Bai Yang would eat her. Bai Yang watched her panicked back, shook his head, and muttered to himself, "What's wrong with her? I'm not some man-eating monster." He put away the remaining supplies and went alone to the study on the 2nd floor. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the premium body-strengthening skill book he had obtained from killing the first-tier ancient demon earlier. Body strengthening, premium, can be learned by consuming 1 skill point. At first tier, he could learn 2 skills. 1 soul-type skill had already been used to learn the king-grade Undying Soul, and he had not yet learned a body-type skill. Now, holding this body-strengthening book, his body instinctively resisted it. Bai Yang knew this was because he was already at the Overlord grade and had the skill Indestructible Vajra Body. This was the ultimate form of body-strengthening skills. No matter how much he learned low-level skills, they would be useless. Indestructible Vajra Body originated from Vajra Body, a product of continuously upgrading body-strengthening skills. Premium-grade body strengthening increased strength and physique by 2 points each, and agility by 1 point. Excellent-grade golden muscle and iron bones improved even more. Perfect grade was Vajra Body with astonishing attribute growth. Among the 15 students in the King's class, most had learned the perfect grade Vajra Body skill. Bai Yang's indestructible Vajra Body had advanced from iron cloth shirt all the way to king-grade steel body, then fused with the power of blood gold to evolve into the Overlord grade. He lay on the sofa in the study, pondering how to learn a second body-type skill next. He no longer dared to learn body-strengthening skills that enhanced attributes. The Overlord grade was beyond reach, and he had only fused 10.1% of the blood gold power. Bai Yang decided to switch to learning body-type martial skill techniques. Jumping down from the 2nd floor, he walked into the garden. The green snake demon was curled up in the little nest specially built for it, looking pitiful. Bai Yang thought about it and felt that keeping such a fierce demon beast at home was too dangerous. He was afraid it would swallow Qingyi and Qingsa, and the consequences would be unimaginable. So he put the green snake demon into the beast pouch and left quickly. The jade token in his hand, which could be used to custom-make first-tier equipment, had previously been asked about by Lu Qingqing. Could not be resold, but it could be given away. Of course, Bai Yang would not give it to anyone else. He planned to forge a brand new long-range attack weapon himself. Following the map, he easily entered the Martial Academy and found the Weapons Department office. The actual Weapons Department was on the east side, covering more than 10 square kilometers. On the surface, the Weapons Department belonged to the Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy, but in reality it was semi-independent, providing equipment for the city's practitioners and legions. Bai Yang handed over his jade token. After a quick verification, a female staff member asked, "The jade token check has passed. What kind of weapon do you need?" She flipped open a book titled General Weapons and Equipment Compendium. The catalog was divided into 4 major categories: offensive weapons, defensive gear, auxiliary gear, and peculiar devices. Bai Yang's eyes lit up. He hurriedly opened peculiar devices, only to be utterly disappointed. The so-called peculiar devices here were all niche weapons like blood-dripping heads, immortal ropes, carefree whips, sky-drilling monkeys, and boosters. Setting aside things like blood-dripping heads as being rather obscure, Bai Yang disagreed with the classification when he saw a booster. The 3 most common types of boosters, belts, wrist guards, and boots, all had thrust runes engraved on them. Once activated, they could greatly enhance the user's strength. A belt accelerated the whole body, wrist guards sped up punches, and boots increased speed and jumping power. For cultivators, these were valuable combat assisting tools and should not be considered niche, but rather practical auxiliary gear. Bai Yong flipped open a peculiar devices catalog to specifically look at ranged attack weapons. Seeing him go straight to the point, the female staff member beside him quickly lowered her head and stayed silent. Bai Yong looked through several weapons but was not satisfied, so he proposed custom-making a ranged rapid-fire weapon, preferably something similar to the drum-style repeating hand crossbow he had, with the requirement that it have many shots while power was not important. Although the staff member was not a professional weaponsmith and could not tell its properties, she quickly noted down his requirements. Bai Yong also took out his own non-ranked hand crossbow for her reference. She immediately produced more than 100 images of medium-sized repeating crossbows and showed them to him one by one. In the end, they settled on a design. This medium-sized repeating mechanical crossbow would have a loading compartment that was a vertical box about 1 meter tall, capable of holding up to 3,000 half-meter-long arrows. Bai Yong immediately decided to custom-order this weapon. The condition was that he did not want any other equipment. The weapons department could manufacture this first-rank mechanical crossbow with better materials, and it could be completed within 3 hours. For the weapons department, such a first-rank mechanical crossbow was not difficult at all. The help of the Azure Snake Demon was ineffective, so Bai Yong had no choice but to find another way. After asking around, he went to the training area. At the entrance of the training building, there were 2 separate passages, one for the King class and one for the regular class. Bai Yong walked straight into the King class without hesitation. On the training field, arrows whistled through the air. Bai Yong saw a golden-haired, blue-eyed woman, Wenren Fuguang, drawing her bow and shooting arrows. She was using a traditional draw bow, a weapon not very accurate but with decent power. In front of her were 3 targets in different directions, and beside them 2 snake demon maids were busy picking up and handing over arrows. Hearing the sound, Wenren Fuguang turned back. Recognizing Bai Yong, she gave a slight nod, then focused on shooting again. Bai Yong found it odd. That morning, Instructor Zhou Yu had specifically warned her that practitioners should focus on improving their talent and skills. Martial techniques were only secondary, and there was no need to become too obsessed with archery. Bai Yong turned and went to the close combat puppet area. This section had first-rank metal puppets for training. He chose 5 of them, closed his eyes, and prepared to get beaten while practicing. In fact, choosing more was useless. His body size was limited, and 5 puppets was already more than he could handle. The puppets' attacks were light and fluttery, completely unable to trigger his blood gold power, and Bai Yong frowned in dissatisfaction. A clear voice came from beside him. "You need to get beaten to become stronger?" Wenren Fuguang had quietly walked over. Bai Yong opened his eyes and nodded, but she excitedly suggested, "Why not let me shoot you as a target? My arrows may not compare to Zhou Yu's attacks, but they're definitely stronger than those puppets." Bai Yong agreed readily and reminded her not to shoot randomly, only at his back. Wenren Fuguang drew her bow and fired 1 metal arrow after another. After the arrowheads pierced Bai Yang's back, they turned into flat iron pieces and fell to the ground. After a few shots, the arrows even shattered and scattered. But Bai Yong immediately called for her to stop. "Too weak. This attack isn't even as good as those puppets. Goodbye." With that, he strode away without looking back, leaving Wenren Fuguang completely baffled. After a while, Wenren Fuguang picked up the bow and arrows and examined them carefully. A first-tier perfect quality bow and arrows. With ordinary arrows combined with her physical strength, she still couldn't achieve the ideal killing power. The arrows easily pierced through the first-tier metal puppet, as if they had struck an ordinary target. Seeing such attacks, Wenren Fuguang felt a bit emotional, thinking that, in the chief's eyes, these attacks were simply too weak. She quickly adjusted her mindset and continued practicing archery. Completed 1 standard shot. Skill proficiency in drawing the bow and shooting the moon +1. Completed 1 standard shot. Skill proficiency in drawing the bow and shooting the moon +1. As her proficiency gradually increased, Wenren Fuguang's lips curved slightly. After practicing for a while, she walked toward the metal puppet area where Bai Yong had just been attacked and began close combat training. Meanwhile, Bai Yong wasn't idle either. During the 3-hour wait for his custom first-tier crossbow, he first used his phone to order more than a dozen first-tier ordinary quality crossbows. Although these crossbows were only of ordinary quality, they were cheap, about 30,000 each, 10 times the price of the hand crossbow he had bought earlier. For Bai Yong, that money was nothing. After all, he had several hundred first-tier superior blood crystals, each worth 9 million. Soon, the Weapons Institute delivered the crossbow Bai Yong had custom-ordered. Storm Rapid-Fire Crossbow, First Tier, Perfect. Completeness, 100%. Overall Strength, 800. Arrows, 0/3000. Physical Attack, 500. Shooting Range, 2,000 meters. Additional attributes: accuracy +5, shooting stability +8, shooting speed +5. This crossbow started out as perfect quality, with an overall strength of 800. Its arrow capacity was as high as 3,000, far stronger than the hand crossbow he had used before. Although its larger size meant it had to be used with both hands and its accuracy had decreased somewhat, its shooting stability and speed had improved dramatically. Bai Yong began repeatedly using the 3-in-1 method to synthesize them. Ordinary crossbows disappeared batch after batch, while perfect quality crossbows appeared one after another. After a long period of effort, he finally obtained this crossbow, which reached the ultimate state and advanced to king quality. Storm Rapid-Fire Crossbow, First Tier King. Completeness: 100%. Overall Strength: 1,500. Arrows: 3,000/3,000. Physical Attack: 3,000. Shooting Range: 6,000 meters. Additional Attributes: accuracy +20, shooting stability +30, shooting speed +20. The king quality crossbow saw a huge surge in attack power, with its range reaching 6,000 meters, and its accuracy, stability, and firing speed all improving significantly. This weapon was already powerful enough. Although it could still be further enhanced through 3-in-1 synthesis, doing so would consume too much time and resources, so Bai Yong planned to use this one for now. He still had 100,000 ordinary arrows in his storage bracelet, but arrow synthesis could only be done one at a time, making it far too inefficient. After entering the basement, Bai Yong summoned the steel battle chicken and gripped the Tempest rapid-fire crossbow in both hands, opening fire. Arrows shot out like rain incredibly fast. After testing it, Bai Yong found that the limit of his finger pressing the trigger was 30 times per second, which had become the bottleneck of the crossbow's firing rate. 30 arrows per second, each with an attack power of 3,000, poured out in a torrent. The shooting was so accurate and steady that Bai Yong could easily hit the 15th feather on the steel battle chicken's left wing without harming the 16th. This crossbow was like a guided Vulcan cannon from ancient times. With the weapon settled, the next step was to upgrade his strength. Bai Yong took out the 4 entrance permit jade tokens sent by Lu Qingqing, which could be used to enter a first-tier real dungeon in the ancient demon world or the snake demon world. This was the key to improving his strength. As the chief disciple of the new cohort at the Vajra Immortal Breaking Martial Academy, Bai Yong was only given 4 jade tokens, which made him feel that the academy was a bit stingy. However, each jade token could be used to enter the dungeon once, and how many monsters he could farm depended entirely on his own strength. Bai Yong recalled how, after awakening, he had entered the Blood Corpse World Real Dungeon. On his second entry, he farmed monsters frantically, leveling up continuously until time ran out and he was forced to leave. At this moment, he was preparing to take advantage of this opportunity to strengthen himself once again and face the challenges ahead. The reinvasion system allowed participants to go to the disaster zone outside the city to take part in dungeon battles. The Vajra Immortal Breaking Martial Academy was one of the top 10 martial academies, and it had its own dedicated dungeon entrance. Bai Yong arrived at the academy, entered the dungeon hall, and after handing over the entrance permit jade token, was taken alone into a room. In the center of the room was a small magic array with a diameter of 5 meters. Bai Yong stepped onto the array, and the jade token instantly turned into light and flowed into the array, activating the dungeon space. System prompt: conditions met. Opening a first-tier real dungeon space jointly constructed by the Earth Origin World and the Snake Demon World. This dungeon has no difficulty distinction. The Snake Demon World will deploy monsters according to your strength. The total combat power of monsters per run will not exceed 100, and monster level will not exceed first tier. The dungeon is ready. Enter now. Compared with the previous Blood Corpse World Dungeon, which had no difficulty division, this first-tier real dungeon was much stricter. The number of monsters could not be adjusted at will, and stronger first-tier monsters might appear, which was a deadly challenge for ordinary Driedra. Current data shows that 63% of first-tier Driedra die here. Bai Yong chose to enter without hesitation. The array activated, and he was enveloped in blazing light, instantly appearing on a barren island about 1 kilometer square. All around, sea and sky met with no shelter whatsoever. The system then prompted: the Snake Demon World has marked you at the level of plain 1%. However, considering that you bear the world's enmity mark from another world, the Snake Demon World has raised your mark to treat with caution 100%. Monster selection will follow level parity and will not exceed first tier. The dungeon space continues to be eroded by the aura of the Snake Demon World, and your available stay time is 5 days, 19 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. At the same time, the aura of the Earth Origin World is weakening the strength of Snake Demon monsters. Bai Yang's heart tightened. Treat with caution 100%? This is a new mark. I've never seen it before. Having experienced multiple dungeons, he knew that mark levels were divided into plain, attention, hatred, must kill, racial hatred, and world's enmity. This treat with caution was clearly a new intermediate level, and its consequences were hard to predict. But being able to stay in the dungeon for nearly 6 days made Bai Yang feel extremely relaxed. In the past, he could only last a few dozen minutes. Now, with the time greatly extended, he was full of confidence and wanted to take the chance to level all the way up to the first tier cap of level 19. He climbed onto the central platform of the island and looked out over the sea, only to see the water surface ripple slightly. Bai Yang had originally intended to summon the steel battle chicken immediately, but suddenly hesitated. He neither summoned it nor released the azure snake demon. Wearing only ordinary clothes, he waited empty-handed. This time, entering the snake demon world dungeon was to experience combat in an ocean environment. The steel battle chicken had no advantage in water, and the azure snake demon would have its strength weakened upon entering the dungeon. The Tempest rapid-fire crossbow that Bai Yang had prepared in advance was the key weapon for this battle. On the sea surface, waves began to rise, and one gray-brown basilisk after another appeared. Bai Yang met their gaze and saw madness and greed in their eyes, utterly devoid of intelligence. The monsters of the snake demon realm were mainly various kinds of snakes. The vast majority were mindless basilisks, serving both as snake demon soldiers and as food. Only a few snake demon races possessed intelligence. Ruling power was held by the green snake demons and white snake demons. Green snake demons could control water, while white snake demons could command wind. Together, they could unleash storm tides and tsunamis. Fortunately, the green snake demon Bai Yang received upon entering the academy was a special reward from the Martial Institute, which made Sun Byuk and the others seethe with jealousy. As hissing sounds erupted all around, more basilisks swam from the sea toward the beach. Bai Yang confirmed that the number of basilisks appearing this time was close to the upper limit of 100. The basilisks varied in size. The largest had a diameter of about half a meter, far different from the green snake demon's build. These basilisks were all about 10 meters long. Among them, 13 were clearly larger, with diameters of 60 to 70 centimeters and lengths of about 12 to 13 meters.
Bai Yang frowned.
These were clearly first-tier basilisks, yet his third-tier golden body realm green snake demon was about the same size as them. Watching the basilisks clumsily swim over, Bai Yang immediately understood. These guys were sluggish and posed no threat at all, just like snake hatchlings that only knew how to swim. He coldly drew out the King Tier Storm rapid-fire crossbow, held it upright before him, and his fingers rapidly pulled the trigger. Arrows rained out in rapid succession, striking basilisks from all directions. Each arrow sank into a basilisk's forehead and burst into a bowl-sized spray of blood. 5 seconds later, Bai Yang stopped firing. In this round, he had shot out a full 100 arrows, killing 100 basilisks with headshots, and the battle ended with ease. The system prompted a victory in battle, and the Snake Demon Realm's aura marking changed from treat with caution to delicious delicacy 100%, plus hard to handle 20%. Bai Yang obtained 87 ordinary first-tier blood crystals and 13 excellent first-tier blood crystals. Although no skill book dropped, he gained 100 experience points. His level rose to first-tier level 2, and he obtained 20 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Strange. I killed 100 basilisks and still didn't get a skill book? Bai Yang frowned and thought, the Snake Demon Realm now sees me as a delicacy, but also thinks I'm hard to deal with. No wonder this fight was so easy. He looked up at the sky and made up his mind. Keep fighting. The system responded, and the Snake Demon Realm began deploying new monsters, while also indicating that a snake demon would enter the field this time and needed to be dealt with carefully. If the basilisks hid in the ocean, once time ran out they would be corroded to death by the aura of the Earth Origin Realm, but then Bai Yang would gain nothing from it. Bai Yang gave a thumbs up and sighed at how thoughtful this world was. The ocean churned with waves, and the basilisks began moving. But this time the situation was different. Only half of the basilisks swam toward the island, while the other half appeared from all directions, with 40 basilisks launching a siege. Bai Yang knew these differently colored basilisks might be poisonous, and that getting close would be dangerous. So he continued to attack from a distance with his crossbow arrows. The arrow rain instantly killed 40 basilisks, wiping them out in less than 3 seconds. The slaughter caused a change. The remaining basilisks all stopped and turned to retreat one after another. Bai Yang had sharp eyes and spotted a special snake monster with scales on its body looking around in all directions. It was clearly the commander. He sneered, drew his bow, and loosed an arrow from afar, crossing a distance of 1,000 meters to blow the head off this commanding snake demon. After the snake demon fell, the remaining 59 snake monsters were thrown into disarray, but they were soon drawn by the aura radiating from Bai Yong, and all swam toward the island one after another. The crossbow rang out again, and within just a few seconds he wiped them out as well. The system prompted that the battle had ended, Bai Yong had won, and the hard-to-deal-with marker for the snake demon world had increased from 20% to 30% for him. It wasn't a huge increase, but he could feel the pressure growing. This time Bai Yong reaped a bountiful harvest. Besides 100 blood crystals, he also obtained a skill book of excellent quality, flexibility. From the name, it seemed like a skill that enhanced bodily suppleness. He put it away first, planning to learn more about it later before deciding whether to study it. One of the blood crystals was a particularly deep color, belonging to first-tier excellent quality, and was very likely dropped by that first-tier snake demon. His experience leveled him up to first-tier level 3, and Bai Yong once again gained 20 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Although this battle was calm, Bai Yong knew the snake demon world had already begun to take him seriously, and he had to speed up and prepare for even more dangerous challenges. Bai Yong announced once again, "I want to keep fighting." This time, the snake demons sent into battle numbered 3. Bai Yong relied on his experience and first killed the 3 scaled snake demons that had shown themselves, while the remaining 97 snake monsters rushed the island in complete disarray. He smoothly leveled up to first-tier level 4, and was marked as delicious and tasty 100%, plus hard, to deal with 50%. Then came another round of battle, and the snake demons became 10. This round also went relatively smoothly, and he reached first-tier level 5, with the marker upgraded to delicious and tasty 100%, plus hard, to deal with 100%. However, the next time things went wrong. Although 10 snake demons still entered the field, they all hid in the sea and never showed themselves. The other 90 snake monsters also completely concealed themselves. On Bai Yang's side, only the green snake demon could go underwater, but its tail was injured, and as soon as it entered the field its strength was suppressed to first-tier level, making it utterly unable to beat 100 first-tier snake monsters. Even worse, the underwater environment of the deep sea made it impossible for Bai Yong to see the enemy's position at all. He fired a few arrows randomly, but the moment the arrows entered the water, they shattered into fragments before going very deep. Could it be that I can only wait for the aura of the earth element world to corrode them to death? He thought anxiously. If that's the case, I'll gain nothing. Although his main body was an iron lump and could forcibly withstand the poison spit attacks of the weaker snake monsters without worry about defense, if he jumped into the water he would definitely sink straight to the bottom and have no way of finding the enemy at all. Bai Yong walked to the beach at the island's edge and cautiously stepped into the water for a short distance, only to see not even a shadow of a snake monster. Suddenly, he slapped himself. I'm an iron lump, but my battle chicken isn't. It's a fusion of mana and energy, and it isn't afraid of water. The steel battle chicken was immediately summoned. Keeping its original size, it flapped into the water, swam around, and floated on the sea surface. It can even swim. I almost forgot. Bai Yong was pleasantly surprised. Sure enough, not long after the steel battle chicken entered deeper seawater, it lured out a snake monster. The snake monster opened its mouth and lunged upward to bite, but was fiercely grabbed by a chicken claw, turning the snake body into minced flesh, and even its teeth were shattered under the brutal bite. Then more snake monsters surged up to attack the steel battle chicken, but it stood firm as a mountain, with biting, pecking, and sharp claws all unleashed at once. Several snake monsters were easily killed instantly, and even being dragged around could not pull it into the deep water. Bai Yong shouted excitedly, "Chicken! Kill them for me!" The steel battle chicken was not afraid of being dragged into the water. It could still fight and relentlessly chase down dozens of snake monsters all the way. 10 minutes later, all the enemies were wiped out. The battle is over. You have won. Settlement begins. The snake demon realm has remarked you. Luminous delicacy 100% plus, cannot fight head-on 30%. Bai Yong couldn't help laughing out loud. This mark is hilarious. Luminous delicacy, cannot fight head-on, what's next? I hope this time I can level up directly to level 19. Not long after, he leveled up to level 16 and eagerly applied to continue the battle. This time, the system introduced a new rule. Given the weapons you carry and the summons that can go into the water, the Snake Demon Realm judges that you at level 1 would have difficulty resisting. If you agree not to use weapons or summons, it is willing to continue deploying monsters. High-level snake monsters with suppressed strength may be deployed. Please consider carefully. Bai Yong thought to himself, wasn't this the kind of suppressed strength monster he had encountered during the Supreme Tower trial? Back then, the King-tier blood corpse he killed was taken away, but the system compensated him with double attribute points. Later, when facing the Overlord tier Blood Corpse, even with a master assisting him, he still obtained the priceless power of Blood Gold. He immediately became somewhat puzzled. If I kill these high-level snake monsters with suppressed strength, will the rewards increase? The system replied, suppressing high-level monsters requires consuming the power of the Earth Origin Realm. If you kill them, you can only obtain rewards at the level of a level 1 monster. By Yang's side, it seemed that when facing high-level monsters, he would have to work even harder. Bai Yang nodded, feeling that made sense. His status was shown as follows. Bai Yang Elite Life Form. Level 16, 0/100. Physical attribute Strength 14 plus 1616. Constitution 14 plus 1616. Agility 30 plus 1616. Physical attack power 3260. Soul attributes Spirit 98 plus 160. Perception 97 plus 160. Reaction 97 plus 160. Magical attack power 516. Physical defense 543 plus 1616. Magic defense 86. Free attribute points 120. Skill points 13. With 3,260 points of physical attack and 2,159 points of physical defense, Bai Yang had more than enough confidence to deal with these physical monsters, snake demons and snake beasts. The worst-case scenario was that the snake demons and snake beasts were too afraid to land on the island. He could simply wait them out until they were eroded to death by the aura of the Earth Origin Realm, and that would still count as a win. He agreed to the stipulated battle rules. No weapons or summons, and to face the monsters entirely with his own strength. The Snake Demon Realm began deploying monsters. This time, a total of 10 Tier 1 snake demons, along with 90 snake beasts whose strength had been suppressed to Tier 1, charged up onto the beach. The snake beasts, each over 20 meters long and with a diameter of 1 meter, were much larger than the Tier 1 snake demons, like a short pair of chopsticks standing beside a long sausage. These giant snake beasts did not obey the Tier 1 snake demon's commands and charged in a chaotic mass from all directions. Bai Yang wasn't afraid at all. Strength was what mattered most. But if they swallowed him in one bite, then he might really have to go on a journey through their intestines. Bai Yang looked up at the sky and silently asked, "World Mom, if I use weapons or summons, what will happen?" The system replied, "If you violate the promise and use weapons or summons, you will be strongly eroded by the aura of the Snake Demon Realm. Warning: if you violate any promise within a dungeon, you will not be able to receive protection from the power of the Earth Origin Realm." Bai Yang's expression darkened. This was even more serious than he had imagined. If he lost, he was dead for sure. Gulp! The first snake beast opened its huge mouth and lunged at him. Bai Yang pushed off hard and shot forward like a burst of lightning. His two fists, like sharp blades, stabbed into the snake beast's scalp. With a violent tear, he ripped the arrogant snake beast's upper jaw in half. Even with dozens of snake beasts crowding all over him, he showed no sign of slowing down. His fists lashed out, forcibly blasting the snake bodies and fangs to pieces. With a casual kick, blood splattered everywhere. Who knew how long had passed before the system prompt finally lit up? Battle ended. You have won. Beginning settlement. The Snake Demon Realm has remarked you as Supreme Delicacy Plus, only able to claim 100%. The attribute change was obvious. Supreme Delicacy had no percentage, much like his highest mark in the Blood Corpse realm, Enemy of the World, which meant its level was even higher. Before it was only 30%. Now it was directly counted as a full 100%. This mark was probably assigned by the Earth Yuan realm based on the situation. The Snake Demon realm itself had no such concept. Bai Yang's level rose to Tier 1 level 7, only 2 levels away from Tier 1 level 9, when he could advance to a Tier 2 hero. After advancing, he could form his own squad and build up his power. Without hesitation, he continued fighting, still personally going into battle barehanded. The Snake Demon Realm began deploying monsters again. This time, the monster lineup was exactly the same as the previous wave, and Bai Yang frowned slightly. But suddenly, he noticed something different. In the blue ocean, a faint cyan hue emerged, and a cyan snake demon appeared. The cyan snake demon was very small, and from a distance it was hard to see clearly. The cyan snake demon hissed once, and the nearby 9-headed snake demon and those suppressed snake monsters immediately began moving in an orderly fashion. Clearly, this cyan snake demon's control over the snake monsters far surpassed that of ordinary snake demons. It could command across ranks. All the snake monsters were swimming in the seawater 20 meters away from the island beach, no longer attacking the island, keeping their distance. Bai Yang waited quietly, but those snake demons simply refused to come ashore. He understood that aside from waiting for these monsters to be corroded, infected, and killed by the surrounding Earth Yuan realm aura, he would have to think of another way. He glanced at the stones on the ground and gave up on the idea of throwing rocks at the monsters. After all, that didn't count as fighting barehanded, and most of the monsters could easily dodge. Even if he hit them, he could only kill a few that couldn't get away. Do I really have to risk going into the water to fight? Bai Yang's gaze turned cold as he stepped toward the beach. Just now in close combat, he hadn't suffered a single injury, but his clothes were torn beyond recognition. Even if he changed into gear, it wouldn't last more than a few seconds, so he simply took everything off. This was an independent dungeon space, and no one except the system could see him. As his feet stepped into the seawater, a cool sensation rushed straight to his heart and mind. The Vajra indestructible body made him almost immune to pain. Earlier, when he had been bitten, slapped, and flung away, he could clearly feel the actions, yet he didn't feel any pain at all. The same had been wonderfully true a few days ago when he was with the two snake demon maidens. After Bai Yang entered the water, the snake monsters about 20 meters away stirred slightly, but quickly went quiet again, suppressing themselves. He looked toward the largest green snake demon in the distance, no more than 3 meters long and 20 centimeters in diameter. Though small in size, it was immensely imposing among its kind. Bai Yang estimated that his Tier 3 green snake demon should have a fairly normal build. Suddenly, with a thunderous blast, a surge of water shot out hundreds of meters, flipping over a snake monster. Bai Yang glanced at the right leg he had just kicked out. Its skin was fair and delicate, yet it could unleash such power even in the water. It looks like I underestimated my strength. He understood in his heart that leveling up too fast had caused his attributes to soar, but he lacked combat experience. Bai Yang stepped on the surface of the water rings appearing one after another. He could actually run across the water, moving as fast as an arrow leaving the bow. With one punch, a snake monster that had lunged in with its huge maw was blasted apart on the spot. Bloody water splashed up, and the next few monsters were also killed in quick succession. Running atop the water while unleashing fierce attacks let him harvest his opponents with ease. After blasting apart dozens of them, the green snake demon silently dove into the seabed and disappeared. Bai Yang was no longer afraid of the water. He slowed his pace, and Bai Feel estimated that he now weighed over a ton. His body sank rapidly several meters into the seabed like a block of iron. Then he paddled hard, using his peerless brute force to maintain high speed even underwater. So satisfying. Controlling strength in my own hands is simply the best. Bai Yang's lips curled upward, his excitement no less than it had been when he was with those two snake demon maidens. He didn't use any techniques at all. He could pierce through enemies purely by ramming into them, charging through the sea at high speed like a fierce fish. Suddenly, he was swept into a powerful rotating current. The current turned into a tornado-like whirlpool, covering an area of hundreds of meters and raging with him at its center. His speed immediately dropped, but he could still force his way through. Bai Yang knew this was a trick by that green snake demon. The enemy was hiding so well that Bai Yang had still not found it. But this move showed that the opponent was close, and he could use the direction of the current to locate the green snake demon's position. The tornado current seemed to trap him, but the breakthrough was simple. Swim straight upward. This current couldn't move upward. Bai Yang silently observed his own condition. He had taken a breath before entering the water, and now several minutes had passed. Surprisingly, he didn't feel the slightest trace of shortness of breath. He muttered inwardly, "Controlling such a huge tornado current must consume a lot of power. You think you can suffocate me? Dream on." Bai Yang felt that his internal energy was abundant. He could probably hold his breath for at least half an hour without gasping. While constantly moving, he remained vigilant and observed his surroundings. With his 200 to 300 points of spiritual perception, he quickly noticed something unusual in one of the tornado currents, enough to guide its direction. With a fierce kick and stroke, his speed surged, and he burst out of the whirlpool in an instant. Seeing this, the green snake demon panicked. Bai Yang grabbed its upper and lower jaws. System prompt: if you agree, this Tier 1 green snake demon may choose to submit to you, and the battle will end. Looking at the little snake with pleading eyes, Bai Yang coldly and mercilessly clenched his iron hand, and its head instantly shattered. The Tier 3 Golden Body Realm green snake demon was already trash, and he had no need to take in a low-level Tier 1 little demon. Not to mention, without the corpse he couldn't level up this round, and Bai Yang didn't want to waste any time at all. Battle ended, you have won, beginning settlement. Returning to the island, Bai Yang received his reward. A Tier 1 blood crystal of perfect quality wasn't of much use to him. He could fuse one together at any time with 3 in 1. But he obtained a new skill book different from the previous flexibility, control water, superior quality. That Tier 1 green serpent demon had perfect aptitude, but its strength was low, so the control water skill was only of superior grade. Once the skill level got high, its power became impossible to measure. Control water could manipulate water flow within a certain range, and if used by an expert, it might even trigger a super tsunami. However, elemental skills were greatly restricted by the environment. But Bai Yong had already learned Undying Soul, a soul-type elemental skill, so absorbing a new elemental skill was temporarily impossible. He put away the skill book and gained 100 EXP, rising to Tier 1 level 8. Keep fighting bare-handed.
Bai Yang decided.
The Serpent Demon Realm has begun deploying combat power. This time they were straightforward. Bai Yong had thought he would be forced into level-agnostic combat, but the Serpent Demon Realm turned out to be much more orderly. The Serpent Demon Realm has released 10 Serpent Demons stronger than Tier 1, and 90 Serpent Monsters whose strength has been suppressed to Tier 1. Please handle with caution. Dense ripples rose on the sea in the distance. The 90 Serpent Monsters were still the same size as before, 1 meter in diameter and over 20 meters long. But the 10 Serpent Demons were completely different. 9 green Serpent Demons of varying sizes, and 1 rare white Serpent Demon appeared in view. Just as Bai Yong was grinding monsters madly to level up, the other freshmen of the Vajra Undying Martial Academy were arriving one after another. On the first day of school for the King class, the combat instructor taught the class, mainly selecting the chief, second place, and last place students. On the second day, except for Bai Yong, the other 14 were arranged into an old-fashioned classroom. Shen Qingfeng swept his gaze across the group, his brow tightly furrowed, and looked at the flustered Lu Qingqing. Where is Bai Yong? Why didn't he come? Lu Qingqing quickly explained, Instructor, I sent him the timetable last night. I also messaged him at 7 this morning, but he didn't reply. I just went to his place and he wasn't there. He may have gone to another city, or he may be in a dungeon and hasn't come out yet. Shen Qingfeng snorted coldly. No matter the reason, he won first place on the first day and then didn't come to class on the second day. That behavior is practically that of a troublemaker. Old Master Lu is coming to teach today. How am I supposed to explain this to him if this keeps up? In the classroom, Wenren Fuguang sat alone at his seat, with no one within 3 meters of him. The other 13 students were murmuring in low voices, and Sun Byuk kept looking around. His 2-meter-tall frame was especially eye-catching. Shen Qingfeng stared at him, eyes wide. Sun Byuk, you look like your soul's been drained out of you. Bai Yang's face was pale and his gaze hollow, but his reaction was quite quick. He hurriedly replied, Instructor, isn't that obvious? It's all men. You understand. This perfunctory answer only made Shen Qingfeng, the combat instructor already at his wits' end over the still unseen freshman chief Bai Yong, burn with rage. Excess. With your grades at the bottom, you're practically digging your own grave. Do you really think no one in the King class can kick you out? Shen Qingfeng shouted angrily. At that moment, footsteps sounded. Shen Qingfeng quickly suppressed his anger and put on a stern face to welcome the person. Old Master Lu, you're here. He turned around respectfully. An old man with hair and beard streaked in red and white strode forward. He had a dignified bearing, and despite his age, he showed no obvious signs of senescence. As a teacher at the Vajra Immortal Martial Academy, one of the top 10 martial academies, his prestige even made combat instructor Shen Qingfeng look up to him with respect. His status and strength were clearly far above Shen Qingfeng's. However, the old man's face was aged, likely due to injuries that could not be healed, with his life force draining faster than it could recover. Even in this world where healing-type extraordinary abilities existed, it was still impossible to cure him, which showed how serious his condition was. Old Man Lu walked up to the podium and swept his gaze over the new students before finally settling on Sun Byuk. Glancing through the roster in his hand, he frowned and said, Young and full of vigor, it's understandable to indulge occasionally. But you're addicted to lust. Do you have some sort of illness? Sun Byuk only smiled and said nothing. Old Man Lu looked at the roster again, and his expression turned odd. The freshman leader Bai Yong didn't show up? Does he look down on this class? Or was he delayed? He sneered. It's already the second day. What important matter could delay him? He's just a troublemaker. Fine. This old man especially likes dealing with troublemakers. Old Man Lu turned toward Shen Qingfeng at the door. Xiao Shen, he called. Shen Qingfeng immediately turned around and said respectfully, Old Lu, what do you need? Old Man Lu brought out a chair and tea set from beside him, turning the podium into a temporary tea seat, and while brewing tea he said, You're also a troublemaker. known together with Li Lingfeng as the two unyielding pricks. But do you dare skip class on the first day? Shen Qingfeng's face turned dark green, and he hurriedly explained, Old Lu, I observed Bai Yang yesterday. He has a calm temperament, so he should really have been delayed by something. Old Lu sneered. Interesting, you're actually defending him. Since that's the case, then let's wait and see what excuse he has for being late, he said. Shen Qingfeng said respectfully, Elder Lu, should we conduct a full investigation into his whereabouts? Elder Lu waved his hand. Don't investigate. Today's class isn't important. It's mainly just to meet him. If he doesn't come, so be it. Shen Qingfeng nodded and walked off to wait, cursing inwardly. That brat. Could it be that, because I called him a troublemaker yesterday, he took it seriously? He's an orphan with no background or experience. Does he really think I meant it? Forget it, I'll cover for him this time. When he gets here, I'm gonna beat him up in front of Elder Lu no matter what. As he thought this, he kept sending Bai Yang messages urging him to hurry. Bai Yang carefully analyzed the lineup of monsters before him. Among the 9 azure snake demons, 8 were about 30 centimeters in diameter and had strength at the second tier. The remaining one was larger, half a meter in diameter and over 10 meters long, belonging to the third tier. There was also a single white snake demon of similar size, which he estimated to also be at the third tier. The 2 third-tier snake demons were standing far away, their cold eyes fixed on Bai Yang. The white snake demon hissed, Human devil, today is the day you die. The azure snake pack also roared with battle intent. For our kin's revenge, devour him. A slight smile appeared on Bai Yang's lips. He wasn't afraid of the white snake demon. Though he didn't know exactly how strong it was. The azure snake that had originally been third tier but was now suppressed to first tier was acting extremely arrogant. Even if it recovered all its strength, it would still be an opponent he could deal with in a single easy punch. However, after crushing that first-tier azure snake just now, Bai Yang felt a little regretful. At the time, he had only been thinking about not delaying his leveling, and hadn't expected that an azure snake demon would fetch such a high market price and could be sold for quite a bit of money. As for the missing scripture, this time Bai Yang had encountered 10 rare snake demons and had originally planned to subdue them all, then sell them for money. But then he thought better of it, he couldn't sell them all. At the very least, he had to keep that white snake demon. He planned to name it Little White, and pair it with 2 third-tier azure snake demons, Little Green and Little White, so that he'd look imposing when he took them out. The third-tier azure snake demons also had to be kept. After enslaving them, handing them over to women as guards would be good enough use for them. Suddenly, a hiss shattered the calm, and the storm that had been whipping up quickly grew fiercer. Bai Yang's eyes lit up. Azure snake demons controlled water, while the white snake demon controlled wind. Together, they could summon wind and rain and even whip up a tsunami. Although their combat strength was nothing special, they were first-rate at creating a grand spectacle. Raindrops fell like water being splashed down. The sea churned violently, and waves surged toward the island one after another. Passive defense was useless. Bai Yang gritted his teeth and burst out of the violent wind with explosive force. He killed several ordinary snake monsters one by one, but the remaining snake monsters quickly fled into the sea. Before Bai Yang realized it, he was surrounded by a 1,000-meter-long tornado current created by more than 10 azure snake demons working together, and the tornado rapidly carried him farther away from the island. The white snake demon watched coldly, a trace of satisfaction flashing in its eyes. The white snake demon issued an order, and the tornado spun ever more violently. Bai Yang charged and battered against it desperately, but he couldn't break out at all. It was clearly trying to wear him down slowly to death. Bai Yang analyzed calmly. The snake demons took turns resting and recovering their stamina, so this war of attrition couldn't be dragged out for long. But he wasn't panicking. He stretched out his limbs. No matter how turbulent the water flow was, he could still move with ease. No more messing around. Power makes miracles. Bai Yang launched into a frenzy of punches and kicks, violently striking the rotating water currents. The currents tried to recover, but he smashed them into complete disorder. In the end, Bai Yang forcibly carved out a water channel passage straight to the core of the tornado and leaped out of the trap. The advantage of his strength and physique was once again on full display. Seeing Bai Yang escape so easily, the white snake demon's eyes flashed with shock. Then it coldly issued another command. At this moment, water surged up from the edge of the tornado, and the 8 azure snake demons were seen snapping their mouths open to tear into the many snake monsters nearby, ravenously replenishing their strength. Bai Yang suddenly understood. These 90 snake monsters were not there to fight at all, but to be eaten by the snake demons and used to maintain their power, a kind of living supply. Yang could no longer hold back. He sped across the sea surface, determined not to let the snake demons run amok and slaughter everything. These snake monsters were the key to his upgrade. He moved incredibly fast, wind howling around him, and several water tornadoes were whipped up to attack him, but none landed. He cut down the multi-headed snake monsters one after another, and within minutes he had wiped out all the snake monsters except for the 10 rare snake demons. No mercy. Might as well kill these snake demons off quickly. Yang was only a few dozen meters away from the white snake demon. With both feet on the water surface, using the waves to steady himself, he stared at the white snake demon and asked, "Can you understand what I'm saying?" The white snake demon hissed coldly, "Human devil, your greed disgusts snakes. Yang, are you crazy? Submit or die," Yang said through gritted teeth. The white snake demon's eyes turned ice cold. "The white snake clan will never submit." A fierce gale rose. The 9 green snake demons stirred up the seawater and launched a frenzied assault, surrounding Yang. Yang kicked off hard and instantly leaped more than 100 meters, easily dodging the encirclement attack from the snakes. "White snake, if you won't surrender, I'll kill your companions one by one," Yang threatened. In response, only a storm of wild attacks like waves and wind came at him. Yang discovered that aside from the white snake demon, the other 9 green snake demons showed no fear or submission at all in their eyes. Only cold killing intent. So hard to deal with? Then what exactly is going on with Xiao Qing? Yang suddenly recalled what Li Lingfeng had once said about the green snake demon's background. Snake demons like Xiao Qing were battle servants formed by using snake demon genes as the main body and human genes as a supplement. This explained why the white snake demon called him a human devil. Among snake demons, such a being was extremely terrifying. Since these rare snake demons couldn't be subdued easily, Yang stopped wasting time. He punched one small green snake demon's head to pieces, but the white snake demon's eyes remained utterly cold, filled with even more killing intent. "Looks like there's no other way." Yang sighed. "If I cripple them, does that count as winning the battle?" System prompt. Only when an otherworldly life form sincerely submits or verbally acknowledges defeat and stops attacking, or when one side is completely annihilated, does the battle end. Yang's heart sank. He felt as if a huge fortune was slipping right before his eyes. He kept throwing punches, and after one large green snake demon was kicked through the head and killed, Yang stepped closer to the white snake demon. "Last chance. Surrender, and I promise I won't abuse you." The white snake demon sneered, then suddenly opened its blood-pin giant maw and, with the power of a gale, swiftly tried to swallow Yang. Yang showed no weakness. The moment its snake fangs snapped, he punched straight through the white snake demon's upper jaw. System prompt. The white snake demon bears deep hatred toward you, and a white snake's hatred mark has been left on you. Yang took a breath and let out a sigh of relief. At least hatred is still a good thing. I was almost afraid it was some kind of white snake's love. Then I'd really be scared. System prompt. Battle 1. Beginning settlement. At the same time, he sensed the aura from the serpent demon realm being remarked as supreme delicacy and ignore. Yang tried to provoke this world, but the serpent demon realm clearly had no intention of letting him off easily. "A whole world, and it treats me like this? I've only awakened for a little over 10 days, and I've only been at rank 1 for less than 3 days. I'm a newbie," he complained. During the settlement, Yang obtained 100 blood crystals of various colors, of which 90 were ordinary, 8 were excellent, and 2 were perfect. He also received 9 water control skill books, 8 of them excellent and 1 perfect, as well as 1 skill book carrying a breath of breeze, wind palm, perfect. Just now, the white snake demon's control of violent winds in coordination with the green snake demon's water control was no small formation, but its strength was restricted to rank 1, so its power was limited and posed no real threat to Yang. He asked himself, if the white snake demon were really rank 3, could it fly by controlling the wind? The answer was very likely yes, but even if it could fly, it would consume tremendous energy. Once exhausted, it would still be knocked down by a single punch. At last, Yang's level rose to rank 1, level 9. This trip through the Serpent Demon Realm dungeon, aside from failing to subdue these rare serpent demons for profit, had been fairly smooth overall. With 5.5 days remaining, he had already gone through several rounds of battle, and his level had risen from rank 1, level 1 to level 9. After obtaining 180 free attribute points, Yang without hesitation allocated them to Spirit, Perception, and Reaction, adding 60 to each. Looking at the refreshed attribute panel, he couldn't help but smile slightly.
Yang, Elite Leaf Form.
Level 19. Ready to advance. Age 18, male, pure human bloodline. HP 11428/11428. Estimated lifespan about 800 years.
Mana, 69606960. Stamina, 3866038660.
Strength 14 plus 1919. Constitution 14 plus 1919. Agility 30 plus 1919. Physical attack power 3866. Spirit 158 plus 190. Perception 157 plus 190. Reaction 157 plus 190. Magic attack power 696. Physical defense 644 plus 1919. Magical defense 116. Bai Yang knew very well that he had to become even stronger next if he wanted to gain a foothold in this world. Bai Yang's vitality exceeded 10,000. If his 6 attributes were well balanced enough, his lifespan could even exceed 10,000 years. Even with nearly a 10-fold gap between the strength of his body and soul, his lifespan could still reach 800 years, far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Right after the battle ended, Bai Yang checked his condition and found his vitality, mana, and stamina all full. He had deliberately kept them at max before the fight. Now that he was back at the Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy, there was no need to maintain that state. He chanted an incantation and refined 7 first-tier exceptional blood crystals in one go. Then he prepared to go to class, using the gap in lessons to slowly recover from the depletion. After returning to the Martial Academy, Bai Yang took out his phone and found that his secretary, Lu Qingqing, had sent him dozens of messages, one after another, asking why he hadn't come to class. His classmates had also sent messages, saying that today's instructor was no ordinary man. Sun Byukjing even bluntly said that the combat instructor, Shin Qingfeng, had been treated like a grandson on the other side. Shin Qingfeng had also sent over 10 messages, sounding like he wanted to beat him up, but the first one clearly told him that when they met, he had to admit his mistake first and then take a beating. Bai Yang quickly understood that Shin Qingfeng was protecting him. So he explained, "I stayed up all night at midnight Sob and Sungji, and before I knew it I got carried away. I was going to be late for class. The Martial Academy can check my whereabouts, so why didn't it catch this?" Just then, he was in the courtyard, so he quickened his pace and ran toward the separate building where Secretary Lu Qingqing was located. Outside the building, Shin Qingfeng stood with his arms crossed. The moment he saw Bai Yang, his fists clenched. Being late was being late, and Bai Yang admitted his mistake. He even hoped to be beaten, thinking that the power of the blood crystals might become even stronger because of it. He called out from afar, "Instructor, I'm late and am willing to accept punishment." Shin Qingfeng glared at him. "Good that you're willing to take it. If I don't give you a beating, that thorny attitude of yours just won't be smoothed out." As he spoke, he strode over. Bai Yang also stepped forward to meet him. As the distance between them closed, Shin Qingfeng suddenly froze. Bai Yang's face was pale at that moment, and his condition was about the same as Sun Byukjing's in the classroom. Shin Qingfeng grew even angrier. Although Sun Byukjing had gone to waste, at least he wasn't late. Bai Yang had only just become the new student chief yesterday, yet today he was already late, and his excuse was so poor. Not long ago, old Lu had even specifically criticized Sun Byukjing. Shin Qingfeng was worried that if old Lu saw the scene he would be furious, and he even considered taking the chance to injure Bai Yang, then bringing him to get treatment so that old Lu would think Bai Yang was weak because he was hurt, not because he lacked ability. Clenching his fist even tighter, Shin Qingfeng prepared a vicious move to blow Bai Yang away. Suddenly, a sharp shout rang out, "Xiao Shen, stop!" Shin Qingfeng froze, hurriedly withdrew his fist, and curled his body inward, only managing to bump into Bai Yang. Bai Yang was also stunned. He had already prepared himself to be beaten in order to grow stronger, but someone had called a halt. Helplessly, he stretched out both hands and princess carried the rushing Shin Qingfeng. Bang! With a loud impact, Shin Qingfeng's strike sent Bai Yang rolling several times, but it didn't injure him. At the classroom door, old Lu saw this and nodded in satisfaction. Shin Qingfeng seized the opportunity to turn around and said respectfully to old Lu, "Old Lu, I couldn't stop in time. He may be injured. Should I take him to get treated first?" Old Lu shot him a glare. Who would believe that nonsense? "Bai Yang, quickly put on your clothes and come into class." The 14 students in the classroom, including the usually reclusive Wenren Fuguang, had all gathered by the window to look outside. Bai Yang calmly took out a new set of clothes from his storage bracelet, his expression normal without the slightest trace of panic. He put on his clothes and walked toward the classroom door, ready to continue class. Led by old Lu's satisfied smile, Bai Yang sat down steadily. Shin Qingfeng, however, was completely baffled. He simply could not see through the meaning behind old Lu's smile. Old Lu had a straightforward personality and did not like false politeness, much less smiling with hidden daggers. Yet this time, that smile unexpectedly made Shin Qingfeng feel surprised and relieved. Suddenly, he understood. Bai Yang had just been deliberately slammed into, and yet he had not suffered even the slightest injury. Old Lu put away the tea set and began to announce, "Everyone is here now, so let's begin class. Today's topic is, what exactly is the difference between a professional and a martial artist, and which one is stronger?" He smiled and glanced at Bai Yang, who had just taken his seat. "Bai Yang, as the top freshman of this class, what do you think?" Bai Yang stood up and said, "Instructor, I think." Old Master Lu immediately interrupted him. "Don't call me instructor. Just call me Old Lu like Shaoshin does. You can even call me Old Lu, the old man behind my back." With that one sentence, the classroom atmosphere instantly became lively. Bai Yang said, "From what we learned in high school, practitioners are those who awaken talents and can only walk a certain path. Martial artists are a broad category that includes multiple systems, and it's a path anyone can take except practitioners." Old Master Lu nodded in approval. "Not bad, that is indeed the common understanding." Then he asked, "Wenren Fuguang, as the second-ranked freshman, what do you think?" Wenren Fuguang stood up. "Old Lu, I feel that practitioners are a shortcut to becoming stronger quickly, and their talents determine how far they can go. Martial artists are the proper path, one built on effort, with resources, talent, and opportunities, plus personal hard work, determining how far they can go." Old Master Lu praised him. "A rational viewpoint and a good angle." Old Master Lu teased Wenren Fuguang with a smile. "Being ugly isn't scary. What's scary is listening to gossip. Let me tell you, the stronger you are, the more you surpass ordinary people. What's the use of just relying on looks to scare people? Some martial artists fuse with exotic beast bloodlines and become neither human nor ghost. I have a friend who fused with the fire dragon bloodline. He doesn't even have a human head anymore, turning into a fire-breathing dragon head, and people call him a monster." Old Master Lu said with self-mockery, "My hair and beard are all gray, and yet no one dares to talk back to my face." Bai Yang glanced at Wenren Fuguang and didn't think there was anything ugly about his blonde hair and blue eyes at all. At most, he just looked a bit out of place in an environment full of black hair and black eyes. At this moment, Sun Byuk raised his hand, eager to answer. Old Master Lu was not very willing, but he had no choice but to speak. "What is it?" Sun Byuk slapped the desk and stood up. "Old Lu, if your friend turned into a dragon head, then how does he kiss women?" As soon as that question was asked, the entire room fell into silence, and even Shin Qingfeng standing outside the door was stunned. At that moment, he really wanted to rush in and teach Sun Byuk a harsh lesson, but with Old Master Lu present, he didn't dare act disrespectfully. Old Master Lu was also completely dumbfounded. He took out his phone and sent a message to that friend. When the reply came back, he shook his head and chuckled bitterly. He said that aside from things from when he was young, he hasn't done that after turning 40, so that dragon head never even needed to kiss women. Sun Byuk nodded repeatedly. "I heard that middle-aged men and women kissing can leave you feeling disgusted for a long time. I think what he said makes sense." Old Master Lu ignored him and turned back to continue. "Don't go off topic. Back to the main question. Bai Yang, do you have any views outside the textbook?" Bai Yang stood up. "Old Lu, I don't understand the details of body tempering for martial artists, but for practitioners, leveling up by farming monsters is indeed simple and fast." Old Master Lu gestured for him to sit down and said with a smile, summing it up, "There's no definitive answer to this question. Everyone has their own view. I've heard a lot of opinions from powerful experts, and I've also drawn some conclusions. Everyone have a listen. The Supreme Council set the rules to ensure that everyone has the opportunity to awaken and train in martial arts, with equal access to basic resources. Talent determines how fast you grow stronger and your upper limit, whether you're an ability user or a martial artist. Beyond that, resources are a boost. The more resources you have, the better. The greater the boost, the faster you become stronger." The atmosphere in the King's class of the Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy was tense and straightforward. Old Lu made one thing clear to everyone. Talent and effort are the keys to success or failure. Ability users and martial artists break through their limits by relying on themselves. Effort may not guarantee rewards, but without effort there is certainly nothing. The Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy had abundant resources, and it all came down to how much drive each person had. Wenren Fuguang was the first to ask a question. Everyone was very serious. Many of them knew that the senior students from the previous class had long since vanished. Old Lu stated bluntly, anyone who failed to advance to second-rank hero level within a year had to leave. Some of these people would be taken in by other third-tier martial schools, while others would have to fend for themselves, with no further connection to the Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy. Everyone present understood that this rule was harsh but also fair. After all, they were all outstanding. Within just a few days after awakening, some had even advanced a full rank in 3 days. However, one person looked especially awkward, Sun Byuk. His expression grew increasingly ugly. In class, when old Lu asked everyone questions, he was harsh and unsparing only with Sun Byuk, while toward Bai Yang he was not only kind, but even smiling. It was blatant favoritism. Sun Byuk couldn't take it anymore and raised his hand for the second time to object. Old Lu, why haven't you asked me a single question? Does yesterday's ranking really mean everything? Old Lu sneered. You're dead last. I wouldn't have much to say if you were studying seriously, but look at your face now, you look like a useless waste. What right do you have to complain? Sun Byuk was unconvinced, yet he had no strength to refute it. He muttered, I'm not the only one with a pale face and weak body. Before he could finish, a piece of chalk flew over and directly smashed his chair. Sun Byuk was sent flying, but he quickly got back up, unhurt. Old Lu refused to back down. Bai Yang is only pale, but his bearing is still strong. And you? Your eyes are lifeless, and there are obvious scars on your neck. Bai Yang recovers quickly, while you haven't even started recovering yet. You dare compare yourself to him? Hearing this, Sun Byuk glanced at Bai Yang and indeed saw a huge gap. Bai Yang's eyes were bright, almost glowing. Old Lu got even more aggressive. If you keep this up, I'll have to recommend to the Martial Academy that you be expelled and sent off to indulge to your heart's content. Sun Byuk muttered in dissatisfaction. Even my own dad doesn't care about me. Why would the Martial Academy care? I'm not even late. Before he finished speaking, another piece of chalk flew over, Hun striking him and sending him flying out of the classroom again. Old Lu cursed. What a stubborn thorn in the side. Even your dad, Sun Fifan, wasn't this hard to deal with back then. At least he didn't indulge himself, and he wouldn't have dared ask such a stupid question in class. At that moment, old Lu called out, Xiao Shun. Shen Qingfeng, standing at the door, responded and walked in. Pointing at the just crawled up Sun Byuk, old Lu said, Go call his father here. The two of us will deal with him together. The entire classroom's atmosphere instantly turned tense, and Sun Byuk's face went ashen. He knew he was in even deeper trouble now. Shen Qingfeng respectfully accepted the order, then quickly sent a message to the secretariat. Old Lu briefly replied, Class dismissed for today. After saying that, he stormed off in anger. After old Lu had gone far away, Shen Qingfeng walked into the classroom, stood beside Sun Byuk, and stared at him as he said, Were you doing this on purpose? Sun smiled smugly. My acting was terrible. The mentor saw through it. Shen Qingfeng frowned slightly. Elder Lu has figured it out too. I just had the secretariat send a message to your father. He happens to be in Undying City and is on his way here. Sun immediately stood up and left in a hurry. Shen Qingfeng turned to the others. Elder Lu is here today to give you all a class on short notice. Tomorrow is combat class, the day after tomorrow is knowledge class, and after that we'll switch mentors. He continued, Everyone else dismissed for now. Bai Yang, come with me. Bai Yang was full of questions. Mentor, did Elder Lu come today because of me and Wenren Fuguang? Shen Qingfeng nodded. That's right. But when he left, he specifically asked me to bring only you to him. Don't worry, Elder Lu has a pretty good impression of you. This is the first time I've seen him be so gentle toward a younger generation member. You missed the time because you went into a dungeon before? Bai Yang admitted honestly, There's no day or night in the dungeon, and you can't feel the passage of time. I accidentally stayed too long and ended up being late. I'll pay more attention from now on. Shen Qingfeng reminded him, Don't rush to grind monsters and level up. Tomorrow's combat class will teach you how to deal with ancient demons, and later there'll be a course on dealing with snake demons. Learn these basics first before farming dungeons, and you'll avoid a lot of risks. Snake demon dungeons are especially dangerous. You might encounter a rare green snake demon. It can control water, and if you're not careful, an awakened professional could drown. Every year, quite a few professionals and martial artists die underwater. Even if you have a Tier 3 green snake demon battle pet, Its power will still be suppressed to Tier 1 once you enter the dungeon, so it might not be able to save you if danger arises. The two talked as they walked, and soon they reached their destination, a detached palace. Sun had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. When he saw Baiyang and Shen Qingfeng arrive, he quickly waved. Shen Qingfeng and Baiyang stood aside and waited. Not long after, a sturdy young man with sharp eyes came running over. He looked 7 or 8 parts like Sun but more mature. Shen Qingfeng nodded at him, but the man didn't even spare him a glance. He took Sun by the hand and went straight into the palace. Shen Qingfeng sighed. Baiyang, this man is Sun's father. He also graduated from our martial academy. He's your senior. He's a Tier 4 Saint entering realm professional, and his strength far surpasses Tier 3. He didn't even look at me just now. That's the reality of the extraordinary world. You've experienced it ahead of time. Baiyang nodded. Understood. The palace doors were wide open, and soon a respectful voice came from inside. It was Sun's father speaking. Yes, yes. Sorry to trouble you, Elder Lu. Please stay. Surprisingly, the usually arrogant 4th-tier powerhouse was bowing repeatedly at this moment, being scolded by Elder Lu like a child. Sun Byuk's father tried to keep him there. Elder Lu, please stay. If you see us off to the door, Xiao Sun will be scared. Elder Lu glared angrily. Is your son family thick-skinned or what? I'm not seeing you off. Get lost. Sun Byuk's father froze, then turned to look at Shen Qingfeng and Baiyang outside the door. Seeing nothing unusual, he nodded to Shen Qingfeng and took Sun Byuk away. Sun Byuk grinned at Baiyang and raised his phone to hint that they should keep in touch later. Elder Lu looked at Shen Qingfeng. Go to your thing. Baiyang, come with me. Shen Qingfeng took his leave respectfully, and Baiyang followed Elder Lu into the palace. Elder Lu signaled for Baiyang not to be and said, Not long ago, when you still weren't wearing any clothes, I sensed a lot of resentment on you. In the instance, did you kill a lot of monsters? Baiyang nodded. Yes, Elder Lu. Elder Lu asked, How many levels did you gain? Baiyang raised his right hand, spreading his thumb and index finger apart to indicate 8. Elder Lu was startled. You leveled up 8 times in one run? Did you kill 100 ancient demons when you ranked yesterday? Baiyang nodded. Elder Lu drew a sharp breath. That means you're already at Tier 1, Level 9. Baiyang nodded again, and Elder Lu took another deep breath, his eyes shining. Good. Even better than I imagined, Elder Lu said with a smile. That way, it won't just not waste what I gave you. It'll instead make it shine brilliantly. He stared at Baiyang and asked, Have you learned the Undying Soul skill that the Undying Dean gave you? That one is soul-based. Have you learned any bodily skills? Baiyang shook his head. Right now, the most urgent thing was to make up for his bodily skills. After hearing this, Old Lu laughed. That's perfect. He raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, and pointed at the center of his forehead. A streak of blood-red light overflowed from his brow and finally condensed into a blood-red skill book. Baiyang had never seen anything like this, nor had he ever heard of it. After Old Lu released his energy, he visibly looked older. More white had appeared in his hair and beard, clearly at a great cost. Old Lu sighed. You're an orphan, so it's normal that you wouldn't understand these things. Professionals are divided into ranks. First rank is elite, second rank hero, third rank transcendent, fourth rank saint. Once you reach fourth rank, if a skill's quality reaches king level, you can use skill points to copy a low-quality skill book of the same kind. This is the final use of surplus skill points, but 99.9% of professionals never reach fourth rank. Baiyang finally understood the meaning of having so many skill points. Old Lu handed him the skill book. This is my specialty, Blood Dragon Blast. Take it. Baiyang took the book and lightly tapped it with a skill point. The skill book instantly turned into light and merged into his body. Blood Dragon Blast. Perfect. Attribute 1. Consumes 1 point to 10% of total blood power to unleash a blood power attack that ignores flesh and blood defenses, causing blood power dissolution damage. Attribute 2. The attack is guided by mental power, with an effective range of mental power times 5 meters. Attribute 3. The amount of blood power consumed determines the charging time and attack strength, with mental attributes having a secondary effect. System prompt. You have a blood chi type skill. Your attributes have undergone adaptive changes. Stamina has become blood power, and blood power is used as stamina. Baiyang's skill turned out to be a ranged attack. He was a first rank level 9, and with 348 points in mental attribute, his attack range reached 1,740 meters. Although it was still not as far as the Storm Rapid Volley crossbow's 6,000 meters, It was an absolutely vital addition to his lacking combat power. If he had had this skill during his fight with the snake demon, the situation would have been completely different. Seeing Bai Yong learn it on the spot, Old Lu smiled even more happily. Don't underestimate Blood Dragon Blast. It can ignore flesh and blood defenses. Do you know what that means? Bai Yang's eyes lit up. So it ignores physical defenses whether they're from professionals, martial artists, or flesh and blood monsters? Old Lu nodded and said with a smile, martial artists train their bodies through blood and flesh. Blood Dragon Blast is the perfect counter to body-refining powerhouses. The defense of a professional's diamond body is useless before it. Look at that Sun Fifan. He relies on diamond body to get by at the 4th rank. But if he runs into Blood Dragon Blast, he won't be able to hold up either. Bai Yong sighed. No wonder he and instructor Shen Qingfeng are so afraid of you. Have you beaten them up many times? Old Master Lu burst into laughter. Exactly. I'm the honorary dean of discipline at the Vajra Indestructible Martial School, and I specialize in dealing with these troublemakers. You can count on them being convinced. Bai Yong looked at the old man with his hair and beard a mix of red and white, and asked gratefully, Old Master Lu, what exactly is going on with your body? Old Master Lu waved his hand, looking utterly unconcerned. Old injuries. Nothing serious. I can still live for several dozen years. Bai Yong fell silent, feeling a mix of emotions. He was currently at Tier 1, Level 9. Although the gap between his physical attributes and soul attributes was huge, he still had as much as 800 years of lifespan left. Compared with the strong man before him, who could only live for several dozen years, the difference was enormous. Old Master Lu sighed. The Blood Dragon Impact skill is specifically designed to counter flesh and blood defense, but when faced with energy and elemental defenses, it can only wear them down slowly. I only developed this skill to the King Realm, so the one I gave you is perfect quality. He went on to explain, there are 2 ways for professionals to improve the quality of their skills. The first, commonly used by lower-ranked professionals, is to overwrite low-level skills with higher-level ones. The second is something only geniuses and experts can do, develop skills on their own, like martial artists cultivating martial arts, and raise their quality. Old Master Lu said, if you ever have the chance to raise Blood Dragon Impact to the King Realm, then once you reach Tier 4, you'll also be able to refine the skill and pass it on to others. This is the very foundation of how professionals in the Earth Origin realm inherit power. As long as there are more geniuses, skills will keep increasing, and humanity will only grow stronger and stronger. Bai Yong took a deep breath. This was yet another profound secret. He didn't really know how other professionals upgraded their skills, but with his 3-in-1 of all things ability, as long as he had suitable low-level skill books on hand, it would be easy for him to improve a skill's quality. Thinking that Sun Byuk had just been taken away by his father, Bai Yong originally didn't want to get involved, but he had a good impression of Sun Byuk and thought he was a reliable classmate. So he asked, Old Master Lu, Sun Byuk was taken away by his dad just now. Was he going to be lectured or expelled? Old Master Lu smiled. It's good that you care about your classmate. He wasn't expelled, but he won't be attending combat classes for now. He'll only be able to take 1 knowledge class every 2 days. This has to do with his special talent. I was too harsh in class today and made him decide to come clean early, so he deliberately provoked me and then went to get his parents. I was just going along with his plan. Old Master Lu lowered his voice. This guy's talent is far stronger than that big shot who can grow stronger just by lying down. His strength will erupt 10 months from now. Hearing this, Bai Yong felt a stir in his heart. Debauchery, temporarily skipping combat classes, strange talent, an explosion 10 months later, he quickly thought of a possibility. Old Master Lu wrapped it up. Knowing this is enough, the Martial Academy won't shortchange you on resources. Giving you those 2 excellent skill books was mainly because your elders took a liking to your talent. From here on out, you'll have to win resources yourself. If there's a problem with Blood Dragon Impact, look for Xiaoshin. He can put you in touch with me, and I'll personally help answer your questions when I have time. Bai Yong stood up and saluted. Thank you for looking after me, Old Master Lu. Old Master Lu laughed loudly. The atmosphere among humans has always been one of outward toughness and inward adherence to rules. Bai Yong, your desires are too strong. Take my advice. Learn from Sun Byuk, indulge a little from time to time, and don't suppress yourself too much. Young people indulging occasionally is actually quite elegant. He smiled and reminded him, you haven't forgotten about the 2 snake demon maids the academy gave you when school started, have you? And there's also your exclusive secretary. If she's willing, don't be polite. Just eat her up directly. Bai Yong replied respectfully, thank you for the reminder, Old Master Lu. But since the secretary is still a clerical staff member, would it really be appropriate for me to do that? Old Master Lu chuckled. Exclusive secretaries are all carefully selected. Although they're not very strong in combat, their overall ability is excellent. If you take her, she can help you deal with trivial matters. As long as you don't force her, there's no problem with just eating her once you're back. Bai Yang nodded. Understood. When the time is right, I won't hesitate. Old Master Lu was satisfied. Yes, that's more like it. What I hate most are hypocrites. Copy my lead and curse them out. Your level is high enough to take part in the hero trial. Once you pass it, you can advance to a second-tier hero. The hero trial is in the Supreme Tower, but it's different from the entry trial. Don't rush to break through. First train your strength to the limit, then go for the trial and try to make more preparations. After leaving the martial arts academy, Bai Yang didn't go home. He went straight to the teleportation zone, used a teleportation J token to return smoothly to his hometown in Jianglong City, and headed straight for his Dragon Yang Trading Company. The moment Lu Susu saw him, she rushed over excitedly. Though she wasn't breathtakingly beautiful, she was exactly his type. Bai Yang swept her up in his arms and went straight to the third floor. Just a few days ago it had been. Back when Lu Susu had cultivated her steel body, she coughed up blood and nearly died. Now Bai Yang was already at Tier 1 Level 9. Though he had never weighed himself, he was certainly much heavier than he had been back then. The result was that the moment Bai Yang lay down on the sofa, it sank deeply with a heavy thud. Fortunately, it didn't break. A few minutes later, Bai Yang fed Lu Susu some blood crystal water. She wasn't injured, but tears filled her eyes as she said in a low voice, "Boss, am I really that useless?" Bai Yang knew in his heart that she was highly capable at work, but her habits in daily life were simply too far removed from his. Impossible to bridge. "Susu, don't overthink it. Rest first. Come with me to the immortal city later." Bai Yang said, "Take care of things here. Keep buying the regular iron cloth shirt skill manuals for the long term, raise the price a bit and stock up more." After a brief rest, Lu Susu quickly recovered her ability to move. She efficiently arranged the shop's work. Thanks to the high salary Bai Yang gave them, the two female clerks were full of motivation. Once everything was properly arranged, Bai Yang carefully stored away the more than 20,000 skill manuals they had purchased over the past few days, then took Lu Susu to the Immortal City. The shop in the Immortal City was under Bai Yang's name, so there was no rent, and the space was larger. Lu Susu began ordering shelves and counters and hiring local clerks. Bai Yang didn't interfere much. He simply gave her the home address, then returned to the villa first. As soon as he entered, the two snake demon maidservants hurried up to greet him. Bai Yang remembered the suggestion Old Master Lu had given him not long ago. Although he had tried it, it was extremely troublesome. "How are you recovering?" he asked. "Reporting to Master, we've already recovered." Qingyi and Qingse nodded somewhat nervously. Bai Yang strode toward the villa, with the snake demon maidservants following closely behind. Passing the specially customized high-weight scale on the first floor, he weighed himself, Tier 1 Level 9, 1,650 kilograms. He looked at the snake demon maidservants on either side of him. "Try carrying me." Qingyi mustered her strength and picked Bai Yang up. Qingse could do it too when she took her turn. This showed that their bodies were fine, and their strength in the second-tier Jade Marrow realm was still acceptable. When he reached the study on the second floor, Bai Yang saw his secretary, Lu Qingqing, whom he had called over in advance. Her strength was only Tier 1 copper skin and iron bones, not even as good as the maidservants upstairs, and Bai Yang wasn't in the mood to compete with her at the moment. "Secretary Qing. Boss's orders." After seeing Luo Lao's special attention to Bai Yang, Lu Qingqing's mindset changed dramatically. She understood that his future would definitely be extraordinary, so she sat up especially seriously and respectfully. "Help me check two things. First, whether there are any skill books that can enhance soul strength. Even if they only increase one of the 3 soul attributes, that's fine. Second, skill books related to blood qi." Lu Qingqing immediately took out her phone to search, and soon came back with an answer. "Boss, after screening, the secretarial office reported that soul-type skill books are extremely rare and not circulated on the market at all. They're even rarer than summoning skill books, and are usually only exchanged or gifted among strong experts."
Bai Yang frowned.
This was not good news. Recently, he had tried to use 2 king-tier iron cloth skill books and 1 king-tier indestructible soul skill book for a 3-in-1 fusion, but the success rate was shockingly low. In the end, he failed and lost 2 precious king-tier iron cloth skill books for nothing, which pained him greatly. Lu Qingqing continued in a gentle voice. "Blood qi type skill books are also rare, But there is some information about them, boss. Please take a look. She handed over her phone, and Bai Yang's eyes lit up as soon as he saw it. Blood Qi skill books were rare, but they still had a chance of circulation. There was a Blood Qi type skill book with very large production, yet almost no one looked up to it. It was even less popular than ordinary iron cloth skill books and was considered trash tier. This skill book was called Boiling Blood. After learning Boiling Blood and activating it, blood flow speeds up, body temperature rises, and the complexion becomes flushed. If a martial artist possessed it, their combat power could increase greatly. But the problem was that only class users could learn skills through skill books. Martial artists could not. Class users relied on attributes and strength, and accelerated blood flow was useless to them, so serious class users would never waste a skill slot on such a useless skill. Only some female class users who wanted to take shortcuts liked it, using it for underhanded methods. Bai Yang was overjoyed. Secretary Qing, Boiling Blood skill books are exactly what I need. This thing is produced over in Demon Suppression City, right? I want to open a trading house in Demon Suppression City. Is that feasible? Lu Qingqing agreed readily. Boss, Demon Suppression City is the city where the Baron Desolation Demon Suppression Martial Academy is located, one of the top 10 martial academies. You don't need to go there personally to open a shop. I can help you get in touch. Bai Yang nodded. Good. Let's get it done today. He added, from now on, my woman Lu Susu will be responsible for managing all the trading houses. You can communicate directly with her. Lu Qingqing left gracefully to handle the matter. Bai Yang opened his phone and quickly placed an order. Boiling Blood skill books were sold in many shops in Immortal City, and the unit price was 9,000, slightly cheaper than iron cloth. Before long, several batches totaling 2,000 skill books were delivered to the basement. This was a restricted area, and the snake demon maids were not allowed in without Bai Yang's permission. Bai Yang tried the skill book. Blood Dragon Strike. A beam of blood-red laser shot out from the middle finger of his right hand, instantly hitting the model of the steel battle chicken. The skill consumed blood power to activate. He tried releasing it with different fingers. Blood energy lasers shot from his fingertips, agile and varied. Bai Yang suspected that this skill was comparable to the legendary Six Meridians Divine Sword, with even more diverse attack methods. Even toes, mouth, eyes, and anus could fire Blood Dragon Strike. This skill had no fixed attack pattern at all. It depended entirely on personal habit. Suddenly, an idea struck him and he thought of a deadly attack combo. Blood Dragon Strike, body-penetrating, instant kill. He hurriedly shook himself awake and continued testing this new long-range attack skill. Tests showed that as long as the blood power consumed did not exceed his mental points, the release was almost instantaneous. To unleash a stronger attack, it needed to be charged, which meant the skill's activation time would be extended. Everything was set, and Bai Yang happily began to act. He generously downed a bottle of first-tier perfect quality blood crystal water and started using all things trisected into one to upgrade the skill. 3 ordinary furious bloods would merge into 1 excellent quality result. 3 excellent furious bloods had a high chance of upgrading to extraordinary, but occasionally still turned out excellent. Combined with his previous experience with the trisected iron cloth shirt, Bai Yang knew that skill books of the same quality actually had subtle differences. To upgrade Blood Dragon Strike to perfect level, he needed 2 perfect quality furious blood books. He could perform 3 trisecting merges per hour, and over 9 hours, he fused 2 perfect quality furious blood skill books. All things trisected into 1, upgrade. The system prompt sounded. Blood Dragon Strike gained a new trait, charge acceleration plus 10%. Bai Yang continued merging. After a day and a night, following the second perfect trisecting merge, charge acceleration increased to 20%. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the set alarm went off. Bai Yang went up to the 3rd floor and found that the snake demon maid had mostly recovered. On the other side, inside a luxurious manor, Sun Byuk stared in shock at the large group of women in front of him, then glared at his father, Sun Fifan. Dad, you've got it wrong, right? These are all ants. If I marry... Sun Fifan glared at his son, Sun Byuk, and said that none of those women were suitable for him. They are widows of my battalion's fallen brothers, all experts at the first-tier copper skin and iron bone level, not ordinary women. The reproduction plan of the Diuan realm is unavoidable, and they don't want to marry ordinary men either. This time I brought them here to give you a two-way choice. Although Sun Byuk was unwilling, his father was the leader of a medium-sized battalion at the 4th-tier Saint Entry realm, and his authority could not be challenged. He could only brace himself and begin screening these young, beautiful, and mature women. In the end, 38 women agreed to leave with Sun Byuk, all of them at 1st and 2nd-tier strength. The women packed their things and prepared to officially register as Sun Byuk's wives and concubines. Sun Byuk went to find his father. Dad, you know my situation. Having more women is always a good thing. I want to go on more blind dates myself and marry some women without martial strength. Sun Fifan replied coldly, "We'll talk about it later." Sun Byuk was speechless. Sun Fifan slightly furrowed his brow. When I left Old Lu's residence, I heard that Old Lu personally went to the entrance to receive someone. It wasn't your mentor. Sun Byuk said with full of pride. Dad, old man, you got it wrong. It must have been Bai Yang, the top freshman. I took the initiative to greet him when I first saw him, and our relationship is pretty good. Sun Fifan muttered softly. I was the top freshman back then too, but Old Lu wouldn't personally greet someone for that. You did the right thing. Keep maintaining your relationship with Bai Yang, but don't make it too deliberate. At 7 in the morning, Bai Yang rode the green snake demon beneath him toward the Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy. The green snake demon wasn't wearing the control golden ring and was obedient to an unusual degree. Could control water, and Bai Yang used streams of water to wrap around himself and reduce his weight. Bai Yang sighed inwardly that if the white snake demon from yesterday's dungeon had been willing to submit, the two rare snake demons working together would have been practically invincible, even able to ride the wind and fly. By now, Bai Yang felt that the combat instructor Shan Qingfeng's lessons could not help much anymore. Elder Lu had reminded him that the upcoming hero trial was different from the entry-tier trial, and suggested that he raise his current strength to the limit first. Bai Yang had many directions in which to improve, merging the Iron Combat Chicken through 3-in-1 fusion, and the skill manuals for refining Iron Cloth Shirt, Blood Dragon Blast, and Blood Metal Fusion were all fully prepared. His face was pale because before leaving home he had performed 3-in-1 fusion repeatedly, greatly consuming his vitality and magic power. Today's combat class had only 14 people, and Sun Byuk was absent. The lesson covered how to deal with ancient demons and their weaknesses. The students each had a battle familiar. Bai Yang's was a 3rd-tier green snake demon, while Wenren Fuguang's was a 3rd-tier ancient demon. Ancient demons could not attack their masters, but the students could fight each other in rotation. Bai Yang went up against Wenren Fuguang's 3rd-tier ancient demon. Without any suppression, the ancient demon's combat strength was formidable, able to contend even against instructor Zhou Yu head-on. Bai Yang suffered intense attacks, and by the end of the class, the 3rd-tier ancient demon was panting but still fierce, far stronger than his green snake demon. Bai Yang somewhat regretted choosing the green snake demon as his battle familiar. He looked at Wenren Fuguang and said, "Second place, bro? Are you selling this ancient demon?" Wenren Fuguang was stunned. A 3rd-tier ancient demon with excellent aptitude. You can't afford it. But if you use your green snake demon as a trade-in, I might consider it. Bai Yang quickly pulled out the control golden ring for the green snake demon from his storage equipment and handed it over. If there's a price difference, I'll make up for it, but don't overcharge me. Wenren Fuguang smiled, a sly look on her face. Making a trade for combat power so casually. How interesting. Bai Yang's words made the war servant feel sad. This woman really did things differently. Before Bai Yang could speak, she also took out a golden control ring and handed it over. No need to exchange it. This tier 3 ancient demon isn't of much use to me. If I take it into a dungeon, it'll be suppressed anyway, which would only distract me. Lend it to you to raise. Don't forget to take care of its food. It has a huge appetite. When I need it, you'll have to return it to me. If it dies, you'll have to compensate me too. Bai Yang was startled. He glanced at the unusually obedient green serpent demon behind him before realizing that a war servant also needed food and drink. He nodded and took the golden ring, quickly pouring his mana and spiritual power into it, overwriting the mark Wenren Fuguang had left behind. Since things had been resolved so easily, he had just wanted to thank her, but Wenren Fuguang had already turned and strode away. Half of the classes at the Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy were combat, and the other half were theory. Each class lasted half a day, about 5 or 6 hours. Bai Yang recovered very quickly, roughly 10% every 10 minutes, reaching full status in less than 2 hours. However, he couldn't publicly use the All Things 3-in-1 ability. So once he was back to full status, he could only sit idle. He found his mentor, Shen Qingfeng, and asked for leave from the combat class. Shen Qingfeng had just seen him fight the Tier 3 ancient demon, and after hesitating for a moment, agreed. He even proactively sent Bai Yang the theory materials to read. Bai Yang then wanted to request leave from the knowledge class as well, so Shen Qingfeng contacted his superior, Old Lu. The reply came back, Old Lu grants you special permission to stop attending classes from now on, but the knowledge class is special, so you can let a secretary attend in your place and listen to it later. After thanking his mentor, Bai Yang left, ready to get down to business, only to run into Lin Tingxue, who was smiling brightly at the academy gate. She was one of the few girls in the king class. Walking up, she greeted him gently with a wave. "Top student, do you have—" Bai Yang cut her off with a single sentence. "Are you interested in me?" Lin Tingxue nodded. "You're masculine and full of spirit. You're exactly my type." Bai Yang answered coldly. "I don't have the time or the mood to date." Lin Tingxue's expression stiffened, but she immediately recovered her poise. As expected of the top student.
I'm willing.
Bai Yang asked her whether her family had any high-level powerhouses or resources. She shook her head and said her father had died early. Her mother was only a Tier 1 martial artist, and the family was at the bottom of society. Bai Yang said bluntly, "I need a lot of resources. If you want to be my woman, you'll have to support me with everything you've got." Lin Tingxue froze. Bai Yang turned and left, leaving her standing there dumbly by herself. To be able to enter the elite class of one of the top 10 martial academies, her talent was certainly not low. But to Bai Yang, even Wenren Fuguang wasn't worthy of standing beside him. Lin Tingxue was thick-skinned enough to wait at the gate. She merely wanted to get close to him and build a connection so she could get resources. This woman's craving for resources was about on par with his own. But he couldn't even get enough resources for himself. How was he supposed to support a woman? He wasn't someone who lived off a woman. After leaving the martial academy, Bai Yang headed straight for a large professional shop and bought a storage ring for 200 first-grade superior blood crystals. Then he went directly to the exclusive lounge on the 6th floor of the Longyang Commerce House and called over Lu Susu, who was busy at the moment. Lu Susu's face turned pale. Though she didn't dare resist, she still obediently followed him. Bai Yang could tell she had misunderstood his intentions, so he gently patted his thigh. Lu Susu's face grew even paler, but she gritted her teeth and sat down, revealing her resolve to accompany him at all costs. Bai Yang suddenly said, "Extend your hand." She let out a soft cry and extended her right hand. To her shock, Bai Yang directly put the ring on her finger for her. Lu Susu knew very well that they had already completed the homecoming registration, body and soul intertwined. But in name, she was still just Bai Yang's woman without a title. At first, she had thought Bai Yang was merely an ordinary young professional. Only after getting close to him did she truly understand that the man before her was the standout among this year's new students in one of the top 10 martial academies, the Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy. The top student was the pinnacle among all the billions of new professional awakeners this year. Looking at such an outstanding Bai Yang, Lu Susu felt more and more that she was tiny and powerless. The gap in strength made even properly serving Bai Yang a difficult task. Aside from helping the man manage the Longyang Commerce House, she couldn't find any value in herself. Suddenly, Bai Yang put a ring on her, and it was on her ring finger. This ring meant that he had given her even greater recognition, and Lu Susu could hardly believe what she was seeing. Bai Yang explained, "This is a storage ring with a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters. You're not a profession holder, so you'll need to cleanse it with your blood and slowly bind it. From now on, you'll be handling more of the trivial affairs of Longyang commerce. With this, it'll be much more convenient to carry things to various cities." After hearing this, Lu Susu's heart softened as if it were melting. Not long after, Bai Yang said sternly, "Susu, your strength is far too weak. Leave the trivial matters to the shop assistants. You need to take charge of the overall situation, and you also have to keep training in martial arts. You were able to stay in the recruit camp for 3 years, so your talent isn't bad. From now on, I'll give you plenty of blood crystal water, and you must work hard to become stronger. Otherwise, you won't even have the zhuge to see me." Lu Susu replied softly, "Boss, Susu will work hard." After delaying for a moment at the Longyang shop, Bai Yang went straight home and headed for the basement. He released the Tier 3 ancient demon he had borrowed from Wenren Fuguang and ordered it to continue sparring with him, promising to feed it with blood crystals. The ancient demon roared and began attacking Bai Yang. Hours passed, but even with its claws and fists, it still couldn't injure him and could only stop in exhaustion. It didn't dare take the risk of attacking recklessly, afraid that if it died, everything would be over. A Tier 3 ancient demon consumed a tremendous amount of energy in battle, needing roughly 1 excellent first-tier blood crystal per hour. Bai Yang still had more than 800 on hand, which was enough for the time being. It fought for 10 minutes and rested for 1, and Bai Yang took the opportunity to use the all things 3-in-1 skill to strengthen himself. Bai Yang secluded himself in the basement and trained hard. According to the plan, every 3 days Lu Susu would go to the shop in Town Demon City to collect a copy of the Boiling Blood skill book and every 5 days she would go to Jianglong City to collect a copy of the Iron Cloth Shirt skill book. Secretary Lu Qingqing handled the classes, taking detailed notes before coming to Bai Yang's home to teach. Before every class, Bai Yang would expend a great deal of energy and then study with the secretary. As time passed and the two grew closer, their feelings also warmed. Bai Yang completely won over Lu Qingqing, yet it did not delay his studies in the slightest. Day by day, time passed. After 10 perfect level 3-in-1 refinements, the Blood Dragon Strike skill's charge-up speed had increased to 100%. The Boiling Blood skill book similarity had reached 60%, allowing the skill's size and quality to be enhanced. After the skill was improved, Bai Yang was pleasantly surprised to find that the Blood Chi laser could be controlled to 1 to 3 times its original size, making it convenient for dealing with large monsters. After that, Blood Dragon Strike reached King level. Blood Dragon Strike, King Variable Form. 1. Consume 1% 30% blood power to release a blood power attack that ignores flesh and blood defenses, dealing blood power erosion damage. 2. The attack can be guided by mental power with an effective range of mental power times 7 meters. 3. The amount of blood power consumed determines the charge-up time and attack strength. Mental attributes slightly affect the charge-up time. The overall improvement was not significant, but the maximum attack power increased to 3 times its original value, the effective range became farther, and the charging speed was several times faster. Bai Yang tried it out and put down Blood Dragon Blast in satisfaction, then switched to focusing all his efforts on cultivating the Iron Shirt skill. Iron Shirt was his innate king-level skill. Relying on the enhancement of his powerful strength and physique, it had to be prioritized. 1 king-level 3-in-1 required 2 king-level Iron Shirt skill books, and reaching the goal required 162 3-in-1s. After each 3-in-1, time was needed to recover. 1 every 10 minutes, 162 3-in-1s meant 16-20 minutes, which was about 27 hours. Time passed little by little as Bai Yang continuously used king-level Iron Shirt skill books in the basement to perform 3-in-1 upgrades on the Steel Battle Chicken. Aside from going outside every so often to get some fresh air, learn from Secretary Qing, and chat with the Snake Demon Maid, he almost stayed in the basement the entire time. With each 3-in-1 completed, the Steel Battle Chicken's physical defense, physique, and strength all increased by 5 points. After 10 times, it reached the king-level ultimate state. Bai Yang did not stop and continued the 3-in-1s. After 4 more times, he increased the Battle Chicken's size variation to a range of 0.5 times to 7 times. A total of 14 3-in-1s consumed 28 king-level skill books, reaching the current limit. System prompt. The king-level ultimate state transformation type Steel Battle Chicken can no longer be improved by conventional means. To advance to Overlord level, it must possess overwhelming power. Bai Yang frowned, then smiled. This overwhelming power was not as difficult as imagined. For the Steel Battle Chicken, as long as its first talent, Yang Energy Abundance, broke through, it could be achieved. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and shouted, Yang Energy feeding back, Chicken, condense overwhelming power. After nearly 20 days of cultivation, Bai Yang's Blood Gold Power Fusion degree increased to 19%. By now, attacks from a third-tier ancient demon were completely ineffective against him. His Vajra indestructible innate form had reached Overlord level, with physical defense, physique, strength, and agility all breaking through to 3,610 points. His body strength was close to 4,000, and his weight was nearly 4 tons. The talent of abundant Yang energy made him as dazzling as the sun in the eyes of females. The Yang energy throughout Bai Yang's body began to be absorbed by the Steel Battle Chicken. He sensed that overwhelming power would soon undergo a qualitative change. His vitality increased to 39,766 points, and the gap between his body and soul widened. Miraculously, his remaining lifespan skyrocketed from 800 years to 3,000 years. The reason was that his powerful chi and blood could lock in the dissipation of his soul and also nourish it. As long as his soul attribute also increased, breaking through a lifespan of 10,000 years would not be difficult. With the talent of all things 3-in-1, obtaining Overlord-level skills was arduous, but worthwhile. Now he understood even more the preciousness of the blood gold power in his hands. It allowed his steel body to directly advance to Overlord level. Bai Yang continued with the 3-in-1s, this time starting to refine the boiling blood skill. The rhythm was the same, with about 1 king-level 3-in-1 completed per day. After 7 times, Blood Dragon Blast reached its ultimate state, and the blood power that could be released in a single strike sword from 1 point to 100% of the current total blood power. After 3 more enhancements, the power of Blood Dragon Blast increased 7-fold. The system prompted once again. The king-level ultimate state transformation type Blood Dragon Blast can no longer be improved by conventional means. Overwhelming power is required. At that moment, Bai Yang felt a strange change. The system reminded him, "You possess Blood Gold power." Blood Gold power has begun to influence Blood Dragon Blast, and Blood Energy Overwhelming Power adaptability has been born. Bai Yang smiled broadly. This meant that once Blood Dragon Blast advanced to Overlord level, its strength could even surpass Master Lu by another tier. With a slight upward curve at the corner of his mouth, and relying on his intense Yang energy, after 10 days he finally upgraded the Steel Battle Chicken's abundant Yang energy talent to Yang energy soaring to the heavens. The skill met the conditions for advancing to Overlord level and was now advancing. The skill advancement was complete, and the Steel Battle Chicken finally reached a new Overlord realm. The Battle Chicken evolved into the Overlord level Soaring Heaven Chicken Overlord. Suddenly, a giant rooster, 5 meters tall, appeared in front of Bai Yang, the sky-piercing rooster Overlord. It was level 19 with HP of 5.71 million and energy of 3.6 million, and could exist for a very long time. Its strength and physique were both extremely formidable, and its physical attack power had even broken through 50,000. The skill, Soul Calling Crow, combined with the talents Sky Rising Yang Qi, Size Change, and Combat, made its fighting power terrifyingly overwhelming. In particular, the combat talent meant that once it entered battle, its attack power doubled, reaching an astonishing more than 110,000. This combat aura could also suppress enemies, making it difficult for them to fahui their strength. Bai Yang burst into excited laughter. His body, boosted by Yang Qi, recovered at a frightening speed. His mana and HP were rapidly restored to full, and his casting efficiency increased dramatically. Although the basement was dim, it was filled with light and warmth, allowing him to recover even faster. He used the size change skill to shrink the giant rooster to a height of 1.5 meters, making it easier to move around in the basement. Although its summon duration and cooldown time were both very long, his sky-piercing rooster Overlord had extremely high HP and defense, and ordinary enemies simply couldn't kill it. Even if it were killed, resummoning it wouldn't matter much anyway. At this moment, the green snake demon was still in the basement. Seeing the sky-piercing rooster Overlord, it collapsed into a heap and trembled non-stop, clearly terrified. Bai Yang glanced at the green snake demon, then turned away in disgust and stared at the sky-piercing rooster Overlord. This once ordinary rooster, even after reaching king level, didn't have many skills, but its instinctive pecks, scratches, and wing slaps were still immensely powerful. Now that Bai Yang had this powerful sky-piercing rooster Overlord as his guard, his sense of security instantly exploded. No matter what enemy he encountered, this Overlord tier summon could become his solid shield. The sky-piercing rooster Overlord lightly shook its wings, lifted its head, and let out a long crow. Oh, the sound echoed through the basement. Bai Yang froze. The crowing did sound quite pleasant, but no shockwave or aura appeared at all. He turned to look at the green snake demon. This third-tier golden body realm snake demon had curled up tightly, no longer trembling, but already stiff.
Bai Yang sneered, pathetic.
Can't even withstand my rooster's pressure. This so-called third tier is totally fake. Bai Yang waved his hand, sending the sky-piercing rooster Overlord back into the summoning space. Knowing he could summon it again at any time, he kicked the green snake demon, but there was no reaction. He even suspected that the rooster's crow had already killed it. Suddenly, he panicked. Nothing bad better have happened. He rushed out of the basement and only breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Chingy and the other green snake demon made safe and sound. The two maids' eyes lit up when they saw him, obviously drawn by his Yang Qi. Bai Yang knew this was the secondary talent Sky Rising Yang Qi at work. He picked up the maid and asked, "Why didn't Qing's secretary come today?" Chingy took out Bai Yang's phone and showed him a message. "Qing's secretary came by just now, but didn't disturb your cultivation. She said to call you at 7:40. Then she went to see Miss Su. Miss Su is at a crucial moment in breaking through to the first-tier Copper Skin Iron Bones realm." Bai Yang nodded and changed into new clothes. At 7:50 he set off. The green snake demon had already recovered and obediently served as his mount. This time, there was an extra hint of fawning and longing in its eyes, clearly attracted by his Yang Qi. Bai Yang secretly guessed that the snake demon's obedience was not entirely due to his overwhelming strength. His Blood Dragon Impact skill, influenced by the Blood Gold power, was domineering and imposing, yet could still be unleashed at any time. Riding the green snake demon, he sped toward the Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy. Along the way, he attracted countless gazes, and even several roadside signs were smashed. In particular, any women he encountered, regardless of age or appearance, were strongly drawn to him. Bai Yang felt that sky-rising Yang Qi was too conspicuous, but he had no idea how to conceal it. He had not attended class for a whole month, but Qing's secretary had diligently listened in on his behalf and passed the knowledge back to him. Bai Yang's horizons broadened immensely, and he also gained a clear understanding of how much his strength had improved. With an overlord tier skill in hand, if things went smoothly, he could advance to 5th tier and become a king-sealing realm powerhouse. In the martial academy, both the highly esteemed Old Lu and Sun Fifan, who had reached the 4th tier and attained saint status, treated him with exceptional respect. Although Old Lu was a 4th tier expert with deep seniority and formidable strength, he was still nowhere near the level of the vice dean of the Vajra Immortal Martial Academy, a 5th tier king-conferring powerhouse. Bai Yang arrived at the king-class combat training grounds on time. On the way, he ran into 2 mentors, Shen Qingfeng and Zhou Yu. Shen Qingfeng was a proper combat mentor, while Zhou Yu was a 3rd-tier member who occasionally helped with teaching. The two of them stared wide-eyed as they saw him jump down from the snake's head. Shen Qingfeng exclaimed in surprise, "Bai Yang, how many aphrodisiacs did you take? Your aura is practically shooting into the sky." In the past, these 2 3rd-tier mentors were nothing much in Bai Yang's eyes, but now he felt fully confident. Bai Yang said with a smile, "Mentor, you've misunderstood. It's just that my blood and qi are a little unsteady because of the increase in my strength." Shen Qingfeng was speechless, while Zhou Yu was breaking out in a cold sweat. "Your blood and qi are practically blazing like a crimson sun. I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to block one punch from you." Zhou Yu's words left Shen Qingfeng utterly shocked. "Old Zhou, you're not joking, are you?" Shen Qingfeng asked in disbelief, though he wasn't truly doubting him. He just found what Zhou Yu said far too unbelievable. Zhou Yu nodded. "You're an outsider, so your sense of blood and qi is different from ours martial artists. Bai Yang's blood and qi are completely unlike that of ordinary martial artists. It's the most robust, most yang power there is, like a blazing red sun, both mesmerizing and impossible to look straight at." Shen Qingfeng stared at Bai Yang, feeling that aura was as powerful as if he had taken aphrodisiacs, hot and bursting with explosive force. He sighed. "At first I thought you skipped class because you were too arrogant. Looks like I'm not qualified to teach you." Bai Yang waved a hand. "Mentor, don't be so modest. I'm just an exception. The others are still taking it very seriously." Shen Qingfeng turned and walked off. "Come on. Today we're reorganizing the rankings and redistributing resources. With you like this, there's no suspense in the battle for first place. Let the others fight it out. There's no pointing ing for second or last place either. Wenren Fuguang and Xiong Zhenhai usually perform according to their strength anyway." Following the 2 mentors, Bai Yang quickly met his classmates whom he hadn't seen for a month, including Sun Byuk. When everyone saw Bai Yang appear with the mentors, their eyes all widened. The boys were so envious they wished they could switch bodies, while the girls blushed and pounded with excitement, especially Lin Tingxue and Yi Mujuan. Only Wenren Fuguang had disbelief written all over his face. Bai Yang walked straight over to Wenren Fuguang and handed him a 3rd-tier ancient demon control gold ring. "Thanks. This ancient demon has grown quite a bit stronger than a month ago, so I'm returning it to you." Wenren Fuguang nodded and took the gold ring and beast pouch. Shen Qingfeng began announcing today's ranking rules. As usual, today will determine the 1st seat, 2nd seat, and last seat. The new rule is, except for Sun Byuk, everyone else has been promoted to Tier 1, Level 9. The scoring has 2 parts. The first part is this month's performance, worth 50 points in total, and everyone gets full marks. The second part is the combat challenge, with a new rule. Battle servants are forbidden, and only standard martial academy equipment may be used. Those ranked lower challenge those ranked above them. Challenges can be made throughout the entire day. Whoever wins moves up. Keep challenging until no one dares to go up anymore. The rules were simple. Everyone just needed to challenge those ranked above them. At that moment, a student named Jean Russian raised his hand. "Instructor, last time 1st seat Bai Yang and last place Sun Byuk didn't attend class. Can they still get 50 points? Shen Qingfeng's expression changed, and his tone turned severe. "Jean Russian, are you questioning my decision?" Jean Russian quickly waved his hands. No, instructor, you have the final say." Shen Qingfeng announced. "The challenge begins. Lower ranks may only challenge higher ranks." The entire venue immediately fell silent as everyone began to calculate their challenge strategies. Wenren Fuguang strode forward. "Instructor, I want to challenge the 1st seat." Shen Qingfeng exchanged a glance with Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu said coldly, "Wenren Fuguang, We all know you haven't slackened off this past month. Your strength has remained stable. Let me remind you, Bai Yang's strength completely overwhelms yours. Don't humiliate yourself. Even Sun Byuk hasn't improved at all. Bai Yang could kill him in one move. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and Sun Byuk's face flushed red at the remark. But the one speaking was Instructor Zhou Yu, who had cultivated the three-tier golden body. No one dared to object. Wenren Fuguang was briefly stunned, but still remained firm. Instructor, I want to personally witness the first seat's strength. Shen Qingfeng and Zhou Yu both turned to look at Bai Yang. Bai Yang nodded. Please. The two stood facing each other 10 meters apart. Wenren Fuguang took out a longbow and a quiver of arrows. They were all standard-issue first-tier martial academy equipment, of excellent quality. She quickly drew the bow and loosed an arrow. The arrow whooshed through the air. Bai Yang sidestepped and easily dodged it. The arrow struck the blue stone ground more than 10 meters away, leaving a shallow crater. Wenren Fuguang's expression grew even more solemn, and her movements quickened at once. Bai Yang pulled out an arrow and drew and fired again. The arrow struck his face head-on. Strangely, this time he neither dodged nor raised a hand to block it. As the arrow rapidly closed in, Bai Yang parted his lips slightly, and his tongue shot out at once, precisely curling around the high-speed arrow. Then he spat it back out. The entire scene fell into a suffocating silence. Everyone stunned by Bai Yang catching the arrow with his tongue. Even Wenren Fuguang was so dumbfounded she couldn't speak. Her mind a total mess. She understood now. Bai Yang dodging that arrow aimed at his arm earlier might still have been due to quick reflexes and a bit of luck. But this time, calmly catching the flying arrow with his tongue was certainly no accident. It clearly showed strength far beyond hers. Wenren Fuguang sighed and silently put away her longbow. At this point, no one would question Bai Yang's position as chief anymore. Even Xiong Jinhai, who had originally been somewhat unconvinced, quieted down as well. The arrogance on his face vanished, and he stepped back on his own, blending into the crowd and no longer showing off so conspicuously at the front. Mentors Shen Qingfeng and Zhou Yu were equally stunned speechless. Zhou Yu especially, having witnessed Wenren Fuguang's strength, was deeply shaken by Bai Yang catching the arrow with his tongue. He thought to himself that if he tried it, he would definitely get hurt. Gradually, the lower-ranked students began challenging one another, but no one dared challenge the top three. After watching for a while, Bai Yang felt that the students were generally not weak, but none were especially outstanding. Then he told the two mentors that he needed to go handle something first. Shen Qingfeng said with emotion, the chief, the runner-up, and the last-place representative symbolized the entire martial academy. The 999 students in the ordinary class actually all have the qualifications to compete, but they're just too weak. I've been assuming they can't contend for it. But the procedure still has to be followed. I'll go over and intimidate the ordinary class. Bai Yang immediately asked, Mentor, should I go now? Shen Qingfeng glared at him. Nonsense. What would you go there for? To rattle the 999 ordinary class students and all 5 mentors. After being hit by you like this, even Lao Zhou and I would need several days to recover. Unbelievable. Catching an arrow with your tongue. How did you even come up with such a mentally devastating move? Let's go quickly and get busy with your stuff. Your secretary will help you collect this month's chief resources. After Bai Yang left, Sun Byuk hurriedly said goodbye to the 2 instructors and quickly caught up with Bai Yang. Sun Byuk wore a flattering expression. Chief boss, I'll ask straight up. What kind of drugs did you take to get this aura? Your masculine energy is way too intense. Bai Yang laughed loudly. It's natural. Only fakes take drugs like that. Sun Byuk's face turned green. Bro, big bro. The fake one is me. Teach me, please. I urgently need this masculine energy. Bai Yang shook his head. It's not that I don't want to help. It's that I can't. My aura comes from strength enhancement, not from taking drugs or practicing some sinister martial art. Sun Byuk reluctantly suppressed his craving and changed the topic. Chief boss, do you know the Gene Russian who just questioned us for getting the 50-point base score? Bai Yang shook his head. Sun Byuk said in a low voice. He relies on connections. His backing is strong, but his personal strength is average, so no one really values him. Bai Yang said, if you're going to forge iron, you have to be strong yourself. I may not have any backing, but sooner or later I'll become my own solid support. Sun Byuk gave a thumbs up. Chief is domineering. Won't this masculine energy be too noticeable? Should we burn some off? Bai Yang frowned in thought. Sun Byuk wasn't wrong. Are you planning to take me somewhere to use up this aura? Sun Byuk waved his hands hastily. Misunderstanding. I'm not taking you to any crooked path. My dad, the one you met a month ago, is the leader of a battle regiment. The regiment fights in other worlds, and many brothers have died, leaving widows behind with no one to care for them. Quite a few of them are third-tier golden body martial artists, and they're actually quite strong. I think, Chief Boss, you could give it a try. Meet them, and if you hit it off, just register them as yours. Baiyang quickly waved his hands. No need to think about that for now. Let's talk about it another day. I still have things to do, so I'm leaving. He released the green snake demon and rode on its head as it swiftly departed. Sun Byuk's situation could actually serve as a reference. In this transcendent world, reproduction followed strict rules, unlike in other worlds where things were much more complicated. The women Sun Byuk mentioned were all family members of his father's battle regiment. If Baiyang married one of them, he would inevitably become entangled with those forces. Baiyang didn't know much about Sun Byuk's father's background, so for now he didn't want to get involved with those fourth-tier Saint Realm experts. Women were merely things that could be obtained at will for him. What mattered was improving his own strength first. He had already put this matter on his schedule and would deal with it after some time. The green snake demon led Baiyang to Longyang Trading Company with practiced ease. The boss personally came out to greet him, and a group of female shop assistants were staring at Baiyang with eyes almost blazing. Overflowing with yang energy, he had an absurdly powerful attraction to ordinary women. Go straight to the 6th floor, where the sound of slapping came from. Secretary Qing. Stop for now. Lu Qingqing hurried over to greet him. Boss. Baiyang nodded. Susu. Change your clothes and go home to break through. Let Qingyi and Qingsa help you temper your copper skin and iron bones. Secretary Qing. Go to the Martial Academy and collect my resources for this month. This time, the resources will all be put into the Dragon Sun Trading Company's small treasury for daily operations and buying skill books. The two women both agreed. Baiyang hugged them one by one. I'm going to the hero trial. If something comes up at the Martial Academy, help me explain it. With everything arranged, he stepped on the head of the green snake demon and hurriedly flew to the highest tower of Immortal City. Sun Byuk, upon returning home, directly rejected the enthusiastic welcome of the group of women and sat down in the main hall to wait for his father, Sun Fifan. Sun Fifan arrived not long after. As a fourth-tier saint entering father, Sun Byuk's performance this time was exceptionally firm. Dad, right now I only want more offspring, regardless of whether they're good or bad. I must marry a bunch of ordinary women. Sun Fifan pondered for a moment, then nodded. Whether for professionals or martial artists, the stronger one is, the lower the fertility rate. Once you reach the 5th tier, unless you use origin essence as the price, it's almost impossible to conceive naturally. The blessing you get from your offspring's talent is definitely better the stronger it is. Right now, your 38 women are all 1st or 2nd tier, and you yourself are only 1st tier, so getting pregnant is naturally difficult. Like this, I support you working both sides at once. Go on blind dates and marry more ordinary women who haven't entered the ranks. And you can't give up on those 38 either. Sun Byuk's face went even paler. In order to increase fertility, I don't dare improve my strength. I'm still 1st tier, level 0. With limited strength, no matter how much tonic you drink, it can't keep up with the consumption. Look how weak I am now. Sun Fifan patted his shoulder. Becoming stronger definitely comes at a price. You're paying it now, and the rewards will come sooner or later. Sun Byuk gave a bitter smile. This weird talent, it was exciting at first, but now it's all suffering. I understand why those criminals are imprisoned instead of killed. It's to let them bear children for the human race and contribute their strength. Dad, you don't know, that Baiyang hardly went to class for a month just like me. But he went today, and his strength directly surpassed everyone by a huge margin. Even the attacks of Wenren Fuguang, the 2nd-ranked seat, he could easily block. Sun Fanfan rubbed Sun Byuk's head. Every year, there are always prodigies who soar straight up. Your talent is the late-blooming type. There's no need to envy him. In the future, maybe you'll be the one others envy. Your talent that gets stronger just by clapping is even more astonishing than Baiyang, that big shot who gets stronger just by lying down. The Supreme Tower of Immortal City was similar to Jianglong Cities, both being 8-story towers. People kept walking into the range of the Supreme Tower and then disappearing. They were going in for trials. There were also those who came out after passing, and those who went in and never came out again. The demons that died in the trials showed no mercy at all. Baiyang stepped into the protective barrier of the Supreme Tower. I want to apply for the Supreme Heroic Trial. System detection. You are level 9 of Tier 1, and have not yet undergone the Supreme Heroic Trial. You meet the requirements and may take one free attempt. Begin now. Begin! A surge of power suddenly slammed over him. Bai Yong was wrapped in white light, carried as it flew toward the Supreme Tower. The white light merged into the tower, and an unusual spatial zone quickly formed. System prompt. A solo trial space has been established. The Supreme Heroic Trial is now starting. Beneath Bai Yang's feet was a circular platform about 1,000 meters in diameter, its floor paved with blue stone, with a white jade area 10 meters across at the center. This was not much different from the previous tier entry trial. He could still complete the basic advancement on the spot and break through to become a Tier 2 hero. But Bai Yong had no intention of taking that route. He strode straight toward the white jade platform and announced, "Begin the Supreme Heroic Trial." After the system agreed, it began constructing a new trial space. Once confirmation of completion was received, the system asked whether he wanted to enter, and he chose Enter without hesitation. Next, the system analyzed the otherworld marks on Bai Yang's body. The Blood Corpse Realm's World Enmity held the highest priority, followed by the Snake Demon Realm's Ultimate Delicacy tag. The system began connecting to monsters from these two worlds. After negotiations between the two realms, conditions were proposed. He had to fight in a special marsh wetland environment, otherwise they would refuse to send monsters. Bai Yong frowned. This wetland was even more troublesome than the ocean, with an extremely harsh environment. He probed, "What happens if I refuse?" System warning. If you refuse, monsters from the other worlds will rarely make a move, and you will very likely only be able to undergo the most basic advancement. Bai Yong calmly agreed. "I agree to fight in the marsh, but they must send out all their combat power at once." The system responded, and the three realms jointly constructed a marsh battle space, setting up a safe platform for Bai Yong. The transfer was complete. Bai Yong confirmed he would not be disturbed by the aura of the other world. Under the same conditions, monsters were likewise unaffected by the aura of the Earth Origin realm. The marsh's complex terrain was difficult to scout. If the snake demons hid within it, they would be very hard for him to track, and could even put him in a desperate situation. Bai Yong instantly appeared on a platform 10 meters in diameter, with a muddy marsh below and the platform standing about 10 meters high. The air was filled with the low growls of blood corpses and the hissing of snake demons, loud and tense. Over the past month, he had learned the rules of the hero-level trial through Qingqing, his secretary. This was the second stage of an adept's advancement, and also the ultimate trial in the Tower of Supremacy. Unlike the entry trial, there was only one round of battle here. The number of attacking monsters ranged from 100 to 10,000, with neither a lower nor an upper limit. Their level was unrestricted. If the other world were bold enough to send 10,000 king-level monsters, that would be fine too. However, the monster's combat power would be suppressed to first-tier level. The more monsters he killed, the more free attribute points he would gain after the battle. For every 10 monsters slain, he received 1 attribute point. Even king-level monsters provided no extra benefit, because all such gains returned to the mother body of the Earth Origin realm. With a boom, Bai Yong took out the king-level Storm rapid-fire crossbow, fully loaded with arrows. His physical body strength had surpassed 3,000 to 4,000 points, and his visual acuity was also extremely sharp. Standing on the high platform, he looked into the distance. Bayou, bayou! Arrows flew in rapid succession, reaching the maximum rate of 50 shots per second. He precisely locked onto the scale-covered snake demons in the marsh, unleashing a furious barrage. Whether ordinary snake demons, green snake demons, or even white snake demons, they were all struck in the head first. Snake demons were not very intelligent. As long as they were all wiped out, their advantage of hiding in the marsh would be broken. After all, blood corpses could not hide in the mud, and the only threat came from the snake demons. But as the attack grew more and more ferocious, this marsh would soon be plunged into a bloody battle. Bloody flowers burst open one after another. As long as the arrows hit a snake demon's head, they would explode, and the snake demon would drop dead on the marsh. Nearly 100 snake demons were almost wiped out in one wave by Bai Yong. He let out a breath of relief and continued searching in all directions for any fish that had slipped through the net. The first round of clearing was extremely thorough, and Bai Yong didn't find any remaining snake demons. So, he let the Storm rapid-fire crossbow continue its sweeping fire, completely killing off the blood corpses struggling on the surface of the marsh. The marsh was extremely unfriendly to these blood corpses. They had to give it their all just to run on the water's surface. In less than 2 minutes, 3,000 arrows were exhausted. Bai Yong quickly put away the crossbow, a confident smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. With his blood power fully charged, he began to use even more powerful skills. He spread his 5 fingers wide, stuck out his tongue, and his eyes shot out streaks of blood-red lasers, precisely sniping the monsters rushing toward him. After testing, he found that each use of the Blood Dragon Strike, released with 100 points of blood power, was extremely effective. It could merge into the enemy's body and slowly erode their flesh and blood, with astonishing lethality. When his blood power had only a few thousand points left, the vast marsh had fallen into complete silence, without the slightest movement. But Bai Yong raised an eyebrow, because the battle-end prompt still had not appeared. This meant there was an enemy hiding, most likely a snake demon that had slipped through the net. Suddenly, the 5-meter-tall, sky-soaring chicken tyrant appeared. Looking at this majestic, gigantic battle chicken, Bai Yang's mood instantly improved. "My chicken, take your master for a fly around." Bai Yong lightly leaped onto the chicken's back, and the sky-soaring chicken tyrant flapped its wings and took off, stirring up a howling gale. Though not agile, it relied on its astonishing strength to rush forward at high speed. After circling the marsh a few times, they still found no clues. But that was not enough to trouble Bai Yong. Whoosh, he released the green snake demon Xiaoqing from the beast bag. "Go take a look and see if there are any snake demons hiding in the marsh." Xiaoqing swam nimbly, sensing its surroundings with its tongue. Soon, it came to the bottom of a stone pillar. "Master, I didn't find any snake demons inside the marsh. But there is a snake demon that is seriously injured and not yet dead." Bai Yong leapt down from a platform 10 meters high, weighing nearly 4 tons. He was caught by the green snake demon lifting its head and didn't fall into the marsh. Xiaoqing carried him in a glide over to the white snake demon. It was a massive white snake demon, with a bloody hole in its head, nearly unconscious and barely clinging to life. It was 1 meter in diameter and 20 to 30 meters long, larger than any he had seen before. It was probably a Tier 3 powerhouse and might even have been Tier 4. Bai Yong had shown no mercy at the time, but seeing that the other side was already powerless to fight back, he became calm. He signaled Xiaoqing to lower its snake head and silently stared at the white snake demon. His right fist was tightly clenched, ready to strike and kill in one blow at any moment. The sky-soaring chicken overlord hovered in midair, ready to attack at any time. Just then, the white snake demon took a weak breath, one of the rare breaths taken just before death. What shocked Bai Yong even more was that the white snake demon actually drew away the surging yang energy inside his body. The white snake demon's strength suddenly surged, and the force of its inhalation intensified as well. Bai Yong didn't stop it. Instead, he turned to Xiaoqing beside him. "You can absorb my yang energy too?" Xiaoqing shook its head and said, "I can, but I've never dared to." Bai Yong laughed, finally understanding. Ever since this Tier 3 green snake demon followed him, it had been so obedient that it didn't dare show even the slightest hint of danger. Clearly, his efforts in cultivating it hadn't been in vain. Bai Yong crouched down and patted Xiaoqing on the head. This green snake demon looked even more docile than the ferocious beasts from before. It nodded excitedly, seeming to say that it could improve its strength by absorbing his yang energy. Gratitude shone in Xiaoqing's eyes as it hissed, expressing loyalty to its master. Bai Yong knew this meant the green snake demon had finally truly accepted him as its master. Although Xiaoqing wasn't very strong in combat, it could control water, and bringing it along would make traveling much more convenient. So Bai Yong let it try absorbing his yang energy. Like the dying white snake demon earlier, Xiaoqing began using its nose to draw in the yang energy that was leaking from Bai Yang's body. Bai Yong felt a current of energy circulating, but he wasn't worried, because his yang energy was continuously dissipating on its own. As long as the amount absorbed didn't exceed the rate of dissipation, it wouldn't affect him. Yang energy was a breath unique to life, especially when it had just escaped the body and still carried a strong imprint of vitality. Being absorbed by Xiaoqing wasn't merely consuming energy. It deepened the life connection between it and Bai Yong. Over time, the green snake demon would become his true battle servant, and then enslaving the gold rings wouldn't be so critical anymore. Likewise, Bai Yong allowed the white snake demon to absorb his yang energy, except that it was stronger than the green snake demon and harder to bind. In fact, Bai Yang's body was overflowing with yang energy. The several women couldn't help him, and he had long felt scorching heat and even a touch of qi deviation. Now, being drained by the 2 snake demons instead felt like a cool breeze blowing in during summer. Much more comfortable. He even wished they would absorb it more fiercely. As the white snake demon absorbed the yang energy, the large bloody hole on its neck gradually healed, and it finally opened its eyes. Bai Yong and the white snake demon met gaze to gaze, and fierce hatred surged in the white snake demon's eyes. That was the resentment left behind by the white snake demon he had killed earlier. Immediately after, A sharp rooster crow rang out, and the enormous marsh giant chicken revealed itself, causing the white snake demon to curl up in fear at once. Bai Yong ordered coldly, "Submit to me." The white snake demon hissed in fury, "Human devil, dream on." Though it refused with its words, it did not stop absorbing yang energy. The rooster crow sounded like a soul-crushing force, striking 10 times in a row before the white snake demon finally wavered, its soul seemingly suffering a heavy blow. It hissed a change of tune, "Human, unless you promise that I may feed on your yang energy in the future." Bai Yong did not hesitate at all. "Deal." The white snake demon was stunned. It hadn't expected Bai Yong to agree so quickly, completely reversing his earlier tough attitude. "State your oath," the white snake demon said solemnly. Bai Yong nodded and focused his mind, issuing a soul oath. "As long as the white snake demon submits to me, it may, in the future, while not hindering my cultivation or my affairs, feed on the scattered yang energy that leaks from my body." Bai Yang's soul will was powerful, and this oath carried extremely binding force. In this world, a soul oath was a highly binding promise. Breaking it could trigger inner demon crises and other dangers. But as long as Bai Yang's conviction remained firm, even this restraint could be overridden by a stronger will. At this moment, the contract between the two sides was established, and the white snake demon officially submitted to Bai Yong, causing the situation of the story to shift dramatically. The inner demon in Bai Yong was interpreted by the people of the Dun realm as a combination of conscience, moral sense, and integrity. As long as he could deny it in his heart, he could ignore the troubles of so-called inner demons. Bai Yang's oath just now had been sincere, but he cleverly exploited a loophole in the wording, adding the limiting condition of not hindering cultivation or affairs, easily bypassing the perception of the beings of the other world. The white snake demon took a deep breath of yang energy. The human in front of it seemed like a blazing fireball. The white snake demon had absorbed about 1/10 of the flames, but the yang energy within the other's body continuously replenished itself, quickly filling the gap and showing no sign of being exhausted. The white snake demon knew the other party had set restrictions and couldn't directly object. "The white snake demon bows to you. If you accept, the hero trial will end here." The system prompt sounded. Bai Yong agreed without hesitation. "Accept. The hero trial has ended. Settlement begins." The system announced. The system tallied it up. Bai Yong had killed 9,999 blood corpses and snake demon monsters, and received 1,000 free attribute points. Although the white snake demon had submitted, it had not yet been enslaved. Bai Yong was reminded to control it properly after leaving, to prevent it from causing harm in the Dun realm. Begin the second life transformation. A vast power enveloped Bai Yong. This transformation was different from the first. It unfolded directly in the watery battlefield space. The power rapidly fused with his body, and the blood gold power's fusion degree rose to 19%, accelerating the condensation of the blood dragon impact skill. Within his sea of consciousness, his innate skill, Summon Soaring Heaven's Chicken Overlord, further deepened its fusion, and the immortal soul skill was also simultaneously innate ifid. Bai Yong immersed himself in the feeling of perfect integration, completely forgetting the passage of time. Summon Soaring Heaven's Chicken Overlord has fused deeply. You may now choose one secondary talent from its 3 major talents. The system prompted. Bai Yong had already chosen Yang Energy Soaring to the Heavens, so only size change and battle remained this time. Battle could increase attack power and suppress the enemy's aura, but Bai Yong thought that even if the attack power doubled, it would still only be a little over 10,000, far less than the Chicken Overlord's several 100,000 attack power. As for size change, it would let him grow bigger or smaller at any time, making it even more powerful and more flexible. He chose size change without hesitation. A surge of power overflowed from his sea of consciousness and merged with his entire body. Gained a secondary talent, Size Shift. Bai Yong checked his attributes. This ability was similar to the Steel Battle Chicken size shifting, and could freely transform between 0.3 and 10 times his normal size. At maximum size, he would become a giant nearly 20 meters tall, and the Blood Dragon Strike alone could turn into a massive laser pillar to crush enemies. Indestructible skill deepened its fusion. Blood gold power increased to 30%. Gaining body-nourishing golden light, Bai Yong checked the upgraded indestructible skill. Indestructible innate form. Tier. Overlord. Blood gold fusion 30%. Attribute 1. Physical defense, physique, strength, and agility each plus 300 per level. Current increase. 6,000 points. Attribute 2. Greatly enhances pain tolerance and resistance to blunt and piercing damage. Attribute 3. Internal and external as one. When resisting physical attacks, damage is dispersed to reduce actual harm. Attribute 4. Can briefly resist fire and ice elemental damage, but lightning attacks become even more deadly. Attribute 5. Body-nourishing golden light. Every cell contains the power of indestructible, greatly increasing the body's resilience. Feeling this brand new power, Yang could not help but curve his lips slightly. Indestructible was no longer merely a defensive skill. It had permeated every one of his cells, making his body seem like an unbreakable steel behemoth. Yang's body had become extraordinarily tough, with the strength of his cells greatly enhanced and his fleshly body strengthened in every aspect. The weakest part in the past, his eyes, now possessed astonishing defensive power and were almost impervious to blades and spears. With only 30% of the blood gold power integrated, the defense of his indestructible had already reached an astonishing 6,000 points. Added to the extra defense from his physique and the secondary shield of body-nourishing golden light, Yang felt that his defensive thickness had far surpassed that of ordinary summoned creatures. Not only that, but his special flesh and blood body was slowly evolving toward a no-weak points constitution, as formidable as top-tier summoned beasts like the sky-piercing chicken overlord. At the same time, Yang's blood dragon strike skill had also undergone a qualitative leap. Empowered by blood gold power, this skill had advanced into an overlord-grade blood dragon strike, and fully fused with his life, allowing seamless use. The latest skill description read, Blood Dragon Strike Overlord Form. Consumes 100% of one's own blood power to unleash a blood dragon charge that ignores physical defense, dealing both physical impact and blood power erosion damage to the target. The blood dragon can be guided by mental force, with an attack range of mental force times 10 meters. The more blood power consumed, the faster the charge and the greater the damage. Mental force has a secondary effect on charge time. Feature: charging speed doubled. Attack form size can vary up to 7-fold. Yang extended a finger, and a lifelike miniature blood-red dragon immediately appeared. This little dragon fused the traits of a divine dragon: ox head, deer horns, snake body, eagle claws, and fishtail, and was nothing like an ordinary two-winged lizard form. Yang guided it with spiritual power as it nimbly circled through the air. In the past, this skill was like a straight-line laser, unable to turn. Now this blood dragon could be controlled at will, flexibly attacking from any direction. Even more impressive, after this physical little dragon hit an enemy, it first dealt a powerful impact, then invaded the target's body to absorb blood power and dissolve the damage. In just 1 month, Yang's blood dragon strike had already surpassed the old Master Lu of the past and entered the Overlord level. At the same time, the Undying Soul skill had also fused with his life. The undying spiritual light and his sea of consciousness were deeply integrated, greatly increasing Yang's resistance to soul attacks. Although Yang had not yet encountered a true soul attack, he knew this defense was definitely a top-tier life-saving skill. With the completion of his second life metamorphosis, Yang leveled up to 20 and officially stepped into Tier 2 hero. This tier greatly increased his vitality, mana, and blood power indices, and also made him a true heroic life form. Upon leveling, he gained 30 free attribute points and 1 skill point per level. After becoming a Tier 2 hero, Yang did not hesitate to allocate all his free attributes to spirit, perception, and reaction. All 3 surpassed 330 points, making his overall state calm and clear-minded, with agile reflexes. Latest attributes show: vitality exceeds 100,000, mana exceeds 20,000, blood power nearly reaches 180,000, and the estimated remaining lifespan exceeds 6,000 years. Physical strength, constitution, and agility each increased by 6,000 points, and physical attack power soared to over 18,000. Spirit, perception, and reaction each increased by 200, efficiently boosting spell attack and skill operation. Physical defense exceeds 8,000 points. Combined with magical defense, he is nearly impervious to blades and spears. His talents and skills had all reached peak condition, including All Things Trinity, Yang Qi Soars to the Heavens, and Size Change, along with a series of Overlord-level transformation abilities. With this level of strength, he was nearly invincible among his peers. At this moment, power surged within Yang's body, and he felt an unprecedented sense of release and strength. He knew that as long as he continuously adjusted the deviation of his attributes, his lifespan would gradually extend to 100,000 years or even longer. Although these figures were still fluctuating, the future was infinitely bright, and his path ahead would become even more filled with slaughter and glory. The White Snake Demon still had 6,000 years of remaining lifespan. Such longevity could allow an ordinary human to produce several hundred generations. The wound on its head had already healed, and this powerful snake demon, likely at the 4th tier, stared at Bai Yong in shock. In just an instant, the human it had forcibly subdued had undergone an astonishing increase in strength, making it utterly unbelievable. Its snake pupils shifted slightly as it turned to glance at the green snake demon, which appeared docile and carried a hint of human bloodline, seemingly finally understanding why the green snake demon had no ferocity at all. Bai Yong looked at the white snake demon, and the white snake demon immediately flicked out its snake tongue. They could absorb Bai Yang's yang energy to become stronger, which caused a trace of suspicion to arise in Bai Yang's heart. Yang Qi soars to the heavens. Attribute 1. Deals 300% bonus damage against evil beings such as sorcery, ghosts, darkness, and corpse servants. Attribute 2. Full state recovery speed increases by 300%. In an environment filled with light, warmth, and abundant yang energy, recovery speed increases to 1000%. The yang energy talent of Bai Yong comes from Chongtian Heba, exactly the same as its own. This shows that the white snake demon and the green snake demon do not belong to the kind of evil beings like malevolent spirits or ghosts. That was strange. By logic, snake demons should count as monsters and be classified as an evil race, yet reality was clearly not like that. Bai Yong didn't think much of it and waved his hand, storing the green snake demon into the beast bag. The white snake demon was too large to fit inside the beast bag. Return to the Supreme Tower. With a flash, Bai Yong instantly returned to the Immortal City, and the huge white snake demon followed closely behind. At the same time, an invisible force covered the white snake demon, allowing it only to move its body. Bai Yong let out a breath of relief. He had already expected the snake demon might counterattack at any moment, so he was prepared to kill it with one punch. After all, although the white snake demon had submitted, it had not truly been enslaved. The power of the Immortal City could directly suppress the snake demon, giving Bai Yong a deeper understanding of the power hierarchy of this extraordinary world. Whoosh! Bai Yong released the green snake demon. Shao Qing immediately lowered its head in deference, and Bai Yong lightly leaped onto its back. The green snake demon then moved forward skillfully. Bai Yong looked at the white snake demon and said, "Just calling you white snake demon is too ordinary. How about Xiao Bai? Those snow-white, translucent scales of yours are simply breathtakingly otherworldly. If I didn't name you Xiao Bai, I think countless powerhouses would mock me." Xiao Bai lightly flicked out its tongue and obediently followed beside him, non-stop absorbing yang energy from the human it had just submitted to. After entering the human world, an overwhelming pressure enveloped it. Though it was not harmful, the white snake demon knew that if it dared to move recklessly, it would be crushed by boundless force in the next instant. While Bai Yong rode Shao Qing onward, he pulled his phone out of his storage bracelet. The phone instantly synchronized the time and received messages. After checking the time and messages, Bai Yong silently put his phone away. He had thought this hero-level life transformation, like the first breakthrough into a new rank, wouldn't take too long. Unexpectedly, this extremely comfortable life transformation had lasted a full 10 days and 10 nights. Bai Yong frowned slightly. Behind him, Xiao Bai, when passing many ordinary humans, unexpectedly revealed a fierce look involuntarily. This white snake demon was a pure-blooded snake demon, completely different from the green snake demon. The green snake demon carried human genes and, after long-term training, would never show hostility toward humans. But Xiao Bai's originally powerful mana, after being suppressed in the Immortal City, exposed more problems. Bai Yong had initially thought that the so-called hatred of the white snake was no big deal, but now it seemed far more complicated than he had imagined. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Bai Yong immediately decided to give up going home. Riding the agile Shao Qing, he headed straight for the Vajra Immortal Martial Academy. On the way, he quickly browsed through the information from the past 10 days and soon got a clear understanding of the situation. So it turned out that after Bai Yong secured the top spot for the second month, Mentor Shin Qingfeng resigned from his post as combat mentor of the King class. The current combat mentor of the King class was none other than Li Lingfeng, the one who had originally recruited Bai Yong into the Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy. The matter was not complicated. During the period when Shin Qingfeng was serving as a mentor, he had actually just returned from another world and needed time to purify the foreign aura on his body, as well as to go through a transitional period. At that time, Li Lingfeng had just finished purifying the aura of the other world and then entered the other world himself. That was the real reason he took over as mentor. By now, it was Bai Yong's turn to go back and purify his aura, and he could just take over Shin Qingfeng's work. He had long heard of these two third-tier extraordinary professionals. These two were immensely powerful, known as the Undying Twin Maniacs, of the Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy, with fierce and unmatched combat strength. Aside from the King class, the Foundation Teaching Department of the Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy had only one ordinary class of 1,000 students, and all of it was under the full management of the honorary head instructor, Old Lu. Baiyang immediately sent a message to Li Lingfeng. Senior, I want to find Old Lu and ask if he has time? Li Lingfeng replied instantly, Go directly. Old Lu happens to be free. Baiyang took the 2 snake demons and headed straight for Old Lu's palace. The palace door was open, and Old Lu's voice came from inside. Baiyang, come in. Baiyang recalled the green snake demon and motioned for the white snake demon to go in with him. When Old Lu saw Baiyang and that white snake demon, he stood up in surprise. He first examined Baiyang carefully, then sighed. Little Shin told me about your masculine presence, but seeing it in person is indeed even more shocking. If Sun Byuk had your kind of bearing, he would definitely have gone even farther. Then he looked at the white snake demon. The snake demon's huge tongue kept flicking, and its poisonous forked tongue was also testing Old Lu. Old Lu took a breath and said, This is a 4th-tier white snake demon, equivalent to a professional at the Saint Realm and a martial artist at the Iron-Blooded Wolf Smoke Realm. I never expected you to have subdued it. Baiyang replied, It survived by chance during the hero trial and was willing to follow me, so I took it in. I haven't enslaved it for now. Old Lu nodded, motioning Baiyang to sit and drink tea, then said, You handled that correctly. A living 4th-tier white snake demon is extremely rare. Your value in the snake demon world is evident. You were actually able to let a white snake demon of this level infiltrate the trial space. However, 4th-tier and 3rd-tier are completely different levels. Such high-tier monsters have firm wills, and even if you forcibly enslave them, it's hard to do so thoroughly. Especially snakes, they bear grudges and are good at lying low. If you don't control it well, it will become a huge hidden danger. Baiyang asked solemnly, Old Lu, I came to you precisely to solve this problem. Does the Martial Academy need this white snake demon? Old Lu was stunned for a moment, then smiled. You really are decisive. We have the Life Research Institute and the Otherworld Servant Training Center, both of which focus on ancient demons and snake demons. Your green snake demon is already the pinnacle achievement, and this 4th-tier white snake demon is even more a highly valuable experimental subject. I'll take it on behalf of the Martial Academy. Tell me what resources you want. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of furious hissing sounded. Hiss! Human devil! You lied to me! The white snake demon sprayed its gaping maw and lunged at Baiyang. Baiyang slapped it away with a single strike, sending the snake demon flying. It had been suppressed by Immortal City to the point that nearly all of its power was sealed, leaving its attacks able only to bite people. Old Lu laughed heartily and pulled out his phone to send a message. Not long after, a team of male and female researchers rushed in, excitedly pinning down the struggling white snake demon for examination. Soon after, a group of formidable martial warriors arrived. The leader cupped his fists toward Old Lu and said, Old Lu, the researchers have gone crazy at the sight of a 4th-tier white snake demon. We'll take it away now. The martial warriors easily subdued the white snake demon and took it away. Baiyang did not look it in the eye, yet he could feel that murderous gaze almost solidifying into something tangible. The snake demon hissed a threat. Human devil! The snake ancestor will surely devour you and the human race. It departed coldly, without begging for mercy, leaving only intimidation behind. Baiyang ignored it. Just moments ago, he had even been thinking that after the hero trial ended, continuing to bring along 2 snake demons would look pretty imposing. But once the white snake demon was suppressed in Immortal City, it still instinctively held deep hostility toward humans, repeatedly turning violent along the way. That alone was enough for Baiyang to decide not to keep it. That was exactly why he had come to see Old Lu. When Baiyang faced that 4th-tier white snake demon, he knew in his heart that even if he completely enslaved it, he still couldn't change its ferocious nature. Rather than expend the effort to control it, he might as well exchange it for resources and maximize its value. Old Lu said with emotion, I didn't expect this white snake demon to hate you so much. You'll have to be careful when you enter the snake demon realm in the future. It's possible you're carrying some strange mark related to snake demon bloodline.
Baiyang nodded.
I'll be careful, Old Lu. The snake ancestor in the white snake demon's words? Old Lu laughed. That's a legend in the snake demon realm. Green snakes and white snakes actually share the same bloodline. Once they advance to the 5th tier, they transform into green and white scales and gain control over wind and water. The snake ancestor is the most powerful of the unique snake demons. It's said to have surpassed a 6th tier god, but it has never appeared, and no one knows where it hides. Don't be afraid of its threats. If the snake ancestor dared to show itself, the powerhouses of our Earth Origin Realm Supreme Council would have already gone after it. Alright, this fourth-tier white snake demon is highly valuable. Tell me what you need, and I'll do my best to help you decide. Bai Yang fell silent in thought. He had just advanced to Tier 2, and 2 key skills still hadn't been learned, so he was at a crucial stage of strength growth. Elder Lu, now that I've reached Tier 2 hero level, how should I keep getting stronger next? Elder Lu poured Bai Yang a cup of tea and, after some thought, replied, the core of hero level is the word hero. Passing the trial is proof of both strength and courage. The most important change is that you can form a team, preparing for future expeditions into different worlds. Getting stronger is no longer just about grinding monsters. Team combat power becomes the key. Broadly speaking, teams are divided into 4 major schools. First, form contracts with martial artists and take them as wise ministers. Martial artists are the human race of the Dun realm, and they must follow the council's rules. You cannot enslave or control them. If you want to take this path, you can go to the southern part of Undying City, show your strength to the Undying Legion, sign a team contract, and mutually select team members with martial artists. Bai Yang nodded in understanding. After all, he had already told Shen Haitang long ago that once he reached Tier 2, he would go find her, precisely because he valued this recruitment system. What about the second one? Elder Lu smiled. Looks like you don't really want to take the first path. Actually, with your temperament, female martial artists would be easy to attract. You could even form an all-female team. Bai Yang considered it. That does make sense. Elder Lu quickly waved his hand. Just kidding. All-female teams are a mess. The more women there are, the more quarrels and conflicts. A team is meant to help you conquer the world, not to be a place for romance. If you really want, you can marry as many women as you like, but a team has to follow the rules. Don't ruin your career because of lust. Bai Yang gave a wry smile. Got it. Elder Lu continued. The second school is enslaving life forms from other worlds. The advantage is that you don't have to care too much whether they live or die. You can use them as cannon fodder. The downside is that they're not very intelligent. Their thoughts are hard to guess. They can't really help when problems arise, and they may even slack off. Bai Yang nodded. Indeed, slaves are hard to fully trust. Sometimes they're unreliable too. Anything else? Elder Lu said. The third school is the lone wolf route, no team, just relying on yourself to improve. This is extremely rare. Without teammates to assist you, even if you're strong in solo combat, there's a limit. The key point of the story centers on how Bai Yang chooses his path to becoming stronger. Elder Lu's 3 suggestions each reveal different contradictions and challenges. Bai Yang needs to weigh the pros and cons between teamwork, enslavement and control, and solitary cultivation, and this will determine the outcome of future battles and his standing in the Dun realm. Previously, it was said that fighting across different worlds not only requires the courage to kill, but also people to help gather resources and even establish strongholds in other worlds to maintain long-term supply. Ordinary lone wolf heroes may earn quick money through one-time plundering, but that is far less cost-effective than stable development. Bai Yang listened carefully and asked whether there were any other schools. Elder Lu said with a smile that the 4th type was the practitioner school, where several practitioners team up to complement each other's strengths. This is common among mid-tier practitioners. They have ambition, but cannot easily handle complex environments, so they band together for warmth and support. Elder Lu concluded that hero factions actually do not follow just one path. The most common is a hybrid faction that combines recruiting martial artists with enslaving war servants, accounting for 90% of all teams. Bai Yang asked what he recommended, and Elder Lu said that a practitioner's talent is the foundation. The Supreme Council strictly protects this secret, and no one has ever investigated his talent. Strength is closely tied to talent. Bai Yang's ability to be strong proves that his talent is excellent. Elder Lu warned that if Bai Yang recruited martial artists now, once Bai Yang's personal strength improved rapidly, those martial artists would quickly be unable to keep up and would instead become a burden. He advised Bai Yang to take the servant route in the early stage, focus first on improving himself, and only consider recruiting martial artists once his strength had stabilized. Bai Yang nodded in agreement, feeling that what old Lu said made sense. His speed was astonishing, virtually unbeatable among those of the same rank. Recruiting low-tier martial artists would instead waste time and energy, and even Bai Yang felt that battle servants were of little use, as they were easily eliminated. Old Lu smiled and said that, on the contrary, he had a suitable battle servant to recommend. Bai Yang's aura was too strong. Although the snake demon could absorb qi, it was not suited to leading a group. Old Lu introduced Wulei City, where the Wulei Jingfa Martial Academy was located, facing another world called the Evil Soul Realm. The Evil Soul Realm had no intelligent races, only all kinds of evil spirits with special abilities. One such ghost creature was called the Peach Blossom Female Demon, which specialized in draining the blood chi and yang energy from flesh and blood lifeforms. As Old Lu spoke, his expression turned dark, carrying resentment and humiliation. Bai Yang found it strange, but did not ask further. Seeing this, Old Lu laughed and said, "You're not even showing any curiosity?" Bai Yang asked back, "Old Lu, could your current condition be the result of the Peach Blossom Female Demon?" Old Lu leaned back on the sofa and gave a bitter smile. Back then, relying on the Blood Dragon bombardment skill, he had successfully advanced to the 4th rank and become a saint, and with his perfect Vajra body, he could crush ghosts and monsters across ranks without pressure. Unfortunately, he got carried away and was targeted by a 5th rank wailing female demon. A sneak attack with a soul-level destruction strike caused him to crash on the spot. It absorbed my blood and chi for half a month before I woke up, but my life origin was damaged and my lifespan was greatly reduced. After saying this, Old Lu looked at Bai Yang with a complicated expression. Bai Yang asked in surprise, "Then how did you get away?" Old Lu's eyes lit up as he replied, "This is a secret I've never told anyone. You learned Blood Dragon bombardment too, so you know it can unleash martial techniques from any part of the body, right?" Bai Yang nodded, his expression shocked. Old Lu said that at the time, he had been subdued by the 5th rank wailing female demon while he was only at the 4th rank. Even so, the details were not yet finished. He didn't know exactly what the wailing female demon looked like, but when it came to draining blood and chi, only one method came to mind. Bai Yang spoke up and asked, "Old Lu, did you use the through-body killing move?" Old Lu laughed heartily. "Through-body killing move, nice name. It's more reliable than the one I privately call Blood Slaughter Twin Holes. You brat didn't waste your effort after all. Looks like you figured this move out a long time ago. When dealing with monsters from another world, you have to use every trick you've got. That makes me very pleased with you." Back then, after being grabbed by that 5th rank wailing female demon for not long, I woke up, but I couldn't figure out a way to break free, so I deliberately kept pretending to be unconscious. If I had thought of the through-body killing move sooner, how could I have ended up with my life source nearly dried up? I was just too honest and fell because I followed the rules. Before he finished speaking, Old Lu took out his phone and sent a message. Shortly after, he put it away and stared at Bai Yang. "The 4th-rank White Snake Demon, you have only just entered the 4th rank, but a 4th rank is still a 4th rank. It's very valuable. I've already informed the Martial Academy. They'll help you exchange that with Wulei Jingfa Martial Academy for 100 non-ranked Peach Blossom female demons." Bai Yang quickly thanked him. "Thank you, Old Lu. Where do I go to upgrade to hero level?" Old Lu shook his head. "You brat. You really are hard to fault. Why didn't you ask why it's 100 non-ranked Peach Blossom female demons? At the very least, you should ask how much a Peach Blossom female demon is worth." Bai Yang said confidently, "This student trusts that Old Lu won't treat me poorly. After absorbing the student's aura, a non-ranked Peach Blossom female demon will instead be easier for this student to control." Old Master Lu nodded. "Yes, and there are other reasons. The ghosts and monsters of the Evil Soul Realm are the remnants of powerful beings after death. After being infected by the aura of the Evil Soul Realm, they initially lose consciousness and only know how to eat and kill. Low-tier Peach Blossom demonesses are of little value in the Evil Soul Realm, but if you want to bring them out, you have to purify the contaminated aura of the Evil Soul Realm on them. Right now, only big shots who have mastered the advanced thunder arts of the 5 Thunder Righteous Law can purify that aura without destroying the soul root. So the 100 low-tier Peach Blossom demonesses in your hands are actually worth more than that 4th-tier White Snake Demon. Keep the Peach Blossom demonesses on your body and let them absorb the power you emit. That can hide your dazzling aura. Also, if you cultivate the Peach Blossom demonesses to a certain stage and then kill them, you can obtain high-quality soul crystals. It's a way to make money by harming your own blood and chi to raise ghosts." Bai Yang nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Old Master Lu. That way, my aura won't stand out so much." Old Master Lu laughed heartily. "Exactly. In the human realm, it's no big deal. At most, it'll attract women's attention. If a 2nd-tier hero wants to level up, they have to go to the hero world. There, staying low-key is a basic survival skill." Bai Yang's eyes lit up. "Hero world?" Old Master Lu nodded. "It's a space that only 2nd-tier beings are allowed to enter, built jointly by many other worlds. It's immensely vast and still expanding, with an area of at least 100 billion square kilometers. More than 1,000 2nd-tier beings from different worlds can enter there to compete. We have 10 strongholds from the Earth origin realm in the hero world, belonging to the 10 major martial academies. Of course, they're open to all second-tier beings. Second-tier beings from different worlds fight each other. If you kill your opponent, you can obtain hero power. Consuming hero power increases experience. If you kill a stronger second-tier being, the hero power you get will also carry attribute power, and after consuming it, you can gain free attribute points. Bai Yang's eyes flashed. A second-tier level up requires 100 experience points, and leveling up to second-tier level 9 requires 900 units of hero power. If I consume hero power with attribute power, I can get quite a lot of free attribute points. Old Master Lu nodded. Yes, the hero world is a slaughterhouse for second-tier beings. As long as you don't die, your strength can surge rapidly. But the rules were changed back then by Senior Martial God. The hero power obtained from killing monsters cannot be traded. Whoever lands the finishing blow gets the hero power. Also, nothing from the hero world can be taken out. Outside items can be brought in and taken out, but nothing inside can be brought out, including hero power. When speaking of Senior Martial God, Old Master Lu was filled with reverence and longing. Bai Yang likewise felt respect in his heart. The reason Earth Origin Realm could develop to such a degree today was thanks to the iron-fisted methods of the Supreme Council Chairman and the iron-blooded Martial God. A series of crisp footsteps, Dida rang out, and a female staff member hurried over, holding a black sachet that gave off a faint metallic sheen. Old Master Lu did not take it directly. He motioned to Bai Yang and said, "This is called the demon-subduing pouch, also known as the ghost pouch. Inside, there are those 100 peach blossom female demons sealed away." Bai Yang took it. The pouch was cool and light, like ordinary equipment. With a burst of mana, it could be bound. Old Master Lu grinned wickedly, with a hint of something almost devilish in his eyes, leaving Bai Yang momentarily stunned. "Go try it. Once you feel those peach blossom female demons can conceal your aura, then you can consider entering the hero world. I've already delivered the Martial Academy's order. You no longer need to attend classes with the King class students, and for the next 10 months you'll still be treated as the chief by default. During this period, have your secretary collect your resources. Detailed information about the hero world is also being prepared, all in book form. Have your secretary get a copy as well. Only when you're ready should you enter the hero world. There, any second-tier professional only gets one chance." Bai Yang stood up and asked, "Old Master Lu, how do I get summoning skill books?" Old Master Lu replied, "Summoning books are strictly controlled. You might get one right after awakening, but after that you can only rely on the stockpiles held by factions. When you first enrolled, the Martial Academy gave you Immortal Soul, and later I privately sent you Blood Dragon Strike. If you want summoning books, there are mainly two ways. One is to farm the Ancient Demon Realm and Serpent Demon Realm dungeons yourself, obtain bound skill books, turn them in for dungeon points, and once you have enough points, queue up to exchange for a summoning skill book." Bai Yang nodded, thinking this method was good, but he was already at second tier and couldn't enter ordinary dungeons anymore. Old Master Lu said with a smile, "The queue is long though. Even if your points are enough, you still have to wait. Sometimes it takes a very long time. The second is that, about 2 months from now, the First-Class War Academy will begin recruiting geniuses. If you can get in, the Martial Academy will reward you with a summoning skill book." Bai Yang's eyes lit up. "I understand. I'll work hard to strengthen myself." Old Master Lu nodded. There are 5 First-Class War Academies nationwide, and all their principals are members of the Supreme Council. The Iron-Blooded Martial God is the principal of the Martial God War Academy. Every year, they select geniuses from the newly awakened and from martial artists, 10 slots for each academy, no more. You are the chief of our Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy, and your strength utterly crushes your peers. Barring accidents, you should be able to get in." After respectfully thanking him, Bai Yang did not go straight home. Instead, he sent a message to his secretary Lu Qingqing from within the Martial Academy. Not long after, Lu Qingqing arrived in a sports car. She was usually diligent and obedient at work, and as a first-tier Copperskin Iron Bones realm female martial artist with outstanding ability, she was only qualified to be the exclusive secretary of a genius like him. Bai Yang told her about the 10 months' worth of resources and the hero world materials he had just received, then took out 4 exemplary-grade water control skill books. "Qingqing, use these skill books to help me trade for a Tier 2 medium-sized mechanical crossbow. I've already handed over the blueprint to you. For the setup, make the bolt storage box larger, enough to hold 10,000 bolts. Also, make a set of Tier 2 armor. You're familiar with my physique data. If these 4 water control skill books are worth more, then help me custom make a pair of dual Tier 2 gauntlets. You know the shape of my hands, so there shouldn't be a problem, right? Lu Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. Boss, rest assured. There will absolutely be no mistakes. After parting ways with his secretary, Bai Yang went straight home. At home, two snake demon maidservants and Lu Susu were waiting for him. Lu Susu's aura had surged dramatically. She had already broken through to the first-tier copper skin, Iron Bones realm. This realm represented a major increase in strength. It did not mean her skin had literally turned bronze. Instead, with the help of blood crystal water, her skin had become even more delicate and smooth. Bai Yang walked alone into the basement, his private space, where no one could enter without permission. The sky-piercing chicken tyrant stood nearby, ready to unleash its soul-shaking crow at any moment. Bai Yang took out the exquisite demon-collecting bag and used his mana to open its mouth. Immediately, one gaseous figure after another flew out and stopped around him, motionless. Bai Yang glanced at the sky-piercing chicken tyrant. Although it had not attacked, its presence had already thoroughly intimidated these non-ranked peach blossom succubi into complete immobility. Bai Yang checked his phone and learned that peach blossom succubi were ghosts and monsters without fixed forms. They could shape themselves into the most perfect woman according to the fantasies of the men whose yang energy they absorbed. The green snake demon began absorbing Bai Yang's yang energy. Its speed was only about 1% of the natural leakage from his body, wasting a great deal of yang energy. With a thought, Bai Yang put the sky-piercing chicken tyrant back into the summoning space. Keeping it outside was only to prevent these peach blossom succubi from resisting like that fourth-tier white snake demon before, but under the suppression of the immortal city, they simply dared not act up. After the sky-piercing chicken tyrant left, the peach blossom succubi gradually returned to normal. Bai Yang guessed this was due to the awakening effect of his abundant yang energy. He lightly tapped one succubus's gaseous body with his finger, and the yang energy immediately harmed it, though the effect was not very significant. He recalled what old Lu had said. The big shots who practice the 5 thunder correct method and other profound thunder arts have purified the filthy netherworld chi from the evil souls of peach blossom succubi. Although it didn't damage their foundation, their thunder arts are far more powerful than yang energy. This showed that these peach blossom succubi were no ordinary beings. Bai Yang grabbed the bodies of the 3 peach blossom succubi and prepared to activate the all things 3-in-1 innate ability. However, a prompt appeared. Before 3-in-1 fusion, life infection was required, and the infection level had to reach 50% before fusion could be performed. Bai Yang smiled. Although there were restrictions, being able to 3-in-1 was enough. He was very familiar with life infection, so without hesitation he opened his chest and allowed the peach blossom succubi to absorb his yang energy. The succubi were instantly enveloped by Yang's residual aura, and soon all took on forms, though each was different. Some were in the guise of innocent young girls, some were top-tier mature women, and some were perfect married women. Bai Yang was stunned. It turned out that the image of the perfect woman in his heart was not just one thing. He could faintly feel that while these succubi were frantically absorbing his aura, they were also being injured, a mixture of pain and pleasure. The gains were clearly far greater than the losses, and even the aura of 100 peach blossom succubi was steadily growing stronger. Their level was low, and by absorbing Bai Yang's second-tier hero-level yang energy, they were already gradually taking on his imprint. Without any surprises, Bai Yang set these succubi aside and began to carefully study the skill books, preparing for the cultivation of all things 3-in-1. Old Lu hadn't mentioned which second-tier hero-level skill to choose today, so he had to decide for himself. Skills were not something one could simply learn after obtaining the book. Many skills conflicted with or duplicated each other and could not be mastered at the same time. For example, the flexibility skill he had previously obtained from killing a snake demon was somewhat conflicting. Bai Yang had a superior grade Pomforce skill book obtained from killing the white snake demon, but this kind of single attribute skill book without any innate synergy was basically impossible to learn well. He tried using Iron Cloth and Boiling Blood skill books to enhance Pomforce, but the similarity was too low, and the failure rate for 3-in-1 fusion was pitifully high. He understood that he had to accumulate a large number of ordinary skill books that could be synthesized. Otherwise, there would be no way to develop further. Soul-type skill books were extremely scarce, and he still hadn't even found an upgrade path for his own immortal soul, so he decided to give up on that for the time being. Among soul skills, summoning was the most practical. He sensed his summoned soaring rooster overlord. This rooster had originally been nothing more than an ordinary summoned rooster, but he had cultivated it into a powerful being. When the soaring rooster overlord flew, it did so by brute force. When it entered water, it did so by smashing through with brute force as well. It had almost no technique and was a melee type. Bai Yang wanted to find a summoning skill book that could complement the soaring rooster overlord, But as the chief of a second-rank martial academy, he couldn't find any clue at all. Summoning skill books were strictly controlled. They were not treasures you could farm by grinding monsters. He had asked Elder Lu before, and even Elder Lu couldn't produce a summoning skill book, which showed just how rare they were. At that moment, he heard familiar footsteps coming from upstairs. It was the mature secretary returning. The green snake spirit slipped upstairs nimbly and brought down a box. Inside the box were 4,000 first-rank superior quality blood crystals, all distributed by Elder Lu according to chief-level standards. Lu Qingqing said, "Boss, should I learn this book, Hero World, first and then teach you, or should you learn it first?" Bai Yang said, "You first figure out the key points. Then I'll combine what you've learned and study it comprehensively with you. We'll tackle it together." Lu Qingqing immediately began flipping through and analyzing it, while Bai Yang continued with his own matters. Not long after, he smiled slightly. His 100 peach blossom succubi had all broken through to first rank, and each had been branded with his life mark. They were now completely enslaved and bound, far more thoroughly than the former scroll-based enslavement of those two snake demon maids. If he synthesized the peach blossom succubi now, he could obtain something stronger, but he still had a bigger plan ahead, so it wasn't wise to waste resources for the time being. Thus, he put these first-rank peach blossom succubi into the beast taming bag and prepared to head upstairs. Under the mature secretary's professional guidance, Bai Yang began to concentrate on studying Hero World. The special environment and method caused his learning efficiency to soar instantly. As his understanding deepened, Bai Yang's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He learned more rules. Every second-rank individual had one chance to enter Hero World, and even servants had this opportunity. Hero power belonged to whoever landed the finishing blow. It could not be traded, could not be gifted, and could not be taken out of Hero World. But if there was a special connection between two second-rank individuals, for example, if his peach blossom succubi bore his life mark, then once they reached second rank, they could enter Hero World with him. More importantly, this connection allowed them to share the hero power they gained with each other. The hero power earned by the peach blossom succubi from killing enemies belonged to him, and vice versa. By the same logic, his two snake demon maids, Qingyi and Qingse, could also enjoy this privilege. A glint flashed in Bai Yang's eyes, and he immediately issued an order. "Qingyi, Qingse, go to the basement once every 2 hours. After that, Shaoqing will bring you up, and Susu and Qingqing will take care of you." Though the two snake demon maids were afraid in their hearts, they would never disobey their master's orders, even if it cost them their lives. The peach blossom succubi could be bound by absorbing his yang energy, while the snake demon maids, as real flesh and blood living beings, had other methods to gradually achieve binding. After Bai Yang finished reading the entire book, he patted the mature secretary beside him. He said, "Qingqing, I need 2 sets of second-rank soft armor that can protect the entire body, custom-made according to Qingyi and Qingse's body shapes. You should know their body measurements." Lu Qingqing nodded in agreement. Bai Yang then said, "Also, I want custom-made weapons and armor for myself and armor for Qingyi and Qingse as well. After they're made, go to several weapon shops and place bulk orders for the same ordinary second-rank equipment." Lu Qingqing accepted the order and left. Bai Yang returned to the basement and inspected the attributes of the newly promoted first-rank peach blossom succubi. He opened the beast taming bag, and the 100 first-rank peach blossom succubi all crawled out together and, following his command, pounced onto him to absorb yang energy. He felt his yang energy being drawn away and nodded in satisfaction. With these 100 peach blossom succubi working together with the green snake demon, they could draw away about 30% of his scattered yang energy. Bai Yang checked the strongest peach blossom fox demon's attributes. First tier, soul energy 132, soul energy strength 15. Soul energy is equivalent to a ghost's HP. Once it is destroyed, the ghost dissipates. Ordinary attacks are ineffective against ghosts, and only opposing powers such as light or thunder can work. Bai Yang's Blood Dragon Strike is a blood energy attack, and ghosts are drawn to blood energy. He can use Blood Dragon Strike to feed them and stun them. This is a common method used by martial artists against ghosts. Soul energy strength 15 means that after this peach blossom fox demon condenses chi into form, it can unleash 15 kilograms of force. Although not strong, ghost forms can change in many ways, and if this force is used cleverly, the effect is astonishing. Energy absorption and chi condensation into form are both basic skills of ghosts. All 100 fox demons are the same ordinary stock. Bai Yang knew these were surplus items sold externally by the 5 Thunder Orthodox Martial Academy. As it absorbed yang energy, its soul energy kept accumulating. Once soul energy exceeds 1,000, these peach blossom fox demons can advance to second tier, at which point their strength can exceed 100 kilograms. Absolutely beyond what ordinary people can withstand. Ghost's usual tactic is to enter the target's apertures and absorb energy from within. Bai Yang glanced at the Azure Snake Demon and found that this fellow was already 3rd tier, yet had missed the great opportunity to enter the hero world. Every 2nd-tier ghost has one chance to enter the hero world. After leaving, there is no second chance, and they are limited to the natural 2nd-tier state. Moreover, the maximum stay is 1 month. Bai Yang was striving to improve the Peach Blossom Fox Demon's strength precisely, so he could use them to draw powerful force in the hero world, achieving an even stronger output after the 3-in-1 fusion. Qingyi and Qingse came downstairs. Back when he was with the glamorous secretary, Bai Yang had already wanted to try the size-changing talent. The glamorous secretary was an independent life form, whereas the snake demon made completely belonged to him. At this moment, Bai Yang was overjoyed. Usually calm, he could not control his excitement this time. The size-changing talent was truly marvelous. Unlike summons whose entire bodies enlarge or shrink in sync, his flesh and blood body, under datification conditions, could change locally and in non-proportional ways. Like the Rui Jingu Bang, it could transform freely in size at will. Bai Yang put down the skill book and began synthesizing blood crystals. One perfect 1st-tier blood crystal after another appeared. Continuing the 3-in-1 synthesis was no longer worthwhile. With the abundant Yang energy talent, plus continuously drinking 1st-tier perfect blood crystal water, he could unleash a 10,000 things 3-fold one about once every 3 minutes, greatly increasing his strength. 20 syntheses an hour, 480 a day. In less than a day, Bai Yang merged 4,000 1st-tier good quality blood crystals into 444 1st-tier perfect blood crystals. Through his phone, he placed an order and bought a batch of 1st-tier crossbows corresponding to the Storm Rapid-Fire Machine crossbow blueprint. He frantically carried out 3-in-1 synthesis, forging one King-tier Storm Rapid-Fire Machine crossbow after another. After synthesizing 100 pieces, 5 days and 5 nights had already passed. Then Bai Yang received the weapons and armor customized for him by Lu Qingqing. Windstorm Downpour Machine Crossbow, 2nd tier, perfect. Overall strength 2000, physical attack 800, range 3000 meters. Compared with the 1st-tier machine crossbow, all attributes are greatly enhanced with improved accuracy, shooting stability, and speed. Bai Yang continued synthesizing 2nd-tier machine crossbows. The cost rose sharply because these were top-tier weapons prepared for himself. In the end, he upgraded this machine crossbow through 3-in-1 synthesis to the utmost king-tier level. Windstorm Downpour Machine Crossbow, 2nd tier King tier, Extreme. Overall strength 8,000, physical attack 15,000, range 30,000 meters. Accuracy, shooting stability, and firing speed are +50, +60, and +50 respectively. In fully equipped condition, it is exceptionally formidable. Bai Yang used this weapon to wildly fire at the enemy, Sky-Soaring Chicken Overlord. The opponent's HP exceeded 6 million, yet he was being shattered through defenses shot by Bai Yang's 15,000 attack power, and his HP plummeted. He completely verified that this machine crossbow's firing rate had now reached the terrifying speed of 200 arrows per second. The name Windstorm Downpour was no exaggeration at all. Its arrows poured down like a storm, utterly impossible to block. After getting the weapons sorted out, he started crafting armor. This time he chose a full-body soft armor, unlike traditional hard armor, with a greater emphasis on flexibility. Full-body soft armor, Tier 2, excellent. Overall strength 300, with an added flexibility -3. Requires at least 50 strength and 50 constitution. The soft armor's defensive stats weren't high, but its wear requirements and flexibility penalty were very standard. Bai Yang repeatedly merged it 3 times, and in the end produced 3 pieces of Tier 2 King grade, Extreme Soft Armor. Full-body soft armor, Tier 2 King Extreme. Overall strength 3,000, with an added flexibility -20. The wearing requirement surged to 200 strength and 200 constitution each. Its strength increased dramatically, and it could withstand attacks from ordinary Tier 2 perfect grade weapons. For Bai Yang, this requirement was easy to handle, but for ordinary Tier 2 characters it would be hard to wear. In addition, he also obtained custom-made gauntlets. Vajra's Wrath Gauntlets. Tier 2, perfect. Overall strength 1,000, physical attack 500, enhances durability and impact power. Wearing requirement, 100 strength and 100 constitution each. Gauntlets were close-fitting gear with strict wearing thresholds. By contrast, the crossbow from before was a special weapon, so none of that had to be considered. Bai Yang kept frantically merging the gauntlets until they reached King Grade Extreme. Vajra's Wrath Gauntlets. Tier 2 King Extreme. Overall strength 5,000, physical attack 6,000, greatly enhances durability and impact power with a larger flexibility penalty. Wearing requirement: 800 strength and 800 constitution each. Although its attack power wasn't as high as the Galestorm crossbow, the gauntlets and the crossbow were completely different. Each arrow fired by the crossbow had 15,000 attack power, whereas when the gauntlet struck an enemy, in addition to the built-in 6,000 attack power, they could also stack Bai Yang's own physical attack power. Bai Yang's own physical attack had already reached 18,042, making the attack power after the gauntlet bonus extremely terrifying. Bai Yang's attack power now ranged from 0 to 24,042, depending on his execution and whether he landed the hit. The damage was not fixed. Even for professionals, most would still learn some martial techniques. At the King class and regular class of the Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy, although the main combat instructors were professional mentors, they were also assigned martial arts mentors to teach combat techniques. Zhou Yu, the martial arts mentor for the King class, was responsible for training everyone in martial techniques. For Bai Yang, martial techniques were not the most important thing. He had trained for 3 years in high school already. Now that his strength was sufficient, when facing opponents of the same rank or even one rank higher, he could simply crush them with brute force and didn't need any technique. With the high-end gauntlets on, they felt heavy in the hand. The wearing requirement of 800 strength and 800 constitution was easily met by his 6,014 strength and constitution, and the accompanying flexibility -30 was no issue at all. After putting away the equipment, Bai Yang carried the 2 snake demon-made beauties downstairs. After a period of time, he had completely subdued Qingyi and Qingse, and their bond had surpassed ordinary enslavement. His 100 peach blossom female demons had also advanced to Tier 2, with their level and strength greatly increased. These Tier 2 peach blossom female demons could easily absorb the yang energy naturally produced by him every day, helping him solve the long troublesome problem of insufficient yang energy. In the 300 square meter first floor living room, a large quantity of bottled mountain spring water was neatly stacked. Bai Yang's backup supply: blood crystal water dissolved from blood crystals. After putting it into his storage bracelet, he turned to the mature secretary and said, "Qing, I've already made my will, and the Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy has certified it as well." The secretary shook her head repeatedly. "Boss, you're fine. Don't overthink it." Bai Yang smiled. "No one can guarantee there'll be no mishaps. So many heroes have died here. I'm just being cautious." As soon as he finished speaking, he handed her a control gold ring for a 3rd-tier Azure Snake Demon. The secretary knelt beside him and took it. The Azure Snake Demon was too high level. In the hero world, one couldn't even enter with a 2nd-tier promotion, let alone bring it along. On the other side, Lu Susu was also kneeling. He gently let her lean against his leg and said, "If something happens to me, the Azure Snake Demon will go to Qing. As for this villa and the storefronts, you and Shen Haitang will split them evenly." An hour later, Bai Yang strode off and, after traveling via teleportation, arrived in Jianglong City, his hometown. He headed straight for the new recruit camp. As the chief disciple of Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy and a 2nd-tier hero class, he broke the rule here that forbade visits. Shen Haitang was in the women's barracks. The instructors were all 2nd-tier martial artists, far stronger than his few snake demon maidservants, who had only just reached 2nd tier. Bai Yang saw her in a room. Shen Haitang wasn't all that surprised to hear of his promotion. Her expression was calm, as if it were only natural. They chatted for a while and hugged. Then he was driven away by the instructor. Even leaving a blood crystal behind wasn't allowed. The new recruit camp had extremely strict rules. Being allowed to see her once was already an exception. As for resources, the new recruit camp had excellent conditions. As long as you performed well, the resources were enough to use. Afterward, Bai Yang contacted his old classmates and soon met the class monitor Zhao Zuohai and 3 other classmates from the Martial Academy. In their class of 20 awakened individuals, only the 4 of them had entered Guanglong Martial Academy. 2 had died, and the remaining 13 lacked the strength to take the risk, abandoning the path and becoming ordinary low-tier professionals, struggling to make a living. That was the normal path for most people. In the end, most were just ordinary beings. They exchanged a few pleasantries. The atmosphere was flat on the surface, but beneath it lay each of their struggles and the conflicts that awaited in the future. After learning that Bai Yang was this year's chief disciple of Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy and had already reached 2nd-tier hero class, Zhao Zuohai and the other 3 classmates were stunned on the spot. To this day, they had not even taken part in the rank-breaking trial, while Bai Yang had already flown so high. With a laugh, Bai Yang generously gave each of them 3 perfect-quality first-tier blood crystals. Although blood crystals were valuable, the 4 of them were of average strength, and giving too many would only do more harm than good. For Baiyang, crystals like these were as plentiful as food. He still had over 400 in his storage bracelet. Selling them in bulk? He still didn't dare take that risk. When he met his homeroom teacher, Li Xiangdong, Baiyang found the man's eyes full of helplessness. Li Xiangdong's 17 unmarried daughters were all rather plain-looking, which gave Baiyang a headache too. For Baiyang, Sun Byuk's side required taking multiple wives, but that man's father was a fourth-tier saint-level powerhouse, so dealing with the homeroom teacher's daughters in the future would not be easy. After everything was settled, Baiyang returned once more to Indestructible City. The hero world was a second-tier slaughterhouse, where geniuses from various worlds gathered and killed one another. It was unimaginably dangerous. As usual, Baiyang left a will and also went to see an old friend. Very soon, he arrived at the Supreme Tower, the place where professionals in the Earth Yuan realm advanced in rank. Both the rank-breaking trial and the hero class trial were held here, and it was also the transit point for entering the hero world. Baiyang's thoughts moved, and he issued a request. "I want to enter the hero world." The system began its scan, sweeping over him as well as his beast pouch and demon nurturing pouch, counting everything one by one. It confirmed that he was a natural second-tier and had not brought any non-natural second-tier servants. The system warned that bringing a non-natural second-tier into the hero world would result in immediate annihilation. Although some beings could evade detection once inside, anyone who was not a natural second-tier would be killed instantly. High-tier weapons and equipment would likewise be erased. This restriction did not include low-tier equipment. Otherwise, the first-tier machine crossbow Baiyang had crafted for the Peach Blossom female demon would be useless. After passing the scan, the system activated the teleportation. Baiyang felt the teleportation time was extraordinarily long. At last, he landed in a lively place like a market, surrounded by human second-tier martial artists. The atmosphere packed and bustling. The system prompt sounded. "You have entered the hero world. You will not be eroded by the aura of this world. Remaining stay time, 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Baiyang quickly released Qingyi and the other woman in green from the beast bag, and they followed close behind him. Then Baiyang released 100 second-tier Peach Blossom female demons. These demon spirits attached themselves to his body and began absorbing the surrounding natural yang energy, making Baiyang appear less conspicuous. He didn't linger and walked outside. This was a stronghold under the Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy. As the chief of this cohort, Baiyang enjoyed special treatment. Soon, he ran into a group of staff in uniform. After showing his identification, they respectfully led Baiyang into a stone house. Inside, a female staff member bowed before beginning to explain the details. "Chief Bai, before entering the hero world, you should understand the basic situation here. As a student of the Martial Academy's King class, according to the rules of the Martial Academy and Indestructible City, I need to explain the rules and current situation of the stronghold to you in detail once more." Baiyang nodded to indicate that she should continue. Seeing that he had a good attitude, the female staff member let out a breath of relief, and her tone softened as well. "This is our stronghold in the hero world, and also the teleportation point for practitioners from the Diuan realm to enter and leave the hero world. There are a total of 10 strongholds in the hero world." The female staff member got straight to the point. The interior of the stronghold is not absolutely safe. There are a group of staff on rotating duty guarding it, along with round-the-clock, blind spot-free mirror surveillance. No one can act recklessly in the stronghold. Baiyang nodded and signaled for her to continue. But the rule set by the Supreme Council is that this order only applies within the stronghold. Once you leave it, even if someone kills people at the gate, the official authorities of the Diuan realm will not pursue responsibility. Baiyang expressed his understanding. "Continue. All second-tier individuals can stay in the hero world for a maximum of only 30 days. If the time hasn't come and you want to leave early, you must first return to one of the 10 strongholds before you can be teleported back to the Diuan realm." She paused. "Otherwise, you can only wait until the deadline ends and be forcibly sent back." Baiyang continued nodding. "According to the intelligence we have gathered, more than 1,000 factions from foreign worlds have already intervened in the hero world, and its internal territory continues to expand." She flipped through the documents. "Some foreign worlds only send power and do not send second-tier combatants in, so there's no need to worry about those. But more foreign worlds, like us, treat the hero world as a training ground for second-tier fighters. Their powerful second-tier experts hunt down the human second-tier fighters of the Diuan realm." Her voice deepened. "Chief Bai, when you encounter foreign races, kill them if you can. If you can't, retreat immediately and return to the stronghold as fast as possible. Once back, you can receive assistance or be teleported out right away." It only takes 10 seconds to leave the hero world. Bai Yang's brows furrowed slightly. Continue. Even worse is when you encounter your own kind. Her tone became even more serious. Outside the stronghold is a lawless land. Psychopaths like to hunt and even torture their own people. Everyone generally avoids members of their own race. If you find someone who doesn't avoid you, even if the other party is being hunted by foreign races and is asking for help, the Supreme Council's standard recommendation is, if you're not strong enough, run immediately. If you're strong enough, strike directly and kill both the foreign race and the fellow member of your race together. Bai Yang seemed somewhat surprised as he listened. This wasn't in the materials I read before. This is a controversial recommendation. She said frankly, many people think saving fellow members of one's race is human nature, but the Council has never changed this standard, so it must have its reasons. The Council only makes suggestions and does not impose mandatory requirements. Outside is a lawless zone, and how you act specifically is entirely up to you.
Bai Yang silently nodded.
Continue. She handed him a detailed map. This is a distribution map of hero world forces and a brief introduction to the strength of foreign world monsters, compiled from information continuously gathered by the 10 strongholds. The hero world is constantly expanding, so the map can only be used as a reference. She pointed at the map. Besides the otherworldly monsters, the hero world itself will randomly give birth to hero monsters. Killing them can yield ordinary hero power, but they appear scattered and won't gather in one place, so it's hard to hunt them in bulk. It's purely a matter of luck. If you want more and stronger hero power, you'll have to go hunt stronger monsters near otherworldly strongholds. The risk will naturally be greater, so you'll need to weigh it based on the actual situation. Bai Yang asked, any other suggestions? At this moment, the female staff member's expression changed. She looked a little conflicted, yet resolute and said, Chief Bai, those 2 snake demon maids by your side are indeed beautiful, but if you take them roaming around everywhere, once you run into those bloodthirsty fellow clansmen of the evil-minded, there will be a lot of trouble. She solemnly advised, I don't recommend you take them with you. Bai Yang smiled faintly, his eyes carrying a meaningful look. Bai Yang brought Qingyi and Qingse into the hero world for a purpose of his own. To be honest, with the constant slaughter outside and the overwhelming pressure, they could help him ease his emotions. If he didn't take them with him, it was hard to say how long he could hold out. Facing the faint, elusive smile on Bai Yang's face, one female staff member did not back down, meeting his gaze with steady eyes. Her voice was clear, with a hint of shyness. Chief Bai, your 2 snake demon maids have only just reached the 2nd-tier Jade Marrow realm. Rather than bringing them along, it would be better to let them stay at the stronghold for a month and passively absorb the power of the hero world. With your status, they won't be disturbed there. She continued, I'm also in the 2nd-tier Jade Marrow realm, from the Immortal Legion. I've tempered my marrow and changed my blood 6 times, and my strength far surpasses theirs. I entered the hero world the day before yesterday, and I still have 28 days left here. If possible, I'd like to follow you. Bai Yang looked at her and could indeed sense that her aura was much stronger than that of the snake demon beauty maid. But this woman wanted to follow him merely to rely on his status as chief and join the team to enjoy the benefits. To him, Qingyi and Qingse were the most important. After all, they were beings he could enslave. Only by increasing their strength could they serve him better. Their goal was to let Qingyi and Qingse consume 900 heroes' power crystals. Even the most ordinary hero's power, if enough of it was accumulated, would greatly boost their strength. Of course, Bai Yang's needs had to be satisfied first, and only the remainder would be given to them. As for the woman's suggestion of letting the snake demon beauty maid stay at the stronghold for a month, that was the most useless method of all. Those who stayed at the stronghold for long periods were simply too weak to hunt monsters and obtain hero's power. Bai Yang's mouth slightly opened, forming a small O shape. The female staff member beside him looked at this strange action of his and racked her brains trying to decipher his meaning. She felt that this was a stroke of good fortune. Being able to meet him was her blessing, and that was why she dared to take the initiative and reveal her feelings.
Bai Yang suddenly moved.
His chest and abdomen sharply contracted and expanded, and then he slowly exhaled a breath from his mouth. The breath was like a sword, yet it slowly formed into a pillar. As soon as the stream of air touched her chest, it actually sent her flying backward. Her thighs tightened, her waist exerted force, and her body, having undergone 6 rounds of marrow refining and blood changing, resisted with full strength. Although her chest was in agony, she still managed to block Bai Yang's breath. Bai Yang said nothing more. He closed his mouth and stood up, taking a few steps to pass by her. In a flash, he stopped. Although this woman had her own ulterior motives, her taking the initiative to fight for an opportunity was, at the moment, a normal thing. Both professionals and martial artists had to seize opportunities to level up, and he quite liked that kind of personality. He told her, "When you return to Immortal City, go find Lu Qingqing from the Martial Academy and add her contact information. If I form a team in the future, I'll consider you." The woman nodded happily. "Thank you, Chief Bai. I'll definitely contact Lu Qingqing." Bai Yang strode away, with Qing Yi and Qing Se closely following behind. Forming a team to conquer different worlds was serious business. Although he didn't form one immediately, he already had plans in mind. He didn't need team members to be too strong either, as long as they were useful, and he wouldn't let them die for nothing. Bai Yang knew very well that those fighters were likely here to help him plunder resources. Although she had undergone 6 rounds of marrow refining and blood changing, her strength was still relatively weak, but it was not impossible for her to join the team in the future. Bai Yang's words came from afar. "You're too weak. Hurry up and get stronger. Or by then you may not even have the qualifications to join my team." After leaving the staff area, Bai Yang's gaze fell on the towering stone stele standing in the distance. As he approached, he saw that it was covered with names. Bai Yang quickly scanned to the top and was astonished. Hero ranking. First place. Human of the Earth Origin Realm, Fu Chang'e. Killing points. 6,998,686. This Fu Chang'e was the super handsome guy he had seen during the staircase trial back then, and also the key person who had given him the opportunity for blood gold power that year. He hadn't expected this big shot to be so formidable at second-tier strength, dominating the rankings without rival. Bai Yang muttered softly, "Fu Chang'e," with nearly 7 million killing points, far ahead of the second-place foreign race's 3.2 million. At that moment, an exaggerated voice with a rustic tone rang out. "That's Senior Handsome Sword Immortal. At second tier, his sword chi could span 30,000 meters. If not for the time limit, he could have plowed through the entire hero world." Someone immediately retorted, "Don't talk nonsense. Handsome Sword Immortal is indeed formidable, but how can you compare him to the chief of our Vajra Immortal Martial Academy? That's a completely different matter. If you're going to make a sarcastic remark, apologize right now." Amid the argument, a group squeezed over. Bai Yang turned to look and saw that it was the 5-man Wangzhe class squad. The leader, Jin Rushan. The last in line, Xiong Zhenhai, along with Xiao Zhilong, Song Haitao, and Xie Qian. Standing beside Bai Yang, they were merely ordinary particles in his eyes, yet they were still dazzling geniuses among the 10 martial academies, almost as radiant as suns in the eyes of outsiders. Jin Rushan stood slightly in the captain's position, while Xiong Zhenhai, who was last in line, stood in the back row. Bai Yang recalled what Sun Byukshuo had said. Jin Rushan had a strong background, but his strength was mediocre. He asked, "You just got here? You teamed up?" Jin Rushan nodded. "Yeah." After being stimulated by the chief that day, everyone in the class except Sun Byukshuo advanced to the second tier. So we each formed our own teams and entered the hero world. Bai Yang looked through the hero rankings again. Seeing this, Jin Rushan quickly explained, "Chief, I'm not very strong, but my family has a long tradition and I know quite a bit about this ranking. Would you like me to explain it?" Bai Yang nodded. "Get to the point." Jin Rushan began. "The hero rankings are coordinates of teleportation points generated within the hero world. As long as a stronghold is occupied, a world teleportation link can be established. The Earth Origin Realm currently occupies 10 strongholds scattered across different places, all managed by the 10 martial academies. Strongholds aren't permanent, they can be seized. In order to concentrate its forces, the Earth Origin Realm only keeps these 10. Bai Yang nodded, signaling him to continue. "The ranking has 1,000 places and is based on killing points. Killing one living being gives 1 killing point. Killing an enemy who already has killing points lets you take all of theirs as well. Among the over 1,000 other worlds, fewer than half have dispatched second-tier combat power. The Earth Origin Realm hasn't been involved for long, only for several decades. Rankings on the list can remain for a very long time. Some people have long since died, but their positions are still there. There are 37 people from the Earth Origin Realm on the list. They're all heroic figures. Look at the 6th place." Bai Yang scanned downward and saw the 6th rank. 60th place. Human race of the Earth Origin Realm, Wang Wu. Killing points, 2, 665, 876. Bai Yang frowned. What's so special about 6th place? Jin Rushan's eyes filled with reverence, and Bai Yang understood that this Wang Wu must be an important figure in the Earth Origin Realm. Jin Rushan said, "Top experts all use titles or epithets. The 6th place is exactly our Earth Origin Realm's Supreme Council Chairman, Senior Iron-Blooded War God. Hearing this, Bai Yang stared in shock at the 6th name on the list. So Senior Iron-Blooded War God's real name is that? This is the first time I've heard it. Jean Russian said with a smile. Once someone is strong enough, no one uses their real name. Many powerful experts have names that don't sound very good. Chief, I still need to introduce more heroic figures. Bai Yang waved his hand. No need. It's already been 18 minutes since I entered the hero world. I can't afford to delay any longer. Farewell. He turned and left without looking at the hero rankings again. The 5 classmates beside him were stunned, their faces blank. Suddenly, sky-soaring chicken tyrant appeared, its 5-meter-tall body shocking everyone present. What kind of chicken is that? How can it be so big? Are you stupid? That's a summoned creature, not a beast companion or a battle servant. I have a perfect grade elephant, but this chicken looks even taller than a second-tier elephant. Could it be a king-grade rooster beyond perfection? Then shouldn't it be called a divine chicken? This chicken is too beautiful, magnificent, and noble. Only the legendary phoenix can compare. People exclaimed in admiration but didn't dare get close. Bai Yang took out the specially customized saddle for sky-soaring chicken tyrant, leaped onto its back, and Qingyi and Qingse easily jumped in front of and behind him. Everyone watched enviously as he rode the giant chicken out of the stronghold. Jean Russian stared at that absurdly huge chicken, his shock far beyond everyone else's. Though he wasn't very strong, his background was anything but ordinary, and with his experience he had already been able to judge the quality of this summoned creature. He sighed. I've wanted to say it several times, but in the end I didn't. Beside him, the last seat-ranked Xiong Jinhai spoke up. The gap is too great. Even if we shamelessly follow the chief and cling to his coattails, it wouldn't be appropriate. The chief is incredibly powerful and will surely sweep through everything. If we follow him and he runs into an enemy, we might all get caught in the fallout. If we don't follow, we're actually safer. Let's go. We'll avoid the direction the chief took. Time is limited. We have to eat enough 900 heroic powers within the allotted time, or the trouble later on will be huge. Xiao Zhilong said with feeling, I think occupational professionals are still worse than martial artists. At least martial artists can cultivate and grow stronger on their own. For special physiques like ours, which are datafied, it's way too hard to get stronger. There was no difference inside or outside the stronghold. Only the inside was governed by the Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy. Outside was a chaotic world. According to the map given by a female staff member, this hero world was an oval-shaped space with a land area exceeding 100 billion square kilometers. The 10 strongholds of the Earth Origin realm were distributed across it. The stronghold Bai Yang had just left was called the Indestructible Stronghold, under the jurisdiction of the Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy, located in the east. The destination was in the west. Bai Yang had already mapped out his route, and it would take him through the largest number of the highest quality otherworldly regions. 11,000 kilometers from the Indestructible Stronghold was an otherworldly realm called the Shamo World, Bai Yang's first stop. The Shamo world had an extremely harsh environment, blanketed everywhere in baleful qi. The monsters that could survive there were fierce and formidable. It was from there that he obtained the Boiling Blood skill book. This skill made the blood boil during battle, causing combat power to surge dramatically. The Bahuang Suppressing Demon Martial Academy was a powerful force in the Shamo world region, where academy-born professionals and demon-suppressing army martial artists were stationed. Much like the Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy, they had established large fortresses in the Shamo world to gather baleful qi and other resources, which were the most coveted treasures for high-level martial artists from the Earth element world. The 5-meter-tall Chongtian Chicken Overlord was immensely powerful, able to explode a crater the moment it stepped down and leap 100 meters in a single stride. Even so, Bai Yang still thought it was too slow. He then took back Qingyi and Qingse, put away the saddle, and issued the order. My chicken maximum size. Soar through the skies. The Chongtian Chicken Overlord's body rapidly expanded, instantly becoming a 50-meter-tall giant divine chicken. Its wings flapped violently, stirring up gale-force winds as it shot straight into the sky. The wind howled wildly, and the ground looked as if it had been swept by a sandstorm. Suddenly, with a thunderous boom, the Chongtian Chicken Overlord hurled itself into the sky. It beat its wings, speed rapidly increasing, and flew straight toward the distance. This kind of brute force flight was nowhere near as fast as a nimble bird, but Bai Yang only cared about getting there quickly. Agility didn't matter. After several bursts of acceleration, he hid beneath several huge feathers, and the wind outside gradually faded away. Time passed in a flash, and after what seemed to be several hours, Yang finally stopped the 3-in-1 skill book in his hands. Ahead, waves of dense aura emerged. He had finally reached his destination. He quickly took out 33 first-tier King-grade Storm rapid-fire ballista crossbows, then directed 100 second-tier Peach Blossom Yaos into teams of 3. 2 Yaos held the ballista crossbow, while the third was responsible for firing and adjusting the angle. Encircle them. Lock down the stronghold in the Shamo world, Yang shouted sternly. The ballista crossbows and Peach Blossom Yaos quickly spread out, then tightened the encirclement, forming a firing net. He himself did not idle either, pulling out the second-tier King-grade Gale Rainstorm ballista crossbow in his hands. Below the stronghold, dense ranks of monsters had already noticed the Chongtian Chicken Overlord's trail and launched attacks one after another, mostly spears and arrows. But they did not teleport away. They clearly believed the stronghold was safe. Once the 33 ballista crossbows were in position, Yang gave the command, "Fire arrows? Leave none alive." Dozens of arrows rained down toward the ground. The arrows fired by the ballista crossbows were not only incomparably accurate, but also immensely powerful. Each arrow would explode after striking its target, affecting the surrounding monsters like splash damage in a game. The Shamo monsters were instantly scattered and felled, most of them killed with ease. Yang's equipment was outrageously powerful. King-grade materials were rare and precious, and ordinary people would never waste them. The weapons that could be forged from them were also astonishingly powerful. Of course, a tiny number of monsters were still stubbornly alive even after being hit by multiple arrows. Yang immediately used that second-tier Galestorm crossbow with 15,000 attack power to deliver a finishing shot, killing them on the spot. Inside the stronghold, the hero monument area could be teleported to, but it took 10 seconds. By the 8th second, the dust had settled, and not a single monster remained. Then an immense force enveloped the stronghold, and the corpses were rapidly disintegrated. Yang observed the disintegration process and discovered that the corpse disposal in the hero world was similar to that in the Diuan realm. It produced blood crystals and skill books. A few minutes later, the ground was scattered with many fist-sized spheres, each flickering with a different number of little stars inside. Yang grabbed one of the spheres from the air, the one with 7 little stars. That was heroic power. Heroic power. Attribute: 7 free attribute points. Description: taking it increases experience by 1 point. When experience is full, you level up. Up to 900 can be consumed. This was the only treasure produced by the hero world, and second-tier professions all coveted it. In Yang's view, heroic power was equivalent to free attribute points, directly enhancing one's strength. After warriors and monsters consumed it, heroic power would strengthen them according to their own characteristics, improving their physical strength. The only limit was that each person could consume at most 900. A Peach Blossom Succubus took the initiative to hand over a pile of heroic power. Yang was surprised that he hadn't given an order, but he didn't refuse either. He looked at the succubus and saw her quickly transform from a demonic form into a plump, beautiful woman. Just the type he liked. "Good," Yang said. "From now on, you'll be called Aunt Tao. Unless I order otherwise, keep this appearance." The Peach Blossom Succubus knelt and saluted. "Thank you, Master, for giving me a name." Yang ignored her and turned his gaze back to the 3 heroic power spheres in his hand. One had 7 little stars and the other 2 each had 1. He muttered a spell under his breath. All things, triple fusion. Barely able to contain his excitement, he was ready to unleash a new power. When the heroic power fused, Yang received no prompt, nor could he tell whether the size or quality had improved, and he also didn't see any change in similarity. The fusion lasted for a minute. When it ended, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. The heroic power that originally had 7 little stars now had 9. Each second-tier hero could swallow at most 900 heroic power spheres, so the quantity was limited. But since they could be tripled into one, that limit was no longer so hard to break through. At Yang's command, "Aunt Tao, take 30 Peach Blossom Succubi and bring over all the heroic power. The other Peach Blossom Succubi, prepare the arrows." The Peach Blossom Succubi quickly got busy, and Yang released piles of arrows. This time entering the hero world, he had brought along billions of ordinary arrows. His firepower was astonishing, more than enough to sustain long battles. The flying Peach Blossom Succubi easily delivered the heroic power to Yang's side, and he continuously put it into his storage bracelet. The hero world allowed such behavior, but if there was still heroic power inside storage gear when leaving, The equipment would not be able to teleport synchronously and would be forcibly left behind by the hero world. Bai Yong knew this clearly in his heart. He absolutely could not be so foolish, or he'd be giving the other side rare treasure for free. He glanced at the hero rankings and didn't see his own name. He had just killed over 30,000 monsters, yet even the person ranked 1,000th on the board had 50,000 slaughter points. Bai Yong stepped onto Chong Tian Chicken Overlord's back and gave a low command, "Take off and head to the next Otherworld stronghold." The Chicken Overlord soared through the sky when, all of a sudden, 2 arrows streaked past from 1,000 meters up. Clearly, they weren't attacking. They were more like a greeting. Bai Yong looked down and indeed saw a drawn bow and the arrows it had fired. Vice Chief Wenren Fuguang. Bai Yang's eyes lit up. Chicken, land. The Chicken Overlord rapidly shrank back to its standard 5-meter-tall form and landed. Bai Yong fixed Wenren Fuguang with a sharp gaze. The rules of the hero world say you must avoid others when you encounter them. Aren't you treating the Supreme Council's advice like it's nothing but hot air? Bai Yong questioned coldly. Wenren Fuguang was stunned at first, then rolled her eyes. Rules are dead. People are alive. You wouldn't really dare make a move on me, would you? Bai Yong took a breath, his chest swelling slightly, and his aura immediately became oppressive. You're beautiful. If I've got the ability, I'll try making a move on you. Wenren Fuguang was shocked, but instead smiled brilliantly. From the first time I saw you, I felt your gaze toward me was different. You don't treat my blonde hair and blue eyes as some sort of oddity, and you're not colorblind either. You can appreciate beauty and ugliness. That's your unique way of seeing things. You called me beautiful for the first time. With your praise, I, Fuguang, will accept it. Bai Yong didn't want to keep arguing. Blonde hair and blue eyes are also oddities in my eyes, though they're a plus. Say it. Why did you call me down? Wenren Fuguang looked at the Chicken Overlord. Chief, isn't your chicken way too big? Is it a king-level summoned beast?
Bai Yang Lauged.
It's called Chicken Overlord. It's meant to be the overlord among chickens. So, are you going to get to the point or not? If not, I'm leaving. Don't waste my time. Wenren Fuguang hurriedly made her stance clear. I'm nearby exterminating a small group of Sha Demon Realm monsters. Your strength is solid. If we join forces, even if we run into a squad of over 100 monsters, we can still fight them head-on. Bai Yong showed a complicated expression, opened his mouth into an O shape, then suddenly exhaled a breath that turned into a fierce blast of air charging toward Wenren Fuguang. Instinctively, she wanted to dodge, but remembering what Instructor Zhou Yu had said, that Bai Yong could knock down Sun Byuk with a single breath, she forcibly held herself back and blocked that blast with her left arm. With a loud thud of impact, Wenren Fuguang couldn't even keep her feet planted before being pushed flying backward, only to twist her waist and land steadily. Though she wasn't injured, she fell silent. That momentum was terrifying. If Bai Yong had exhaled like a sword, he might have instantly slain even an ordinary Tier 2. The Chicken Overlord spread its wings again, carrying Bai Yong swiftly into the sky and disappearing into the distant horizon. Wenren Fuguang let out a soft sigh, her mind filled with confusion. Just how strong is the chief? She recalled how, upon entering the school, he had instantly killed a Tier 3 green snake demon, starting from roughly the same point as her. Through the unextinguishable soul skill and relentless day and night training, she had only managed to push several skills to the king-level limit. If she wanted to step into the Overlord tier, she'd still need time to polish them. An image of that gigantic chicken named Chicken Overlord surfaced in her mind. When she'd observed it earlier, its size was much larger than when it first appeared, and its strength was definitely above king level. The chief's goal seemed to be becoming the overlord among chickens, a genuine overlord-level giant chicken. What shocked Wenren Fuguang even more was the chief's monstrously strong physique. That time, with just one sweep of his tongue, he had actually rolled her fired arrows straight back at her. It really made people wonder whether he was that strong or just crazy. Although he was somewhat disappointed, he quickly adjusted his mindset and joked to himself, "My diamond body skill may only have reached the king-level limit, but ordinary Sha Demon Realm monsters can't break through its defense at all. As long as I don't get stuck in a protracted battle, safety isn't a problem." So he decided to let loose and fight even more wildly. Wenren Fuguang strode toward the Sha Demon Realm stronghold dozens of kilometers away. He didn't encounter a single monster along the way, and there were hardly any people around. When he arrived before the hero monument, he froze. Where are the monsters? Didn't they say tens of thousands had gathered here? The ground was covered in shattered arrow fragments, as if it had already been completely swept clean. "Chief, you actually cleared this monster-dense zone so quickly." He was shocked. Just as he was confused, a group of Sha Demon Realm monsters that had just teleported in appeared as well, looking equally bewildered. Before they could react, the sound of whistling arrows rang out, and the monsters' heads were blown apart by shots. Wenren Fuguang's eyes lit up. With a leap, he jumped onto the hero monument, dozens of meters high, taking control of the battlefield. Monsters kept appearing, but each one was immediately headshot by arrows as soon as they arrived. Using the vision condensed through the power of heroes, he selected hero powers above 3-star level, jumped down to pick them up and swallow them, then waited for the next wave of prey. After killing several hundred monsters, a few lone wolf-like monsters continued to appear one after another. He sneered. The chief cleared the area so fast that even the communication never got back. The Sha Demon Realm still thinks everything here is normal. Monsters can only stay in another world for at most a month, and if no one goes back within the short term, no one will notice. He decided to see how much 3-star or higher hero power he could harvest here. Thinking of how Bai Yong said his blonde hair and blue eyes were really striking and a plus point, Wenren Fuguang's gaze grew even more resolute. Killing is the fastest way to improve skill proficiency. He launched an assault on the king-level limit of the moonshooting bow skill, hoping to obtain his first overlord-level skill and also make the chief recognize his value. Meanwhile, Bai Yong sat on the back of the enormous chicken overlord, frowning deeply. He was troubled by the 3-in-1 problem of hero power. Previously, using 1 7-star and 2 1-star powers, he had smoothly fused them into 1 9-star power. But after using a 9-star plus a 1-star, it took 3 and 6 times just to make a 10-star. In other words, he needed 12 1-star powers to exchange for 1 10-star power. Most of the hero power in his storage bracelet had no star rating, and the starred ones made up less than 1%, about 300 in total. Tests showed that 3-in-1 with no star power would definitely upgrade into 1-star. Bai Yong began carefully calculating the fusion method. The remaining time in the other world was exactly 29 days and 13 hours. There was no sun here, but the light was enough to replenish recovery, and 1 fusion could be done every 3 minutes. Bai Yong's 3-in-1 method was very conservative, using only 10% of his health, mana, and blood power each time to ensure his status never dropped below 90%. At 20 times per hour for 180 times a day, over 29 days and 13 hours, he had about 14,180 opportunities. He had to make every effort within this limited time to maximize the fusion of hero power and break through the threshold to overlord level. With 183-in-1 opportunities, Bai Yong was pursuing maximum return. Hero power could only be consumed up to 900 times, which was a hard limit, so he could only work hard to raise the star level of hero power. After many attempts, he discovered that for hero power of 9 stars or below, the star count would directly add up during 3-in-1, making this the most suitable method. Bai Yong decided to start by consuming 9-star hero power. On the way to the second otherworldly stronghold, he completed 3-in-1 on all the more than 300-starred hero powers in his hand. Now, he had 35 9-star hero powers and 1 10-star hero power. Hero power was about the size of an apple and melted in the mouth, making it very easy to consume. Each time he swallowed one, he would gain 1 point of experience and 10 free attribute points. Bai Yong quickly swallowed them all, gaining 36 experience points and 325 free attribute points. He evenly distributed these attribute points across the 3 soul attributes of spirit, perception, and reaction, thereby extending his lifespan by several hundred years. Bai Yong sighed helplessly. He already had 900 9-star heroes' powers, so that was no problem, but if he wanted to obtain even stronger power, he could only absorb a small amount of heroes' powers above 10 stars. The trifusion opportunity that came once every 3 minutes couldn't be wasted, so he kept optimizing and combining the starless heroes' powers. Specifically, 27 starless heroes' powers were first trifused into 9 1-star ones. Then those 9 were fused separately into 3 3-star ones, and finally those 3 3-star ones were fused into 1 9-star one. In total, he carried out 13 trifusions, taking about 40 minutes. Once he obtained 9-star heroes' powers, he immediately consumed them. Bai Yong already had more than 30,000 starless heroes' powers in hand. By relying solely on consuming 900 9-star heroes' powers, he could gain 8,100 free attribute points. For ordinary second-tier powerhouses, that was an astronomical number, but for Bai Yong, even after adding them to his 3 soul attributes, it still couldn't make up for the weakness of his physical attributes. That was because his physical attributes would automatically increase greatly as his level rose. He swallowed the 9-star heroes' powers one by one, slowly converting them into free attribute points. At this moment, Bai Yong was choosing to head to another powerful otherworld stronghold, the Beast Realm. This stronghold also had an invasion point on the Diuan realm side, located in Rock City, where one of the top martial academies, Rock Unmatched Martial Academy, was based. Back then, after he passed the rank-up trial, Rock Unmatched Martial Academy had intended to officially recruit him. Unfortunately, this academy was regarded as the worst among the 10 major martial academies because it had no distinctive signature martial arts. Its main training focus was body refining, beast taming, earth element spells, and beast transformation. Body refining specialized in strengthening the flesh, but it was far inferior to the Diamond Indestructible body of Diamond Indestructible Martial Academy. Beast taming had some strength, but it was still much weaker than Royal Extreme 10 Directions Martial Academy, which possessed a variety of control abilities such as insect manipulation and necromancy. Earth element spells were even worse, because the strongest of the 10 major academies, 10,000 Arts returning to the Source Martial Academy, held an absolute advantage in spell techniques. As for beast transformation, it was Rock Unmatched specialty. Although it had local and full-body transformation spells, powerful offensive spells were emerging one after another these days, and beast transformation was no longer a mainstream method of overwhelming power. Bai Yang's 2 Snake Demon maidservants and the 3rd-tier Azure Snake Demon were all achievements in the field of beast transformation. At this time, beast roars never ceased throughout the beast realm, each cry seeming to tear the air apart. But Bai Yang soon frowned, discovering that the beasts here were performing extremely poorly. They were slaughtering each other. The strong would casually bite the weak to death, then directly devour the scattered heroes' powers to replenish their strength. Bai Yang ordered, "Kill every beast you see." Aside from Sister Tao, all 99 Peach Blossom female demons were deployed. 66 Peach Blossom female demons controlled 21st-tier King-grade Storm rapid-fire crossbows with 3,000 attack power, crazily sweeping and hunting the beasts on the ground from the air. Another 33 Peach Blossom female demons were responsible for flying to the battlefield and collecting heroes' powers to deliver to Bai Yang. Intense battle was underway, while Bai Yang continued to use this melee to maximize his control over and utilization of heroes' powers. Bai Yang was slaughtering the beasts below in the beast realm. When he encountered troublesome enemies, he would use the 2nd-tier King-grade Extreme Gale torrential crossbow in his hand to harvest them. His attack power reached 15,000, and almost no one could withstand it. An hour passed, yet Bai Yang continued forward somewhat disappointed. The stronghold in the beast realm was in total chaos, with beasts killing one another in complete disorder, leaving no order at all. As a result, the area around the stronghold was not densely packed. Within a radius of 300 kilometers, he spent an hour killing only some beasts, gaining fewer than 20,000 heroes' powers. Even so, Bai Yang still prioritized fusing the heroes' powers that had stars. Unstarred hero power accounted for the vast majority, and this time he had a plan. Chingy, Chingsa. Each of you eat 900 unstarred hero power. The Snake Demon maidservants responded gently and quickly devoured the hero power. All the Peach Blossom female demons each eat 100 unstarred hero power first. These monsters without fixed forms could absorb power as long as they swallowed hero power. Bai Yang, while controlling the Flying Chicken Second Grandpa, continued to merge hero power with 3-in-1 fusion, while also eating 9-star hero power himself. Just as his level had risen to 21, his physical body and yang energy had both improved considerably. Meanwhile, the Peach Blossom female demons drank in the scattered yang energy, and their strength was also steadily increasing. Bai Yang had 14,183-in-1 fusion opportunities in hand. Since 13 unstarred hero powers could be fused into one 9-star hero power, he could roughly fuse about 1,099-star hero powers, and with some star-ranked hero power added in, the maximum could reach around 2,000. His plan was to first let himself eat 9-star hero power and rise to 2nd rank level 2, then make precise calculations before consuming more high-rank hero power. As for the unstarred hero power, he did not hesitate to let the 2 Snake Demon maidservants each swallow 900, then had the Peach Blossom female demons all eat theirs as well. Although fully feeding 100 Peach Blossom female demons would require 90,000 unstarred hero power, which he did not have on hand, Bai Yang was determined to let them keep growing. He would never allow any star-ranked hero power to be wasted on servants. The hero power melted the moment it entered their mouths and was instantly devoured. The auras of the Snake Demon maidservants and the Peach Blossom female demons clearly grew stronger. In particular, the Snake Demon maidservants, as 2nd-rank Jade Marrow Realm martial artists, became even fairer and more tender-skinned after consuming the hero power, and their bodies also exuded a unique sweet fragrance, evidence of purified blood and chi. The purer the blood and chi, the stronger the energy, and naturally the greater a martial artist's combat power. 2nd-rank Jade Marrow Realm martial artists, through refining marrow and exchanging blood, could continuously strengthen their blood and chi, heating the entire body, and once they reached a certain extent they could break through to the third-rank golden body realm. Generally, second-rank martial artists refined marrow and exchanged blood from 1 to 9 times, and usually after 3 times they were qualified to advance. Bai Yang had once encountered a female martial artist who had refined marrow and exchanged blood 6 times. She already counted as someone with potential. As hero power continued to pour in, the auras of Qingyi and Qingse grew stronger and stronger. Bai Yang took 2 first-rank perfect quality blood crystals from his backpack and stuffed them into their bodies. Don't stop refining marrow and exchanging blood. The 2 women responded in unison and continued deepening the wash of their blood and qi through their spine. Martial artists killed monsters in the hero world, ate hero power to level up, and gained free attribute points. The more they leveled, the stronger they became. Even more impressive, once a martial artist ate 100 unstarred hero power, they could usually complete 1 round of marrow refining and blood exchange. Those who could eat up 900 were almost certain to complete 9 rounds with ease. But for ordinary martial artists, this was nothing short of a dream. Most second-rank martial artists in the hero world could not reach this level at all. Bai Yang, however, had the confidence to do it all. He was using the simplest and most brutal method to rapidly strengthen himself and his servants, preparing for the greater conflict ahead. In this world, humans and monsters hunted each other. When humans killed monsters, they could absorb hero power. When monsters killed humans, the same was true. To gather 900 hero power in such an environment was extremely difficult. Bai Yang observed the Peach Blossom female demon who had just swallowed 100 unstarred hero power. Peach Sister. Peach Blossom female demon. Peach Sister. Rank. Second rank, Elite. Soul Energy. 2653/2653. Soul Energy Strength. 255. Abilities. Energy Absorption. Condensed Qi Manifestation. Her soul energy and soul energy strength had both increased by more than a full fold compared to ordinary monsters, and her strength had greatly risen. The other Peach Blossom female demons had also basically advanced to elite level, though their soul energy strength still varied. Bai Yang's next stop was the 3rd location, the Bone Tomb Realm Stronghold, the territory overseen by 10 Direction City, where one of the top 10 martial academies, Yuji Shifang Martial Academy, was stationed in another world. As the name suggested, this world was filled with bones, and it was said that the entire world had been piled together from bones. The creatures here are all bone monsters, belonging to the undead. Bai Yang quickly spotted all kinds of bone creatures. Humanoid ones, beast-shaped ones, and bizarre forms like a thigh bone with feet. Circling overhead was also a 2-winged skeletal dragon-like lizard, flying straight toward Bai Yang. Bai Yang was puzzled. How can bone wings fly? He ordered Chicken Boss. Kill it! Chicken Boss flapped its wings and shot forward, charging at the skeletal dragon. Bai Yang hovered in midair. His huge frame had to be carried aloft by the flower demon girls working together. The most effective way to kill bone monsters was to destroy their skeletons, then stamp out the soul fire. Arrows alone could only shatter bones. Soul fire was immune to physical damage, and without extinguishing it, the bones would slowly recover. He recalled Qingyi and Qingse, slowly descended, and entered the densest area of bone monsters. With one punch, power exploded and sent out a violent current of shockwave. Bones hard as steel shattered instantly under his brutal attack. As the fist wind swept past, a large number of bone monsters turned to bone powder, and various colored soul fires fell through the air, blue, green, and red. This soul fire was the bones monster's soul. Once freed from the restraint of their bones, it moved as slowly as a snail. Bai Yang continued to unleash powerful punches until there were no complete skeletons around him. Drawing back his fist, he had finished warming up. Destroying the skeleton was only the first step, meant to prevent the bone monsters from escaping or teleporting back to the Bone Tomb Realm. At his command, all the flower demon girls sprang into action. Using their shapeless bodies, they wrapped up the bone powder, then enclosed the colored soul fire and brought it back to Bai Yang. As soon as the soul fire came into contact with the yang energy radiating from Bai Yang's body, it reacted violently. Stamping it out here did not mean literally stepping on it. Rather, it was the mutual consumption of life force and soul fire. This was the fastest Tier 2 lifeform bone-killing method for dealing with soul fire. Another method was to repeatedly shatter the bones, letting the soul fire slowly reassemble and recover while constantly draining it, but this was extremely slow. The life force of ordinary living beings was both poison and delicacy to bone monsters. The key was the amount. The powerful yang energy leaking from Bai Yang's body came from the rooster, one of the 3 pure yang creatures, and this overlord-level yang energy was extremely destructive to evil spirits. As the soul fire was worn down by the yang energy, the blue, green, red, and yellow soul fires rapidly evaporated. Bai Yang adjusted things so that the release of yang energy and the consumption of soul fire reached a balance. Once the soul fire was worn out, the power of the hero world emerged, and strands of hero power gathered one after another. Sister Tao reported, "Master?" Second Uncle Chicken shattered that two-winged skeletal dragon-like lizard. Bai Yang replied, "Throw the soul fire over here." A ball of purple soul fire was wrapped in bone powder and tossed toward Bai Yang. On its way over, the bone powder unexpectedly condensed into a tiny skeletal dragon, flapping its little wings and trying to fly away. Bai Yang took a deep breath, and in an instant a powerful suction force appeared, pulling the little bone dragon back into his hand. He clenched it hard, and the bone powder immediately scattered in all directions. Bai Yang's eyes lit up. As expected of the bone tomb realm, the yang energy consumed is even greater than what naturally radiates from my palm. Looks like things over there aren't simple either. The bone dragon made a strange yet somewhat adorable sound. "Respected human prodigy, please spare me. If you go to the bone tomb realm in the future, I will definitely present you with the finest white bone beauty." Bai Yang snorted with a laugh. This bone dragon really did know its manners. Holding it tightly and continuing to wear down its soul fire, Bai Yang asked, "Since you know I'm human, why don't you understand that white bone beauties are useless to me?" The bone dragon struggled as it spoke, explaining, "White bone beauties are not ordinary skeletons. They are condensed from bone powder and possess complete internal organs, flesh, and hair, no different from humans. They can be carried around as works of art." Bai Yang was a little surprised. "You even know the word artwork? But I'm not short of women. What you're saying doesn't impress me." "Me?" The bone dragon was somewhat embarrassed and hurriedly defended itself. "You've never had contact with white bone beauties. They have no real flesh and blood. But once their soul fire leaves the body, they can communicate with your souls and offer an experience beyond imagination. Ordinary ones will dissipate, but special ones will instead grow stronger. This is an existence your higher-ups dream of obtaining." Bai Yang shook his head and smiled. "I said I'm not short of women. As for so-called soul communication, 100 of my peach blossom demonesses can do it too. What's so great about that?" The bone dragon immediately said, "The bone tomb realm and the earth origin realm are not completely hostile. Our bone tomb realm's white bone great lord has a close relationship with the upper echelons of the human race. The low-level beings fight, while the high-level ones cooperate." This piqued Bai Yang's interest. He had never heard that the upper echelons of the earth origin realm and the bone tomb realm had any connection. The bone dragon vowed desperately, "As long as you spare me, I swear that I'll send you a top-grade white bone beauty in the future, treat you as a friend, and never be your enemy." That powerful vow shocked Bai Yang. He had once accepted a soul oath in an hero-level trial, but afterward he had easily sold off that fourth-tier white snake demon, and the binding force of freedom was almost non-existent. Yet this bone dragon's oath came from the depths of its soul, sincere and unshakable. Even though Bai Yang's strength far surpassed that of a second-tier soul, even he found it difficult to make such a strong vow. The bone dragon's desire to survive was too intense. Closing his eyes, Bai Yang thought calmly. If he continued the attack, he could kill the bone dragon's soul fire and gain a multi-star heroic power. If he let it go, he would lose free attribute points but gain the chance to obtain a top-grade white bone beauty and a unique friendship in the future. His undying soul skill since obtaining it had made no progress at all. Soul-type skill books were extremely scarce, and whether a 3-in-1 fusion would succeed was impossible to predict. Bai Yang knew many otherworldly realms. The evil soul realm, the bone tomb realm, the heart demon abyss, the illusion butterfly realm, and so on, where life was mostly soul-based. He silently calculated that after obtaining the ability to deal with ghosts and monsters, he would try to seek stronger power from these realms. The bone dragon tightly held in Bai Yang's hand was clearly no ordinary monster. This bone dragon was extraordinarily intelligent and knowledgeable, and very likely came from a prestigious background, just like Sun Byuk and Jean Russian. Both were extraordinary second-generation heirs. After the soul resonance sounded, Bai Yang loosened his right hand, opened his eyes, and fixed his gaze on the only soul fire flickering with purple flames. He said, "Little bone, remember your oath. When I go to the bone tomb realm later, don't forget to treat me well." Within the purple soul fire, which had already shrunk quite a bit, intense emotions surged like a torrent. The bone dragon respectfully replied, "Respected human prodigy, Bone Dragon keeps its word. After returning to the bone tomb realm, I will definitely find you a top-grade white bone beauty, and I also look forward to your visit to the bone tomb realm." The soul flame slowly drifted down to the ground, quickly gathering bone powder, and a small winged lizard bone dragon, 1/2 meter long, took shape. It nodded its bone head at Bai Yong, expressing through its mind that it wanted to return to the bone burial realm. A flash of inspiration struck Bai Yong. He sunchu his arm, and a half-meter-long blood dragon drilled out from within his body. Bone Dragon 5. Forget it. I'll call you Dragon 5, he said confidently. Look carefully. Ox head, deer antlers, serpent body, eagle claws, fish tail. That's the true orthodox divine dragon form of the heavens. Bone Dragon 5 froze for a moment, then slowly flew down to the ground, folding its wings and lowering its head to kneel in worship, as if paying respect. Respected human prodigy, Dragon 5 deeply feels your guidance. It is the honor of my lifetime. I will certainly take this as a bright path forward and gratefully thank you for your great kindness. Bone Dragon 5's conviction was even stronger and firmer than when it had just been begging for mercy. Looking at this loyal bone dragon, Bai Yong faintly felt a premonition in his heart that this bone dragon would absolutely be extraordinary in the future. After completing this harvest, Bai Yong set out again. Within 3 hours, he annihilated over 8,000 soul flames and gained the same number of hero powers. Next stop, Hell. This world was incredibly powerful and perilous. Legend said there were 18 levels of hell. In each layer resided a kind of extremely ferocious, highly intelligent monster. They liked to torment their prey and ultimately devour them alive. For these monsters, that was already considered merciful. Facing such a terrifying alien world, the second-tier martial academies were helpless to cope, and even the top martial academies in Wanfeo City could barely keep going. Guarding Hell was one of the 5 first-tier war academies, Taiwei Academy. It was founded by Taiwei God, one of the 5 great beings of the dimensional origin realm. Taiwei God was the first 7th-tier powerhouse in the dimensional origin realm, specializing in the body and supplementing with the soul, an immortal existence. Taiwei Academy was precisely the place Bai Yonglong to enter. Besides it, there was also the Martial God Academy founded by the iron-blooded martial god. After flying for more than 10 hours, Bai Yong repeatedly compared the map with reality and discovered that the map was only for reference. The true direction had to be grasped by himself. At last, he saw his destination, Iron Tree Hell, the 3rd level of Hell. This place was filled with thorny trees without leaves, generally no more than 10 meters tall. These iron thorn trees existed only in Iron Tree Hell. A group of ape-like monsters, 2 to 3 meters tall, were scattered among the trees. They were called iron thorn apes. They had no fur. Their skin was silver gray like the iron thorn trees, and their hands and feet had 6 toes that could tightly grip branches. Their bodies were covered in sharp iron spikes. The brighter the color, the stronger their power, and greater body size also meant stronger combat ability. A smile rose at the corner of Bai Yang's mouth. By rough estimate, just the ironthorn tree area centered around one hero monument already had 100,000 ironthorn trees. At least one ironthorn ape perched in each tree. The ironthorn apes here were like the useless weaklings of a human stronghold. Those who only hung in the trees and never went out hunting were expendable soldiers, the worst of the worst who had to withdraw after staying for a month. Bai Yong had already arranged 51st-tier King-class Storm rapid-fire ballistae. With the power of a 2nd-tier Peach Blossom Demoness, 1 person and 1 demon could easily operate one together. He sneered, "This time, don't think you'll escape so easily." Arrows fell like rain from the sky, like 50 silver lines piercing toward the ground. Iron thorn apes were famous for their hard silver-gray skin, impervious to blades and axes, but before arrows with an attack power as high as 3,000 points, they were killed in a single hit. Bai Yong also took out the ballista and opened fire, hunting down those iron thorn apes with slightly stronger minds that chose to teleport and flee. Once one group escaped first, more iron thorn apes awakened in succession and teleported away. Even with firepower fully unleashed, by the end of the battle Bai Yong still sighed, less than 1/5 killed. It'd be better if they couldn't teleport. He took back the crossbow that the Peach Blossom demon women had brought him and waved them off to collect the heroic power scattered all over the ground. This time, Bai Yong allowed the Peach Blossom demon women to directly absorb non-star heroic power. Any star-ranked power had to be handed over to him. The Peach Blossom demon women had never embezzled any of the power, and this slave-like relationship was completely different from ordinary employment. While the Peach Blossom demon women busied themselves collecting heroic power, Bai Yong was not idle either. He jumped down from Heba's back and stomped a iron thorn tree to pieces with 1 foot. Taking off all his equipment and clothes, he crashed wildly through the iron thorn forest. Though the iron thorn trees were hard, their spikes could not pierce his body, and they could not help him improve his fusion of blood gold power. This is troublesome. How am I supposed to raise my blood gold power? Bai Yong frowned and looked at Heba beside him. He did not dare let Heba attack him. He had tried before and almost got slapped to death. The current sky-soaring Heba was far stronger than it had been back then. Sky-soaring Heba, level 22, HP 9.03 million, physical attack as high as 90,300, which could double in battle to over 180,000 with full strength and physique unleashed. Bai Yong simply did not dare to test his skills lightly. A peach blossom demon woman suddenly reminded him, "Master, someone is approaching from high in the sky. They may have seen you." A faint, mischievous smile appeared at the corner of Bai Yang's mouth. He looked up at the sky and slightly adjusted his body shape. A black dot in the air was rapidly closing in. Bai Yong could clearly see a man riding a two-winged tiger, holding a telescope. The telescope would not fail. The man had clearly locked onto him and was staring at Bai Yong as he put on his clothes. The man's eyes widened. Is that proportion right? The two-winged tiger let out a low roar and stopped, its huge wings beating as it hovered in the air. The two were 400 meters apart, neither speaking. Bai Yong had already swallowed 209-star heroic power orbs, and his soul perception was extremely strong. He did not sense any hostility or threat from the other side. If the other party had ill intent, he would have attacked long ago, but since the other seemed friendly, he did not want to start an unnecessary fight. After all, they were the same kind. In the end, the man riding the tiger broke the silence. Yuji Shifeng Martial Academy. This generation's chief disciple, Song Wushuang, greets you, my friend. Bai Yong replied loudly, Vajra indestructible. This generation's chief disciple, Bai Yong. Song Wushuang's eyes lit up at once, and the two-winged tiger he rode slowly descended several dozen meters. So you're the chief disciple of Vajra indestructible. No wonder you can use your flesh and blood body to force your way through the iron thorn thicket. Your Vajra body really is powerful. The peach blossom demon women hurriedly delivered the star-ranked heroic power to him, and Bai Yong absorbed it while examining the two-winged tiger. How fast is your flying tiger?
Bai Yang asked.
Song Wushuang was stunned for a moment, then answered, It's a mutant tiger with innate wind control power. Its flying speed can exceed 1,000 meters per second. Bai Yang's eyes lit up. It was much faster than his sky-soaring Heba. Brother, do you want to sell this flying tiger? The flying tiger suddenly flapped its wings and shot up several hundred meters again. Song Wushuang quickly shook his head. This is my natal beast. How could I sell it? I just passed by and saw so many peach blossom demon women down below, so I got a little curious and came down to take a look. Bai Yong pointed at those goblins. What do you eat? Why do you have so many? Eat my aura, Bai Yong said proudly. Song Wushuang was shocked and gave a thumbs up. Damn, top-tier diamond body really is overbearing. It can actually support so many same-rank peach blossom demonesses. I'll take my leave. Bai Yong asked, Do you have any spare binoculars here? A brand new pair of binoculars fell from the sky, caught by Sister Peach and handed to Bai Yong. The twin-winged tiger flapped its wings lightly, moving at astonishing speed, and vanished in an instant. Bai Yong took the binoculars inside. This exotic fierce tiger has been taken as a bonded beast by the current chief of the Imperial Supreme 10 Directions. It must be rare. I hope I can borrow this kind of aerial support in the future. He jumped onto the back of sky-piercing Rooster Overlord, and the peach blossom demonesses all crawled back into the demon sealing bag. Just now, they had absorbed hundreds of unstar-like hero power orbs, and their strength had surged. Now they could independently operate a first-tier king-level Gale rapid-fire crossbow. The next time they encountered a monster stronghold, they could kill more enemies before the monsters could teleport away. Qingyi and Qingse were released from the beast bag and continued refining marrow and exchanging blood. Bai Yong locked onto his target, and sky-piercing Rooster Overlord took off at high speed. In less than an hour, Qingyi and Qingse excitedly stopped and hugged Bai Yong. Master, we've completed our second marrow refining and blood exchange. We'll be able to serve you even better.
Bai Yang smiled.
Not bad, but twice is still far from enough. I want you to refine marrow and exchange blood at least 9 times, and then break through to the third-tier golden body realm. A first-tier perfect blood crystal solution is enough. Keep refining. The two women nodded gently and continued circulating their energy to wash the marrow with blood essence. 900 unstar-like hero power orbs gave them a foundation and talent far beyond ordinary martial artists. And with sufficient blood crystal solution support, Bai Yang's minimum requirement was 9 rounds of marrow refining and blood exchange. In the martial artist cultivation system, the key to second-tier marrow refining and blood exchange lies in building a solid foundation. The more times one undergoes it, the firmer the foundation becomes. Ordinary martial artists can attempt to break through to third-tier golden body after 3 refinements. Within 9 times is considered lower-grade golden body. Prodigy martial artists can refine 10 to 18 times to achieve middle-grade golden body, 19 to 27 times is upper grade, and 28 to 36 times is top grade. No one has ever seen anyone exceed 36 times, because back then the iron-blooded martial god refined it 36 times at the 2nd tier, and no one has surpassed him to this day. Song Wushuang rode the twin-winged tiger, with a wind barrier blocking the fierce gale, so his hairstyle remained perfectly unmoved. His expression grew solemn. "Huzi, are you sure you can beat the other side easily?" The tiger let out a roar. "The master's blood energy is more than 3 times stronger than yours. And Huzi feels that if it really comes to a fight, the other side will definitely win. The only outcomes for us are death or escape." Song Wushuang was shocked. "His blood energy is 3 times mine. How can his physical body be that strong? He is the chief of the Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy, but even a Vajra body is at most king grade. Could his talent be a physique-focused one? Huzi, you know my methods. We can't even fight to a draw." This special digitized body prevented them from judging each other's strength through aura, but the twin-winged flying tiger that Song Wushuang rode was a normal life form, highly sensitive to aura, so its judgment could not be wrong. "Master, that Bai Yang looks at me like I'm a kitten that's not even weaned yet," the flying tiger growled. Song Wushuang took a deep breath and calmed his mind. "I was wrong. I can't compare my Vajra indestructible physical toughness to him. That would be using my own weakness against his strength. His advantage lay in commanding a large number of servants and overwhelming the enemy with numbers. Even if Bai Yang's body was formidable, he still couldn't withstand endless attrition. What I want most are ghost servants, but ghosts rely on blood energy and yang energy to survive, and they must also consume fresh blood. Blood crystal water simply can't support a large number of ghosts. Even enslaving flesh and blood servants to raise ghosts was not a long-term solution. With continuous blood and yang drain, the servants would eventually be unable to hold out. Bai Yang is only bringing ghosts for the short term to clear the field, but if this goes on too long, he'll give up too. No matter how strong his body is, he still has to rely on clearing the field to maintain combat power." Song Wushuang opened the map, carefully compared it, and turned the twin-winged flying tiger around. "There are often strong second-tier creatures at the 10,000 Beasts Realm stronghold, so I'll go take a look there." When he arrived at the 10,000 Beasts Realm stronghold, what met him was a dead, desolate scene, with only a few fierce beasts remaining. Could it have been cleared out this thoroughly? Was it Bai Yang's doing? Song Wushuang was puzzled. Strong second-tier beings usually fought other strong second-tier beings, while ordinary second-tier ones were useless. No one would bother spending effort clearing out so many ordinary monsters. He changed his target and headed straight for the Shamo Realm stronghold. A few hours later, upon arrival and observing through binoculars, the scene before him left him stunned. A blonde woman stood on the hero monument, firing arrow after arrow from her hand as the monsters of the Shamo realm fell one after another. "Damn it! This got cleared too? What the hell happened?" Song Wushuang frowned. Bai Yang just cleared out one stronghold, and now this woman has cleared another. There must be something going on that I don't know about. Killing ordinary monsters earns slaughter points, and Bai Yang can seize a huge amount of them, hoping to make a run at the rankings. But this woman is fighting solo at the stronghold. Even if she killed for a month straight, she still wouldn't get enough slaughter points. What exactly is her goal? Song Wushuang urged the flying tiger closer, wanting to get to the bottom of it. At that moment, the blonde woman, Wenren Fuguang, loosed an arrow, a look of delight appearing on her face. She had finally broken through the limit of the draw the bow and shoot the moon skill, advancing to the overlord level. Looking up at the black dot in the sky, she smiled and drew her bow, gathering strength to face the enemy. "You rush over without even saying hello. Do you think my arrows are off target?" she sneered. Seeing her eerie smile and the way she was drawing her bow to gather power, Song Wushuang couldn't help but taunt her. "I heard the Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy took in a golden-haired, blue-eyed freak this year. That's you, right? Have you gone crazy? We meet and you just start fighting? Have you been brainwashed by the Supreme Council?" Arrows flew in rapid succession. The first struck the wind barrier in front of the flying tiger, bursting into fragments as the barrier shattered along with it. The second followed immediately after, piercing through the barrier and striking the flying tiger's chest directly, spraying out a bloody crater. Song Wushuang's expression changed as he controlled the flying tiger to rise rapidly and flee for his life. Arrows rained down like a tempest. "You ugly freak! I only came to ask you something and you go straight to war? Do you really think I'm easy to bully?" Song Wushuang roared. Swarm! Get them! Kill this ugly freak! A massive number of giant, bumblebee-like insects surged out from all directions, blotting out the sky as their droning buzz shook the air. The flying tiger charged head-on into the swarm's attack, and a fierce battle was about to erupt. Arrows turned into afterimages and fired in dense volleys, blasting one giant bumblebee after another apart. But there were too many of them, filling the sky. After killing a large number of the swarm, Wenren Fuguang was finally surrounded at close range. Her face turned cold. She put away her longbow and switched to 2 battle sabers. Blade Storm. Blade light swept like a hurricane across a 10-meter radius, and a large number of bumblebees fell to the ground on the spot. Far away in the sky thousands of meters above, Song Wushuang watched the battle through his binoculars, his expression grave. That bitch from the Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy really is formidable. She's a top-ranked expert. But my swarm is endless. How long can you hold out? The two sides were locked in a stalemate. Song Wushuang watched from the air, while Wenren Fuguang kept swinging her twin blades non-stop, fighting desperately against the swarm. When her stamina dropped to 30%, Wenren Fuguang stopped her blade work. The swarm rushed in at once, trying to swallow her whole. Their teeth and stingers bit and pierced in dense waves, leaving her not even a moment to breathe. 3 minutes later, Song Wushuang's mind flicked, and the swarm suddenly dispersed. Wenren Fuguang raised her eyes toward the sky. Her stamina had recovered to 1/3 and 5/10. Seeing that she was unharmed, Song Wushuang knew that the Vajra body truly made no sense. Although his swarm was among the weaker second-tier forces, its sheer numbers were enough to make up for its lack of strength. When Wenren Fuguang took out her bow and arrows, Song Wushuang roared, "Ugly woman, my elite swarm hasn't let go yet. Don't make another move, or I'll show you what I'm made of." He shot an arrow, sending it soaring 1,000 meters into the sky, where it finally ran out of force and fell. A cold voice came down. "This is my territory. If you want to take it, only one of us leaves alive." Song Wushuang said helplessly, "I just came by to ask. You're guarding an empty spot and killing monsters here? What's the point?" Wenren Fuguang was stunned. "You rushed over so fast without slowing down. Wasn't that to seize territory?" Song Wushuang felt wronged. "My flying divine tiger can stop whenever it wants. You started fighting without saying a word just now." Wenren Fuguang could tell he had no ill intent, so she asked, "Where are you from?" "Yuji Shifeng, the top seat of this generation, Song Wushuang," he replied. She sneered, "Top seat of Yuji Shifeng? Judging by your strength, you're at most on par with the lowest seat of our Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy." Song Wushuang sneered as well. "As fellow rising stars of the Earth Yuan realm, I won't stoop to arguing with you, ugly woman. Farewell." With that, he rode the flying divine tiger away at speed. The arrow wound was shallow, but it had already healed. Wenren Fuguang sighed. "I don't interact with people much, so I wasn't harsh enough when provoking him. If Sun Byuk had been here, he definitely could have angered that top-seat lord. The swarm assault on me has already reached the limit of my king-level Vajra body and is about to break through. I tried having the ancient demon injure me before, but it had no effect. Sai, how exactly am I supposed to cultivate the power of the Overlord Tier Baji? The top seat is quite strong. Maybe he can help me gather some information. I heard he even monopolized his secretary, so he must need women. The 2 second-tier snake demon maidservants in my academy might actually be useful. Should I send them to him and see?" She stretched her body, leaped onto the hero monument, and continued drawing her bow to shoot the endlessly appearing evil demon monsters. Meanwhile, Baiyang looked down upon the land. Before his eyes lay a strange world overrun with vines, the vine prison realm. The stronghold was here, and this was also the necessary route to his next target. Although this place carried the character for prison, it had nothing to do with the 18 levels of hell. The only intelligent life in the vine prison realm was all kinds of giant vine monsters. They drew power from the earth and the elements through their root systems, changing in countless ways, and were extremely difficult to deal with. Some absorbed metal power, making their bodies impervious to blades and spears. Some controlled magma firepower and spat flames. Others were adept at manipulating earth. This place was fraught with peril, awaiting Baiyang's next great test. The vine monsters had one trait: they were very difficult to eliminate completely. As long as even one branch remained undestroyed, they would not truly die. Baiyang was only passing through and had no intention of clearing them out specifically. It wasn't that he couldn't beat them, but killing a vine monster took a long time and yielded little reward, so there was no need to waste the effort. He locked onto the largest vine monster and sprang up into the air, pouncing down toward it. Although he couldn't slaughter them in large numbers, it was a good opportunity to spar with a few strong second-tier monsters and, along the way, seize the star-bearing hero power. The monster swung its thick branches, lashing at Bai Yang. Chongtian Chicken Overlord spread its wings and slapped hard, shattering 3 branches at once. A few more consecutive strikes later, all 9 vine-like branches were broken, but no hero power dropped. Because the roots were still underground, the monster was only injured, not dead. Bai Yang ordered Chongtian Chicken Overlord to use Crying Soul Resounding to control the battlefield. Instantly, the surrounding vine monster was immobilized. Then Chongtian Chicken Overlord fiercely slapped the ground 10 times, finally bursting out a 3-star hero power. Bai Yang consecutively killed several sturdy vine monsters. A few minutes later, the monsters all fled and dared not fight anymore. This was also why he had never set this place as a target. Using the Storm rapid-fire machine crossbow would only cut through the surface of the vines and could not kill the monsters rooted underground. He rode Chongtian Chicken Overlord and headed toward the otherworldly ancient demon realm, which the Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy was dealing with. For Bai Yang, the ancient demon monsters were already easy to handle. Along the way, Bai Yang kept using the triple combination skill, successively reaping several 9-star hero powers. He didn't consume them for now, planning to save up to the maximum 900 before fusing 3 9-star ones together. More than 10 hours later, he arrived at a stronghold in the ancient demon realm. Below, a sea of fire stretched across the sky, and the ruined ancient demons had all turned into no-star hero power that Bai Yang couldn't pick up. Yet the strange flames could not be extinguished no matter what. There was no fuel around, but the fire kept burning. Suddenly, a streak of flame shot out from the sea of fire and flew toward Bai Yang. Chongtian Chicken Overlord flapped its wings with force, scattering the flame streak and dodging it. The sea of fire suddenly contracted, transforming into a beautiful 20-meter-long firebird, noble like a phoenix. It was a powerful human, but Bai Yang couldn't sense its emotions. The firebird sneered mockingly. "You should be grateful you met me in the hero world, or I'd have eaten you already." Bai Yang threw a punch, repelling the firebird's flame attack. Then he pulled out the Tier 2 King Extreme Gale Rainstorm Machine Crossbow and unleashed full firepower, shooting furiously at the firebird. The firebird dodged it all, allowing the arrow storm to engulf it. Bai Yang put away the crossbow and prepared to continue attacking, only to discover that the firebird's body was like flames. The arrow barrage hadn't damaged it at all. Wearing the Tier 2 King Extreme Diamond Rage Fists, Bai Yang kept punching, each blow sending out powerful fist winds that scattered the incoming flame streaks. He knew these flames could easily burn ordinary ancient demons to death, and he absolutely couldn't clash with them head-on. In the air, the firebird sneered while appraising Bai Yang, its expression full of contempt and arrogance. It unleashed dozens of flame streaks, encircling him from all directions. Bai Yang gave the order, and the giant chicken beneath him, Chicken's second uncle, flapped desperately and quickly rose into the air to evade the flames. But the firebird mocked him disdainfully and surged forward with its wings, its speed far surpassing Chicken's second uncle's. Bai Yang's expression grew grave. This was the first time since awakening that he had encountered such a troublesome enemy. He had originally planned to avoid too many other worlds and focus on physical monsters, but he hadn't expected to run into this firebird that was immune to physical damage. He violently stomped the ground, and Chicken's second uncle rapidly dropped down to meet the attack. Bai Yang shouted, "Chicken, hold it!" Chicken's second uncle adjusted its flight angle and forcefully took the firebird's charge head-on. However, the firebird made a nimble spin, easily dodged, and continued its aerial assault toward Bai Yang. With mocking intent, the firebird's speed grew faster and faster. Bai Yang didn't panic. He clenched his iron fist and fought back the moment the firebird crashed at him head-on. Two forces collided with a thunderous boom, blasting out a violent shockwave. The firebird's body became briefly chaotic and instantly turned into a cloud of fire, wrapping Bai Yang completely. The flames instantly ignited Bai Yang's yang energy, and the firebird shouted triumphantly, "Human, burn to death under this phoenix's fire." Bai Yang did flinch, but seeing that his powerful vitality wasn't dropping rapidly, the threat of the flames wasn't as terrifying as he had expected. Realizing it wasn't worth the time, Bai Yang urgently ordered Chicken's second uncle to open its mouth and swallow the fire cloud wrapping him. The fire cloud was dragged into the chicken's belly, and the HP of the Overlord-class giant chicken began to decline, while the power of the flames was also being consumed. Bai Yang could feel that the fire cloud had likewise lost a great deal of power inside the chicken's belly. He used his Overlord-class indestructible Vajra ability to withstand the flames. This was his only safeguard. In the past, he could lie in a burning woodpile without suffering any injury. But these phoenix flames were supernatural fire, far more dangerous than before. In battle, Bai Yong tried attacking the flames in every possible way, punching, kicking, and even using Blood Dragon Strike to provoke them. But it was completely impossible to reduce the flames' damage. Fortunately, inside Chicken Second Master's belly, his lost health was actually slowly recovering, and the threat posed by the flames was gradually weakening. What surprised him even more was that after advancing to a second-tier hero, he began fusing 30% of the Blood Gold power, and the fusion rate finally showed improvement. This was a new hope for his advancement. But good times did not last long. The Firebird had once said its stay was nearly over, and when the time came, it would be forcibly teleported back to the original realm by the hero world. If the Firebird were taken away, Bai Yong would run into a problem in continuing to improve the fusion rate of his Blood Gold power. The conflict escalated, and Bai Yang's test had only just begun. Bai Yong was wrapped up by the Firebird, which kept pinching his mouth with its claws and licking him, infuriating him to the point of explosion. What made him even more alarmed was that the Firebird's reaction to him was actually somewhat abnormally excited, as if it had run into a pervert. Human, don't think that using these disgusting tricks can humiliate me. I don't have your human notion of chastity. Your behavior will only make me laugh. The Firebird roared angrily. But Bai Yong didn't pay it any mind at all. His mind spun rapidly as he thought about how he could make the Firebird's flames stay on his body longer and burn him for a bit more. After the battle, he had already understood that the Firebird's flames, like its body, would be forcibly teleported away once the time was up, leaving no remaining strength behind. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Bai Yang's mind. Firebird, didn't you just say that if you ran into me outside, you'd want to eat me? Arrogant human. It seems I underestimated you. Even in the outside world, I still can't eat you. The Firebird answered furiously. However, my phoenix flames can keep draining your life force. Let's see how long you can hold out until I'm teleported away. Without hesitation, Bai Yong opened his mouth and bit down hard on the flames wrapping his body. The fire cloud instantly froze for a second, as if the power had been cut off. Glug! Bai Yong swallowed it. The damage from the flames inside his body was far greater than that outside, draining 10 points of his life force every second. This made Bai Yong understand that even if his body was indestructible, his internal organs were still relatively fragile. He took another bite, and the fire damage rose to 12 points per second. At the same time, the Blood Gold power within him was rapidly merging. After the third bite, the damage surged to 15 points per second. The fire cloud seemed to have awakened, and the Firebird flew into a rage. Human, you're a demon. How dare you eat me? The fire cloud rapidly shrank into a 1-meter-tall little Firebird, flying off into the distance. With a thought, Bai Yong also shrank his 50-meter-tall towering chicken tyrant form, as if offering himself up voluntarily, letting the Firebird come closer. You're breaking the rules, the Firebird roared. Bai Yong sneered. Wasn't it you who said you were going to eat me first? Now that it's my turn, I'm the one breaking the rules. I was just saying it out of habit. Don't actually eat me or I'll get angry. The Firebird suddenly sounded like a child throwing a tantrum. Bai Yong was speechless and paid it no mind at all. He wrapped his arms around it, opened his mouth, and bit. The Firebird quickly transformed into a ring to dodge, and the flames shot behind Bai Yong. Bai Yong turned and lunged again, only to be deftly dodged once more. After several consecutive pounces and bites failed to land, the Firebird's arrogance rose again. Human, I remember you. If I ever run into you again, I'll really eat you bite by bite. A mocking smile tugged at Bai Yang's lips. That's far too naive. The Firebird shrank to only 3 meters tall and suddenly sucked in a huge breath of air, instantly hollowing out that compact chicken belly. The Firebird screamed in terror, not saying a single word, only panicking. Bang! A fiery red firecake slapped onto Bai Yang's face, sticking tightly. No matter how hard Bai Yong inhaled, he couldn't suck it into his mouth. Bai Yong could only press down hard on the firecake with both hands while continuing to inhale, as the Firebird struggled desperately to tear free and resisted being swallowed. At last, the Firebird let out a despairing cry. Suddenly, a tremendous force came from Bai Yang's face, and the red firecake, shrouded by it, slowly dissipated. Even the 3 flames he had just swallowed into his belly vanished along with it. Bai Yong fell heavily to the ground, his expression somewhat grim. But with the flames' damage withdrawn, The blood gold power within him also temporarily calmed down. In that brief moment just now, the degree of blood gold fusion had only increased by 0.3%, and after reaching 30%, even that had become extremely difficult. Bang! He slapped apart a second-tier ancient demon that suddenly appeared before him, his hand trembling slightly. Bai Yong put away the hero's power and rode Chicken Second Grandpa onward. Just now, when he was engulfed by the Firebird's phoenix flames, he had thought the beast pouch and demon binding pouch would be damaged, but unexpectedly even his clothes were perfectly fine. That flame seemed to burn only vitality, not material things. Qingyi and Qingse released the power within their bodies and continued tempering marrow and exchanging blood. Bai Yong recalled his battle with the Firebird just now, but even after racking his brains, he still couldn't figure out where the Firebird had come from. Calling itself this phoenix, it's very likely from the Phoenix clan, but there's no information about a Phoenix world, or else I'm simply too low-level to detect it, he thought. The Firebird tried to kill me the moment we met, which means this other world may be hostile to the Origin Earth realm. The Phoenix Flame's power is very weak. The Firebird probably only carries a trace of Phoenix bloodline. Bai Yong continued merging the 3-in-1 hero power. This was the key to entering the hero world, and he absolutely could not let his guard down. Meanwhile, in the hero world, that arrogant Firebird suddenly plunged into a huge blaze, crying and making a fuss. Mother Phoenix, your child has been bullied by a human. The flames gradually contracted, transforming into a noble phoenix, with one wing supporting the Firebird. The phoenix asked, Huang'er, what happened? Why did you separate yin and yang ahead of time? The Firebird sobbed as it recounted the dangers it had encountered in the hero world. After a moment of thought, the phoenix smiled and said, Huang'er, you wanted to enter the hero world on your own. Mother Phoenix was not in favor of it. The human you mentioned has a rooster summon beast. That means he's from the Origin Earth realm's human race. This kind of strange trick only exists in the Origin Earth realm. This world is no small matter. It is guarded by a supreme expert, and even Mother Phoenix has no way to enter and capture that male human for you to enslave. The Firebird said in fear, Mother Phoenix, I should only have separated yin and yang at tier 5, but now that it's happened early, what should I do? The Phoenix sighed. Separating yin and yang is not an inevitable path for the Phoenix. Back then, Mother Phoenix didn't separate until tier 7. That tier 5 stage was merely a growth plan arranged for you. It may not be a bad thing. What allowed you to separate early was that male human's power. Ordinary tier 5 pure yang power isn't enough to separate a phoenix. That person must possess divine power. Firebird was surprised. Divine power? Could he be the descendant of a powerful being? Phoenix shook its head. No. Human Dryager in the dimensional world have special physiques. Their divinity is not inherited through bloodline. Instead, the upper echelons of the dimensional world selected a 6th-tier divine life form matching his talent, and extracted its divinity for him. Firebird was scared. Then wouldn't taking revenge be the same as courting death? Wouldn't that offend the strong of the dimensional world? Phoenix chuckled softly. You were the one who struck first. We can talk about the future later. For now, since you've already split yin and yang, you must stay by Mother Phoenix's side and leave only when you reach the 5th tier. Firebird nodded obediently. Mother Phoenix, rest assured, the outside world is too terrifying. That male human almost ate me. Phoenix said with a smile. We phoenixes are immortal and indestructible. Eaten? It's just that your Fengyan is too weak. Cultivate properly. In the void, a small phoenix formed from Fengyan kept piercing through space, and finally arrived outside the crystal wall of a world. Suddenly, a surge of sword chi rushed over and enveloped the little phoenix. Then a streak of sword light shot out from within the crystal wall and stopped before the little phoenix. A handsome sword immortal frowned and dispersed the sword chi, and the little phoenix immediately turned into a stream of information. As the information lit up, the sword immortal's expression grew solemn. Hero world, 2nd-tier male human, rooster summon, physically formidable, possessing divine power. Isn't that Bai Yong? What exactly did he do to make the only offspring of that divine phoenix split yin and yang? This is getting serious. Hurry and call the higher-ups to handle it. Before the sword immortal had finished speaking, he transformed into sword light and vanished, taking that Fengyan message with him. Very quickly, he hurried toward the mysterious Great Hall where the Supreme Council of the Dimensional World was located. It was filled with the power of laws and was the core of the dimensional world. The situation before him was already far more complicated and dangerous than expected. When the handsome sword immortal Fu Chang'e saw a flash of lightning, his heart tightened violently. He wanted to turn around, but it was already too late. A humming sound came from within the great hall, and someone called out with a smile, "Handsome sword immortal, don't stand outside. Come in." Fu Chang's brow twitched, and he gritted his teeth before walking into the hall. Inside the hall, among the 5 seats, one was occupied by a burly man with purple hair and purple veins covering his face, his whole body radiating pressure. He was a council member of the highest assembly of the dimensional world, a 7th-tier powerhouse, the Thunderstorm Sovereign Chu Tianlei. Fu Chang'e bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Senior Thunderstorm. Wasn't Senior Sunluo stationed here before? Why has it become you?" Chu Tianlei smiled faintly, speaking unhurriedly. "I act with lightning speed. If you have something to say it quickly. Let me see what kind of trouble has made even you, this dazzling handsome sword immortal, so troubled." Fu Chang'e hurriedly released that phoenix flame message. Chu Tianming looked it over several times, and his expression changed drastically. "Damn it. I just got back and I run into this kind of trouble that can't be solved with fists." He stood up and paced around while Fu Chang'e waited silently. After a long while, Chu Tianming sat down and said in a deep voice, "At first glance it was a small matter, but since it involves that divine phoenix, we have to treat it seriously. Back when the divine phoenix was at tier 7, it hadn't yet differentiated into male and female. Later, in order to help the Earth origin realm, it split into a female form, so its strength dropped quite a bit. I've looked over the message it sent several times. It doesn't seem to be questioning anything directly. It's more like a notification. Take this message back with you, and let the analysis team break it down in detail before giving me the results." Fu Chang'e put away the Phoenix Flame message and replied respectfully, "Please rest assured, Senior Thunderstorm. I'll handle it strictly by the rules." Chu Tianming raised a hand in acknowledgement. Fu Chang'e bowed slightly and said, "This matter must be kept strictly confidential. No matter what Bai Yang did, and no matter that he turned the divine phoenix offspring into a female, we cannot make a move against Bai Yang before the Supreme Council makes a decision."
Fu Chang'e nodded in agreement.
Chu Tianming continued, "There's another matter. Since this year's awakening ceremony, there have been 157 cases involving people coveting talents, and the adjudication department has already arrested them all. Only one tier 5 escaped to another world, and you, while on duty, couldn't catch him. What do you plan to do?"
Chu Tianming snorted coldly.
"There are always scum who dare to challenge the rules. Even at tier 5, they still don't understand only what belongs to you is truly yours. Bring me that scum's file." Fu Chang'e immediately uploaded the information. Thunderstorm Lord's whole body erupted with lightning, which condensed into a human figure. A chain suddenly appeared in the great hall, and within it reflected a human-shaped shadow. The surrounding environment was eerie, like a giant pot of boiling oil. This was the manifestation of the human race's collective power of all beings, causal lock-on, and fate tracking. Thunderstorm Lord said in a low voice, "The 9th level of hell, the oil pot hell. You've got guts, not afraid of being eaten by the Hell Lord. You handle the matter. I'll be back immediately." The lightning humanoid took the chain and vanished instantly. Fu Chang'e saluted and quickly left. After Bai Yang wiped out the 8th Outworld stronghold, his slaughter points rose to 516,360, knocking the previous 1000th-ranked alien off the leaderboard. From entering the list to now, it had taken 8 days. He had finally made it onto the hero ranking. Though he was at the very bottom, being able to squeeze into this long-standing list compiled over years from more than 1,000 worlds across the heavens was already remarkable. In the centuries since the Earth origin realm's humans entered the hero world, 37 of them had already made the list before Bai Yang. Among them, Fu Chang'e was ranked first, with slaughter points far surpassing the second place. With Bai Yang's name now added, the Earth origin realm's human race occupied 38 seats. The news of Bai Yang making the list spread like wildfire across the 10 strongholds of the Earth origin realm. These weaker second-tier experts, who could only remain at the strongholds to hunt aliens, were all whispering among themselves and asking about his background. Inside the immortal stronghold under the Vajra Immortal Martial Academy, there was also an atmosphere of excitement. The scene was unusually lively because everyone knew that Bai Yang was one of the top masters among this year's new students at the Vajra Immortal Martial Academy, and that he had entered the hero world only 8 days ago before making it onto the hero ranking. Everyone believed that, so long as nothing unexpected happened, his ranking would continue to rise, and even the official staff of Immortal City hoped that he could break into the top 300. A female staff member remained silent at this moment. Bai Yang had once made her suffer embarrassment with ease, and she had felt inferior in her heart. But before leaving, Bai Yang had also told her to go find Lu Qingqing from the Martial Academy, which gave her a glimmer of hope. After stealing her resolve, she went to find the stronghold's person in charge. The person in charge changed frequently and was not very strong. Generally, they just stayed at the stronghold handling affairs. In response to her request, the person in charge, as usual, took out paper and pen and had her sign her name. Chang Yu, after leaving the stronghold, you know all the rules. Life and death are your own responsibility. Chang Yu quickly signed her name, then asked for another sheet of paper and solemnly left a will. I am an orphan and have never left a will. I reached Tier 2 without any close friends, and I never planned to leave the stronghold. Now that I'm leaving, if I die, 90% of the things in my dormitory and the resources in my account will go to the Immortal Legion, and 10% will be left to the new hero of Immortal City, Bai Yang. After writing it, Chang Yu checked her weapons and gear, then strode out alone without forming a team. Since she couldn't find a suitable team, she would rather act on her own. She chose a direction and stayed highly vigilant, knowing that cunning foreign races were hiding around the stronghold, ready to hunt at any moment. Day after day passed, and Bai Yang kept killing enemies according to plan. One after another, the otherworld strongholds were broken by him, his kill value soared, and his ranking rose by dozens of places every day. Finally, on the last day, Bai Yang stopped on a small mountain peak. There wasn't enough time to go to the next stronghold. At most, he could perform 480 triple fusion operations in a day. In his storage bracelet, he already had 1,669-star heroic power crystals. He was now at Tier 2 Level 2, and could still absorb 700 more. He ordered, all things, triple fusion, 3 9-star heroic power crystals fused together, ultimately turning into one higher-grade heroic power crystal with 15 small stars. This was the most efficient triple fusion method he had figured out along the way. As he kept fusing, he performed triple fusion while absorbing 9-star heroic power. 480 triple fusion operations would consume 1,449-star power crystals, and he had 220 left to absorb while fusing. When the last heroic power crystal was absorbed, his experience bar filled up, he reached Tier 2, Level 9, and received 30 free attribute points and 1 skill point. System prompt. The stay time in the hero world has ended. Beginning transmission. A powerful energy enveloped Bai Yang, instantly carrying him across boundless space, and he eventually returned to the vicinity of the Supreme Tower in Immortal City. He immediately left and headed straight home. Over this month, Bai Yang gave it his all to become stronger. After 900 absorptions of heroic power, he had absorbed a total of 499-star, 110-star, and 480 15-star heroic power crystals, gaining a total of 10,981 free attribute points, while also leveling up 9 times and additionally receiving 270 free attribute points and 9 skill points. He evenly distributed all his free attribute points among the soul's 3 main attributes. Bai Yang Hero Life. Level 29. Awaiting Transcendence Advancement. Age 18, male, pure human. Vitality 200, 060/200, 060. Remaining lifespan approximately 129,600 years.
Mana, 135-930-135-930.
Blood power 264, 030/264, 030. Body, strength 14 plus 8, 787. Constitution 14 plus 8, 787. Agility 30 plus 8, 787. Physical attack power 26,403. Soul, Spirit 4, 241 plus 290. Perception 4, 241 plus 290. Reaction 4, 241 plus 290. Magic attack power 13,593. Physical defense 29. All of this signaled that Bai Yang had already stepped onto a whole new level, and the challenges ahead would only become harder and more intense. Bai Yang's strength was worlds apart from when he had just entered the hero world. Even his lifespan had skyrocketed to an astonishing 1,296,000 years, something even ordinary human beings could never hope to reach. Some said he would live forever, but in truth they were mocking him for having too long a lifespan. As his strength continued to grow, Bai Yang increasingly understood the power of Overlord-tier skills. They were truly the pinnacle of strength that could dominate an entire race. His 3 soul attributes had broken through 4,000 points. Thinking back to the blood gold power he had obtained during the advancement trial, Bai Yang knew in his heart that the level of that power might be even higher than Overlord tier, possibly reaching Supreme tier. That was truly the kind of power that could rule a world. A powerful force gathered within his body of less than 2 meters, making it seem exceptionally condensed. Bai Yang first lightly embraced Lu Susu and Qing's secretary, who came toward him. Then, with the green snake demon released by Qing's secretary, rushed straight to the basement. The green snake demon released a beautiful snake demon maid. By now, the two women had already undergone 9 rounds of marrow refining and blood exchange, and their strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Even within the Immortal Legion, they could be considered second-tier Jade Marrow Realm experts. An hour later, the snake demon maid was sent back to the first floor by the green snake demon. But even so, it was still far from enough. Bai Yang then summoned 100 second-tier Peach Blossom female demons. These Peach Blossom female demons had all absorbed 900 no-star hero forces, and all had reached Lord level, with a massive increase in soul energy intensity. But in Bai Yang's eyes, this was still not enough. After nearly a month of getting along with them, he had come to know these Peach Blossom female demons inside and out, and had numbered them in order: Peach Big Sister, Peach Second Sister, Peach Third Sister, all the way to Peach 12th Younger Sister. In this extraordinary world, quality mattered more than quantity. So Bai Yang activated the 3-in-1 of all things skill. 3 Peach Blossom female demons merged almost completely, and their quality improved tremendously. However, the process surprised Bai Yang a little. Even after 2 duplicate bodies had also absorbed a large amount of hero force, Peach Big Sister still failed to advance to king level. Bai Yang repeatedly carried out the 3-in-1 fusion. A few hours later, 33 fused Peach Blossom female demons appeared around him, along with the lucky Peach 12th Younger Sister. Finally, after another 3-in-1 fusion, Peach Big Sister broke through and became a king-level Peach Blossom Queen. The Peach Blossom Queen was now a second-tier king-level being, and her soul energy had nearly doubled, reaching 18,667, with soul energy intensity soaring to 1,888. She had acquired a new skill, Soul Soothing, which could comfort the master's soul and ease the master's mind. Bai Yang could only smile wryly in helplessness. This skill was actually not entirely new. The unmerged Peach Blossom female demons before had similar abilities, but they simply hadn't been displayed on the panel. Back then, after he released the Bone Dragon from the Bone Tomb Realm inspired by it, he took the initiative to engage in soul communication with the Peach Blossom female demons. Peach Blossom female demons were born with the ability to transform into the form men fantasized about most. That was only the foundation. For a ghost like Peach Big Sister, who was completely bound to her master, she would instinctively change according to her master's needs and display the power of soul soothing. This ability was not some crooked or sinister path, but a light of the righteous path. When anger and negative emotions arose, the Peach Blossom female demons could quickly help Bai Yang calm them, allowing his soul to obtain a moment of peace. Bai Yang knew that only by keeping the soul in a cheerful state could emotions remain stable. His body and mind would also reach their optimal condition, and his recovery speed would greatly increase, almost like the effect of an overflowing yang energy. Next, he looked at Peach Big Sister's new trait, Righteous Soul. Attribute: the ghostly power of the Peach Blossom Queen has been thoroughly transformed. It can now normally withstand elemental attacks such as lightning, holy light, pure yang energy, and flames, and is no longer restrained by them. Bai Yang felt that this trait had limited usefulness. His yang energy had already reached the level of an heroic being, and the advancement of the second-tier Peach Blossom Demoness had actually relied entirely on the support of his yang energy. For her, obtaining this trait was only natural. More importantly, although she was no longer restrained, the damage from attacks would still take effect. It just would no longer be additionally weakened. After completing the 3-in-1 fusion, Bai Yang had 11 King-tier Peach Blossom Queens and the lucky Peach 12th Sister. These 11 King-tier Peach Blossom Queens could also undergo another 3-in-1 fusion, but there was no need to do so for now. They had not yet fully matured. As long as they kept absorbing his yang energy, their strength would continue to improve steadily. Besides, having a few more intelligent and powerful Peach Blossom Demonesses to help would make managing the harvest more convenient. Use your strongest power to attack my arm, all of you. The 11 King-tier Peach Blossom Queens immediately launched various attacks, each force approaching 2,000 kilograms. A few seconds later, Bai Yang sighed. These attacks could not even damage a single strand of his hair. That was because his Vajra indestructible body had extremely strong defenses, and after the blood gold power had fused to 30%, it also brought a cell-level super shield. Ordinary second-tier demons simply could not harm him in the slightest. If he wanted to continue increasing the fusion degree of the blood gold power, he would have to think of another way. At that moment, with a thought from Bai Yang, all the Peach Blossom Queens attached themselves to his body, their life force completely concealed. To outsiders, he looked like an ordinary man. After calculating it, he found that the naturally dissipating yang energy, as long as 5 Peach Blossom Queens absorbed it with full force, would be more than enough. On the floor below, Under the careful care of Lu Susu and Secretary Qing, Qingyi and Qingse had already recovered. With nearly 4,000 points of perception, Bai Yang sensed that the two women were extremely unclean. This was not about visible dirt, but rather that their bodies contained many impurities and their life levels were low. By contrast, after 9 rounds of marrow refinement and blood exchange, the impurities within Qingyi and Qingse had been almost completely cleared away. Their qi and blood were extraordinarily vigorous, their potential was still abundant, and they could even continue on to a 10th round of marrow refinement and blood exchange. Bai Yang said, "Susu, give me all the skill books you bought this month. For the next half-month, you only need to go collect them occasionally, and spend the rest of your time cultivating." Susu hurriedly nodded. "Peach 12 sister," Bai Yang called out. Peach 12 sister immediately appeared and respectfully said, "Master, I am responsible for assisting them in their cultivation." Lu Qingqing handed over her phone. "Boss, Elder Lu contacted me a few days ago and asked you to go find him once you came out. It's about the first-class war academy." Bai Yang nodded. "Qingqing, what I just said counts as your assignment. Aside from work, stay here at all other times. The Peach Blossom Demonesses will help you cultivate. If you haven't advanced to the second-tier Jade Marrow realm, I won't allow anything to happen to you." Lu Qingqing quickly agreed. "Don't worry, boss. I'll work hard with Sister Susu." Bai Yang said, "Once you reach the second-tier Jade Marrow realm, I'll arrange matters in the hero world. Don't enter lightly before then." Qingqing unlocked her phone and continued reporting. "Boss, 3 days ago the Immortal Legion sent a notice. There was a female martial artist named Chang Yu who had been gone from the hero world for a full month without returning and was confirmed dead. In her will, she left you 10% of her resources." Bai Yang stared at the footage sent by Lu Qingqing. The woman in the video was the very staff member who had received him when he first stepped into the hero world. Unexpectedly, she had died in that world. Such things were not uncommon, especially among those second-tier heroes who were middling in strength yet greedy enough to kill more foreign races and seize hero power. Their death rate was extremely high. Bai Yang said coldly, "Reject it. The remaining resources are to be handled by the Immortal Legion." Lu Qingqing replied respectfully, "Understood. I'll respond right away."
Bai Yang stood up.
The green snake demon obediently lowered its head, stepped onto the weighing scale, and was found to weigh an astonishing 9,123 kilograms. Bai Yang leaped aboard, almost frightening the green snake demon senseless. Though this snake demon was a third-tier being, it gritted its teeth and, bearing Bai Yang's more than 9-ton body, slowly swam forward. Bai Yang mocked, "Shao Qing, with progress this pathetic, if you don't get stronger soon, you won't even be fit to be my mount." The green snake demon let out a soft chant. "Master, Shao Qing will work hard." Bai Yang declared confidently, "Once I enter the snake demon world, I'll definitely catch a batch of green snake demons for you to level up with." At that moment, he took out his phone to check the messages that had come through, and found that the King's class had finished its regular coursework. Apart from Sun Byuk, the other 14 had all advanced to second-tier heroes a month earlier. Another message shocked Bai Yang. Among the 15 people in the King's class, 6 had died in the hero world. Xiao Zhilong, Song Haitao, and Su, Xieqian, Xie Jiaqiang, and Lin Tingxue. Lin Tingxue had confessed to Bai Yang not long after enrollment, but Bai Yang had rejected her. Bai Yang had also encountered some of them before, especially Jin Rushan, Mo Shi Jinhai, Xiao Zhilong, Song Haitao, and Xieqian, who had entered the hero world in a team. Now the first 3 were dead, while the last 2 were safe and sound. What hidden story lay behind these deaths? Bai Yang could not help feeling heavy-hearted. This was no longer mere emotion, but a deep realization of the cruel reality faced by practitioners. Though his ties with them were not deep, the disappearance of 6 classmates still cut him to the bone. He became even more determined. If he was not strong enough, he would never be able to face this cruel world. This trip to the hero world, aside from being startled by that firebird, had been smooth the rest of the time. He had crushed countless foreign strongholds without any threat. The green snake demon swam at full speed, and Bai Yang quickly approached the martial academy. Soon, they arrived at the Vajra Immortal Martial Academy. Standing before the grand gate, Bai Yang felt emotion at how he had grown to this point in just 2 or 3 months. He stepped inside, and his aura was quietly absorbed by the Peach Blossom Queen, leaving no flaw. He went straight to Elder Lu. The old man looked ancient, seeming almost frail enough to be toppled by a gust of wind. Elder Lu had once said that his life source was nearly exhausted, so his strength was at a low point now, but a true 4th-tier saint entrant was by no means so fragile. Elder Lu motioned for Bai Yang to sit down, his gaze stern. It's good that you made it back alive. I've been worried for a long time ever since the immortal stronghold was slaughtered. Bai Yang was shaken, unable to believe it. Elder Lu, the immortal stronghold was slaughtered? What do you mean? Elder Lu let out a long sigh. Just like you, one person slaughtering a foreign stronghold. Bai Yang was astonished. The immortal stronghold had tens of thousands of people. Couldn't they put up effective resistance? Elder Lu sighed again. Bai Yang, I understand that you don't want to believe it, but you have already annihilated countless strongholds. A powerful second-tier outsider can do the same. The 10 strongholds of the Earth origin realm in the hero world have been wiped out repeatedly, over 100 times in the past few hundred years. All the worlds under heaven slaughter one another. There is no right or wrong.
Bai Yang nodded calmly.
Elder Lu, which otherworldly force was it that slaughtered our immortal base? Elder Lu took out an item and held it out with his hand. After a burst of light, an image appeared. It was footage recorded by the many mirror imaging devices in the immortal base. In the image, a humanoid monster over 30 meters tall, with a blue face, fangs, and a look like a vengeful demon, was frantically slaughtering the human second-tier powerhouses inside the base. It waved its hand to blast enemies apart, and from time to time someone would be lucky enough to escape, leaving before the 10-second teleportation time ran out. With a grim expression, Elder Lu explained, "This is a second-tier monster from the Giant God realm, part of the Giant God clan's new generation of power. Its strength far surpasses that of ordinary second-tier beings." After carefully watching the footage, Bai Yang judged from the destruction it caused that this monster was far stronger than the average second-tier being, but compared to him it was still worlds apart. Bai Yang said coldly, "Elder Lu, I've remembered it. If I ever run into it again, it will pay a price worse than death." Elder Lu's expression eased a great deal, and he put away the footage. Bai Yang stared at the device in his hand. Elder Lu sighed, "I'll give you a copy. There's no need to deliberately hold a grudge. The main thing is for you to improve your strength." Bai Yang accepted a special crystal stone. It was used by the Earth origin realm specifically to record scenes from other worlds. As long as one infused it with mana or physical force, it would activate the footage. Bai Yang asked, "The Giant God realm? I've never heard of it. Is that world powerful?" Elder Lu nodded. "Very powerful. The beings there are all enormous and incredibly strong. The monsters of the Giant God realm are among the top tiers even across the myriad worlds." Elder Lu went on, "The first-tier war academy that our Earth origin realm often fights against from the Giant God realm is Taiware Academy." Bai Yang said thoughtfully, "Taiware Academy? I once slaughtered 3 hell bases in the hero world: Iron Thorn Hell, Blade Mountain Hell, and Stone Mill Hell." Seeing Bai Yang's cold, angry expression, Elder Lu grew even more pleased. "In the past 20 days or so, the second-tier fighters returning from the 10 bases have all reported news of you. With 2.18 million slaughter points, you rank 10th on the slaughter list. You can truly be called a glory of the Earth origin realm. In terms of slaughter points, you're only a little behind first place, Shu Jianxian, and 6th place, Senior Martial God," Elder Lu said proudly. Bai Yang accepted the red tea Elder Lu handed him, but as someone used to drinking green tea, he immediately set it down. "Senior Fuchanga has nearly 7 million slaughter points, and Senior Martial God has over 2.6 million as well. I haven't stopped killing this entire month, but I still can't catch up to them." Elder Lu laughed heartily. "Don't be discouraged. You may not necessarily have been any worse than them when they were at the second tier. Senior Martial God entered the hero world in his early years and could even overturn the rules." Exactly. Back then, his chi and blood were so abundant that he could unleash a sea of blood and wolf smoke, drawing other second-tier powerhouses to hunt him down. Then he'd counterkill them and his slaughter points would shoot up. The rules of the hero world were changed later. Now, when strong fighters go in, they can't fully burst out their auras, and the affected range is extremely small. Bai Yang nodded. "Indeed, I've been careful to restrain my aura all along. I've encountered few second-tier members of other races, but killing each one earns quite a lot of slaughter points. What about Fuchanga? Killing 7 million? I really can't make sense of it." Old Master Lu smiled bitterly. "That man is too monstrous. At Tier 2, he could already transform into Sword Chi, and his speed was unbelievably fast. After entering the Otherworld stronghold, his Sword Chi split apart, and within 30 seconds he wiped out all the monsters." Bai Yang was shocked. The original teleportation time was 30 seconds, and because of him it was shortened to 10 seconds? Old Master Lu nodded. His actions changed the rules. But that's still a good thing. Otherwise, this time our losses in failing to destroy the stronghold would have been even more severe. His sword chi can also seize souls. Ordinary monsters would freeze at the sight of the sword light, unable to react at all, and just wait to be slain. Bai Yang suddenly asked, "Old Master Lu, my secretary said you were looking for me about the first-rank war academies. Has the recruitment criteria for the 5 first-rank war academies already been announced?" Old Master Lu laughed heartily. Bai Yang looked up at Old Master Lu, his face full of surprise. "Old Master Lu, are you giving me a special recruitment offer?" Old Master Lu nodded. "The 5 first-rank war academies, Taiyue, Thunderstorm, Sunluo, Tidal and Martial God Academy, all sent you special recruitment notices. You hadn't come out of the hero world yet, and there was a risk of falling in battle, so all the information was kept with me. Now that you've survived, you can choose your academy." Bai Yang frowned. "I already got 10th place on the hero rankings, and the 5 first-rank war academies still aren't sending someone to recruit me personally?" Old Master Lu shook his head and said, "Their admissions method is different from other schools. So-called special recruitment is only an intention. Whether you can truly get in still depends on your character and convictions. Warlords don't speak by strength alone. One's worldview and loyalty matter even more. Even if you're first on the hero rankings, if you're indifferent or hostile toward the Earth origin world in your heart, you still can't enter a first-rank academy." Bai Yang nodded in understanding and asked, "Then what exactly do you mean?" Old Master Lu smiled. "Don't rush to decide. Next, over 10,000 third-rank martial schools and 108 second-rank martial academies will all hold internal competitions, and only the winners will be qualified to apply to the first-rank war academies. Besides students, active experts under the age of 30 can also participate. The final competition is for 10 spots at each of the 5 academies, and the quotas are extremely limited. During that period, there will also be various exchange matches, and our academy will provide rewards. How much you can get depends on your performance." Now Bai Yang understood. He hadn't even learned any skills yet, so in the past he had never paid any attention to competitions. "What about our academy's competition?" Old Master Lu said, "You're very strong, but fairness is important. The rewards have to be earned according to the rules. Tomorrow, 9 from the King class and 336 from the regular classes will be competing for the 10 spots from our academy." Bai Yang was startled. The regular class dropped from 999 to 336? So many people were eliminated. Old Lu's expression was heavy. Half were eliminated, the other half died in the first-tier dungeon. "It's brutal." Bai Yang fell silent, recalling how he had leveled up from Tier 1, Level 9 in just one round of the Snake Demon Realm dungeon. Ordinary people simply weren't as lucky as he was. Old Lu patted his shoulder. "Go find Li Lingfeng. He's in charge of the selection. Ask him about the specific rules." Bai Yang frowned. "Li Lingfeng? The otherworldly aura on him still hasn't been cleared. Is that okay? What about Instructor Shin Qingfeng? Didn't they say he was supposed to come out after a month in the Snake Demon Realm for purification?" Old Lu sighed. "Little Shin can't anymore. He didn't come back. He died in the Snake Demon Realm and his squad was wiped out. That happened 20 days ago. Now the Martial Academy has blocked Li Lingfeng's access to the Snake Demon Realm, afraid he'd go for revenge." Bai Yang's heart jolted. He was both furious and desolate, unable to believe it. "Instructor Shen Qingfeng really died?" Old Lu nodded. "He's dead. Even though we've been suppressing the Snake Demon Realm all along, we never expected this." Bai Yang asked sharply, "Hasn't the Snake Demon Realm been suppressed by us? Even the legendary 7th-tier Divine Realm Snake Ancestor wouldn't dare show its face, so why would anyone still die there?" Old Lu said gravely, "Other worlds aren't as simple as you think. The Earth Origin Realm is only fighting against the Alien Realm at the lowest level through dungeons. Once you reach Tier 3, it's a different story. Whether it's the Snake Demon Realm or any other world, Tier 3 power is extremely rare, and no one is willing to risk Tier 3 power or use it in dungeon battles. In fact, Tier 2 is already a dangerous watershed." Bai Yang felt heavy-hearted. Although there were large dungeons like Hero World out there, after Tier 3, if he wanted to grow stronger, he would have to fight desperately for resources on his own. For Earth Origin Realm professionals, killing monsters was the fastest way to level up, but high-level resources were scarce. Martial artists could still grow stronger through cultivation, while professionals could only rely on killing monsters. Bai Yang asked Old Lu, "I'm already Tier 2, Level 9. How do I advance to Tier 3? Old Lu said, "Tier 3 is similar to Awakening. It requires the power of the Earth Origin Realm to open it up, and there's only one chance each year, when the 5 first-rank war academies recruit students. You have to get in first before you can smoothly advance. Yang brought up another matter. I saw Jin Rushan, Xiong Jinhai, Xiao Zhilong, Song Haitao, and Xieqian form a team in Hero World. The last three died, but Jin Rushan and Xiong Jinhai survived. Is there more to this? Old Lu sighed. After Jin Rushan and Xiong Jinhai returned, they reported it to the Martial Academy. The Academy asked the Immortal City Tribunal to conduct a heart-seeking interrogation and confirmed that they were ambushed by a Tier 2 alien team near an Immortal Bastion stronghold. Jin Rushan has a king-level Vajra body background, and Xiong Jinhai is even stronger than him. They fought to the death and defeated the enemy team, but the weaker Xiao Zhilong, Song Haitao, and Xieqian all died at the hands of the aliens. This interrogation was personally carried out by a 5th-tier Crown King Senior, so the result is trustworthy. There's no evidence that Jin Rushan and Xiong Jinhai were related to the deaths of the three. Yang left Old Lu's palace in silence. Less than a day after leaving Hero World, it felt like everything had changed. 6 classmates from the King class, along with instructor Shen Qingfeng, had become people he could never see again. He asked to meet Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng arranged to see him on the top floor of a 10-story office building. The lower 8 floors housed the secretary office of the Vajra Immortal Academy. The 9th floor was for the regular class instructors' offices, and the top floor was the King class instructor's office. Yang was brought to the rooftop by a handsome secretary, where Li Lingfeng was already waiting for him at the door. When Li Lingfeng saw Yang, he put an arm around his shoulder, waved off the secretary, closed the door, and took him to the main conference hall to sit down. Why do you look so awful? You're 10th on our hero ranking. How can you be so heartbroken over just a few dead classmates? Yang said bluntly, Senior, stop pretending. Elder Lu told me a lot about the Undying Twin Maniacs. If the Martial Academy hadn't blocked my Snake Demon Realm access, I'd have gone already. Li Lingfeng froze for a long moment, then suddenly laughed. Yang, you've got it wrong. Shen Qingfeng's death made me sad for an entire day. His shabby property and supplies were all left to me. If both of us hadn't been so focused on getting stronger and had no women, I'd still have had to look after his wife and kids. Sad is sad, but I won't lose my reason, and I won't blindly seek revenge over so-called brotherhood. For us transcendent beings, only by fighting and killing in other worlds do we have hope. Death is everywhere. Shen Qingfeng was just unlucky. When you reach Tier 3 and enter another world, you'll see familiar people die all the time, even your companions. Once they're dead, they're dead. Yang looked at him but said nothing. Li Lingfeng lay back and continued, I'm not just putting on a carefree act. Think about it. Shen Qingfeng and his team were wiped out. If they died in another world, they could have been swallowed alive by monsters, leaving no bones behind. There's no tracking in other worlds, so no one knows where they died. Who killed him? A snake demon or a human? No one knows. Even if I had the ability to avenge him, where would I find the enemy? Yang nodded, feeling that Li Lingfeng had a point. He asked, Senior, do you think Shen Qingfeng might have been killed by a human?
Li Lingfeng nodded.
Possibly. In the hero world, Yang was almost invincible. Even if someone of his own race had ill intentions, he could avoid them from a distance, and it was almost impossible for him to run into a malicious incident. But Li Lingfeng reminded him that the Supreme Council had established a standard recommendation in the hero world. Yang nodded and said, You mean if you encounter someone of your own race and they don't avoid you, you run if you're not strong enough, and if you are, you kill them outright. Li Lingfeng continued, That recommendation is rather extreme for the strong, but the weak must follow it. Nowadays, most Tier 2 heroes in the Earth Origin realm operate in teams, so this recommendation has become less and less appropriate. But the Supreme Council hasn't changed it, because it was made to pave the way for Tier 3 heroes entering the more dangerous other worlds. In other worlds, there's no order and seizing resources is the norm. It's entirely possible that Shen Qingfeng and his team died at the hands of their own kind. Yang remembered what Elder Lu had mentioned earlier and asked, Senior, didn't the 5-tier big shots in Undying City use heart-questioning interrogation? Can't that be used here? Li Lingfeng glanced at Yang and said coldly, It's not that simple. If the big shots could use heart-questioning interrogation whenever they wanted, do you think you could still have grown safely to this point? Heart-questioning interrogation violates the 3rd supreme principle and cannot be used casually. The reason an exception was made was because 3 rookies from the King class went missing in a 5-man team, which had a huge impact on the Earth Origin realm. The thing you heard about Jin Rushan and Xiong Jinhai being subjected to heart-questioning interrogation wasn't as simple as you think either. The interrogation was conducted under the supervision of the Council of Elders, and only one question was asked, whether the deaths of the other 3 were subjectively caused by them. They answered no and passed the interrogation, and only then was the matter considered closed. The details afterward were all things they said themselves. Once you reach Tier 3 and enter another world, no one will investigate whatever you do.
Bai Yang nodded.
The rules of the Supreme Council guaranteed the safety of geniuses within its ranks. Although he had suppressed opponents of the same tier all the way and no one could glimpse his talent, at least on the surface. Li Lingfeng took out his phone and sent a group message. Bai Yang, after returning from the world of heroes, the internal selection for your Martial Academy batch to apply for the first-class War Academy will begin tomorrow. I've already called the other 8 people over and briefly reminded them of a few things.
Bai Yang nodded.
This counted as special treatment, a privilege reserved for geniuses. Soon, the students of the King class came in one after another, each staring fixedly at him. Among them, Wenren Fuguang was the same. Although Bai Yang ranked 10th on the heroes list and seemed far behind the top 3, the heroes list gathered the second-tier combat records of countless worlds across the heavens. Simply making the list was already an honor. The Diuan world had 5 great beings. Among second-tier entrants into the world of heroes, only Tieshua Wushan was stronger than Bai Yang. The top-ranked Fuchanga was a 6th-tier expert and had not yet reached the level of a great being. At this moment, Sun Byuk, with a pale face and dim eyes, staggered over, looking utterly weak, as if he had been tormented by misfortune for an entire year. Seeing Bai Yang, his eyes finally regained some life, and he walked over nervously. Big boss, this is just too outrageous. I'm practically fucked by a dog. Sun Byuk blurted out a curse as soon as he opened his mouth. Bai Yang froze. What do you mean, fucked by a dog? Sun Byuk said with an embarrassed smile. I'm just exaggerating a bit. Don't take it literally. 22 days ago, news came back from the world of heroes saying you had made the heroes list, ranked 1000th. My dad heard that and immediately told me to marry another 100 wives. Then your rank kept climbing, and my dad added more every day. This morning, you shot up to 10th place in one go, and he's already arranged a massive matchmaking session for me. I've already married 1,500 women, but I still have to keep going. I need to marry 3,000 in total. You have no idea, marriage resources over in Immortal City are tight.
I'm swamped.
The marriage registration office now had women coming to Sun Byuk every day to sign up, and he didn't even have the chance to go to the registration office himself. If it weren't for the mentor sending a message saying there was going to be a meeting, I wouldn't even have time to catch my breath. Sun Byuk was on the verge of collapse, his face full of helplessness and exhaustion. Bai Yang was also shocked upon hearing this. 1,500 women. This workload was truly outrageous, impossible to keep up with. Li Lingfeng cut off Sun Byuk's complaints. Don't bring your personal matters up in front of everyone. As for the application spots for the first-class War Academy, they don't have much to do with you anymore. If you weren't still a student of the King class, you wouldn't even have received the notice. Shut up and listen. Anything I say that relates to the application, you can take the chance to rest. But if you dare say another word, I'll send you home immediately. Sun Byuk immediately shrank his neck. Normally he was tall and imposing, but now he looked weak and helpless. Li Lingfeng continued. Aside from Sun Byuk, the other 8 are all second-tier experts. I won't say much about Bai Yang. Wenren Fuguang, Xiong Jinhai, and Jin Rushan. Each of you have used up 900 hero points, and the others are about the same. Our Martial Academy has 10 spots for applying to the first-class War Academy. The 8 of you are the strongest and are more or less certain to take up 8 of those spots. But the procedures still have to be followed. We can't break the principle of fairness. You'll need to greet the more than 300 students from the regular class and spar with them. The reason I called you here today is to remind you not to play any tricks tomorrow, not to use your ultimate moves, and to hold back a little. If you injure a classmate during the match, that won't be a good thing. A group of people all nodded to show they understood. Li Lingfeng announced, nothing else. Go back and rest. Come to school at the normal time tomorrow. Sun Byuk, you don't need to come tomorrow. Sun Byuk panicked and stepped forward with his hand raised. Mentor, I'm also a student of the King class. I want to cheer on my classmates, and I truly hope I can come and take part. My father knows Elder Chulu. Mentor, maybe you could ask Elder Lu to send my father a message so I can join the selection tomorrow. Li Lingfeng glared at him. It's already been decided. You don't need to participate. If you want to cheer, go tell your father yourself. Dismissed. Everyone bowed slightly and withdrew. Bai Yang and his companions nodded in acknowledgement, then strode out of the building. Wenren Fuguang hurriedly followed. Sun Byuk, somewhat relieved, hurried after them, stumbling along as he trailed behind. Bai Yang glanced at Wenren Fuguang. who had caught up beside him, and asked in confusion, "Second seat? Something up?" Wanren Fuguang nodded. "When I enrolled, I got the same treatment as you. I was assigned 2 second-tier snake demon maids. And I'm a woman too, so I don't need anyone serving me." Instead, those two became a burden and a waste of resources. "Chief, do you want them?" Bayang smiled. When someone shows too much courtesy for no reason, there's usually a hidden agenda. "Speak. What do you really want?" Wanren Fuguang wasn't surprised by his bluntness. Smiling, she said, "There's a party tonight. I'll visit with them. How about we talk about it then?" Bayang, 6 o'clock tonight. I'll give you 3 minutes to discuss the real matter. Wanren Fuguang was slightly taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. After leaving the office building, only Sun Byuk was still jogging after Bayang. Bayang slowed his pace, and Sun Byuk hurried to keep up. "Sun Byuk, I said last time that my chi is my strength. I don't rely on any other means. Your weakness, I really can't help with." Sun Byuk was panting. "Boss, I'm not here to ask for medicine. My family has plenty of secret medicines and support methods. My physical weakness is the result of overwork, and I'm not injured." Bayang became curious about this classmate who seemed to have special abilities. After all, the other party had always been actively trying to get on his good side, and he didn't dislike that. "Tell me, can't current technology do artificial insemination? Are there any taboos?" Sun Byuk gave a bitter smile, his voice carrying helplessness. "There's a rule that it has to be natural mating, otherwise it doesn't work." Bayang nodded. "What you just said in the office, I asked you on purpose." He explained that he knew natural reproduction made it hard for women to get pregnant, with few offspring and a long pregnancy. "Have you considered using females of other races? And what are the restrictions there?" Sun Byuk sighed. "Haven't tried it, so I don't know for now." Sun Byuk frankly said that he had a mental block and only wanted to have children with human women. Bayang had heard of another world ruled by dog-headed people. Such creatures conceive quickly, carry for 1 month, and can give birth to more than 10 at a time, with astonishing reproductive efficiency. Sun Byuk gave a wry smile. That wasn't all. Rabbitmen and ratmen could also conceive and give birth quickly, and even more ridiculous were fishmen who reproduced by laying eggs, with one clutch numbering in the thousands or tens of thousands. The Martial Academy and his father had thought of many ways for him, but the specific situation would have to be judged after his first batch of children were born. As they were talking, Sun Byuk changed the topic. His father wanted to invite Bayang to their home for a meal. Bayang frowned, feeling it was a bit inappropriate, but Sun Byuk explained that was only the surface reason. In reality, his aunt wanted to meet Bayang. Bayang was even more puzzled. Earlier, Sun Byuk had suggested that he marry the widows of their battle group, and now it had become his aunt? Sun Byuk quickly denied it wasn't a blind date, but a formal matter. It was just that it would be improper for his aunt to meet Bayang alone, so they were using this excuse to meet. Bayang recalled that he had indeed met Sun Byuk's aunt when he completed the rank advancement trial. She had represented 10,000 swords returning to court to recruit him. He hadn't expected that this aunt would actually be a 4th-tier saint-level powerhouse. Bayang worried that someone might be trying to poach him. After all, he was now a member of the Diamond Indestructible Martial Academy, with excellent ire. Sun Byuk hurriedly assured him that it wasn't poaching. Bayang would understand once he went, it wasn't anything bad. Even Elder Lu knew about it, so Bayang could decide for himself. Bayang contacted Elder Lu and got confirmation that the force behind it was the head of the Gu Yuan Realm Council, someone of significant standing. Bayang nodded and decided to go to Sun Byuk's home to take a look. Sun Byuk gave a bitter smile, saying that if his father hadn't made him invite Bayang in person, he wouldn't have had any chance to come out and get some fresh air. The message to his mentor was just a formality. The two walked slowly the whole way, and soon arrived at Sun Byuk's home, a luxurious manor occupying a vast area. It was obvious that Sun Byuk was a typical second-generation transcendent. Waiting to greet them was Sun Byuk's father, Sun Fifan. The moment he saw Bayang, he praised him. "I really misjudged you last time. Ranked 10th on the hero list, truly the waves behind push the waves ahead. Each generation of geniuses is stronger than the last. Little brother Bai, please come in." Bayang responded politely and strode into the manor. Sun Byuk awkwardly thought if he called Bayang that, then what should he himself call him? After hesitating a few more seconds, he finally broke the silence. "Dad, I call him Chief Boss, and you call him Little Brother. Wouldn't that mess up the way we address each other?" Sun Fifan glared at his son angrily. "As cultivators, we determine status by strength. If you become awesome and advance to the 5th tier, I can even call you senior." Sun Byuk smiled and said, I respect the old and cherish the young. Then I'll call you Dad. And you call me Senior. Everyone plays by their own rules. Yang said nothing, but felt that this family style was really special. With his super-sensing ability, Yang could feel Sun Fifin's aura. His strength was above Elder Lu's, but how was he still only at the 4th-tier saint level? It made one wonder whether this level was watered down too much. They arrived at the pavilion in the garden, where the tea table had already been set. Yang saw the 10,000 swords paying homage female 4th tier who had recruited him in the first place. This time, the moment she saw Yang, she kept her eyes fixed on him. Only when Yang came closer did she stand up and introduce herself. Yang, we meet for the second time. My name is Sun Fiwen. Sun Fifin motioned for Yang to sit down, and Sun Byuk followed obediently behind him. Everything ready. Yang stood quietly to the side, looking at the 3 chairs by the tea table. Not a single one was meant for him. He was considering how to address the woman before him. She was Sun Byuk's little aunt, already a 4th-tier expert, and by seniority she could also be considered an elder. More importantly, Yang could feel that her strength far surpassed that of Elder Lu and Sun Fifin, and even he himself was not completely confident he could defeat her. So Yang respectfully said, "Greetings, Senior." Sun Fiwen was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "Don't be so formal. We superhumans speak with strength." She added, "You rank 10th on the hero list, and your strength has long surpassed many 4th-tier experts. You're more than qualified to stand on equal footing with us. Perhaps some weaker 4th tiers have taken advantage of you." That made the Sun Fifin beside her twitch uncontrollably. The weaker 4th tier in his younger sister's mouth. Wasn't that him? Back then, he had also been a 4th-tier expert from the Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy, considered top tier, but there was still a wide gap between him and the truly strongest of the same rank, while his sister happened to be one of those who could rarely be matched. Yang thought what she said made sense and changed his address. "Greetings, Brother Sun. Greetings, Sister Sunday." The moment he said that, Sun Byuk almost burst out laughing. Sun Fifin shot Sun Byuk a glare and barked, "There's no seat for you here. Get back and work hard to become stronger." Sun Byuk looked aggrievedly at his little aunt, but she ignored him completely. Helpless, Sun Byuk turned and left while looking back every few steps, and even after he had completely disappeared from sight, there was still no change. Sun Fiwen was a little surprised that Yang called her Sister Sunday. After taking a deep breath, she calmed herself and said, "Yang, my master thinks highly of you. He is none other than Fu Chang'e, first on the hero list." She paused, then said, "Precisely because your talent doesn't quite match our 10,000 swords paying homage martial academy, my master personally recruited you. The blood gold power back then was also bestowed on you by him, and it helped you greatly." Thinking of this, Yang's impression of her improved quite a bit. He had originally thought her cold and proud, but now he felt she was dashing and full of heroic spirit. Yang said sincerely, "I have always kept in mind Senior Fu's great kindness." Sun Fiwen smiled. "No need for that. Master doesn't expect you to bear this gratitude. What he did was merely the normal support the upper echelons of humanity give to younger geniuses." She continued, "You've made a name for yourself in the hero world. That is a tremendous honor. Master and the higher-ups all recognize this, but on the earthly origin world side, there are no extra rewards for the hero list. They're afraid that intervening too much would instead cause trouble for your growth. True geniuses climb upward step by step on their own. Too much interference often has the opposite effect." Yang nodded and was about to address her again, when Sun Fiwen quickly said, "Don't call me Sister Sunday, just call me Sister Fiwen. Don't make me sound so old." Yang asked, "Sister Fiwen, what did you need to see me about?" Sun Fiwen said, "Your reputation in the hero world has drawn the attention of the 5 first-tier war academies. The Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy has rated you A+, and your background is impressive enough as well. As long as you go through the normal process, you can freely choose any one of them to enroll in." She added, "The upper echelons have already ordered the 5 war academies to stop competing with each other for talent. The final choice is yours. Following fate and choosing the one most suitable for you is the right path. Coincidentally, I've come to Immortal Extinction City, and I was entrusted by my master to meet you and help analyze the situation with these academies. So it'll be easier for you to make a decision."
Yang nodded seriously.
"Sister Fiwen, please go ahead." Sun Fiwen began her introduction. Taiyu Academy was founded by the god of Taiyu. It focuses on physical body and soul cultivation, in a direction similar to your current Diamond Immortal Martial Academy. The enemies they mainly contend with are Dragon Tombstar, Giant God Realm, and the 18 levels of Hell. The last time an immortal extinction stronghold was destroyed, it was done by a second-tier expert from the giant god realm. Bai Yang nodded to indicate that she should continue. Sun Fiwen went on. Thunderstorm Academy was founded by Thunderstorm Monarch, and it mainly cultivates thunder-based techniques. Its students mostly come from 5 Thunder Orthodox Method Academies, which are second-tier martial academies. Thunder techniques include the 5-element thunder arts: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as rare thunder arts such as Blood Fiend, Pure Yang, Pure Yin, and Divine Intent. The talent requirements are extremely high. Thunder techniques are very extreme. Sun Fiwen said. No matter what type of thunder technique it has the characteristic of being inviolable. It is immensely powerful, and can also resist temptation, illusions, and evil forces. She continued, Thunderstorm Academy mainly contends with 5 other worlds: Mirror Ruins, Butterfly Realm, Mad Howl Domain, Mirror Labyrinth, and the City of the Nameless. This was Bai Yang's first time hearing these names, and they felt very unfamiliar and peculiar to him. Sun Fiwen explained, these other worlds are all extremely bizarre. Ordinary practitioners would die instantly upon entering, so access is very strictly controlled. Related information only unlocks after reaching 3rd tier, so it's normal that you don't know about them yet. She then spoke about Sanluo Academy. This was established by the Honored One of Sanluo. It mainly cultivates wood element power, while also taking earth and water into account. This academy also has very high talent requirements. The other worlds it corresponds to mainly include the realm of 10,000 herbs, the fungi Source Star, and the ancestral forest of 10,000 trees, places suited to wood dash, earth dash, and water element powers. Then came Tidal Academy. It was founded by the Tide Saint and is centered on water element power, but the academy's power system is rather mixed, with no especially outstanding distinctive feature. Sun Fiwen added, my master and I both came from Tidal Academy. It mainly deals with 2 other worlds, the Folded City and the Shattered Realm Sea. Finally, she talked about Martial God Academy, founded by the Iron-Blooded Martial God, which mainly recruits martial artists from the legions of the Earth Origin Realm. The 5 other worlds faced by Martial God Academy are special, including Eternal Battlefield, the Ring of Reincarnation, Godbone Starland, and the Arena of 10,000 Races. These places are not hostile forces, but they are filled with intense slaughter. She gave an example. Eternal Battlefield is a super-large killing field. After death, life resurrects the next day, and the cycle of battle never ends. It's extremely suitable for sharpening a martial artist's combat power. The other 4 other worlds are similar in nature. In fact, what Martial God Academy controls is the key to entering those regions, rather than directly fighting enemies. Sun Fiwen finally reminded him, among these 5 first-tier war academies, Martial God Academy isn't really recommended for you. In the future, if you want to go to those places, there's no problem, you don't need to join now. Her introduction was concise and to the point. Bai Yang nodded and said, thank you, Sister Fiwen. Please give me some advice. Sun Fiwen shook her head. When choosing a university, just follow your heart. It's all the same no matter which one you pick. As long as you're strong enough, resources are shared, and you can still become a warlord. Bai Yang said, got it. Thanks. I'll think it over carefully. Sun Fiwen suddenly looked at Bai Yang with curiosity. I heard you're very manly, so why does your aura seem so calm now? Are you deliberately hiding it? With a thought, Bai Yang immediately had the Peach Blossom Queen stop absorbing the yang energy he was emitting. In an instant, a powerful and dazzling aura erupted, and light radiated from Bai Yang's entire body. Sun Fiwen's eyes lit up as she examined him closely, unable to help but praise him. The Peach Blossom Queens began absorbing the yang energy again, and Bai Yang returned to his usual appearance. Sun Fiwen sighed. This vigorous aura can be sensed by ordinary professionals. If a martial artist saw it, it would be even more obvious. I used to think you delayed your rank advancement trial because you'd overindulged. Looking at how many women you've taken in, and that you even spent 10 days doing it, now it seems I was wrong. With this kind of masculine presence, even if you had 1,000 women, you could handle it easily. But you chose to use the Peach Blossom Demonesses to suppress that surging aura. Indeed, you have a way about you. Her gaze grew even more respectful. Bai Yang could tell it was sincere admiration, with no other meaning behind it. Sun Fiwen added, I once said I could cut off your desires with a single sword strike, but now I estimate I can't do that anymore. And besides, desire isn't a bad thing. It's the foundation of humanity and also the motivation to become stronger. I can precisely cut off the desires in myself that would harm others, but I can't be that precise when it comes to other people. Bai Yang. Sun Fiwen had always looked down on men who indulged their desires recklessly, but this time she gave Bai Yong some advice. Bai Yong listened carefully. Sun Fiwen said, using peach blossom demonesses to absorb your aura and suppress your desires is ultimately not a long-term solution, nor is it a good one. It's better to clear a blockage than to force a seal. Releasing it appropriately will do you good, so there's no need to suppress it too harshly. Bai Yong explained, Sister Fiwen, in Jianglong City I took in one woman, and later the Martial Academy even rewarded me with 2 second-tier snake demon maids. I also have a full-time secretary, and I accepted them all without deliberately restraining myself. After hearing this, Sun Fiwen not only felt no aversion, but was even more satisfied. Good. That's what being rational looks like. Your mindset is pretty good. Bai Yong asked, Sister Fiwen, is there anything else? Sun Fiwen looked somewhat surprised and gave him an odd glance. That's it, you're free. I've sent you a friend request. Remember to accept it. Bai Yong politely said goodbye and turned to leave. It wasn't until his figure disappeared that Sun Fiwen sighed. This Bai Yong really isn't simple. Being with the two of us, both 4th rank, he didn't show the slightest fear. Is he already this strong? Sun Fiwen nodded. Do you think just anyone can make it onto the hero's ranking? He's still number 10. His temperament is steady, neither servile nor overbearing, confident but not arrogant. As long as he doesn't fall along the way, 5th rank is only his starting point. After speaking, she stood up. I'm going into seclusion to break through to 5th rank, and I'll also go home to see my family. There's nothing to worry about. Sun Fiwen smiled and reminded him, Big brother, don't put too much pressure on the kid. His eyes have lost their light, like he's got nothing left to live for. That's not good. Sun Fiwen said calmly, I know my limits. His origin isn't affected, so nothing will happen. After saying that, she turned into a streak of sword light and vanished. Bai Yong returned home and went into the basement to continue his 3-in-1 cultivation. Since awakening, he had almost never wasted a chance to use 3-in-1, and even when taking a short nap, he would hurry to finish it. But even so, he still hadn't fused a skill book or piece of equipment at the Overlord level. He had tried equipment before. Once it was raised to the peak of the King level, it would need special power to have any chance of advancing to the Overlord level. As for skills, he was still working hard on that. With his strength surging and his attributes skyrocketing, his recovery ability had also improved. In order to increase his yang energy, Bai Yong lit several bonfires in the basement. Under the warm, bright environment, the recovery effect of his soaring yang energy talent could reach about 550%. Combined with taking large amounts of perfect first-tier blood crystal water, he could use 3-in-1 about once every 2.5 minutes. At this moment, Qingyi softly reminded him, Master, Miss Wenren Fuguang is waiting for you at the door. She said she has an appointment with you. Bai Yong quickly performed 3-in-1 3 times, expending part of his power, and walked toward the front door. At the door was the blonde, blue-eyed Wenren Fuguang, with 2 second-tier snake demon maidens following behind her. They were her enrollment reward. Bai Yong was somewhat curious. If the Peach Blossom Fox Demon could be used in 3-in-1, then what about the Snake Demon Maidens? As long as life contamination reached more than half, they could be fused in 3-in-1 as well. He faintly looked forward to what new changes Qingyi and Qingse would show after undergoing 3-in-1. Bai Yong said coldly, 3 minutes. Countdown starts now. Speak. What is it? Wenren Fuguang understood that Bai Yong didn't intend to let her in, so after a brief pause, she acted decisively. She pulled the 2 snake demon maidens over and directly handed them to Bai Yong. Chief, whatever the outcome, I'm giving you these snake demon maidens. Please treat them well. Bai Yong nodded and accepted the slavery scroll. With the scroll in hand, these 2 maidens became his private property, to be disposed of as he pleased. Wenren Fuguang said softly, Chief, my Vajra body has already reached the King level limit. If I want to break through to the Overlord level, I need Overlord Extreme Power. Bai Yong replied indifferently, I don't have Overlord Extreme Power. I can't help you. Wenren Fuguang was helpless. Chief, are you the legendary Iron Straight Guy? Why are you so blunt?
Bai Yang grinned.
A steel straight guy. Are you insulting me? Wenren Fuguang frowned, a little flustered inside. At noon, Sun Byuk had said that, and Bai Yong actually picked up the conversation. Clearly, he didn't understand this kind of indirect mockery at all, like a dumb guy who speaks his mind without a filter. Bai Yong clenched both fists, his tone both proud and straightforward. The power of an Overlord-level Vajra body is all on me. A mere steel straight guy, how could that be worthy of me? Only a Vajra straight guy is spicy enough. Wenren Fuguang was stunned, her mouth open as she repeatedly let out astonished cries of, "Ah?" Bai Yang frowned and continued to mock her. "If you're not going straight to the martial academy to ask the seniors, but instead run to me, a student, to ask, doesn't that mean there's something wrong with your brain? Could it be that you're the type who is beautiful but brain-dead?" Wenren Fuguang was stunned again, her mind completely blank. She took a few deep breaths and barely managed to calm herself down. A trace of undisguised delight appeared in her tone. "I went to see old Master Lu and asked him about this. He sourly said that overlord-level power is a matter of chance and cannot be forced. So that's why I came to ask you." Only then did Bai Yang understand. Back then, he had the perfect quality Blood Dragon strike skill passed down by old Master Lu, and now it had even evolved into overlord level. If he displayed it in front of old Master Lu, the man's lifespan might probably be cut short on the spot. He turned around and said, "Everyone's situation is different. I once swallowed gold and chewed iron. This is my unique training method." The door shut with a creak. Wenren Fuguang's eyes lit up. Swallowing gold and chewing iron body, this method is very fitting. Why didn't I think of it? Whether it works or not, trying it can't hurt. She was in high spirits. As she left, Bai Yang's words about being beautiful but brain-dead kept echoing in her mind. But she only picked out the words beautiful and naturally ignored the brain-dead part. A smile rose at the corners of her lips as she softly hummed. In this world where everyone had black hair and black eyes, she had been born with golden hair and blue eyes. Since childhood, she had been isolated and mocked, and she had long since grown numb to it. Now, having met Bai Yang, this iron and steel straight man, he had actually treated her golden hair and blue eyes as advantages. It was strange, but it felt great. Bai Yang brought the two snake demon maids home and instructed Qingyi and Qingsa to clean and tidy everything thoroughly. After that, he trained diligently by himself in front of the combined iron cloth shirt skill book in the basement. Not long after, Qingyi and Qingsa brought back two new snake demon companions. Bai Yang took a look and accepted them decisively without saying another word. The life infection degree of Qingyi and Qingsa had already reached 99.9%. The final 0.1% seemed impossible to complete through effort alone. This situation had once occurred with the Peach Blossom female demons. Back then, after they had undergone 3-in-1 fusion, the 99.9% had directly filled to 100%. Bai Yang judged that the Snake Demon Maiden situation should be similar. Only upon reaching 100% would loyalty be considered ultimate. He had always valued quality over quantity. Unless they were exceptional, he planned to keep only these two, Qingyi and Qingsa, and would not easily take in more servants. Wenren Fuguang returned to her permanent residence and headed straight for the basement, where she took out various metal ingots. She bit off a piece of gold, feeling it slide down into her stomach as easily as chewing marshmallows. Then she bit down on a piece of steel, cracking it with a crisp crunch. Her king-level ultimate diamond body made chewing gold and iron effortless. The metal entered her stomach, and her powerful digestive function began absorbing it. She closed her eyes to feel it, but for the moment she didn't notice any change. Maybe she hadn't eaten enough, so she continued chewing large mouthfuls of all kinds of metal until her stomach was nearly about to burst. This time she probably swallowed a basinful of metal. After that, she began training. The original Tier 3 ancient demon had already been sold off, and what accompanied her in training were 3 puppets at the perfect Tier 2 level. It's not that the Tier 3 ancient demon was bad. It was simply too strong. After being greatly enhanced for a month, it was no longer suitable as a sparring partner for her, as it would easily overwhelm her and lead to poor training results. She was injured. Wenren Fuguang was facing a perfect quality, Tier 2, 8-armed wooden pole puppet, specially used for body training. Dozens of iron arms kept striking her entire body, triggering the defense of her king-level ultimate diamond body. Her originally fair skin gradually took on a faint golden glow. The diamond body could uniformly enhance physical defense, strength, physique, and agility, adding 50 points per level. Wenren Fuguang was Tier 2 level 9, and the extra defense and attribute bonuses brought by the diamond body exceeded 1,400 points. Even so, the dense barrage of blows still made her feel an extremely slight injury. Whenever she tempered her diamond body, the scene would surface in her mind of the chief casually curling the arrow she shot with his tongue. She felt both shocked and puzzled. Precisely because of this, she trained even harder, hoping to become just as powerful. Pain began to spread through her entire body, and her vitality slowly drained away. This was a normal reaction to body refinement. Her abdomen kicked into accelerated digestion, converting the metal inside her body into essence power. As it was absorbed, The long stagnant proficiency of her diamond body finally began to increase. Wanren Fuguang was so excited she nearly cried, but she forced herself to hold back, because after rapidly absorbing the metal essence, her stomach began to growl. She rushed upstairs into the bathroom, and not long after, she dashed back down to the basement to continue gulping down metal in great mouthfuls, repeating the cycle and striving to temper her body. By dawn, Bai Yong had used the 3-in-1 skill 3 times in a row, draining his vitality, mana, and blood power down to just 10%. He went to the first floor and saw that the 4 snake demon maids were all resting. Lu Susu was diligently training, Tao 12th sister was becoming more and more professional as a sparring partner, and Lu Qingqing was waiting in neat work attire. Bai Yong nodded at Lu Qingqing and said, "Secretary Qing, let's go." He leaped onto the green snake demon's head, and his weight of over 9 tons instantly pressed down. The green snake demon had been prepared. The entire snake body exerted force to support him steadily, not letting him crash to the ground. Secretary Qing took out the sports car and started it up. Bai Yong looked on with envy. With his weight, unless it was a custom-made supercar, ordinary cars simply couldn't be driven. In fact, Bai Yong wanted Lu Qingqing to join him on the team, but his over 4,000 points of heightened perception made every life form below Tier 2 look to him like filth-covered trash. For ordinary professionals, if they couldn't reach Tier 2 before the age of 30, they would need to take multiple wives and concubines to reproduce for humanity, because that meant they basically had no hope of ever advancing to Tier 2. Not every Tier 2 being had his kind of perception, the ability to see the filth on weak life forms. That was a unique experience of exceptionally powerful Tier 2 beings. Relying on the resources he provided, it was only a matter of time before Lu Qingqing reached Tier 2, and then she would be fine. Soon, Bai Yong arrived at the Martial Academy. This time, the King class and the regular class were merged for the first time, competing fairly for the 10 spots provided by the Martial Academy for the First-Tier War Academy. Although the process was formal, the unfairness was obvious at a glance. The King class only had 15 people, yet enjoyed the same total resources as the nearly 1,000 people in the regular class. Bai Yong strode toward the King class side. Although the Peach Blossom Queens were continuously absorbing Yang energy, and he himself seemed unremarkable, he had just used 3-in-1 9 times in a row, so his complexion was still somewhat pale. More than 300 students from the regular class were staring at Bai Yong, and the dozens of girls who had managed to stay on until now without being eliminated had eyes sparkling like starstruck fans. As the current top chief of the Vajra Indestructible class, and with the aura of ranking 10th on the hero list, Bai Yong far surpassed his peers. Although the mentors present were all third-tier experts and top-tier figures outside, they too revered the reputation of being ranked 10th on the hero list. This led the public to widely recognize Bai Yong as the strongest new generation professional of the year, beyond dispute. Li Lingfeng stepped onto the high platform and loudly announced the rules. The rules for the spot competition are as follows. Those below the second tier are not qualified to participate. They can only cheer for others. Competitors at the second tier level will compete in 2 rounds. The first round is a battle against second tier puppets. Rankings are based on points. The top 30 advance to the second round, while the rest are eliminated and join the cheerleading group. The second round is a duel competition, the host announced. Those with lower scores in the first round may challenge those with higher scores. In the end, the top 10 will become the winners from our Martial Academy, who will apply to the 5 first-tier war academies this year. These 10 can also choose any one rare piece of equipment or skill book from the Martial Academy's resource vault as a reward. Now, the first round officially begins. Puppet battles. The students instantly split into 2 groups. More than 200 students in the regular class had not yet reached second-tier hero level, and were simply not qualified to take the stage. All eyes turned to the high platform, where 6 mentors stood, 5 of whom were combat mentors from the regular class. Li Lingfeng signaled Bai Yong, "You'll take part in the competition, and this process will be considered complete. But since your opponent is a second-tier puppet, using too much of it would waste resources. We discussed it, and decided to save as much as possible." He pointed to Lu Junling, the strongest of the regular class combat mentors. "He wants to spar with you, both to verify your strength and to convince the others." Before Bai Yong could respond, Jean Russian suddenly raised his hand and interrupted loudly. Li Lingfeng frowned. "Jean Russian? Are you looking for trouble?" But Jean Russian shouted loudly, "Mentor, you said that wrong. We may not have seen the chief's true strength, but we're completely convinced. Everyone, isn't that right? Right? 10th on the hero list, invincible under heaven. The chief is the strongest among us." The crowd chimed in, even joking that Jean Russian had dreamed of having a child with the chief. Li Lingfeng's face twitched, but he didn't lose his temper. Instead, he looked at Bai Yang. Bai Yang strode onto the high platform. In his perception, he found that even those third-tier mentors, including Li Lingfeng, were far inferior to him in strength. He looked at Li Lingfeng and asked, "Senior, who is Lu Junling?" A burly man beside him laughed and said, "I'm Lu Junling. As the saying goes, meeting in person is better than hearing the name. Since you're a true peerless prodigy, let me see what your strength is really like."
Bai Yang nodded.
"Then let's begin." Lu Junling signaled for the surrounding mentors to step back and took up a defensive stance. Bai Yang took a deep breath, puckered his lips into an O shape, and exhaled a stream of air. Everyone was baffled, not understanding this move of his. But when Ren Fuguang's eyes lit up, because she had once been forced back repeatedly by a single breath from Bai Yang, that stream of air gradually solidified into a cylindrical pillar of qi that shot toward Lu Junling. Lu Junling's expression tightened, and his body suddenly leaned forward, his right arm blocking in front of his chest. He shouted, "Bai Tianjiao, Zhou, you said that one breath from you can kill a first-tier powerhouse, but I'm a third-tier. If you think you can hurt me with nothing but your breath, then that's way too arrogant." Before he could finish, the pillar of qi slammed heavily into Lu Junling. He clenched his teeth and resisted with all his strength, finally managing to hold it back by sheer force. The pillar of qi dispersed. Lu Junling's face flushed red, and for the first time he felt the despair of being utterly crushed by a peerless prodigy. He took a deep breath and finally calmed down, then cupped his fists and said, "Bai Tianjiao, forgive my rudeness. I take back what I said just now. Your strength far surpasses ours. We are nowhere near your level." The entire venue erupted instantly, cheers shaking the heavens. Even when Ren Fuguang, who was usually so aloof, raised her hand to cheer for Bai Yang. Those students from the ordinary class who had once been unconvinced were now shouting the loudest. Bai Yang's strength couldn't be explained by the resources of the king class. He nodded at the 6 mentors, then saluted the hundreds of people below the stage. That was just how the transcendent world was. Only the strong were respected. Looking at the girls below the stage, Bai Yang thought that as long as he nodded, he could take them all away right away. The combat power of a professional is a quantified special physique, vastly different from that of ordinary people. Although most of these girls were only at the first level, they were far inferior to first-level martial artists like Lu Qingqing. In particular, those fanatical boys were even less comparable. Bai Yang came down from the high platform and returned to the Wangzhe class group. Ren Fuguang approached him and said in a low voice, "Chief, thank you for teaching me that method yesterday. It's very effective. I estimate I'll be able to master the Overlord-level diamond body soon." Bai Yang smiled and said, "That's good if the results are good. I don't have any special needs right now. We can talk about it later." Ren Fuguang said firmly, "2 second-tier snake demon maidservants are far from enough. Such a major opportunity, whatever request you have, just say it. As long as I can do it, I'll never refuse." After saying that, he leaped onto the stage and began to display his strength. Soon after, he shot down several second-tier puppets. The teaching staff hurriedly called a halt. Li Lingfeng said with a smile, "I suggested long ago that the runner-up didn't need to take part in the first round of combat, but you just wouldn't believe it." Ren Fuguang understood the hint in Li Lingfeng's words. He did not leave the stage, but instead fixed his gaze on Lu Junling, the strongest of the 5 instructors from the ordinary class. Seeing this, Lu Junling was furious. "Arrogant! Who do you think you are? Why didn't you leave your name on the hero rankings?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he grew tense. Ren Fuguang had already drawn his bow, with the arrow aimed at him. He knew that if he moved, he would definitely be hit and injured. Bai Yang had only been showing off earlier and hadn't really struck, which was why nothing happened. In panic, Lu Junling hurriedly said, "It's just a spar, not a duel. You specialize in long-range attacks. I can't compare. This round counts as your win." Ren Fuguang helplessly lowered his bow and jumped off the stage. Afterward, the first round of selection officially began. The second-tier puppets were all top-notch creations with considerable strength, but Bai Yang found them boring as he watched. These vulnerable puppets had actually defeated many second-tier students from the ordinary class. He asked Jean Russian beside him, whose background was formidable. The other replied, "The second-tier students in the ordinary class haven't formally entered the hero world yet, so their strength is pretty weak." Jean Russian explained, "There are later courses to help them improve their strength. As long as they can pass everything and meet the graduation standards, they'll be considered upper tier among the same rank, and can serve as combat instructors at third-tier martial schools." Bai Yang nodded. A second-tier martial academy only takes 1 year to train people, while a third-tier martial school takes 3 years. What does that tell us? Jean Russian said, strength is the only standard that distinguishes professionals from martial artists. It's common for students to become instructors. Bai Yang glanced at Jean Russian and didn't sense the slightest arrogance of someone looking down on others. Instead, he found him quite approachable. He asked casually, I heard your background is pretty solid. Just how solid is it? Jean Russian's face showed both pride and bitterness. The founder of the Vajra Immortal Martial Academy is my great-grandfather. Bai Yang was surprised. What? Great-grandfather? Meaning your grandfather's grandfather? Kim Russian gave a wry smile. Yeah, but I'm useless myself. Standing under his dazzling light, I've even lost my confidence. Bai Yang patted his shoulder and comforted him. Your strength is pretty good. Don't compare yourself to the strongest or you'll just get discouraged. Compare yourself to the mediocre, and your confidence will come back. Kim Russian was silent for a moment, then said coldly, Thank you, Chief, for the comfort. I actually feel worse after hearing it. Bai Yang frowned, his tone serious. Don't get me wrong. I'm not mocking you. You think your great-grandfather is dazzling and beyond your reach, right? Kim Russian nodded. Bai Yang continued. But in your great-grandfather's eyes, those 5 Supreme Council members are even more dazzling. Have you ever thought about that? Kim Russian froze for a moment, then immediately understood Bai Yang's intention. Chief, you mean? Bai Yang spoke bluntly. Don't compare yourself to others. The real goal is to surpass your current self. Getting stronger can be slow, but you must never stop moving forward. Don't treat those unattainably powerful experts as obstacles. What Bai Yang said made sense. With the 1 becomes 3 law of all things, as long as he kept going, he could grow in many ways and keep surpassing himself. Kim Russian bowed in thanks. The chief's guidance is excellent. My parents and grandfather have told me this countless times, but only now have I truly felt it. The first round of screening ended, and the 30 winners emerged. Then the fierce battle for the top 10 began. Among the 8 from the King class, besides Bai Yang and Wenren Fuguang, the other 6 easily secured their spots. Thus, the candidates from the King Kong Indestructible Martial Academy applying this year to the 5 first-rate war academies were finally decided. Li Lingfeng shouted loudly, Follow me to the Academy's resource vault and choose your treasures. Bai Yang stepped forward excitedly. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He still hadn't learned any Tier 2 skills, and this time he planned to choose carefully. The 5 instructors from the ordinary class did not come along, especially Lu Junling, who went home heartbroken to recuperate. Li Lingfeng led the 10 of them to a grand hall covered in formations and stopped before it. This reward comes with restrictions. Once inside, you can only see the options available to you. Skill books are capped at perfect rank, and weapons and equipment may be chosen up to level 3 perfect rank. You can also choose 1 Tier 2 battle servant, but only 1. Take what you need and come out quickly. Bai Yang, you go first. Bai Yang nodded and strode into the grand hall shrouded by the formation. He didn't look toward the equipment area or the battle servant area, heading straight for the skill section. There were all kinds of skill books here, but soul-based skills were few and far between. Most were physical techniques. Bai Yang casually browsed the summoning-type skill books. Protected by the power of the formation, he could touch them, and after confirming that his soul strength exceeded 4,000 and his focus was fully concentrated, he examined them one by one. He touched it, and a skill book glowing green caught his attention. Summon Green-Haired Turtle. Common. Consumes 1 skill point to summon a green-haired turtle to fight. Back in the day, a classmate drew this skill and immediately gave up, afraid of being nicknamed Green-Haired Turtle. A slight smile appeared at the corners of Bai Yang's mouth. He felt that this book was meant for him. That classmate was afraid of being laughed at, but he had none of those concerns. He had a distinguished status, ranked 10th on the hero list, and even the instructors of the regular classes had to call him White Prodigy. Who would dare give him a nickname like Green Hair? They'd have to be out of their mind. Bai Yang continued touching over 30 summoning skill books, and in the end, he still came back to the green-haired turtle. The crane summoning skill also caught his attention, but it felt inferior to the green-haired turtle, so he gave it up. Just as he was about to pick up the green-haired turtle, he suddenly stopped. There was no time limit and he had another plan. He walked toward the physique skill section, where skill names came into view one after another. Strengthened body, golden muscles and iron bones, diamond body, golden bell shield, hard qigong. Diamond body was a flesh and blood skill emblematic of indestructibility, with a rich variety of types. Bai Yang placed a hand on golden bell shield. His eyes lit up slightly, but after sensing it for a while, he frowned and let go. He couldn't learn this one. The reason was simple. If the fusion degree of his blood gold power increased any further, it would explode later on, making it extremely dangerous. Bai Yong discovered that the powerhouse level, indestructible blood gold power within him was too strong, causing all physique-enhancing skills in this area to be repelled. But he wasn't completely disappointed. After all, there were still plenty of martial arts skills that used physical strength he could learn, such as dragon claw hand, crushing fist, horse-cleaving saber technique, and the like. He touched those skills one by one, growing more and more dazzled the more he looked, and finally decided that he couldn't waste a physique skill slot here on these ordinary skills. It would be better to buy martial arts manuals outside and learn the ones he actually needed. Seeing that all these traditional physical martial arts were unsuitable for him, he turned back and set his sights once again on the summon green-haired turtle skill. The feel of this skill made his heart race, and it seemed to be second only to the summon green-haired turtle technique he already had. Though they were both of common quality, it would definitely be useful. Bai Yong decisively picked up the skill book, and the moment he opened it, he immediately received a warning. He must leave the hall within 1 minute. He steeled himself and quickly learned it, and the more detailed attributes of the skill appeared immediately. Summon green-haired turtle. Common. Consumes 10 mana points. Summon a common quality green-haired turtle of the same level. Casting takes 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds, cannot be stacked. The summoned creature has no weakness. It disappears when its HP drops to 0, continuously consumes energy during summoning, and disappears when energy is exhausted. Bai Yong secretly wondered, this place is supposedly the Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy, so why are all these summoning skills so low level? He flipped through more than 30 books, and they were all of common quality. Helpless, he could only accept his fate and learn one for himself first. He stood in the Great Hall and began chanting the incantation. 10 seconds later, a 30-centimeter diameter green-haired turtle appeared in front of him. Its entire body was emerald green, and more than 10 centimeters of green hair grew on its shell, making it look quite beautiful. The green-haired turtle's attributes were displayed as follows. Level 29, HP 3100, Energy 1500, Spiritual and Physique growth of 1 point each. Overall Strength 31, Magic Attack 31, Low Attack and Movement Speed. Talent Green Light. Skill Green-Haired Curse. This level 29 ordinary turtle was clearly not valued. The classmate before him had given it up because its stats were too poor. Even more surprising was that it actually had spiritual growth, making it a magic-type summoned beast, completely unlike its seemingly sturdy turtle shell. Bai Yong crouched down and gently picked up the green-haired turtle, his expression solemn as he examined the descriptions of its talent and skill. Green light can soothe the heart and heal comprehensively. Green-haired curse consumes green hair to emit green light to heal allies, or weaken enemies both mentally and physically. He muttered to himself. This is practically a summoned beast combination with both healing and debuffing abilities. If others weren't so lucky and only got ordinary skills with no talent, it would probably be useless too. He counted the green hairs, exactly 29 strands, matching its level. Holding the green-haired turtle, Bai Yong strode out of the palace, leaving everyone around him stunned. Wenren Fuguang stood nearby, looking baffled and at a loss. She was the second person to choose an item today and had to watch the chief's selection. Seeing Bai Yong holding this green-haired turtle, she couldn't help asking, "Chief, did you choose a summoning skill? What can this little turtle even do?" Bai Yong looked at Wenren Fuguang in confusion. "Second seat, haven't you seen the chicken overlord eye rays? How could you think my turtle is useless?" Boom! 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 The scene instantly felt like the sky had collapsed. Everyone was so shocked they were speechless. It was fine to talk nonsense in private, but Bai Yong actually dared to say that in front of so many people? How could that be? What left everyone even more baffled was that, after hearing this, Wenren Fuguang actually wore an expression of, "So that's how it is?" Was that normal? Was that appropriate? Had the world changed? Li Lingfeng was the first to recover. As a third-tier transcendent, he took a deep, steadying breath and looked at Bai Yong. "Bai Yong, you're a genius, no doubt about that, but you need to mind your words. It's fine to say that in private, but don't talk nonsense in front of everyone." Although Bai Yong didn't fully understand, he still hurriedly nodded, giving Li Lingfeng some face. Li Lingfeng was secretly pleased and was about to keep persuading Wenren Fuguang not to cooperate too much with Bai Yong, when Wenren Fuguang suddenly retorted, "The chief acts openly and above board. How could he be without proper restraint? Mentor, the chief's strength far surpasses all of yours. Please don't make a fuss over nothing and don't go picking on him. After saying that, she nodded at Bai Yong in acknowledgement and strode into the palace without looking back. Li Lingfeng was so furious his eyes bulged. He took a few deep breaths before forcing down his anger. You want me to be broad-minded? I'm jealous of Bai Yong? Is there something wrong with your head? Muttering under his breath, he turned and left. You all line up yourselves. Report to the school 3 days from now in the morning. The crowd was still in shock, their minds blank. Bai Yong suddenly noticed that Jean Russian seemed injured. So he asked, Jean Russian, are you hurt? Jean Russian came to his senses and hurriedly said, Chief, you have sharp eyes. I overestimated myself and challenged Yi Mujuan, who ranks 4th. It's only a minor injury. I'll be fine within an hour. Bai Yong lowered his head and patted the green-feathered turtle in his arms. A streak of green light shot out from the turtle's shell and accurately struck Jean Russian on the head. In an instant, his black hair turned green and gradually faded in color. Bai Yong looked up disdainfully, thinking that this ordinary green-feathered turtle was nowhere near worthy of him. He needed to take it back quickly and triple combine it to level it up. Nearby, the last seat student Xiong Jinhai saw Jean Russian frozen in place and hurriedly reminded him, Jean Russian, you've been greened. Jean Russian was a little dazed. Greened? What does that mean? Xiong Jinhai took out a mirror and handed it to him. Looking at the gradient green hair in the mirror, Jean Russian gave a bitter smile. This isn't green. It's the emerald green of a kingfisher. Xiong Jinhai froze, thinking, isn't emerald green just green? It's even greener. Don't joke around. The chief healed you with the power of the green-haired turtle. Don't be mad at me. Xiong Jinhai waved his hand. Jean Russian's face twitched. He understood that this secret still couldn't be told to others, especially since the chief had just revealed a new ability. He had to keep it under wraps. He thought to himself, the chief personally healed me and even used a new ability. He really does care. With a face full of pride, his green hair shimmering, he strode away. Xiong Jinhai and the crowd beside him exchanged looks, and the more they looked at Jean Russian, the less they understood. Suddenly, Xiong Jinhai's eyes lit up. I get it. The people around him hurriedly asked, Junior Chief, what did you figure out? Xiong Jinhai gazed deeply in the direction Jean Russian had left, then asked coldly, Tell me, who just made Jean Russian green? The crowd looked confused. We all saw it, it was that chief guy who made the move. But what does that actually mean? Xiong Jinhai chuckled. Don't be foolish. Chief is just a title in our Diamond Immortal Martial Academy. But outside, Chief isn't merely a title. That's the pride of the Earth Origin realm. The big shot ranked 10th on the hero list, a priceless existence. The reason Jean Russian was so dejected was because the one who greened him was actually the glory of the Earth Origin realm. The crowd suddenly understood. It turned out they had only been looking at things from within a small circle and hadn't grasped the weight of the situation. Outsiders would boast for ages just for seeing the chief. If they could speak to him, they'd want to record it as a family heirloom. Xiong Jinhai sighed. Yi Mujuan, who has always been proud and self-respecting, let go of all her pride this time and chased after him. It's really making people wonder whether the chief will take a liking to her. While Bai Yong was running home at full speed, he turned his head and saw that Yi Mujuan from the king class, who was usually very aloof, was quickly catching up. Her expression was complicated, as if she were struggling with something inside. With his keen soul perception, Bai Yong picked up the conflict and anticipation in her heart. At last, Yi Mujuan gritted her teeth, sped up until she was beside the blue serpent demon's head, and matched his pace. Her voice was shy, with a hint of trembling. Chief, could I, like Wenren Fuguang, take a look at your... Bai Yong followed her gaze and finally understood what she really wanted to see. He sneered inwardly. So that's how it is. No wonder it felt off just now. I should have seen through those filthy thoughts already. He looked at the girl before him, who was both strong and stubborn, and asked with a cold laugh, Want to see it? Then what are you going to pay for it?
Ye mumun froze.
Pay what? I don't understand what you mean. She completely didn't get it. The other party was being so blunt, almost like a confession, and was even asking her for a return. What on earth was going on? In order to clear up the misunderstanding, and also to stop others from mistaking Bai Yong for a pervert, he planned to take the opportunity to explain things. The two of them then hurried all the way to Bai Yang's home. The moment the door shut, Yi Mujuan's face turned red like a ripe apple, but her heart was incomparably resolute. After all, this was the existence ranked 10th on the hero list, dazzling like a prodigy. As long as she followed him, her future path would definitely be smooth sailing. Suddenly, A rooster crow broke the silence. Bai Yong introduced it with a hint of pride. This is my summoned beast, a rooster. It aspires to dominate the chicken world, so I call it Heba. Yimujuan was dumbfounded, her mind full of question marks, completely not expecting this at all. Her face was so red it was almost like her but had been set on fire, her eyes full of chauffin, feeling that she had been utterly misunderstood. She had worked so hard, only to end up becoming a joke. Too embarrassed to show her face, she finally stumbled back to the martial academy in a daze. When she arrived at the entrance of the Great Hall, Yimujuan saw that aside from Wenren Fuguang and Jin Russian, the others were still there. Xiong Zhenhai took out his phone and said coldly, "Why haven't you gone into the rooms to pick your things yet?" Someone replied, "There are still 2 people who haven't picked, but that doesn't matter." Xiong Zhenhai continued, "You left after chasing the first seat, and it's been a full 2 hours now. The trip there and back took at most 40 minutes. You spent at least 80 minutes with the first seat. Yimujuan, congratulations. You've taken the fastest shortcut." Yimujuan sneered. Wenren Fuguang is right. The first seat is upright and open in character, acting above board and honorable. A bunch of people with ulterior motives would only misunderstand him. At that moment, Yimujuan's mind was exceptionally clear. When the chief had shown her that 5-meter-tall, king-tier giant chicken back then, it had been to clear up her misunderstanding. She decided not to reveal the chief's strength to outsiders. After the embarrassment and humiliation she had gone through, she had come to terms with everything. The strong fear neither gossip nor slander. Strength is the only thing that truly matters. After speaking, she strode toward the palace. Xiong Zhenhai and the others looked at one another in disbelief. Xiong Zhenhai said in a low voice, "The chief is truly formidable, taking down the always proud Yimujuan in one move." Bai Yong held 2 boiling blood skill books in his hands and stared at them for a long time, only to finally put them down helplessly. The boiling blood skill book was almost completely incompatible with the summon green-furred turtle skill he already had. The difference was absurdly huge. This was the first time he had ever seen such a drastic mismatch. He then picked up 2 iron cloth skill books and found the same thing. They had almost nothing in common with the green-furred turtle skill. There was nothing he could do. Bai Yong had already made plans. On the way back, he had been placing order after order for books. Since the green-furred turtle had healing ability, he just needed to look for healing-type skill books. Active healing skill books were rare and semi-controlled, making them especially hard to obtain. Fortunately, the Sunluo Academy was dealing with 3 powerful otherworlds, and there were quite a few passive recovery-type skill books there. High-grade ones were very rare, but ordinary quality recovery skills were weak in effect and cheap in price. Bai Yong therefore chose the ordinary quality healing skill book, which had the highest output and the lowest price. He tried to activate it with his physical body, but it was strongly repelled. The influence of his diamond indestructible body and blood gold power made it difficult for him to learn physical body skills. He took out 2 healing copies, activated the All Things 3-in-1, and then breathed a sigh of relief. The similarity was terrifyingly low, only 3.3%. Although low, it was at least a bit higher than boiling blood and iron cloth. As a result, the 3-in-1 fusion failed. Bai Yong still refused to give up and shouted, "Green fur! Give me 1 shot!" 1 strand of green fur was consumed, and a beam of green light shot over, dyeing all the hair on his body green. Although the recovery power was weak, Bai Yong felt it and found that it only accelerated recovery by less than 1%, barely enough to count as better than nothing. He lit several bonfires and quickly recovered with Yang energy and his secondary talent. Every 2.5 minutes, he attempted another 3-in-1 fusion. After several failures, the 7th attempt finally succeeded. The system prompt said, 3-in-1 fusion successful. Your Summon Green-Furred Turtle skill has obtained the healing trait and has become Summon Green-Furred Healing Turtle. Bai Yong looked at the new skill and smiled. The Green-Furred Healing Turtle still kept the same overall style, but with the healing trait added, it could make allies' wounds recover faster. The similarity had risen to 4.9%. He continued trying 3-in-1 fusions. There were more failures than successes, but after a few successes, he could see the similarity slowly increase. He stayed in the basement like that, with Qing Yi, Qing Se, and the 2 snake demon maidens brought to him by Wenren Fuguang taking turns to care for him. The snake demon maidens' life infection levels also steadily declined, and everything was improving. Bai Yong conducted a temporary test and found that using the ordinary quality green-furred healing turtle to cast a curse on the snake demon maidens could significantly accelerate recovery. More importantly, every 29 points of energy consumed could restore 1 strand of green fur. Finally, the similarity between his healing skill and the green-furred healing turtle exceeded 50%. This meant that 3-in-1 fusion could no longer add new traits. It could only adjust size and quality, and it would definitely succeed. Bai Yang first adjusted the size. 2 successful attempts allowed the healing turtle to freely switch between 0.5 and 1.5 times its original size, and the skill's name also changed to Green-Furred Giant Healing Turtle. After that, he began improving its quality. After one successful 3-in-1 fusion after another, the skill quality was upgraded from ordinary to excellent, and the number of green fur strands doubled to 58. Then it was upgraded again to exquisite, and the green fur increased to 87. At this point, he took out the exquisite level water control skill book he had obtained from defeating the green snake demon back then, only to find that the similarity was as high as 17%. With one successful 3-in-1 fusion, the green-furred giant healing turtle obtained the power of water and became the green-furred hydrotherapy turtle. After using up the water control skill book, he continued fusing with the healing skill book, finally raising the green-furred hydrotherapy turtle's quality to perfect, and the number of green fur strands surged to 145. System prompt. Trifold fusion successful. The green-haired spa turtle skill quality has been upgraded to king rank, and it has advanced to green-haired spa turtle king. Number of green hairs, 203 strands. Bai Yang looked at the giant beside him. Under its standard form, this king-rank green-haired spa turtle king had a shell diameter of 3 meters, with green hair covering its entire body and reaching 3 meters in length. Green-haired spa turtle king, king rank, transformation state, level 29. HP, 210, 000/210, 000. Energy, 180, 000/180, 000. Spirit growth, 7. Physique growth, 7. Overall strength, 210. Spirit 210. Physique 210. Spell attack, 1050. Attack speed, 0.3 times/second. Movement speed, 0.30 meters/second. Talents, blinding green light, size change, turtle breath. Trait power of water. Skills, green hair curse, turtle style qigong. As a reward for its recent advancement to king rank, the green-haired spa turtle king had gained a new talent, turtle breath. Turtle breath. Attribute 1. Power is locked within, ceaseless and never-ending. Attribute 2. Breath is concealed, making it hard to detect. This turtle breath talent made Bai Yang especially look forward to the future. Once he advanced to the 3rd tier of the transcendent level, this skill would become his innate skill, and he could choose one talent from the green-haired spa turtle king as a secondary talent. With turtle breath, he wouldn't need to let the peach blossom queens keep absorbing the yang energy that naturally leaked from him. Power is locked within meant that his strength wouldn't be easily lost, greatly improving his endurance. Concealed breath would also prevent others from noticing his true strength. Bai Yang guessed that after obtaining this talent, his recovery ability would undergo a qualitative leap. Compared with the king-level sky-piercing chick tyrant, the green-haired hydrotherapy turtle king was slightly weaker in terms of attributes. After all, the sky-piercing chick tyrant had already reached the overlord level, and with attribute boosts at the same rank, it was what made it so formidable. But once the green-haired hydrotherapy turtle king later became his innate skill, it would also gain attribute bonuses, and its combat power would naturally surge. Bai Yang looked at the green-haired hydrotherapy turtle king's new skill, Turtle School Qigong. The green-haired hydrotherapy turtle king gathered its strength and fired a green energy wave from its mouth at the enemy. Turtle Third Master. Fire off a Turtle School Qigong for Chicken Second Master.
Bai Yang shouted.
The green-haired hydrotherapy turtle king opened its mouth, and a green energy wave shot out, swiftly hitting the sky-piercing chick tyrant not far away. The scene was spectacular, but the power was still far from enough, not nearly enough to meet the standard for breaking through its defenses. In fact, the attributes displayed by the green-haired hydrotherapy turtle king were only normal for a king-level being. The sky-piercing chick tyrant's performance was clearly overpowered. The green-haired hydrotherapy turtle king could still improve in strength, but time was tight. 3 days had already passed, and it was time to head to the martial academy. Bai Yang turned to look at the 4 snake demon maids before him. Qingyi and Qingsa had already undergone 10 rounds of marrow refining and blood exchange, and their auras were far stronger than the other 2. Though still somewhat lacking, these 2 had a chance to enter the hero world. Even if they were equipped with weapons and gear, they still might not be able to absorb 900 heroic power points and come back alive. After 3 days and 3 nights, the life contamination of the 2 snake demon maids had reached 83%, enough to proceed to the next step. Bai Yang pulled Qingyi into his arms and took her hand along with Qingsa's. All things triple fusion. The 3 fusion targets all contain independent life force, and all have life contamination exceeding 50%, allowing triple fusion. Similarity exceeds 90%. The snake demon maids are ordinary flesh and blood life forms, so increases in size or mass are permitted. Please confirm the main and secondary targets. Back when he triple fused the peach blossom female demon, only her mass could be increased, because the peach blossom female demon had the ability to alter her size. But this time, the real flesh and blood snake demon maids could actually have their size increased. Bai Yong carefully sensed it and silently sighed. Size increase was very user-friendly. It could be applied locally or to the whole body. There was no need for a local increase. Qingyi and Qingse were already at D+ grade, and making them bigger would only look unnatural. If increased overall, Qingyi could become a giant beauty. But after all, she was a real flesh and blood life form and couldn't freely grow larger or smaller. Summoned beings could adjust their body size at any time through magic and energy. He was a professional and had a special dataized body, so he could adjust size. So for now, he could only choose mass enhancement first. As for size, he'd consider it later if there was ever a need. Qingyi as the main target, Qingse and the third as secondary targets. Triple fusion. Enhance mass. Triple fusion successful. The snake demon maid's aptitude, beauty, and abilities have all been comprehensively enhanced. The two nameless snake demon maids suddenly vanished, and Qingyi immediately radiated dazzling brilliance. Her assessment panel showed snake demon maid Qingse, level 2 Jade Marrow Realm, with 10 rounds of marrow refining and blood exchange. Her aptitude was only 17 points, but her beauty was as high as 91. Her trait was understands the master best, and her martial skills included the 36 body refining forms and the basic blood surge art. This panel was completely different from a professional's data. Her 17 aptitude points were because she was a real flesh and blood being, with unknown talent that would have to be judged by later performance. As for beauty, it was not just her face. It also included her figure, temperament, skin tone, hair, and tender charm. So beautiful it was indescribable. In the past, Qingyi and Qingse were about the same, though Qingyi was more mature. Now, Qingyi's radiance left Qingse completely overshadowed. Trait ability. The one who knows the master's heart best. Qingyi, do you really understand me? Bai Yong asked tentatively. Qingyi slowly knelt down. Master, this servant is willing to demonstrate for you. There were still 10 minutes before normal enrollment, and Bai Yong stepped out on the green snake demon. He had spent 3 days and 3 nights in the basement, yet strangely, he didn't feel the least bit stifled. As he moved along, he felt somewhat regretful that the highly valued Dragon Claw Hand skill was actually so rare and hard to come by. Because its attacks were sharp, the skill was in great demand, and there was simply no circulating copy on the market. For this reason, Bai Yong gave Qing's secretary a perfect grade Iron Cloth Shirt skill book and an excellent grade Golden Muscles Iron Bone skill book, hoping the secretary would exchange them for the Dragon Claw Hand skill. That perfect grade Iron Cloth Shirt was obtained through the 3-in-1 fusion, and the excellent grade Golden Muscles Iron Bones was also synthesized. Both were genuine skill books in circulation, not something unique to Bai Yong. Soon, Bai Yong arrived at the King's class of the Martial Academy. During this competition for 10 first-rate War Academy enrollment spots, 2 students from the regular class stood out and successfully joined the King's class. If they failed to get into a first-rate academy by then, they would remain in the King's class until graduation. Sun Byuk did not come. Over the past few days, he had repeatedly messaged Bai Yong, hoping to leave home under the pretext of something and ask Bai Yong for help. But Bai Yong was busy improving his strength and ignored him. Wanren Fuguang remained just as aloof as ever. When he saw Bai Yong come in, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. Yi Mujuan, on the other hand, greeted him with a smile. Jean Russian pulled out the chair in the center, and Bai Yong stepped forward and sat down. With everyone gathered, Li Lingfeng walked onto the podium, swept his gaze across the room, and let it rest on Bai Yong. He glared at him with suppressed resentment, leaving Bai Yong somewhat puzzled. 3 days ago, you took rare skill books from the Martial Academy's resource treasury, so your strength must have increased greatly. According to the rules, you must join the outstanding martial artists selected by the Immortal Legion to participate in the competition for the 5 major academies' enrollment spots. Li Lingfeng said forcefully, ordinary martial artists all aim for the Martial God Academy, so they won't directly compete with you for the spots. Some of you understand this, some don't. Let me explain the relationship between the Martial Academy and the Immortal Legion. He paused. The Vajra Immortal Martial Academy, where we are, is in Immortal City, which belongs to the Immortal Legion. It all stems from that powerful being. The president of the Vajra Immortal Martial Academy, the City Lord of Immortal City, and the Legion Commander of the Immortal Legion are all the same person, Jean Bomi, a 6th-tier god-ascending realm expert, with the title Immortal Dragon Fist. Li Lingfeng's tone was full of reverence. Upon hearing this name, Jean Russian became extremely excited. That was his great-grandfather. Li Lingfeng looked around at everyone, placing both hands on the desk, and everyone listened quietly. Of course, the first choice among the first-rate war academies is the Martial God Academy, which can enroll at most 10 people. The other 4 first-rate academies also recruit spots, for a total of 40. Those admitted can obtain the status of a warlord recognized by the Earth Element realm. As warlords, not only can you establish permanent strongholds in other worlds and continuously harvest resources, you can also build your own powers in the Earth Element realm. The most common are martial schools, martial academies, and legions. As for those third-rate martial schools and legions, though you may look down on them, their founders are all warlords. Li Lingfeng's words rang out forcefully. Next, there will definitely be martial artists competing with you for the spots in the 4 first-rate academies other than the Martial God Academy. He strode out of the classroom, and Bai Yang and the others followed closely behind. Soon, they arrived at the Martial Academy's training grounds. 10 burly men and women were already waiting on the field. 8 men and 2 women. Each had a sturdy build, especially the 2 women whose muscles were clearly defined and did not resemble ordinary women at all. The man in the center had an aggressive aura. Bai Yang felt that his chi surged like the waves of a great river, nearly matching the strength he had before breaking through to the 2nd tier. Li Lingfeng nodded at them in greeting, and the others responded with cupped fists. These 10 are the elite selected by the Immortal Legion and will compete alongside you for the first-rate War Academy enrollment spots, Li Lingfeng explained. Bai Yang muttered inwardly, 20 people total if you add professionals and martial artists together, this is way too many. According to the analysis by the Martial Academy and the Undying Legion, for this round of applications to first-rate war academies, aside from you, Bai Yang, who are almost certain to get in, among the remaining 19, only Wenren Fuguang and Peitie still have a shot. The admission probability for the other 17 is less than 0.1%. Even if they get incredibly lucky, it'll still be difficult. The man standing at the center of the martial formation stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and cupped his fists in salute to Bai Yang as he introduced himself. Peitie, from the Undying Legion, has tempered marrow and exchanged blood 31 times. The words caused an uproar. Bai Yang was shocked. This was already a symbol of top-tier martial talent, 31 marrow temperings and blood exchanges, equivalent to the superior-grade golden body level. Martial talent only becomes clearly distinguishable starting from the 2nd-tier jade marrow realm. The more times one tempers marrow and exchanges blood, the stronger the talent. Peitie was clearly an outstanding genius among geniuses. In the face of Peitie's goodwill, Bai Yang nodded in response. Although professionals awaken their talents and become chosen ones through inherent gifts, those who do not awaken can still become powerful martial artists through effort. The 10 martial artists before him were living examples. Professionals level up easily, whereas martial artists must rely on their own effort. Martial artists can control their breakthroughs themselves. As long as they cultivate according to the technique, reaching 3rd-tier golden body is no dream. But professionals who want to advance to 3rd-tier transcendence have to rely on external help, such as the Earth Yuan realm. The other martial artists also nodded in greeting to Bai Yang. The 2 female martial artists exchanged a glance and began whispering. I heard Zhou Yu from the 3rd Corps said Bai Yang's aura soars sky-high, like a blood-red sun. Why does he look so plain? Are you stupid? The Martial Academy wouldn't allow his aura to be exposed. They must have concealment measures in place. He seems average in aura and only above average in looks, but with the glory of being 10th on the hero list, he still shines brilliantly. The boss told us not to provoke Bai Yang. I think Peitie will take the initiative to challenge him, just in time to see what the 10th-ranked hero list member is really capable of. Li Lingfeng clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. The rules are like this. Tens of thousands of Tier 3 martial schools and 108 Tier 2 martial academies will each select 10 people to compete for spots at the Tier 1 War Academy, along with an equal number of Tier 2 martial artists. This kind of massive melee is too hard to manage, so the council has established an early elimination rule. Anyone from a Tier 3 martial school who wants to register must first challenge the 108 Tier 2 martial academies. Winning 2 consecutive matches is enough to snatch a Tier 2 academy's slot. Tier 2 martial academies are not allowed to challenge each other. They can only be challenged by Tier 3 martial schools. In the end, 1,080 people will compete for admission to the Tier 1 War Academy. Bai Yang now completely understood what was about to happen. Li Lingfeng continued, Tonight, the 20 of you will decide the top 10 here. The top 10 will then concentrate on preparing for the final assessment. Those who fail to make the cut. All martial artists from the various Tier 3 martial schools will participate in this challenge, Li Lingfeng announced. The rules are simple. As long as any of the bottom 3 lose a match, someone from the top 10 must step up. If a challenger from the top 10 loses, then the corresponding slot in the Tier 1 War Academy is considered lost. The professionals on Bai Yang's side immediately grew excited, but the martial artists opposite remained calm and composed. The gap in strength was obvious at a glance. Hu Gaolai asked, "Instructor, do the contestants from Tier 3 martial schools only get one chance to challenge, or can they challenge multiple times?" Li Lingfeng replied calmly, "Only once. They must win consecutively to qualify for the registration slot. Once they fail, they're eliminated. Each Tier 2 martial academy can be challenged no more than 100 times per day. And before Tier 3 martial schools can challenge Tier 2 academies, they must first go through a melee among themselves. During the process, professional healers will be on hand at all times to provide emergency treatment, so injuries are not a problem. All right, the internal top 10 contest begins. Those ranked lower may challenge those ranked higher, and each person gets 3 challenge opportunities. There are 10 professionals and 10 martial artists, ranked 1 through 10. They can even challenge across factions. Defeating an opponent allows you to swap places. In the end, the top 5 from each side make up the final top 10. Li Lingfeng looked at Bai Yang and said, "Bai Yang, just watch from the side. There's no need for you to take part in this meaningless selection." Bai Yang nodded in agreement. Everyone in the professional camp had witnessed Bai Yang's strength and was full of confidence. But the martial artist camp had only heard about him. Pei Tie strode over. "Instructor Li, we deeply admire the strength of Bai Tianjiao," but the words had not yet finished when Li Lingfeng stopped him. "Pei Tie, you've already tempered your marrow and exchanged blood 31 times. Your talent is astonishing, but don't overestimate yourself. Your boss has also repeatedly warned you not to bring humiliation upon yourselves, lest your martial heart be tainted." Pei Tie smiled. "Warnings are one thing, but as martial artists, we should have an indomitable spirit. If we're afraid because of someone else's reputation, then that's when we truly lose our martial heart." He turned to Bai Yang. "Prodigy Bai, may I ask for some guidance?" Li Lingfeng reminded him. "Be careful not to use too much force." Bai Yang looked at Pei Tie and saw that his eyes were firm and friendly, with no hint of provocation. Bai Yang then swept his gaze over the 9 martial artists behind Pei Tie. Each had bright, sharp eyes, full of a martial artist's imposing bearing. Bai Yang strode forward and said, "Since everyone is eager to give it a try, why not come at me together?" The 9 martial artists stepped forward in unison without the slightest hesitation. Pei Tie said, "We professionals mainly cultivate the Vajra body, while the martial artists of the Undying Legion inherit the body-refining technique, Profound Iron Body, left behind by the Blood and Iron martial god. Even the weakest martial artist among us has tempered marrow and exchanged blood 20 times, and their physical toughness is no less than a perfect grade Vajra body. So don't hold back. We can take it." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yang slammed his fists together violently, unleashing a massive shockwave. The fierce wave struck directly at the martial artist formation, instantly deciding the outcome. 5 martial artists were blasted flying, coughing up blood. The remaining 4 staggered back several steps, with blood also seeping from their noses and mouths. Pei Tie withstood the shockwave head-on, not retreating a single step. He forcefully swallowed the blood in his mouth, enduring the pain in his throat. His expression changed repeatedly, and in the end, with a complicated sigh, he cupped his fists and bowed again. "Prodigy Bai's divine might is truly resplendent. We really have brought humiliation upon ourselves." Bai Yang gave a slight nod. Although the shockwave had seemed extremely powerful just now, he had deliberately held back so the damage was limited. 3 days ago, Li Lingfeng had seen Bai Yang make Lu Junling concede with just a single move. But this time, with only the clash of his fists, he had defeated 10 genius martial artists of the Undying Legion. Especially Pei Tie, after more than 30 rounds of marrow tempering and blood exchange, his talent far surpassed Zhou Yu, making him a genius among martial artists. And yet, even so, he could only kneel before Bai Yang. Bai Yang's strength had already far exceeded everyone's expectations. Li Lingfeng waved his hand, signaling them to continue observing the subsequent contests. Not far away, a team of professionals hurried over. As soon as they arrived, they immediately began treatment, and white light enveloped the bodies of the 10 martial artists. Bai Yang secretly let out a breath of relief and decided not to unleash the power of the green-furred water therapy Turtle King, Although he wasn't afraid of revealing it, it still felt a little odd to have the green-furred water therapy Turtle King help others with healing. Bai Yong turned to look at Li Lingfeng and saw that the senior's eyes were full of helplessness and resentment, like a little wife who had been wronged. "Senior, I'll head off first?" he asked. Li Lingfeng waved his hand. "Go ahead. I'll contact you if anything comes up. I keep my phone on silent when I'm cultivating, so you won't be able to reach me. The Secretariat can contact my secretary." After Bai Yong finished speaking, the green serpent demon appeared at once. He jumped onto its head and, Jeju, the power of the Tier 3 green serpent demon, quickly flew back home. After Bai Yong left, the martial artists on the scene began to buzz with noise. The strictly disciplined formation had now turned into a noisy marketplace. "Why is Bai Tianjiao so fierce? I couldn't withstand his shockwave at all. I feel like my martial Dao heart has been clouded. The boss wouldn't let us challenge Bai Yong back then, and it really made sense. If you don't listen, you end up coughing up blood. Ironclad, did you really swallow that mouthful of old blood? Old blood? I'm not some trash. How could I possibly have been knocked back? Then what was the thing you swallowed down your throat? When you're shocked, you'll subconsciously swallow your saliva. You don't understand. Fair enough. Bai Tianjiao can't go around with the Immortal Army anymore after this. We've got to try to join his team. Did the video capture everything just now? The video of Bai Tianjiao teaching us those moves has to be backed up. No need to say more, the footage is already recorded. I'll send it to you later." Li Lingfeng announced that the selection had officially begun. Wenren Fuguang displayed astonishing archery and saber techniques, and even Pei Tie performed outstandingly. The two of them were both eliminated outright, meaning there was no need to waste time keeping them there. They each left separately. Pei Tie returned to the Immortal Army to continue tempering his marrow and exchanging blood, while Wenren Fuguang went home to focus on tempering his indestructible body. When Bai Yong returned home, Secretary Qing came up to him excitedly. "Boss, I got the Dragon Claw hand skill manual. Here you go." Bai Yong took the skill manual, smiled, and wrapped an arm around her in praise. "Qing, go with Susu and Bai Finger and Claw-type skill manuals as soon as possible." Then he went straight to the basement, spent a small amount of skill points, and successfully learned the physical attack skill Dragon Claw Hand. Dragon Claw Hand, a common beginner-level skill. It consumes 10 points of blood power. The 5 fingers turn into sharp claws, dealing piercing and gripping damage to enemies, increasing attack power by 10%. Martial techniques are divided by quality and by proficiency level. Beginner, practiced, proficient, mastered, and transcendent. Besides quality, the proficiency level also determines additional bonuses. Bai Yong has the 3-in-1 quality bonus, but improving proficiency level can only be achieved through diligent training. He raised his right hand, blood energy flowing rapidly, and all 5 fingers surged with power. With 26,403 physical attack, a 10% boost meant an extra 2,640 damage, quite formidable. Snap. His 5 fingers clawed fiercely at the sky-soaring chicken tyrant beside him. The sky-soaring chicken tyrant was level 29, with 11.99 million HP, and its entire body was immensely powerful in both strength and defense. Its physical defense of 14,891 points was enough to withstand a great deal of damage. That heavy blow only caused the chicken tyrant's health bar to dip slightly, losing a few thousand HP, but the surging Yang ability quickly restored its health. Bai Yong quickly raised his left hand and continued attacking. Bai Yong wanted to use the Dragon Claw hand skill, but discovered that both hands could not perform this move at the same time. Lu Qingqing and Susu were extremely efficient, and within less than an hour, a large batch of fingerclaw-type skill books had been delivered. These skill names were all over the place. Throat-seizing claw, shoulder-grab lock, throat-piercing finger, tendon-pinching hand, wrist-locking hand. Most of them were finger or claw techniques aimed at an opponent's vital points. After repeatedly trying to merge the 3 skills into one, Bai Yong gradually discovered that these fingerclaw-type skills all shared more than 50% similarity. After understanding the market prices and output, he chose the lowest cost, highest yield throat-piercing finger, a specialty of the 2nd level of the 18 levels of Hell, the Scissors Hell. The Wise Race Blade Finger monster in Scissors Hell had no ordinary fingers, only a pair of sharp claws that could be brought together. In combat, it used those claws to cut or stab. Killing them had a chance to drop a throat-piercing finger skill book. Although the Hell monsters were numerous, they were also powerful, so the production of skill books was not as high as that of Iron Shirt. One book sold for 80,000, which meant nothing at all to someone like Bai Yong. As for the money from selling the excellent grade skill books in Lu Qingqing's hands, it would be enough for him to buy a pile of ordinary skill books. Bai Yang tried Dragon Claw Hand and found that, because the skill was based on his palm, its size could not be directly changed. But since he himself could change the size of his body by 0.3 to 10 times, Dragon Claw Hand indirectly gained the ability to change size. Through continuous 3-in-1 fusion, Dragon Claw Hand gradually improved in quality and eventually reached King level, with its name also upgraded to life-grabbing Dragon Claw Hand, King Beginner. The skill's attributes were greatly enhanced. Consumption could range from 1 point to 100% blood energy. The 5 fingers could unleash claw strikes to deal piercing and grappling damage. Attack power increased by 70%. And, most importantly, 3 new attributes were added: blood energy to claw transformation, mental control, and lifeline locking. His attack range could reach 0 to 7 meters. After discovering the new attribute, Bai Yang signaled Qingqing and Susu to go upstairs first. He suspected that if the two of them stayed here, he would be unable to resist renaming this skill again. He focused his mind, and blood energy quickly surged from his palm, forming a red blood claw identical to a real hand. The blood claw shot out without delay, with a blood-colored connection appearing between it and his palm. As his hand shape changed, the flying blood claw adjusted accordingly. Mental control allowed Bai Yang to easily manipulate the blood claw to fly freely within a 7-meter range. He shouted excitedly, "Mental control! Indeed amazing!" Now, within 7 meters, grabbing whoever he wanted was no problem. Then his left hand also sent out a blood claw, and he could finally use Dragon Claw Hand with both hands at the same time. He looked at the sky-soaring chicken tyrant beside him and discovered that this kind of energy summon had no lifeline to lock onto. So he turned his gaze to the green snake demon resting not far away, quickly locking onto several vital points. Its head, lower jaw, 7-inch spot, excretion opening, eyes, and so on. The green snake demon sensed the disturbance and woke up, but seeing that Bai Yang wasn't paying attention to it, it yihuo its snake head and continued resting. Bai Yang withdrew his blood claw and continued fusing skills. Besides the fact that the soul-gripping Dragon Claw Hand had just reached the king level, there was another, even more important point. The newly added third attribute meant that skills that originally couldn't change size could now freely expand or shrink. Time flew by. In the basement, with no distinction between day and night, Bai Yang, after repeated tempering, finally brought the Dragon Claw Hand to its limit. The skill is now named Soul-Gripping Dragon Claw Hand, King, Ultimate Variable Form a Beginner, with attributes upgraded to 1. Consume 1 point up to 100% blood force, and attack with 5 fingers as claws, dealing piercing and crushing damage. 2. Attack amplification increased to 100%. 3. Blood force transforms into claws, controlled by thought, life vein locked, attack range can reach. Bai Yang clenched both hands tightly, and killing intent like flashing blades and swords surged within him. The next battle was already decided. Bai Yang's attack range had reached an astonishing 49 meters, and his blood claw could also expand to 7 times its original size. This was calculated based on his height of less than 2 meters. Suddenly, he activated his size-changing talent, and his body rapidly swelled into a giant. The basement was only 10 meters high, so he could only sit down. A massive blood claw extended from his nearly 2-meter-long arm and launched a swift attack. The blood claw kept stretching, exceeding 49 meters in length, and as it spun, it grew larger and larger, finally becoming 14 meters long. With a gentle grab, he caught a green snake demon that was sucking his yang energy. The green snake demon was about 15 or 16 meters long and 80 centimeters in diameter, but Bai Yang controlled his strength and caused no damage. Then he withdrew the skill and returned to his original form. That green snake demon was now extremely obedient and no longer afraid of Bai Yang. Having absorbed a great deal of his yang energy, its life contamination had reached 99.9%. With just a suitable opportunity, it would be completely under Bai Yang's control and become his loyal battle servant. Bai Yang let out a sigh of relief and strode toward the first floor. Secretary Lu Qingqing welcomed him joyfully, and beside her, the mature secretary's eyes sparkled brightly as she hooked her arm through his. "Boss," Lu Qingqing said with a smile. Bai Yang replied cheerfully, "Qingqing, you've finally entered the second-tier Jade Marrow realm. Congratulations. Susu, you'd better work harder." Lu Susu looked at Qingqing enviously as she held Bai Yang's arm and nodded seriously. "Boss, I'll work hard. Soon I'll be able to serve you." Bai Yang sat down on the specially made alloy sofa, and because of his weight of more than 9 tons, the sponge cushion was instantly flattened. Only with the help of the Peach Blossom Queens applying force did he feel somewhat more comfortable. He held the mature secretary in his arms and listened as she reported the important news from recent days. "Boss, Yesterday the competition in which third-tier martial schools challenged second-tier martial academies ended. Most of the challenges failed, and only 37 succeeded. Our Vajra Immortal Martial Academy had 0 failures this time, with no defeats at all. Yang nodded. 37 successes is pretty high. I really didn't expect that. Lu Qingqing sighed. Second-tier martial academies recruit top-tier professionals, and the challengers are all elites. 37 successes is indeed astonishing. After the challenge, there's 1 day of rest. Tomorrow morning, the 1,080 best martial artists from the Earth origin realm will undergo assessments arranged by the 5 major first-tier war academies. She continued, Boss doesn't need to take the assessment. The 5 academies have already officially invited you to join. I can't see the exact terms, but Boss will know after going to see Old Master Lu. Yang said calmly, to enter the 5 major academies, aside from strength, character and conviction are the most important. It seems they've already acknowledged me. Lu Qingqing nodded. That's right, boss. You definitely fit. There's one more thing that needs your decision, Lu Qingqing continued. Yesterday, 2 female martial artists from the Immortal Legion came to visit, the same 2 you beat into submission before. They said there are also 3 male martial artists, all of whom have tempered marrow and exchanged blood more than 20 times, and they want to join your team. Yang looked at the photos. Those 2 female martial artists were exactly 2 of the fighters he had clashed with before. They were very strong, but their bearing was cold and stern, lacking any femininity. They belonged to the Black Iron faction of the Immortal Legion's iron-blooded body tempering school. They did not value softness. They were all steel and blood. By contrast, Qingyi Bai Yang's side had, after the triple fusion enhancement, seen her aptitude and abilities steadily improve as well. She had already tempered marrow and exchanged blood 13 times, and her momentum was still strong. Although these 2 female martial artists were temporarily stronger than Qingyi, Yang knew in his heart that women ultimately could not compare to men in valor and bloodlust. Even if he wanted to recruit people, he would still prioritize male martial artists. Yang had a fairly good impression of Pei, but unfortunately the other party was not among the 3 male martial artists mentioned just now. Pei had tempered marrow and exchanged blood 31 times, already approaching the level of a top-grade golden body. He could be considered a genius among martial artists, and likely would not willingly serve under anyone else. Yang said, Reject them. I don't plan to recruit anyone for now. His secretary, Lu Qingqing, nodded repeatedly. Boss, there's one more thing, Lu Qingqing said. Because you're ranked 10th on the hero list, all the major powers want to get to know you. The Martial Academy asked me about it, so I privately had the information department set your phone to do not disturb for unknown callers. Yang nodded. Good. In the future, when you run into similar minor matters, handle them according to my usual arrangements first. If something is difficult to decide, then come ask me. The secretary softly agreed. Those forces all want to build ties with the boss, so I made my number public and have all messages gathered with me. They definitely won't come empty-handed. We could consider holding a large meet and greet, just make an appearance, and accepting gifts afterward would feel even more justified. Yang gently lifted the secretary's chin. Would that work, Qingqing? Lu Qingqing hurriedly explained. Boss, as long as you show up, even just nod and greet them, you can leave. You don't need to get truly acquainted with them. That's very common in the Earth origin realm. After strong experts step into the 5th-tier King Sealing realm, they all hold celebrations, and accepting gifts is one of the steps. You, boss, ranking 10th on the hero list, carry even more weight than a King Sealing celebration. The benefit is that you can receive some gifts, which would be very useful for you before you've established your own force. The downside is that those who attend may take the opportunity to claim connections with you, and use that to gain benefits. Yang smiled. So it seems you really want me to hold a hero celebration. Lu Qingqing hugged him. Boss needs to sell skill manuals to make money and buy ordinary skill manuals. As long as you hold one celebration, the money problem will be much easier to solve afterward. Besides, I think those major powers will definitely all come, and the gifts will certainly vary in value. You can ask Elder Lu for his opinion when you go see him. If we can hold the celebration under the name of the Vajra Immortal Martial Academy, that would be best. After saying that, Yang stood up. The green snake demon was already obediently prepared. The longer it stayed with Yang, the more deeply it was influenced by his aura. Even native Earth origin realm people like Lu Qingqing and Lu Susu could hardly avoid being subtly changed by it, though no coercive enslavement would occur. On the surface, Yang's relationship with the 2 women appeared to be mutual affection. Yang sent Elder Lu a message, and Elder Lu told him to come over directly. Compared with when they first met, the green snake demon had become at least twice as strong, with a body diameter of nearly 90 centimeters and strength approaching the threshold of the 4th tier. Actually, Bai Yang had previously misunderstood how strong the green snake demon was. Its performance when using its tail to strike and temper the blood gold power was inferior to the ancient demon because the green snake demon was a magic-type battle servant that could control water, while the ancient demon was a physical type 1. Bai Yang's battle servants couldn't have weaknesses, and over this period the green snake demon's close combat ability had improved greatly. The most ideal way would be to get a few more green snake demons to merge and boost their strength. But the noble bloodlines in the snake demon world were limited, and magic-type battle servants were even more valuable. After a rapid flight, Bai Yang soon arrived at Elder Lu's office residence. Elder Lu greeted him with a smile at the door, and the two quickly took their seats. Bai Yang asked, "Elder Lu, my secretary said that the 5 first-tier war academies have officially invited me to enroll. What exactly is the situation?" Elder Lu pointed, and a projection appeared. "I'll talk about the basic benefits first, then the extras." Basic benefits. 1. Warlord status. 2. Life space equipment. 3. 1 first-tier manor, 1 training ground, and 108 sets of prosperous shops in second-tier cities. Elder Lu explained, "Warlord status is the most precious one. The other 2 are considered bonuses. A second-tier hero-level fighter can form a battle team and recruit brothers. As for the team members," Elder Lu explained, all these preparations were actually to help them smoothly advance to 3rd-tier transcendence. As long as they received the power boost from the Earth Origin realm, all second-tier professionals could advance to 3rd tier without any threshold. Only upon reaching 3rd tier were they allowed to enter other worlds to obtain resources. However, if a battle team directly entered another world, it would be continuously eroded by the aura of that world and could only act for a short time, with resource plundering being limited. By contrast, a warlord could establish a base in another world, rely on the power of the Earth Origin realm to station there long-term, and continue fighting and developing. The Earth Origin realm had already established many strongholds across the myriad heavens and worlds. Some were engaged in mutual slaughter, some were managing territories, and some were trading with lifeforms from other worlds. Bai Yang curiously asked whether warlords had any other special advantages. Elder Lu said with a smile that warlords could recruit members across the entire Earth Origin realm, and after advancing to 5th tier, they could also establish 3rd-tier martial academies and cultivate combat strength as needed, much like the Vajra Indestructible Martial Academy, which specialized in physical power. Elder Lu added that the ancient demon world and the snake demon world were both extremely troublesome. To continuously obtain resources in those places, one had to fight long-term. The Vajra body's powerful life-preserving ability was perfectly suited to dealing with enemies in such perilous environments. Bai Yang signaled for him to continue. Then Elder Lu talked about the second key condition, life space equipment. Ordinary storage equipment couldn't hold living beings, nor could it easily carry large numbers of lifeforms from other worlds. Life space equipment could accommodate a large number of living lifeforms from other worlds, which was crucial for collecting live resources. But the materials for such equipment were rare, and ordinary people found it difficult to obtain one. Only warlords could receive one for free. Others had to pay a huge price. Bai Yang mentioned his beast pouch and Elder Lu acknowledged it, saying that a beast pouch was a type of low-grade life space equipment. Although its capacity was small, its value was very high. Aside from Bai Yang and Wenren Fuguang, no one else in the king's class had such equipment. Elder Lu then explained the third condition, which was related to how warlords could activate resources. Those shops required a large number of people to operate, and the families of members and the wounded could all be arranged there. Elder Lu specifically mentioned that the warlord's manor and training ground, along with the 108 shops in second-tier cities, were all his long-term assets. As long as he lived, they were all his resources. In this way, interests were tightly bound to the Lord, strengthening everyone's sense of belonging and unity. Bai Yang nodded, understanding that second-tier martial academies corresponded to second-tier cities, and third-tier martial schools corresponded to third-tier cities. The 108 sets of shops in second-tier cities were equivalent to consolidating the interests of all second-tier martial academies, a very substantial undertaking. First-tier cities existed only where the 5 first-tier war academies were located, and the manor in that first-tier city was even more valuable. Bai Yang asked about the extra conditions the 5 first-tier war academies had for warlords. Elder Lu spread out the projection data and explained the requirements of the Thunderstorm Academy. 10 units of King-grade lightning crystals, 1 third-tier King-grade thunder beast and 1 thunder demoness, plus 1 King-grade thunder element skill book. Then, the requirements of the other academies were also listed. Taiwei Academy requires 10 units of King-level dragon bone essence, 3 third-tier dragon beasts, and 1 earth element skill book. Sunluo Academy requires 10 units of king level with spirit crystal, 3 third-tier plant spirits, and 1 wood element skill book. Tidal Academy requires 10 units of king level water essence, 1 third-tier mermaid and 1 naga, as well as 1 water element skill book. Mr. Liu also mentioned the requirements of the Martial God Academy, but the topic was interrupted. These harsh conditions showed the difficulty and severity of the path to advancement. Only a team with strong combat power and resource control ability could truly gain a foothold in the other world. The reward for you this time includes 1 4th-tier king-level weapon and 1 4th-tier king-level piece of armor. As he spoke, Old Liu explained the specific conditions. The conditions for the other 4 academies are about the same, but the Martial God Academy is different. Old Liu continued, the Martial God Academy usually only admits martial artists, but you are ranked 10th on the hero list, too dazzling to ignore, so this time they are making an exception and formally inviting you. Moreover, the conditions set by the Martial God Academy are the most stringent, and the added blood martial divine soldiers are astonishingly powerful. They are not ordinary weapons, but specially developed soldiers, a product of the Life Research Institute under the Martial God Academy. Old Liu said bluntly, a third-tier blood martial divine soldier can take on 3 opponents by itself, easily standing up to a third-tier ancient demon like Wenren Fuguang, and even has a very high chance of winning while injured. After hearing this, Bai Yang froze for a moment and asked in confusion, Old Liu, can't a third-tier blood martial divine soldier kill 3 third-tier ancient demons without getting hurt? Old Liu replied impatiently, don't use yourself as the standard. I'm talking about average strength. Forget it, the conditions are all right here. Think it over yourself. Old Liu said no more. Bai Yang closed his eyes, remained silent for a moment, then suddenly opened them. In his heart, he had already set his preferred target. Old Liu, I've made my decision.